walking through the valley of the shadows. I let them tell me who I was. I've been talking myself up onto the gallows. Every time I tried to walk away, I couldn't make it through another day. Everything seemed to be an uphill battle. I was trying to make it on my own, my way. You were knocking on the door that I've been looking for. It was right in front of me. I was lost, but now I'm free. And I was blind, but now I see that your love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. I know the truth, and now I'm in a new light. Forever starts today and won't stop now. Your face shining on me, walking in the truth that set me free. It's all I need if it ever only for me. But who could stand against? Love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. I wasn't an enemy until you took my place. You were a friend of me, so I could see your face. Yeah, keep fighting the fight of my faith. No, I don't have to be afraid. Forgetting the past, I press on to the prize of the upper call of Jesus Christ. I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how you love. Your love. Love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. Doesn't it matter what come my way? Doesn't it matter what the enemy say? Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Yeah, 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 yeah. on your feet, this is a shakedown.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just to wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality, lost myself. I lost myself in your reality, lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back, back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back, back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back, back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back, back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
been walking through the valley of the shadows. I let them tell me who I was. I've been talking myself up onto the gallows. Every time I tried to walk away, I couldn't make it through another day. Everything seemed to be an uphill battle. I was trying to make it on my own, my way. You were knocking on the door that I've been looking for. It was right in front of me. I was lost, but now I'm free. And I was blind, but now I see that your love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. I know the truth, and now I'm in a new light. Forever starts today and won't stop now. Your face shining on me, walking in the truth that set me free. It's all I need. If you're ever only for me, then who could stand against? Love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. I wasn't an enemy until you took my place. You were a friend of me, so I could see your face. Yeah, keep fighting the fight of my faith. No, I don't have to be afraid. Forgetting the past, I press on to the prize of the upper call of Jesus Christ. I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how you love. Your love. Love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. Doesn't matter what come my way. Doesn't matter what the enemy say.
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and trucks her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive.
your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 21 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Cheever, where have you been? DreamLeague is about to start.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Shoot.
Yeah, tell me about it, right? How you been?
There's no time for this.
Cheever, wait.
Sin, what is it? I still need to change.
You forgot this.
Thank you. Welcome back, DreamLeague Season 21, kicking off, and I made it right in time, and of course I still didn't have my breakfast, but thank you, Cinderin, for the lovely banana. Jenkins, have you had breakfast this morning?
No, I haven't. I'm
You
starving.
want a banana?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and have that.
There you go. Enjoy. That's exactly how you eat a banana. Give me a little paper. Dude.
It's okay. It's off camera. They can't see what's down there.
Fresh set. Lovely. Start of a new season.
Cheever, something's afoot here.
Something's afoot here?
And I'm not talking about the length of the beards on the band, because that is about a foot long. I'm talking about, I think there's an imposter syndrome in the building right now.
No. You gotta be kidding.
I'm not joking around here.
What's wrong? Like,
Can we get another zoom in on the band real quick?
The band. PogChamp Pandas? Surely this is the PogChamp Pandas.
No, I want to call them the pious pandas because they all look like Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. One of you is not like the others. Get over here, you damn imposter.
It's Bob! Yay! That's Bob.
Bob!
Wow.
What
I
are
did
you
not see
doing
that
here?
coming.
You don't have a beard. You don't have a beard. Drummers don't have beards. There we go. Looks good.
It's Jens!
And Tice. I know you don't have a beard either.
Wait a second. Wait a second. That's
Who's
not
this-
Tice. That's
Who's
not
this
Tice.
man?
Thomas? Thomas is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Thomas, everyone.
Welcome back, Thomas. Glad to have you back. PogChamp Pandas.
Great acting, guys.
Great acting.
That was good
Great
acting.
beards. Great beards. Oh, very good to have them back. How do you know they're truly, you know, back to their form?
You know what?
How can you tell?
There's a lot of ways to tell, because did you know, in the world of wrestling, the World Wrestling Foundation, they improvise. When these wrestlers come in and they do their walk-ins, they actually improvise.
Yeah.
And only a very high skill 10 kmr band could do such a thing. So let's make them improvise for our walk-ins tonight.
Well, let's put them on the spot. A little bit of break and forth. Well, let's like everybody knows we're gonna get people sitting on the couch. You know this.
Of course we are.
Season 21. By now, you know how this goes. So we're gonna put them on the spot. Fog, can you put them on the spot, please?
Stupid request. What did you request?
What did you say? Your microphone wasn't on when you shouted it.
It wasn't on? Oh, it was Undertaker theme. So.
Undertaker theme. I mean, it was actually definitely very
You actually did a wrestling thing.
I did.
I'm impressed.
I did.
I'm impressed.
I needed to look at it in person.
Undertaker was before my time.
He
died.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. And then he came back to life.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, well,
nice knowledge. Thank you. Hello.
I will say, that was very well done, Podcast Pandas. That was well done. We have another guest that can put them on the spot. Why don't you say what you want, Odie Pixel?
Give me something in the style of Mad Max.
Mad Max!
They're brilliant, aren't they? Brilliant.
They are brilliant. Yeah. Definitely are Podcast Pandas. Thank you so much for being back. And Odie Pixel and Fog, thank you so much for being back as well. Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it afternoon?
Afternoon.
Come on.
It's still before the noon.
No, it's not. It's not noon yet.
Yeah, so before the noon. Morning.
Is it not?
It's not.
What time is it?
11th.
Time to get a watch.
Time to get a watch.
I thought you were giving me a watch.
No.
You've got one on your wrist. Come on. No. I'll take it.
Oh.
It's a nice watch.
Let's just give things away.
Okay.
Go on, Cheever. Go on. You hosting?
It is indeed the morning still, as we are at the start of the day of a fresh day of Dream League. And we got the band back together again, literally and figuratively. And we have got a week filled of Dota 2 to treat you to. And it's gonna be quite good. It's gonna be quite good. But at first, I just wanted to ask, like, how are you doing, Fogged? It's been a little while.
It's been a bit, yeah. Glad to be here on site. I think for last season I did remote and stuff like that, which was, I mean, still fun. It's always good doing some
but
casting.
You missed us.
I did miss you guys, and it always feels weird because when I came back and saw everybody, it was like, I was like, oh, I didn't even like say hi to Jenkins, and I was like, wait, I haven't seen you in like.
It's been a long time.
It's been quite some time.
I almost cried.
It's been a couple months, like 4 months. That's a long time for us nowadays.
We got a lot to catch up on. I got a little tear in my eye.
Oh.
We got to go for a walk tonight.
We do.
Catch up on some things.
We do, baby. But yeah, it was good. I'm glad to be back and glad to be doing a little bit of different Dota. I haven't actually gotten to watch too much of this most recent patch this last week. I was on vacation, so didn't watch any of the last tournament. So.
How was your time off, Odie Pixel?
Yeah, it was nice. No, I've just been playing a lot of Dota. Finally been going up a little bit on the MMR. We are slowly approaching Immortal. Might happen by the end of these 2 weeks. We've got some lovely setups.
What are you playing?
The Dream League to give us.
Just let it spill. What's your build?
Honestly, I think people have forgotten about, and they shouldn't. The offlane Slark that Amar was showing us in the past. He was right. You're a bit of an offlane Slark enjoyer.
Huge fan.
It's good, and honestly, I was a little surprised that it didn't really catch on as much as it did. And I hope some other teams consider bringing it back in.
What's your build?
Amar was right. I think I normally tend to kind of just rush the diffusal.
You go for the diffusal?
I go aggressive, yeah.
It's good, because diffusal is kind of like a support item.
It is.
You're like
slows.
Yeah, it slows.
True. Yeah.
And also when you get the disperser.
You can speed boost people.
Yeah, it's legit good. It's like you do both things at once. It's like why Lycan's such an OP offlaner.
Yeah.
You go these like...
disperser build.
Utility items.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You want to know how to deal with Slark as a core? If you are a harpoon builder, did you know that is based off the same tech as a force staff? Therefore, you can harpoon your way out of the pounds.
Yes.
So supports.
Grab a creep and yank yourself.
Yeah.
To the creep,
the pause 5 Crystal Maiden. You should
get that harpoon.
And that's what I'm saying as a core player.
If your Crystal Maiden ain't building a harpoon, make sure you spam.
To be honest, if you play Crystal Maiden,
buy a harpoon. Crystal
probably
Maiden.
already lost.
That's true.
Hey, they did say it's broken now, didn't they? Collapse said it's the most broken hero of the patch.
What? Really?
Really? But I've seen that you can farm fast with it.
Yeah. I don't know if he was trolling,
but you gotta get if you get your shard, you can farm fast with it, but it's not a 5.
Yep.
That's just not it. That's okay though. We're gonna see what the pros come up with in terms of the Dota and see maybe we can see some offlane Slark. But let's find out first what type of Dota we're getting our way, because we got a lot of teams here.
Wow.
Wow, 12 teams.
The best team.
The best teams are here and playing for our viewing pleasure here, Dream League Season 21. And I think we have got quite a level playing ground, Jenkins, I feel.
Yeah, these are all very good teams.
Yes.
Depending on the tournament you're looking at. It's like if we didn't just have Riyadh, maybe you'd look at Spirit and be like, these guys are all right. They won. Riyadh. And now the question is, like, are they, powered up? Sometimes they need $15 million to be on the line to power up. Sometimes $1 million on the line. Who knows? We'll see what team spirit we get.
Yep. You have a great memory. When's the last time we had a 1-week tournament with $1 million on the line?
Never.
Never, exactly.
I think that's like, wait, is it a trick question?
No, that's Team Spirit's bread and butter there. True. So we're gonna find out if they can step it up here.
Midas Mode prize pool was pretty high, was it?
The Midas Mode 2, you mean?
Midas 2?
Yeah, the sequel.
Wait till the third.
Big profits on that one.
We'll be rivaling Dream League then, yeah.
All right, so we got the 12 teams. We divided them into 2 groups of 6, and they will play group stages over the next 3 days. We'll have 2 teams of each group making it to the upper bracket, 2 teams to the lower bracket, and 2 teams per group get eliminated as well.
Group B looks pretty scary. I don't know.
But really? Why?
Gaming, Spirit
and Gaming,
Boom, Quest. I don't know.
I know, but I feel like both. I feel like both groups are insane. Talon?
I mean, they are.
Tundra?
It's.
I guess we have to see though. What
Tundra with Tops.
We don't know, right?
Tundra with
I guess we
Thompson,
don't
that's
know.
true.
That's the one
true.
thing we are not
damn.
sure.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he'll be bringing out some Slark mid.
I would love to see that.
Thompson, come on.
Yeah.
He's playing like everything, so.
People doing the math know also that if I say there's 2 groups playing out over 3 days, you know that we cannot do that alone. There's 3 streams going on at the same time, and today, our stream that you're watching right now will be featuring these matches: Liquid versus 9 Pandas, Gaming Gladiators Spirit, Tundra, Shopify Rebellion, and then OG versus, once again, Gaming Gladiators. But we got more streams, so let's take a look at our Ember stream schedule. Which match stands out here for you, Fugged? We got a lot of blockbusters.
I don't know. Jeez, the last game is intense because it's like the region kind of thing. But the first one probably for me.
It's gotta be the first.
It's gotta be the first one. It's Thompson. They're all great.
We get to see Thompson play against.
Yeah, I think it's gotta be. It's gotta be that one.
Woo!
All right, then
that's not. Oh yeah, that's not on our stream.
That's not on our stream.
It won't be as good as our game, of course. But
Naturally.
You got 2 monitors open. Don't you guys have phones? Get that one up on your.
You got 2 monitors, so you got your 2 monitors set, and then your phone or your tablet or your laptop will feature potentially the Storm stream, because we got 3 streams. The 3rd stream, here are the matches featured there. Odie Pixel, what are you thinking? Which one are you gonna tune on the stream for?
Oh, I would probably. Honestly, I gotta say this first spot of the day is quite hot. I know Shopify Rebellion, we never really know what to expect. It's a little up, little down, a bit more down recently, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they do. New tournament, first game of for them. Sometimes they come into these tournaments and they look hot. Day 1 Shopify Rebellion, it can be pretty ferocious.
Pretty ferocious.
Group stage Shopify, he's right.
Come in and it's like this is the tournament. First series, they're probably going to smash it 2-0. People are like, well, they're back.
Yep.
True.
They're back.
So looking forward to seeing them do that.
And if we're thinking about favorites for the tournament, do we have to go? I just want to get the elephant out of the room. Do we have to favor Gaming Gladiators here?
No, I'm gonna pick. I'm gonna pick the winner.
Oh.
Quest wins this one.
Oh, why?
They're ravenous. They're ravenous.
Ravenous.
These guys. They just got a new offlaner.
Yep.
As well, and they won the qualifiers. They improved during the qualifiers. I think they got something to prove here. Odie Pixel.
I think, I mean, Quest is always a team that you've got to be prepared for. I think at this point, though, I feel like it's a team that all the other teams will be prepared for. You're sitting here going like, Quest, they're the ones to win it. Yeah, nobody is underrating Quest. All the other teams, they take them very, very seriously, and they're looking at them, probably being inspired by them and some of the ways that they play the game, and some of the way that some position, like their carry, for example, TA2000, the way that he plays certain heroes. I think a lot of other carries will watch his replays very carefully by now and know what he's going to do. And try and do a bit better than him. So I think Quest will be under a bit of a spotlight, more so than they have in previous times.
I totally agree. Yeah.
So what about Gaming? They're under a spotlight too.
Yeah, but
then they still win.
They still win.
That's the thing.
Okay,
they've got a track record.
That is their thing. That is their thing.
They're under the spotlight, but they win.
Yeah, and it goes actually for all teams. I don't think there's any real underdog here. I think everybody has a good shot. We've all seen Entity in the qualifiers as well. They smashed it out of the park, so very excited to see what they can do here as well. But we do have to move on to the Dota 2 today, and we are going to head into Liquid versus 9 Pandas for our first series. This is live in the studio can I just say that this is the first time we did something like that with the PogChamp Pandas playing us into the series live, and I hope that that's going to happen every single time because that is very enjoyable. What also has been very enjoyable is having Fogged and ODPixel on the couch. But
what's so enjoyable? You're going to get rid of us?
All good things come to an end. All good things must come to an end. Do they? Probably. Is the must in the saying? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a must.
I think there's a must.
It's a very pessimistic saying. Now get out.
They're going to prepare for the cast.
See ya.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. Always a pleasure. Now, we did give the PogChamp Pandas a little bit of a test run with the intros of ODPixel and Fogged.
Yeah, I think.
Want to continue that?
I think we need to make it harder. We need to get two very difficult people on the panel. Two
difficult people.
That just would make it really hard just by being very difficult.
Okay.
So let's introduce.
Go for it.
FA!
What are you upset about?
What did I do this time? What did I do this time?
I'm just being difficult.
Oh yeah.
Jenkins asked for difficult.
Oh, that's true. Actually, that's really good. That's really good method acting.
Very good. I like the intro. I recognize what you went for there.
Can you stop being difficult now?
Yeah, you can stop being difficult now. Thank you.
Hey guys, I missed you. Thomas, welcome back. It's great to see you. We missed you last season. Yeah, it's good to be here. Being difficult and all, of course.
Well, yeah. I mean, the song you chose is definitely very good as well. Was it a difficult song?
Okay, all right. Let's make it.
We can step it up.
Let's make it more difficult.
Step it up. Purge, if you wouldn't mind giving them a difficult challenge.
Can you guys play the saxophone?
Dude, it's rotten. I don't want that. That is rotten now.
That is a nasty banana.
That's a rotten, nasty banana.
This banana is perfectly fine.
Don't sit your ass down right now.
Red on the other side. Did you bleed on it?
I'm sorry, guys. Did I bleed on it? Maybe.
Here, look.
Don't throw that at me.
Can we just
get
eliminate the banana from our experience today? Thank you.
Hey, Birch, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I landed a lot better on this than the banana did on the floor over there. It's wet.
Oh no. We already are.
The banana or the couch?
The banana. Well, really, the floor where the banana landed. There's a.
Someone is going to slip
You gotta clean that up
next
later.
Walk down, I see.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
There will be some comedic value there.
It's Mario Kart. It's some guy walking down the stairs.
Someone might die on set.
All right, let's focus on the two teams we got, though, because we do have to start talking about some of the Dota that's coming our way. 9 Pandas versus Team Liquid. I want to focus our attention first on 9 Pandas. And I believe if you've seen them in action fairly recently, tell me about them. How are they doing? What form are they in?
They are in very mediocre form, Fever, unfortunately. Honestly, 9 Pandas, their best performance this year was at the Berlin Major when they got top 3. And after that, they've just been middle of the pack.
And that was with the stand-in, too.
With the stand-in, yeah. But after that, they've kind of just been forever 5th, 6th place. They haven't really impressed, even though the individual skill level on this team is ridiculously high, especially out of their mid laner, Kiyotaka.
Yeah, and I still think it's still a good result. Like top 5, 6 in the world is incredibly good. So I think they are doing great regardless. But yeah, that was really their high showing for sure.
And speaking of Kiyotaka, I believe, it's a player that we hear a lot about because obviously he is a flashy player. So if you're listening to the cast, you'll hear his name very, very frequently. And I also love to hear from him and about him from his fellow teammates and learn a little bit more about their mid player of 9 Pandas, Kiyotaka.
So I need to choose the smartest player here. I think it's maybe Zai or 23. Maybe we have a good chance to escape. I think it's like Ricky, but without ulti, you know. So we have 50 on 50 chance, you know.
he always, like me, wake up before 5 minutes to game, walk into his room and just trying to wake up him.
Вставай, салам алейкум, вставай, на работу пора, ты чё спишь?
Rice is a perfect food for me because it's not really bad for my body. It's tasty and I can choose any sauce for that, so I think it's good. I think best moments in my life connected with Dota. I enjoy from playing on this tournament, for show my performance for public, for viewers. I like to talk with other players in real life because everyone is good personality. I just like it. I just enjoy from that.
It's super fun. He always can create a good joke at this time. He's a fun guy to live with. It depends on situation of what's happening right now. He can joke about my Mirana 2 days ago. It was my best performance on Heroes, on this hero. Don't recommend you to watch this.
I think I choose something old like 1900 for just look how people lives in this time because it looks interesting for me. Not be a selfish, you know? Not be a selfish. Because I have a time when I be too much selfish. So I think I say it to me.
Oh, he's got the life lessons going already. He has a good choice of food because you can eat rice with any type of sauce, make any type of dish as well. There's one thing that I am a little bit worried about for his sake, is the first series of the day. We heard it. He only wakes up 5 minutes before match. Don't you need a warm-up game? Isn't that normal, Effie?
I would say so. But I think most mid laners these days just warm up by loading into Last Hit Trainer, clicking around a few buttons, and then just going off into that. Like, you usually see them in lobby. You should be more concerned about the waking up thing. Like, maybe he needs to start drinking coffee. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, he needs a good morning routine.
He does.
Not much.
But then you need coffee every day, and this is why I have never drinking coffee in my life.
There you go.
By choice.
You want to get into it, Jenkins? The 90 minutes or no?
What are you drinking there, Jenkins?
I'm drinking Jenkins juice.
Okay.
That's not coffee.
Okay, that's
naturally.
That's something very different.
Look, if you need to rely on Jenkins juice to play your matches, that's one thing.
But don't drink caffeine for the first 90 minutes after waking up, because then you will be reliant on coffee. But
Thank you, Shiver.
But
That's
if you
exactly
do it afterwards, then you're fine.
Well,
absolutely fine. It's fine. You know who also, historically, and they have been very open about this, struggled with being the first game of the day? Team Liquid! So I think that Pandas is very happy to be going up against Team Liquid here in the first series. Of course, both teams are in Group A. So I guess that's the unfortunate result of being a Group A team. But Team Liquid coming here, Jenkins, they are looking pretty good.
Yeah, they gave us the greatest game of Dota that has happened in probably like 5 years, to be honest. That Broodmother performance at Riyadh Masters, that was something that like transcended Dota. It even transcended esports.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Whoa.
Like the moment with 23 Savage popping off, and then Zai's doing it, like he's doing it alone. Then anime villain, like he takes the glasses off. Everybody, or I get anime main character, depending. Yeah, everybody's like cheering around. He just takes the glasses off. It's like that was the coolest thing that I've ever seen.
Yeah, and
Dota.
And to talk about Team Liquid, that was obviously an amazing moment, but they've also had an incredibly good year that keeps getting understated because Gaming Gladiators has had such an incredible year. But Team Liquid has been there in second place so many tournaments this year that we can't not talk about it. Like, they've had an amazingly consistent year. It's just they can't beat the Gladiators.
And they did better in Riyadh too.
Yeah, they
So
did.
when worse comes to worse and push comes to shove, millions of dollars on the line, Liquid steps up.
The only thing they didn't do well in was DreamLeague Season 20. But other than that, they came second place everywhere.
They really did. And I feel like we're starting to figure out that the problem with Liquid isn't Gaming Gladiators, but just grand finals in general. Because we saw them go up against Spirit in Riyadh and not Gaimin. They actually kind of conquered their demons by kicking Gaimin down to the lower bracket in that tournament, but they still couldn't manage to go the 9 yards versus Spirit. But is that because Spirit was just on an anime next level journey, or because Liquid might have some nerves. That's what I'm starting to be curious about. But regardless of all of that, this team is so strong. I wanted to highlight Nisha in particular. The way that Nisha played during Riyadh was unbelievable. That is the Nisha of the olden
Prime
days.
Nisha. Yeah, that was Prime Nisha.
He was unlocked in that tournament, so I'm really excited to see what version of Nisha we're going to get.
Unfortunately for them, though, is also Prime Yatoro.
Yes.
That's also and Prime Yatoro might be the best player that has ever set foot in Dota. Legitimately.
I actually agree with you on that.
Well, we have to wait a little bit longer because Spirit and Liquid are in opposite groups. So if they're to meet, it will be in the playoffs later on. We are moments away from the draft of Team Liquid versus 9 Pandas. So I do want to talk a little bit about that because, of course, we've had the TI qualifiers and we had the Bedroom Dasha just now as well. But in case people only tune in for Dream Leagues, which right you are, I want to talk a little bit about the drafting order of things because how that has influenced the way that players think about the draft is always a very strategical point of the game, of course. But Jenkins, you just watched a lot of games.
Yeah.
With this drafting setup, what do you think?
I'm just gonna spill the tea here.
Spill the tea.
I'm just gonna spill the tea.
Do you wanna simulate what we lived through for an entire week? Hey, let's toss a coin.
No, it was more like.
You're right. Oh, okay. You do the coin toss.
I do the coin toss?
The coin toss.
Heads or tails? Doesn't matter?
It's still up.
You got it. Then, what do you pick instantly?
That would be first pick.
Always.
Oh, Radiant.
At a point, I literally, they would flip the coin, it would land, they'd be like heads, and it'd be heads, and I'd be like, first pick. Radiant. Go sit down.
It has not wavered from that at all. That was the archetype of the entire last Tier 1 tournament, which was BB Dacha. Literally first pick into Radiant.
Every time.
I don't think I don't even, did we ever see a team pick Dire?
No,
willingly?
not once. And to be, to spill the tea, we were confused about the new drafting order, because to be honest, it's very different from anything you've ever seen in Dota.
Yeah.
So we asked a lot of people about it, on interviews and then also just behind the scenes to get opinions on it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of differing opinions on it. But the most important thing is first pick is very OP, and I think a large point of that is because you get the ban into immediate pick. So let's say exactly. So let's say I want to get Gyrocopter, right? And Ancient Apparition is, in my opinion, one of the best counters to Gyro. I can ban AA and then pick Gyro, and you can't respond to my AA ban and say, oh, it's so obvious you want to pick Gyro. I get to pick as well. And that happens twice for first pick. So that's something that we haven't seen before that is clearly very overpowered.
Yeah. Just to simplify it for those at home, you may think looking at the draft order that, second pick gets more bans in the first phase, and if you figure out which the OP heroes are, surely second pick, that bans more.
Yeah, extra ban, of course.
They get an extra ban. They're actually in advantage. They're not, because if you figure out who the OP heroes are and you get the ban into pick, you can get your free Pango on 8. You can get your free Gyro on 8. You can get your free Nature's Prophet potentially.
And ban out the one hero.
But not only that, Jenkins, it's not just first pick, it's the second phase. Because all of the bans are focused around that first phase, there's not really bans going to the second phase. You are open to picking what you want. So you get to close out, if you're first pick, you get to close out the second phase with the overall last pick of that phase, and there are no bans leading up to it. Just 1 or 2 bans for that phase overall on either side. So typically in the past, what we'd see for the second phase is you'd get a lot of the OP Medusas and Linas and TAs and what have you. Those would get taken out. But now, because all of the bans are focused on that first phase only, you can get your free Lycan, you can get your free Beastmaster, you can get your free whatever offlaner that's going to crush the game. You will see that often coming out on first pick, 18 pick overall, which is first picks closing out their second phase.
Yeah, the niche heroes always have their niche, rather than before when it'd be 1 out of every 10 games. You can always get the free Lycan.
I have a question. So you guys said that you're getting different opinions from different pro players, but you guys are also making it sound kind of a little bit one directional in the meta. So what were the differing opinions that you guys sometimes heard?
So for me, the consensus was first pick is overpowered, but the differing opinions were, is this good for Dota? Do we like this?
Okay.
A lot of them said that they liked it. A lot of them said that as it stands, they don't know how to deal with that first pick yet. So that's kind of where it differs. Do they like it or not? Yeah.
That's interesting because it's going to change over time, right? But the more tournaments happen, there's definitely much better teams in this tournament than the previous one. You're going to see teams at similar skill levels try to outsmart each other and finding a way around it. So that's really what solidifies that opinion in pro scene over time is who can win with what, and then the best teams, why are they doing what they're doing? Once you figure that out, that also makes you a very good team.
Another like aggregate opinion seemed to be that you can't just play one thing anymore because in that second phase, there's so many picks with no bans. So you have to be versatile on this patch, which I think that's always going to be good.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Just more diversity is fun.
And then why Radiant every single time? What's the logic there?
That's a good question. We're mostly trying to figure out the pick order.
There's more light. It's pretty.
I mean,
I mean, it's easier to pull on the off lane. It's easier to pull on the safe lane.
I mean, I think the safe lane easy camp pull
Yes.
on Radiant has always been really OP because you can pull like a small little null camp, and because the creeps are spending so much time trying to get through the trees, like only one of them will make it through, and it'll actually clear the entire wave. And that's like, and then the carries that you're supporting by doing that right now are like the Svens, the Gyros, the ones that's like if they're given a good game, they're going to 1v5. Doesn't matter if you have counters. A Gyro that has a free game is going to absolutely destroy you. And Radiant gives you that in your safe laner.
And I guess the Radiant Roshan later on is more important as well.
that's what I was going to point out is from what I've watched, it seems like the teams that play for the first Rosh, they often are ready to take it past that 15, like between the 15 to 20 mark when it's daytime and it's on the Radiant side. So I feel like that plays a big role. But not just that, you have that cliff spot by the Radiant safe lane, that like giant cliff spot that you can constantly play around and ward and de-ward in. That just makes it feel like the Radiant safe lane is overall safer for the carry.
That's a good point. That's always like the scariest moment when you're playing like a 5 or a 1 is that when you know that they're starting to play near your safe lane, it's so scary. There's so many different ways that they could approach it. If you're on Dire, you don't just get an easy way to like plant the ward and stop them from approaching. So I like that point.
And all the carries that would be protected by that ward are heroes that are worth protecting. It's ones that would be farming stacks in like the side jungle. Like some Venge will be stacking that side jungle, and then also you're going to be farming those two camps by the ward spot as well. So they're just running through the jungle, like cleaving down everything, and you can't really do that as easily on Dire.
Because you say like the choices were always very simple and even were the win rates reflecting the OP-ness of first pick / Radiant?
I will actually check for you right now if you guys want to chat about something else really quickly.
Yeah, because I mean, it's one thing for people to prefer that, and that's fine. It's another to have that. Like, let's say it's 65% win rate for first pick, then we know, like, okay,
Well, okay. Let me just say this before you look up the numbers. I think because first pick is so OP, and then the next team would take Radiant, and that was literally how every game went in BB Dacha, the win rate of Radiant might be lower just because of first pick being
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, does it even the playing field? Because the advantages that Radiant gives you are just as good as the advantage of
you're saying how
first
close
pick?
is first pick and Radiant rather than how close is Dire and Radiant.
Yeah.
Because we couldn't see how close is Dire and Radiant because first pick is so OP. Okay, cool.
And because you're saying everybody didn't go for Radiant first, they always go for first pick first.
Yes.
Like, does that reflect?
Everybody that took priority, had the first pick.
No, I mean, I find this very interesting. So I'm curious to see how it plays out. We have the stats.
I'm looking at pie charts over the shoulder, and
it's
confusing me.
Pie charts.
Interesting.
What is interesting?
What is interesting?
That is interesting.
Please, somebody tell me.
Radiant has like a slight advantage, like 52%. The pie chart doesn't have the numbers on it. Yo, Lee Merritt, you gotta.
So he's estimating
your mobile website, you gotta work on that. Spectral.gg. Shout outs to that though.
That is an amazing site.
What the hell does that mean?
I don't know. Guys, this is not compelling content.
She figured out. You click it.
Okay.
Wow,
We
what a
will
great
get
design.
the answers very soon, Purge.
Yeah, that sounds like good website design, but bad users using the website.
Being
Can be.
skewed on this side. What the heck does
Isn't that
Okay,
mean?
Purge, while they're figuring that out, can you talk to us a little bit about which heroes you...
Second pick has a 72% win rate? Dude, there's no way that's right.
That means Radiant also... What?
That means Radiant's like really OP, I guess.
You know what? I am with Purge on this one. We're going to see an even playing field with top tier teams. There's going to be less skewage on the
No. That was the Radiant ratio. That's the ratio of Radiant to Dire.
Just to let her talk.
So, hang on. The first...
Let me talk for a little bit, Effie.
Sorry, I figured it out. I clicked on it and I got the number.
Okay.
48%.
On what?
For first pick.
For first pick.
Yes.
That's not that good then.
That's not that great.
That's terrible. That's not even 50.
That's not terrible. That's 2% off of a passing grade.
Yeah, but that means it's even. That means that like it's like, oh, first book so OP, Radiant so OP. They're OP in even senses that we're gonna have even games. That's all I wanted to hear. Great. Now that we got that out of the way, I would love to know which heroes we're gonna see picked because you already mentioned Gyrocopter as one of the winners of the patch, if you will.
Sven.
Sven winner?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
He's been picked a lot and winning a good amount of games.
Yeah, he's the other carry.
Yeah, it's just Sven versus Gyro, because Sven is traditionally used to be a counter to Gyro because of his extra armor. Still the case?
Yeah, I think so.
So if both are in the pool, you want to pick Sven over Gyro?
No. Gyro is just
Gyro does not make
right.
it. He does not make it through first.
Okay.
If you let Gyro through, you deserve to lose. Unless you're first pick, then you pick Gyro. Then you also deserve to lose, but you'll win.
Yeah, he just feels, I feel like Gyro is more safe for the first like 15, 20 minutes of the game. If he's pressured a little bit, it's easier for him to like run into a camp and be like, flak everything quickly. Sven actually has to put like meat in the game. He has to sit there and hit the camps and have items to kill them quickly. Gyro just needs levels and he's basically good to go.
So Gyro's win rate in the last tournament, when he did make it through, is 56%. For a first pick hero, is ridiculous. That's a very high win rate. That's a very high win rate. I think the strongest thing about Gyro, outside of being able to take stacks, which seem to be very broken in this patch, it's that the flat cannon. Flat cannon is so hard to lane against. It's just, you never have to worry about this hero's laning. You don't play on kills, you just play on flat cannons. You push the lane into the enemy tower, and then you just go farm. Your support has free reign to ward, de-ward, to pull camps.
But Effie, what if you pull the hard camp against Gyro? What does he do?
Does he use flat cannon again?
He uses flat cannon and then kills you.
He kills you.
So yeah, there's not much of a response, unfortunately.
Invoker as well, that hero, you hardly ever see it go through the first phase, but he still seems to be the story of the patch.
Universal.
Very, very curious to see how our matches are going to play it out. But as you might realize by now, I have no idea what the clock says. Clock says we're late. And that's because there's some tech issues, but we're fixing those. But I figured, because we have those, I have some extra time. Because earlier, we got Effie and Purge on the couch, and we went straight to business. Straight for the Dota. And I didn't even get the chance to ask them how they were. So I wanna do that a little bit. Purge, how you been? You had a bit of a break.
I did have a bit of a break. It was nice. I was like, oh, I don't have to do anything for like a month. So I just didn't check my email. That was really irresponsible of me for a whole month. And then I realized, like, oh, I forgot. Anyways,
some people call that a holiday. That's what you do. You put on a notification.
A month is excessive.
Vacation,
okay.
dude.
You put on a notification, like the out of office. Purge can't come to the phone right now. He's on holiday.
Do you think if I don't check my email for a month that I'm like willing to like go set like a notification, let everybody know that I've been
I think you should next time around.
Because
that will make you feel good about.
But if it keeps working for a month, people are like, oh my god, this guy's really irresponsible. He's not back for a month.
You set the time when you will be back.
But then I didn't come back, so like, that's not just gonna be misleading.
I sent you so many emails.
You did? Oh my god!
I thought you were ghosting me, so I started sending more. I just put bots.
That explains all the ask for political donations that I got in my email. Those were you?
Yeah, and the Prince emails.
Of course.
Yeah, I signed you up, and also when I order pizza, I put his email in, and I say, sign me up for free offers. I want all the free offers that come from you.
This is why I don't check my email, because I'm like, there's so much garbage in there. Like, why would I sift through that? It would take too much time.
But what did you do in a month?
That's it. I just didn't check my emails. I just laid in my bed and didn't check my emails. No, I'm just kidding.
Awesome.
Just did me stuff, basically, relax, spend time with friends and family.
Sounds pretty good.
Did you walk your big fat dog?
She's not fat.
Is she not?
Actually, she's losing weight. Yeah, she's been on a diet ever since Jenkins made fun of her. Jenkins' orders, not the vet's. The vet was like, she's fine. But I was like, oh well, gotta make Jenkins happy. She's lost about like 8 pounds or something.
Not bad.
Yeah, she's doing okay.
Good, but you're refreshed and ready to go here.
Of course, I'm very happy to be here. Very excited.
You went through all your emails now?
Unfortunately, so many free pizzas. Actually.
How was your break been, Effie? Or maybe it wasn't as long, because obviously you just came back from an event.
It was good. It was nice. The event that I was just at was very interesting.
For what reason?
A lot of drinking to be had. I've never been allowed to drink on the job before. That was special.
Neither have I, but I've done it anyway.
Stop lying. He's not telling the truth.
I mean, he's not saying what.
It means
what
Jenkins juice.
Does he?
But how's your break been? Because I think before then you had a bit of a break.
Yeah, so in the summer in Jordan, it's probably my favorite time because my friends and family are all there visiting, so I could just get to see them all and just enjoy things. So I haven't enjoyed something in quite a while, so it's been nice to enjoy things.
Don't laugh at that.
What is that sort of thing?
Sounds like you've had nothing fun in months.
No,
you haven't had a good coffee.
You know, constantly you're having to go to the next job and thinking about that. And now she was finally able to chill and relax and enjoy things.
That's why Shiver is the host and not you, Purge. She understands.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
You're an analyst. Analyze that right now.
And analyze this, what I'm about to say. I've spent a lot of time, I don't usually like being outdoors, but I've been trying to stop and smell the roses recently. So when I have a chance to sit down outside, like if I'm watching a Dota game, I just try to watch it outside now instead of inside. So I got a lot of sunshine.
That's a good strategy, actually. Eat breakfast outside versus on the table in your living room.
Just off the grass.
Did you do that
off the grass?
When you were having your break?
No, but I really should have. I discovered it like a year ago, and then I promptly forgot about it. And I just went back to the same, like, sitting slunched over my kitchen table, staring at my phone for low-quality memes.
His dog eats his breakfast because it's a fat dog.
She does sometimes, yeah.
A big, thick dog.
Can we stop talking about dogs being fat? They're beautiful creatures, all right? We shouldn't bring body shaming onto our pets.
I agree.
Okay?
Don't clap to that, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Bob also has an obese dog, I guess.
Jenkins, how's your summer been?
How's my summer been?
Yeah.
Same as hers. I went to Jordan.
Nice.
Didn't see Petra because we were too busy playing Dota until 5 a.m.
Tell the truth.
What?
We took substances.
I can't say that.
You went to escape rooms, I heard.
Did go to escape rooms. Went to an underground club rave in an underground parking lot. It was like one of those raves that you need to know where it is to get in. And you need to know a guy that knows a guy that knows a guy to get you in.
And you knew the guy.
She has cool friends. She has really cool
guys that know guys.
Yeah.
They know some guys.
I was like, this person's the biggest degenerate I know. I thought I was going to go there and the friends would be...
Like very sweaty. Haven't taken a shower in 3 weeks.
Yeah, but they were awesome.
Very
We
good.
went to a club rave and...
What was your favorite thing about Jordan? Other than Effie.
My bubby.
Thanks, bub.
No, I said other than Effie because that's the cop-out answer.
Probably the Dead Sea. It hurts your fingernails and toenails to get in there.
But you went in there anyway?
Yeah, because it's so salty.
Yeah.
It's so salty.
How was the food?
The food?
All right, as somebody that's extremely picky with food, as Jenkins is, how was the food?
It was really good.
Oh, good.
It was like... I don't want to offend you by saying this. Can you please just promise you're not going to be offended?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, I've heard that tone before.
I mean, are you gonna say something about our food?
Yeah.
In a good way.
Well, I don't know.
Well, whatever. I won't say.
It's like there's a surprising amount of like Americanized. Like it. I was tricked. I thought it wasn't gonna be like American food, like North American food, but it's like truly degenerate. Some of the stuff you can get there, like gamer degenerate. Like we got these wraps. Can we get the camera on her? This is the judgment that I was. I'm speaking highly of the food.
You haven't yet.
No, I just don't understand you
Because
saying Americanized.
Let me finish. We got these wraps that it was like chips crushed up in cheese in like a little burrito, and it's from. You said it's from your dad's like old little village or something that he lived in. I don't know.
Is it crunchy?
It was crunchy. Yeah, it was delicious. It was like Taco Bell except good and didn't give me squirting diarrhea. That's the one that they said I could say that once per day, so that's my one.
Nice, you said per event, you idiot.
Per event? I didn't sign up for that.
All right, you're here.
Okay, I'm glad.
Come on, that was a raving review.
Sure, but we ate like in Jordan. We have access to lots of food because we're excellent cooks. But I mean, there's like the hummus and the shawarma, and like he just enjoyed the sandwich part of our.
I liked all of it. We had a falafel guy. Oh my god, we had this guy that we were playing Dota at a LAN center.
We're still waiting for the Dota to come on. By the way, this is all leading to something.
We played Dota at this LAN set, her childhood LAN center, which just reeks of cigarettes and Monster and just degeneracy, which is fucking awesome. By the way, I loved it. It was amazing. Everybody's just grinding Dota.
Get to the falafel.
The falafel. Okay, the falafel. The draft has started. I'll finish the falafel. We had a falafel guy that we went in and I tried the falafel and he gave me some free and I was so impressed by it. The next time we went, we were going to a gas station next door. He followed us in and gave me a bag of falafel for free into the gas station that's next door. He saw me from a distance. Yes. And I was like, dude, we got to go buy falafel from him. We got to do it.
Because they just gave you 2 free falafels.
How much falafel did you end up buying?
Like 6 sandwiches is like $2. But it's so good. It's crazy.
But you talked about the chips and the cheese wrapped in the tortilla first.
Both are good. Both are good.
We just have a lot of sandwiches.
Okay.
A lot of sandwiches, but we have a lot of other things also, healthy things, good things. Come to Jordan. We need the tourism. Help my country's economy. Thank you. All right.
All right.
All right. So we start off the draft. This is, I feel, where most of the draft occurs in this new drafting order. It's just the first few bands. That is where most of the talking is done. This is where all of the preparation is done because the second and third phases are just going to be reactionary since you can't really set up for them.
Yeah. These backwards from what you guys said.
What do you mean?
Is this a pattern difference?
This is yeah. I mean the and also the fact that 9pandas, they didn't want the gyro. Like usually, if your first pick, you would leave that in to bait the not banning of the hero, then getting it first pick.
Also, Team Liquid didn't play in the last tournament that we just attended, so maybe they're experimenting with what they like and what they don't like still.
It's a cool idea. I mean, they basically haven't done anything for a month online that's visible by the public, and I'm sure they've still been scrimming in prep for this moment with TI, especially around the corner. So can't wait to see what they cooked up.
Blitz also said, I think it was during one of the pre-game interviews in Riyadh, he said sometimes they legit just say we don't care. Like they take first pick, second pick, Dire Radiant because they have this philosophy that we just should be the better team. We should be good enough to we should have a strat prepared for whatever order. They given that they have 50 coaches, they have enough preparation.
And it's cool that they're so confident to do this because that means that they know that they're one of the best teams in the world. If they diversify their strategies early, they're going to have that ready to go, and it's going to be a huge advantage by the end of the tournament.
Yep.
Okay, so this doesn't really diverge too much from what is considered strong or not if you guys have watched the TI qualifiers or the last Bet Boom tournament. But what I do want to note is that this Doom that you see in the first pick, which we've seen throughout DreamLeagues this year, does not function the way that you see it anymore. This is now a position 5 flex. Some teams will play this on offlane, but the majority of Doom games that I watched in the last tournament, this was being played as a hard support.
It's good. It's actually really good.
Why do you guys think it's so good?
Just the healing reduction on Doom now, I feel like it's it really is something you can just throw out in a fight and you've done enough, So
would you say it's A was arguably played for the same reason? It'd be Ice Blast the right carry in a crucial fight moment. It's enough. So Doom can do it, but maybe lane even better than A.
I think also you have to look at the type of heroes that are being played right now. Doom still silences, right? So Brewmaster is countered by Doom. The carries are countered by Doom because they're both Sven Gyro. These are satanic heroes, and the healing reduction counters that. So Doom, that ability, I'm not saying the hero, counters a lot of the really OP stuff that's in the pool. So you pick Doom as a 5, get that ability off, and you're Gucci. That's all you need from him.
It's not just that, it's also just Doom's ability to eat creeps early game and then use them as a tool to harass. It's kind of like an Enchantress Light that's a bit tankier and has more utility for your team fights early on.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's interesting because I thought that when I saw the changes to Doom and it not muting anymore, I thought, okay, this is ridiculous if the carry just presses BKB and they're fine. But it's not really about whether or not this hero is going to become a core and solo kill people anymore. It's about what he can provide for your team. And he's always had a very utility-oriented item build anyway. There's a lot of adaptability. You didn't always have to go for the Blink Initiator type. You could have gone for Greaves. You could have gone for the Aura Builder. And it just feels natural that he found a place in the meta as a support hero now. With all of that being said, though, because it's still a flexible hero and it can still be a core, that's why it's found its way into the first pick again. And you see Dawnbreaker, who is the most popular offlane hero of the patch. She's just ridiculous. Her stats are very high. She just does so well on lane. you pair her with this Vengeful Spirit that just came out, and then you've got this really terrifying kill combination and a terrifying save ability. Not only you have the Dawnbreaker ulti to save whichever core you're going to buff up, you now have the swap to protect it later on. You have this Vengeful Spirit who's going to stack your camps the way we've talked about being really OP this game. So I think Liquid have a really solid start here.
The buffs to Venge about a month ago really did change the hero in a big way. She got way more stun duration, like 0.3 seconds of stun, so your laning stage feels better. Prior to that, she just felt like too slow, attack range was too low, her damage was fine, but like she didn't have enough stun duration to leverage it. And they also buffed Wave of Terror to reduce damage of your opponents.
You cannot trade with this hero.
You cannot trade with her, and it's so low cooldown. It has a permanent uptime when you've maxed it. You can just keep throwing it out. You will always have the armor reduction and that damage reduction on key targets in the team.
On a hero that's also universal. Like, I've seen Pause 5 Venges go for a few Wraith Bands, and they're legit, like, right-clicking hard outside of the laning phase.
And there's the other popular support of the patch. It doesn't have a great win rate, though it is still being picked a lot. The Warlock has been terrorizing your pubs with the Fatal Bonds and the little golems that have
Those
map
little
packs.
bastards, man.
Map packs, they know exactly where you are and they're running you. Very annoying.
They keep running at you.
I hate those things. It's so annoying.
I was told they give a lot of experience, so if you can last hit them in the early game, it's pretty good, but...
As far as trading goes also, you can obviously kill them, but Vengeful Spirit's attack range is so small that if they're facing on the lane, she will get harassed by those.
Yeah, and most offlaners are melee heroes as well. Yeah. So Warlock, you know, playing into... Everybody says, you just right-click them, and then I'm sitting there as like a Beastmaster. It's like, how? With my boar? What am I supposed to do here?
The classic 9 pandas pick the Alchemist.
Yep. Ramses God himself playing the Alch.
The thing about this 9 Pandas Alch is usually when you play Alchemist, you expect him to come online really early and just play an explosive game, but every time I see 9 Pandas play this Alchemist, they're playing for like that minute 50 mark, and that's where they win.
Yeah, butterfly timing or something.
They have some Kiyotaka Storm Spirit with like an Aghanim Scepter starting the fight, and the Alch comes in and just cleans up the entire thing. So in the past, when you would look at this hero as I'm going to hit my timings earlier, that's not really what it does anymore. It's just a late game hero, or in the hand of Ramses, that's what it seems to be.
I like the Earth Spirit here. I was kind of thinking, like, if you really wanted a hard counter Alchemist, you could pick some AA, you know, reduce the healing. But naturally building a hero that builds into Spirit Vessel, like I think picking that makes a lot of sense. It's likely going to be a mid-Earth Spirit, so he will get the Vessel very early on. And also, it's a hero that can hunt the Alchemist as he's trying to jungle. Whereas something like an AA, you know, that's not a hero that like invades your jungle. So Earth Spirit invades your jungle and builds the item that counters the healing that comes from Alchemist and the Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, another cool thing about this Earth Spirit is that when you have these heroes like Warlock who have their impact in the fights just by channeling their spells, having these heroes that can just simply take advantage of any support that's standing still, like a CM or a Warlock, you've got the Earth Spirit who can Rolling Boulder on top of them, and you've got the Dawnbreaker who's just going to one-shot this Warlock later on. So Liquid have a lot of heroes that can just clean up the backline.
And here's the probably Earthshaker mid.
Yeah.
It's very common these days. I see it in pubs all the time as well. It's just very good at accelerating and getting solo kills across the map. Once you get Blink Dagger, you get a quick Echo Slam kill. That transitions to an Ag Scepter. Then your supports have to like really worry about living because you just can't get away from him no matter how many items you have.
Yeah, this to me is like a borderline perfect Earthshaker pick.
Yes.
Because it hits Dark Willow in her Shadow Realm because it's ground targeted. Earth Spirit gets in there, so he's going to be a hero that can be easily echoed and stunned. Venge wants to swap people from the backlines. You can fissure the backline, prevent her swap. And Dawnbreaker's obviously going to get in there as well with her ult, or just in there with her abilities. Like, all of these heroes like to group up. All of these heroes don't like to be stunned in the backline. And Dark Willow doesn't like to be stunned with ground-targeted stuff. Like, it does not get better than this.
He's just so tanky, too. Yeah. This hero, at, like, minute 15, has 2k HP, and he's running around as a core hero. And they see the Earth Spirit that they declared was going mid because they paired with the Willow.
Yeah.
You can just pick this Earthshaker who's going to have a great lane versus
It's such an
Earthspirit
easy
mid.
lane.
Because Earth Spirit's still going to farm because of the buff on his Boulder Smash, and he's also tanky himself. So he's not under kill threat. But basically, if any melee hero approaches Earthshaker, he's just going to enchant totem you, smack you, and then chase you off. So he's got this free lane. And the thing about Earth Spirit mid is that this hero does damage, but he does it over time, right? Sure, you're pairing it with the Willow, who's going to cast Bedlam on Earth Spirit, which is a great combo, by the way, but he does his damage over time with Magnetize, and he does it by rolling in repeatedly, and he prefers these long fights, but so does Earthshaker. The new way people are playing Earthshaker mid with that first item Aghanims, he loves long fights, and he's super tanky, so it just seems like a very good matchup into Earth Spirit.
Do you guys think that there's enough disables to kill the Earth Spirit or the Earthshaker though? Because between like the Earth Spirit disables and the Bramble Maze and the Terrorize, like if he does make a mistake and get caught, I feel like they do have enough disable to pick him off.
You're right. They have enough lockdown.
Later on, but I would say that Earth Spirit is just gonna like destroy this early game though. Is that the Bramble Mazes, especially when Willow gets the shard and she's throwing them out on her Cursed Crowns also. Before that, this Earthshaker is going to be really hard to play into with that Aghanims because he's just going to be proactively going on these supports instead of being locked down by them.
With that said, though, I do really like Team Liquid's first 4 heroes. I think it addresses the Alchemist well, the Warlock heal, the Doom. They can save against whoever gets Doom between swap or like pushing or kicking somebody away with the Boulder Smash on an allied hero. So they've got really good stuff going for them too. We'll see what they get with their last pick here.
And this Darkseer looks horrific for Liquid as well, right? Because not only do you have the pairing with the Earthshaker and the Alchemist, but you have something that just regardless of whatever carry last pick you're going to have here on Liquid, he's just going to jungle and cut waves at some point. So it doesn't even matter. This hero is too strong right now to the point where if you counter him on lane, it doesn't make that much of a difference. There's always space for him to come back through all of the million camps on the map.
That's a decent response, though. The PA doesn't necessarily make this... I mean, the illusions are a little scary, but you don't buy that many stat items on the hero, so the illusion's not going to hit the absolute hardest. You can blink strike to get away from the Ion Shell chase and things like that. And if you do lock down the Earthshaker, this brings them some very much needed physical damage, so you can actually pick off those important heroes when you catch them.
The PA Venge as well, that's a fairly common combo that we're seeing for the laning phase. You know, you reduce the armor, jump onto the hero with the PA, you've got the stun, you've got the slow, like you can dagger into stun, into dagger, and like they will die. And it's a Doom Darkseer lane. That's pretty abusable, especially if Boxy rotates on the Willow as well. Like that is going to be a kill.
I would say so too, but on the other hand, I think 9 Pandas, I'm going to bat for them actually because I think their safe lane is very secure. I think their mid lane matchup is excellent for Kiyotaka, and this Darkseer just seems like such a broken hero in the patch that even if he does suffer on lane, he can just put this Iron Shell on the Doom who can then rotate to Liquid too. It doesn't have to be we're thinking about how Liquid can rotate. 9 Pandas can also rotate. And I just think that 9 Pandas have more experience playing on this patch right now than Liquid do. So I'm pretty comfortable with their draft. I think Liquid has good things going for them, but I mean 9 Pandas just seems like they hit the meta on the head here with these picks.
Okay, we're gonna find out. It's the first game of DreamLeague Season 21, and we're heading over to our wonderful commentary duo of OD Pixel and Fogged.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the 9 Pandas to go up against Team Liquid. I'm OD Pixel here with Fog, and I'm looking forward to this one here now, Fog. We've got some kind of different approaches with the lineup, but sort of Mira said, very much feeling that Nine Pandas have a bit more of a meta approach. Liquid, it's the Liquid stuff, but it is backed up by one of the scarier carries on the patch, right?
Absolutely.
You get this PA in as the last pick, and a lot of a great supporting cast that in these team fights should be able to set up heroes for Mickey to jump freely from one to the other if they can get it rolling. The question is if they can, because the team fight from Nine Pandas could be pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, I think Liquid, if they can get to the point where they're able to get these constant like resets inside of the fights, and that's how the fights actually happen, where they're not just getting wombo combo and exploded, then they can have some fruition, because they are pretty elusive also too, right? There's an Earth Spirit and a PA versus what you could say can be looked at as some limited stuns. Most of the disable and most of the pressure, I feel like, for Nine Pandas is going to be on Kiyotaka, which he can definitely, he can definitely do excellent on an Earthshaker. This hero right now is on the rise and has been in the mid lane for some time, so he could be that control factor versus the Earth Spirit and versus the PA. But yeah, explosive team fight wombo combo from Nine Pandas. Liquid, more gradual kind of fights that build up.
Here we go, ready. Battle around the bounty runes. They're trying to focus now. Solo first, but the concoction's out in time to hold back Zai. Solo's going to be able to step back. Back in the river, it's Antares that's going to be the first to get low. He's running away here, Zai. Not quite able to finish him as the Fairy of Fire comes into play to save Antares. Kiyotaka also going to take a bit of a beating, but they won't quite be able to bring him down. So a fair bit of damage traded there, but no first blood to be found.
No first blood. Both mid laners starting incredibly low. This is the matchup I've been wanting to see.
Oh, yeah. Earth Spirit versus the Earth Shaker. You know, who does the Earth better?
I'd imagine the Earth Spirit should be able to farm still, but I'd imagine that the Shaker's going to get a bit more denies with that totem constantly. But let's see how Nisha plays around it too, because playing versus melee heroes, you can do some funny stuff, kick them into tower, mess with them, and everything too. So let's see how that matchup ends up fully going.
This is going to be a hot one to see. And definitely from Liquid's side of things, a lot of potential for early movements, early rotations.
Yes.
Of course, Nisha being an Earth Spirit on the mid. And we know that Boxy, he's going to be up and down the lanes through those portals to look for opportunities.
Mickey wants to kill.
Yeah, they're trying to bring down Miro, but Mickey's taking a lot of damage in return. Antares, he's just going to start running him down. And Liquid, they bit off a bit more than they could chew there, as it's going to be first blood going to Antares as Mickey oversteps his mark, trying to go a little too aggressive there, Liquid. They underestimate the turnaround potential of the Pandas.
That was, it looked like maybe miscommunications. Insania starts backing away for a second. Mickey's like, no, we're committing, and yeah, you're gonna have to make which choice you want to do. You have to full commit if you're gonna go for that Iron Shell plus Scorched Earth. Tons of damage, so gotta watch out. First few waves looking pretty hot. Ramses, I actually think he's just gonna be fine down here because he has a Warlock. You know, it's a very pressure-heavy lane usually with like the Dawnbreaker +1, but Warlock, maybe he'll die once or twice, but he's gonna get from Nisha.
Oh my goodness, he's in trouble!
Fairy Fire.
Okay.
He's all right.
He's gonna be all right, only just. He's living on the edge.
Look at these denies, though, already from Kiyotaka. He's at 4.
Somebody is going to die in this mid lane.
Kiyotaka wants him.
Yep. Oh, my goodness. He's got him. I mean, it almost felt inevitable there for Nisha. He was living far too close to the edge there. He gets punished.
That level 1 engagement definitely making a big difference, even though Kiyotaka's low. This Earthshaker. This hero has really been, on the rise for quite some time. I know we got to see Armel playing it for some time when he was playing with Secret before all these changes and patches and everything like that. So I really love to just see it, even though it's gotten nerfed a little bit. We know the 15 talent got moved around, and same thing with that 20, but this hero just seems to be pretty damn absurd, especially if you get off to a good start. And
absolutely.
He's off to a great one.
Cannot underestimate how hard the slaps hit with that enchant totem.
They have a pretty snowball-heavy draft as well, too, on Nine Pandas. Like, Liquids, if they can get to the point where this PA is able to get farm, you get levels and everything, sure, you can see the power of it. But Nine Pandas, if this Alchemist gets his Radiance time in, this Darkseer gets his mech, and they get an early item on the Shaker, they could just take over the entire map. So Liquid has to have these lanes go a little bit better in these next few moments.
For sure, because so far it looks like the setup's been great for Nine Pandas.
Yeah.
It's just ended up with a top lane that can't really, I guess with that first blood, definitely made it a lot more difficult, be punished by a PA Venge duo, which can normally have a lot of potency, but against these two, if you give up first blood like that, you're going to be playing on the back foot, and the combination of the turn and potential of the Scorched Earth and the Iron Shell, it's just not going to be a fun time for Mickey to lane into.
No, it's absurd damage, and they're actually trading farm completely between the two of them, Miro and Antares. They've actually 8 CS on the Darkseer, 7 on the Doom, so they'll be splitting that one. PA starting to recover in the farm there, but yeah, that death definitely does hurt quite a bit. How's the other lane looking? Nisha,
he's going to try for a bit of a move here.
He might just go down. Oh! It's close. He's got another kick. Now Kiyotaka.
All right, Nisha, he's got it. He says you can fool me once, but you won't fool me twice. Second time round, Nisha with the turnaround play. Same time, top lane. Getting aggressive with the dive here. Antares and Miro getting onto Insania, but Antares, he'll go down.
He didn't
Stania's going to be fine.
I guess the stun too long. He had the healing Lotus and a stick, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't actually get it off in time on that Doom.
All right, a little bit of revenge from Liquid on both the mid lane and the top lane with those kills.
And, you know, it's early pickings, but, you know, you're saying they want these lanes to go pretty well for themselves so they don't get snowballed. That does reestablish things perfectly for themselves. Got a little cute kick there from Nisha.
Nisha, definitely, definitely sending Kiyotaka a message here.
He's still, I mean, Nisha's still going to struggle. The kill was beautiful, like, and it's a nice little, like, outplay kind of thing there, but look at these denies. 11 on the Shaker. There's nothing you can do as an Earth Spirit versus an Earth Spirit.
You don't think we're going to see Kiyotaka go down in a similar fashion?
No.
Again, in that mid lane matchup.
Now that they're both reset full HP, they're going to have the bottle refills. The whole scenario of them dying, I feel like, is just because they started at less than half HP.
Bottom lane.
Sorry.
What they can do here, they are linked together, so the Fatal Bonds is going to tickle down Boxy a little bit on the side.
Oh, look at this lane. The green cloud and the brown cloud.
Oh, that
don't want to play in this one.
You don't want to sniff that either.
Oh, no.
A nasty duo.
Nasty duo and a very comfortable one, as we've seen. I feel like 9Pandas is the only team that picks Alchemist.
Zai's still pretty low.
Whoa.
Ramses is going to get off another good concoction. The Fatal Bonds there was down as well in time from Solo System. Just excellent damage being thrown out by 9Pandas.
I like that we actually see a rotation early.
Top lane, Insania, he's gone. We'll see if Nisha can recover this team, get something in return.
Missed the kick.
See if they can still manage to stay on top of Antares. Mickey jumping forward. I should be able to get this one. He'll turn, slam him down once more with the blade. But indeed, Antares will fall. Nisha, he'll take the kill. He made the effort of the rotation. He'll take the last hit on it.
Good move. Wanting to avoid that mid matchup a little bit more, it's starting to become pretty impossible for him. So moving around, Ramses,
he
nice
is
stun.
able to just get the vision around the trees there to get that stun out. And in fact, they're going to bring in a TP in, see if Liquid kind of get baited by the fact that Ramses is low. Kiyotaka in with a rotation, Fatal Bonds out, and the two of them, Zai steps back in looking for Ramses. Ramses will get taken down. Kiyotaka will drop the slam to make sure that they get Zai, and indeed on the side, Boxy as well. So they'll lose the carry, but Kiyotaka making sure that with his presence, they take out the two of them. A couple of bounty runes that is available as well. Kiyotaka off to a hot start here from the mid shaker.
Yeah, he's kind of the one that has to, I feel like, for the team in order to make sure that this game keeps in control for them so they can get some type of snowball. So nice rotation. Nisha, of course, doing the same thing. He's got his urn finished up. A great game for this early Vessel rush.
Yeah.
He's playing versus kind of all tanky bruisers, right? He's playing versus Shaker, Darkseer, Doom, and Alchemist. So very value Spirit Vessel game if he does want to go down that route.
Yeah, we're going to see an explosive game. Yeah. I mean, we already are from both of these mid players.
Yeah, now that top lane, yeah, that one death, it hurt a little, but it's now back to complete free farm for this PA.
Get in for this. In with a hammer. Still the... Might be in a bit of trouble actually. Nah, he's gonna be fine. Solo.
Do they get the Willow? Does he find Solo? No.
Not quite able to clip him. Solo.
Good try.
Casually walks away. Starbreaker, unfortunately for Zai, still on a couple of second cooldown when he went for that move.
At this farm, yeah, PA only 200 or 300 gold behind the Alchemist.
Good farm.
So that's pretty solid. It's all just because, yeah, that first death thought it would actually cause some bigger issues up here, but no, he's been able to just hold his own. And we know how scary PA is in this current patch at the moment. Sure, Alchemist, only 9Pandas really plays. It still has its timings that it can hit, but PA, if she hits her timings later on, good luck with that.
So we can go for Antares here. Set up with the magic missile.
Nice
Catch the three of them in with a neutral stun. Surge is there, but the crit it's there as well. Mickey takes down Antares. More money for the safe lane PA, who, as you drew attention to, just at this stage of the game, 7 minutes, only 200 gold difference between, the PA and the Alchemist.
Big deal.
That feels pretty good for the PA.
Definitely. I wonder if they plan. Whenever I see like pro players get that stun off from the Centaur, it looked like Insania was kind of hoping for. Like he ran toward him to make sure that they would have stomped them to get that kill. So that was kind of cute. How are the stacks looking? Looks like we are going to start getting some stacks ready. I would imagine that 9Pandas, they want to get more stacks early this game to get that Alchemist online as fast as possible.
Hello. He'll take the shield rune. I'll try and take his life in return, but backup is coming in. And indeed with that shield rune, of course, Solo able to live a little longer. Slam.
Little off the mark.
It's still going to allow them to kill Insania at least, but they've lost one and they may just lose Kiyotaka on the shake here as well. See if Nisha's got the kick on control. He is. Straight in with the smash. Rolls in. Nisha, they'll take out the two of them. So 9Pandas, they chose to try and fight that. And yeah, they pick it up with the shield rune. It doesn't end up going in their favor at all. They lose two heroes, only take down one.
Yeah, but another move.
More, yeah. Quick rotation for Nisha up towards the top lane. Mickey's in with the dagger. It's going to turn into a triple kill here for Nisha.
All right.
Excellent rotations here on the Earth Spirit.
That's the Vessel done. This is a 9-minute Vestal going to be finished on this Earth Spirit versus these tanky cores. This is gonna unlock the game completely here for Liquid to keep going for these aggressive plays, make any type of rotation. And Kiyotaka, that Echo Slam completely off the mark. It actually gets him killed.
Didn't do much at all, if anything.
Yeah, and yeah, this is now huge for this PA who's just behind this Alchemist. So stacks, I think those stacks are going to be super important now for 9Pandas to make sure that this
look at Mickey. He's up and down the map. He's going to turn up on the bottom lane. Comes in, they get the setup. Mickey, he's going to get involved in another kill. They take out Solo.
Scary stuff.
It's it. They're playing fast here, Liquid, and
it moves fast.
For a team like 9Pandas that have this Alchemist, you've got to imagine this map. It's going to get scarier and scarier for Ramses to actually find space to farm in. Liquid, they're getting a little bit out of control.
Yeah, I think the next move for Kiyotaka has to work. Otherwise, stuff is going to start looking pretty problematic. Because look at how quick they're moving around the map. It's just easy for their heroes.
They might still get Miro here. He's going to have to drop down the wall defensively. The Doom as well.
But he's
going to be popped onto Mickey. Mickey's just got to be able to try and escape his own illusion. To be able to survive this one, and I think he should be able to. The Doom damage...
It's close.
It's going to be fine.
Oh, it has him.
Oh, okay. He's not. They got him. Miro will at least manage to take down Mickey in return. So make the best of a bad situation there for sure. Liquid, they put a lot of effort into that, but Miro able to recover something out of that by putting Mickey sort of streak to an end. He was up and down the map. He was getting away with a lot, this PA. He needed to be punished.
Absolutely. It's super worth it. Even if you die there, it's worth it because you're playing this PA versus Alchemist timing kind of thing, right? So you're delaying the PA a little bit. Perfect. Let your Alchemist get back at that timing set so he can get that Radiance, get the ball rolling, get everything online. And yeah, look at these movements. I mean, it's crazy for both mid laners. Have been super active, but Nisha having a little bit better of a time with his last few movements. And yeah, he's got that Vessel done. So he has kill threat across the board on almost anybody now. Kiyotaka still not quite there for his blink that he's had to go for the rush of.
Yeah, of course, that's going to be the next big power spike for Kiyotaka. And fortunately for him as well, will fall in line by the looks of it with him getting his Echo Slam back off cooldown.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Cooldown 40 seconds, 200, 300 or so gold from the Blink Dagger. Should be able to time that nicely for some sort of smoke play. I mean, where are you going to sort of be looking to go when you're the Shaker once you have the Blink Dagger done? Is it you and both of the supports making a smoke move? What's the least obvious thing they can do to try and catch Liquid by surprise with timing?
I think right now I would say ideally try to get Solo as level 6 and then look to make the play with the Echo Slam off of that and just play with the Warlock plus the Earthshaker. And then you can try to bring trickle some people afterwards. But I think you want Ramsey just to get space. So I don't think you want to overcommit too many rotations right now, but yeah, at least make a move with the 2 when you get those 2 timings would probably look pretty nice.
Because that's the thing, right? Now, I don't think Ramses is going to be too unhappy with this early start of the game. There's been a lot of chaos. He himself's only died the once, but he's in a good position. The concerning thing in the overall outlook of the game is just the fact that Liquid, they're not in a bad position. They're right behind him.
And my worry is really that I think they actually really address this Warlock. Sometimes Warlock can just have this absolutely free game that we've seen, and you just sit in the back, you're spinning your soup, it goes great. They have so many ways to get on Solo.
They do.
This Earth Spirit is always going to be a nuisance, same thing for the PA, and yeah, lots of different scouting mechanics, and Liquid's not looking to slow down by any means. With this timing, with this Vessel, they want to go, go, go.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly hard for Solo to find the safe positioning in these team fights. Liquid, they're going to be hunting him down and looking to get that quick pick to start things off. They'll look to go for Ramsey. He's able to get the Chemical Rage off.
He is very dead.
Indeed, with the backup of the Solar Guardian coming in from Zai, there's not a chance for the poor old Alchemist. He goes down.
This is like the Liquid when they were playing with the Nature's Prophet in the off lane. Like they played it all last year, pretty much every single game. This is very similar with the Dawnbreaker. You just always have that third hero, that plus that comes in for your rotation. So now the PA's timing, it's going to get to quite a bit recovered here since that Alchemist is dead. He's got time to farm and let's maybe be able to get some tower damage.
Let's see what they can do with this. It has to be something big.
But Solo's still not even 6, is he?
Not quite.
Still hasn't even gotten it on the Warlock.
He's one creep away.
Okay.
So maybe if they can do something with getting a creep off this top wave, and then looking to kind of team up with Kiyotaka, they can go for something big with that Blink Dagger play.
This is a funny game where it's a lot of it's going to be determined just like about these fights and kills because the tower pushing on both sides is extremely lackluster.
Just got to watch this as well. I mean, Kiyotaka's very close to this Dire Ward that is just about to expire, so I'm wondering if he's going to step in and they'll see him. I mean, either way, they're probably going to expect that Kiyotaka is going to be coming at them with a Blink Dagger. We'll see how Liquid prepare for this.
I mean, Liquid's just chilling and farming because Dawn ult is down right now. So they're like, okay, if they want to pressure this top tower, let's maximize. You see that everybody on the map on Liquid's farming. 2 people jungling, 2 people showing in lanes, so just trying to get as much. And you're seeing the gold reflect that. It's jumping between that 1 to 2K, and they're the ones versus the Alchemist. So they're they're choosing to sack this tower since that Dawn ult's down.
Attacker, that's the
tugged
Blink
it.
Dagger reveal. He sees a chance, an opportunity to jump boxy in the mid lane. He settles for that one. Goes in and gets
Cool with
the
that.
support kill with the Blink Echo Slam.
Why not? Game is getting slowed down. Just wants to find something, get himself back online since he did have that one with Echo. And he's top net worth, so still having a great game. It looks like it should be a fun kind of both teams hitting their timings kind of thing, though. And let's see how much, though, 9Pandas is going to push the envelope, though, to pressure once they've got this Alchemist with the Radiance and stuff like that. Let's see if they do feel like they actually are on a bit of a timer versus this Liquid draft, or if they feel like they can actually just play versus it anyway, getting that farm going, because they do have that ridiculous teamfight wombo combo always.
They do. If they hit the wombo combo, it's going to be pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
Antares, it's going to be spotted out by Nisha. In with the roll, gets the kickback. Not a chance for the Doom, as Liquid get an easy pick.
A cool, nice item build, too. Looks like Nisha is going to be going down the route of just that Blade Mail. I think we've been seeing more and more Blade Mails. I was wondering if Zai was going to do it also, but maybe not wanting to double dip so much into mid-game items.
The Echo.
Yeah.
I mean, you can
do Echo Blade Mail. It's really good, but I think since Nisha's doing the Spirit Vessel Blade Mail, then maybe Zai wants to go for more of like that BKB style. We'll see, though. Dawn ult is back up. Let's see if they set up a gank onto him down.
They're going to try and go for Zai. See if they got the damage to do so. Walls down, in with the Acid Spray and the Concoction, and yeah, Wakir Taka helping out as well.
Nice.
And helping out, grab the final touch on the kill. They'll take him down in the mid. Doom has been dropped down onto Nisha. He's going to start stepping away, and Stania will throw his body in to sort of just create a distraction to make sure that they're not focused on chasing down Nisha. It does mean he dies, but of course Nisha is then given the space to survive through that Doom. He'll live.
Yep. Good old bench things. I think he just swapped him out of position there, so he's actually able to survive. That's 2 big ults.
There's Doom and a Golem drop.
That's 2 of them, yeah. So they only get really the 5 position. They get Zai down bottom, but overall, say Liquid not the most fuss. But either way, I mean, 9Pandas, they're happy because anytime that they get these type of kills and stuff, they open up the map for Ramses. Now he's got his Radiance online.
Yeah. I mean, both carries, they've got the farming item pretty much in sync there in that same sort of couple of seconds. PA with the Battle Fury done, Alchemist with the Radiance online.
I gotta be honest. I'm really happy when we don't see this Gyro and Sven in the pool, because this is active. It's 22 kills,
it's a good game.
14 minutes, it's super fun. I feel like when we've had these Gyros and Svens that I've seen recently, it's just ancient farming and ancient farming and ancient farming.
It is a little bit.
We're getting blessed right now with some nice action, which, I mean, should crescendo into some really cool team fights from both sides, since we have so much wombo combo.
I mean, that's the thing, but which way would you... Who is in the better spot right now?
It depends on who's... I think Vision is super important in this game. If Liquid gets the jump and they're able to just, like, delete a Warlock or something, let's say, out of the team fight, they're likely to win. And then it'll spiral, right? But if 9Pandas gets the jump, then it's probably them just dominating the fight, because they're just going to delete maybe more than one hero at a time.
Let's have a look, see if they're ready for this one. I mean, Antares is in a pretty decent spot to sort of put to an end any smoke movements, and indeed, he's out with the blink. And this little movement from Liquid won't get anything. Good,
I love
good
that
awareness from Doom.
Yeah, and I love that he didn't. No funny business. No, like
he's out.
No small items in between. He just tranquil blink. I think this is really important for him because initiation is so big in this game. He has to get these jumps and grabs. So I think that's actually a really good choice by him to do so.
I mean, when you sort of have Liquid coming at you in a sort of 3-man, 4-man, let's see Solo maybe still get caught out as he tried to head over to do a bit of ward control on the area. He'll indeed get punished for this. The Blade Mail on Nisha. See the backup coming in from Zai as Nisha and Zai will turn to go aggressive straight onto Ramses, and they completely and utterly destroy him. Ramses is dead.
Nisha's
no
out of
fight
control.
to be had here for 9Pandas.
He is on. He's got 8 kills. He wants another.
Mickey's able to set up on the high ground, lines up for Nisha to roll in and get the setup onto
Godlike.
Kiyotaka. At just 15 minutes in, insane stuff. You know, Nisha. I feel like we have these games for Nisha, right? He'll give up a bit of an awkward kill in the 1v1, and then he just goes full god mode.
You know, he tells you he wanted to. That was a reset. You know, he just needed to reset.
You know, he's waking up,
doing his thing.
You know, probably just playing with one hand, chill it. You know, and now he's ready to go.
He just got all these kills. He's like, you know what? I'm getting a Midas.
Oh.
I don't even hate it that much. He literally just got 2,000 free gold in the fight.
Dude, the man's got an arcane rune in his bottle.
I think.
I got an arcane rune. I'm gonna buy a Midas, pop that, get the reduced cooldowns. You know, Nisha, he's here to make money.
I think this is pretty devastating now for 9Pandas. Like the timing has been kind of shot there for Ramses. PA is pretty much same net worth. So quickly these. Maybe it feels like for 9Pandas, unless they have like a perfect wombo combo happen, Liquid's gonna kind of take over this map now. It feels like with how active they can be with Nisha. How much he's been able to do as this Earth Spirit.
There we go, yeah, Arcane Rune, use the Midas. Well, I wait for a
he
big
wants
creep,
a better
of course,
creep.
You know, he's got a lot of time still.
It's spawning in 2, 1. Oh, beautiful. Let me see. Oh, yes.
Lovely stuff. This man's going to be making some money.
Even more value, 17 minutes, so he gets the free tier 2 and the arcane rune. Everything is mathed.
That is when you secure Midas as a third item as a mid-earth spirit. And under no other situations. This man's a professional.
Maybe he actually did think about the timing as well.
I think he did. The timing, the arcane, everything. All the stars aligned there perfectly for Nisha. And he's good to go. This Earth Spirit's going to be a huge problem for 9 Pandas.
I'm also mentioning the Midas because I actually think levels are massive on Earth Spirit. That's why. It's like, yeah, you get this extra gold and stuff like that, but the levels, this hero has some crazy talents now. Like the magnetized damage is ridiculous. If you ever get to 25, it's GG. You know, you have this magnetized undispellable, you get your Kaya Sanj. Everyone's taking like 200 something damage a tick or something like that. So, and that's way later down the lines, but let's see how 9 Pandas can reestablish things. They've got all their ults ready. Liquid is ready to fight. Let's see if 9 Pandas can actually look to take anything for themselves here. I think they might wait for Ramses' BKB, but waiting and waiting, just as we see, just doesn't feel good. Liquid playing faster on the map, and they're the ones with the PA and the Venge that scale super hard.
We're still yet to sort of see 9 Pandas be able to find a situation in which they're able to just go as a 5v5, get the wombo combo off. But most of that down to the fact that Liquid, they've just been constantly striking at them and not giving 9 Pandas a chance.
Hello.
He's out with the blink, but Insania is there waiting for him.
Oh, and it's right next to Roche.
And he is very, very dead. Another kill for Nisha.
I think they just... Can you actually commit for the Roche pretty soon? I think you might be able... PA's not in the area, but I think they can pretty soon.
They'll need the PA for it, though, right?
They absolutely need the PA, yeah.
You got to have the full squad going for this one.
Yeah, but what
lineup they have?
Venge has what? Medallion, level 4 Wave of Terror, so maybe they'll wait until it moves toward the bottom side, get some vision set up. But pretty soon, that Roche is going to be on the menu for Liquid.
Yeah, at the same time, I guess there's no real rush for it because it's not like 9 Pandas lineup's going to be doing and taking a Roshan anytime soon.
9 Pandas needs to just win team fights. That's like literally the entire thing that their draft is made for. It's a Venge.
He loves to echo slam the support.
Okay.
I don't know if that's going to be enough. The rest of the team's combo is coming in. Wall has been dropped.
Doom's down.
Dropped the Doom, but they've lost key attacker. They're definitely going to lose Antares as well. They get, they get Niche from return, but they need more than this 9 Pandas.
Where's Ramses? They need Ramses down here.
Zai's going to be able to pull himself out of this one with the hammer. Bramble dropped down as well to control the Dark Seer Mirror, trying to surge forward, but another connection with the root means that he won't be able to chase down Zai. It's a 2 for 2.
It's a lot committed. It's everything, though. That was literally everything from 9 Pandas to just get these 2 heroes. And Mickey is just like, okay, now when they respawn on the side of Liquid, it's go time. Now they can actually just go straight for the Roche. Now there's no ultimates ready for the side of 9 Pandas, so these Echo Slams, I think two or three times now, the one in the mid lane when he first revealed the blink, I was very happy with that one. This bottom one, I guess they're feeling that pressure. They're just trying to find something to happen, but that can't feel that great. Even though they got Nisha at the end of it all, it
took everything. Literally the wall, the golem.
Everything.
The Doom. The everything.
The everything.
The slam.
Yep.
That was a rough one.
Did Mickey change the build? I was waiting to see if he goes to Deso now. He did actually still go for the BKB, so still being a bit careful, I guess, because it is all that Wombo combo, all that big team fight, but...
I mean, we're seeing already, honestly, I think he's still going to shred through heroes without having to get the Deso.
And he's got Venge.
Turn up with the BKBs, exactly. They've got ways to buff up.
Yep. I think Venge just unlocks every... I think Venge is... most broken support.
You'd say maybe even on a higher tier than some of the other supports we were seeing getting banned out in the first phase?
You don't have to do anything. That's the thing about Venge. You just cast a Wave of Terror in the team fights and your job is done most situations, so just feels phenomenal. And yeah, they're set up for the Roche. Ult's still pretty much completely on cooldown there for 9 Pandas, so should just be a free one here for the side of Liquid to get this.
Yeah, you don't contest this?
No. Suicide if you do. How's the Philosopher's Stones looking? Looks like we got the one on the Willow. How about 9 Pandas? Any? No. I mean, their timing is totally shot, and I think they're probably feeling it as well, too. They wanted to be... I feel like they wanted to be the ones of the dictators of the pace in the early game. Getting that Radiance, getting the Earthshaker Blink, getting that timing going with their auras and stuff like that. I think Liquid just played so fast with the way that Niche has played that it's caused some issues. 9 Pandas, they still have the Wombo combo, but now playing into this Aegis, it's going to cause some bigger issues, and they have to get the big connections.
They have to start the fight in a manner that sort of allows Ramses to be the last one to enter into it, right?
Yeah.
If this out goes in first, with how far Liquid's cores are, to a comparable sense to this Alchemist at this stage of the game, the Alchemist will get deleted if they get in on top of him, especially if they catch him when he's sort of silenced or such and stunned before he can get that Chemical Rage off. Obviously, he does have the BKB, and he's making good steps towards the AC.
He needs
again.
it,
you know, his farm's not bad, but Liquid's farm is super close behind him.
I just haven't felt the Darkseer like so much. Like, yes, his walls have been pretty impactful, but I haven't felt him too much of being able to get involved.
They're going to go for the 4-man smoke, see what they can catch.
Let's see.
Got their eyes on Zai.
Is here.
The swap's there. Zai's going to be able to step out to the side. They'll fear back the two of them. At least, you know, this time it was only one ultimate thrown out.
But it's a Doom wasted. Liquid's going to look to probably re-engage.
They're going to try and get their hands onto Antares. Nisha.
He's got Aegis.
He's going to get caught by the stun. Indeed, happy to tank off as much as 9 Pandas throw at them at this stage. He's in again. And this time, rolls forward, catches on the mirror. There's the slam of the wombo this time. Will wipe out the two of them plus the Aegis.
He's still Fissure too.
See Nisha for round 2. See if they can take him out. Fissure into the concoctions. Guardian heal from Zai is coming in, and it's enough to allow Nisha to roll away. He'll survive off the back of that Aegis. Kiyotaka tries to jump forward with the Enchant Totem, but Nisha will get out of the fight. Back in the center of it all. I mean, Mickey's got the BKB. He's good to try and play aggressive, sort of jumping 1 versus 4 here. He might regret this one. As
he could be in trouble.
He's able to find the backline, gets him with the stun on the Zai. Zai's gone, and now Mickey with no BKB. Liquid, they've absolutely lost this fight. 9 Pandas, they're back in the game.
All it takes is one Echo. So much wombo combo team fight. They get it. Ramsey's actually the one who gets those tips. He just shows up. He's like, I clean up duty. Sounds good.
The dream here for the Alchemist. Very well set up, and indeed, the Echo Slam coming into play and sort of baited in. I think Liquid may have got a bit too excited off the back that the Doom was used, and they had this Aegis. They wanted to try and force it, but they underestimate the fact that even with the Doom gone, there's still a lot of team fight that potentially you've got to be aware of with this Darkseer Earthshaker.
I mean, Kiyotaka deleted 3 heroes, right? He got rid of that. He finished off the Aegis, took out the 2 supports, and then he still had Fissure ready. So he got the secondary lockdown. Couldn't ask for a better moment there.
Check it out again here.
And Liquid is so ready for the swap too. And then they just, I guess, re-engaged a little bit too early. 9 Pandas just blast them through it.
Yeah, the call's definitely been made here because the Doom was used. And, you know, Nisha, he feels powerful, and understandably so with that, but his KDA so far this game wants to go in, use this Aegis to full potential. But at this point, nobody's got any sort of tabs on the Shaker. Kiyotaka, he's ready to jump.
Yeah, look, it's picture perfect too. It's all 3, boom, gets him as the vacuum comes out.
Excellent stuff there from 9 Pandas, and very much needed. Another bad team fight, and 9 Pandas, they would be in a terrible position.
I love how we got it now. Going completely back and forth. Now Miero, he's got a pipe, so extra protections versus all this damage too. And I think the AC is now done for Ramses too, so
I mean, they look good to go again. Doom's back up. They've still got the wall. Let's see what they can find here, 9 Pandas.
Let's see if they get that big connection here. They're stalking this Dawnbreaker Zai. Can he get away?
Yeah, they've just hit Liquid super hard. They want to continue to try and break them, but the BKB is there. If there's going to be any follow-up off the back of the Doom, no, not underneath the tier 2. Zai, once again, able to step away from the attempts of Antares.
They're still just running at them
They
here.
might find Boxy. Good vacuum from Miro. Kiyotaka, he's in to put an end to it.
Big, and this is, I mean, yeah, they had to use Doom to kind of push the Dawn away, but they're going to have Golem back up soon. Liquid now looking a bit kind of broken here after that last fight.
Anisha's got a lot of money to spend up. Did get the Sanj, portion of the Kaya Sanj, but maybe just considering getting the straight up BKB.
Yeah.
After the way things went down in that last fight.
Does feel like he needs it. He was kind of just sitting, getting fully controlled there from the Doom and the Earthshaker. 4K lead now for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, Rams is just about the 1,400 gold away from having the AC completed.
So yeah, he'll have it a little bit faster than the side of Liquid.
How's progress looking after BKB on Mickey? He's
that slowed down a lot.
Yeah, 2,600 in towards that Dessa.
Yeah, that death really hurts. He's 2 and 3. He's actually not having a very flashy game whatsoever yet on this PA. Kiyotaka now level 18, so Max Slam is online.
Oh yeah, I mean if they can pull off a further vacuum slam combos like that, it will shake Liquid up.
I like that Solo just went for his just straight defensive items. He did get blessed with the Philosopher's Stone too, so now he actually has ways to... He can actually just save himself, like versus Mickey. If they don't have this dust or this sentries kind of prepared in the fights, could actually prove to be problematic here for this PA to just insta-kill backlines.
If 9 Pandas can continue this level of execution.
Yeah, it looks like Liquid, they're just waiting for this timing here. I guess the BKB's done for their Spirit. AC soon to be out there for the Dawn, but 9 Pandas are hitting some ridiculous timings now too, with that being finished up now on the Alk, the AC. See how these initiations all still go.
Kiyotaka.
He's thinking about it. He's got Ramses.
If they want to go for Fissure and a Concoction now, it's a little too deep behind the tier 2. They're not going to try and set up on that one. They know there's very likely to be Avenged behind him, ready with a swap.
Chemical
Rage.
Deep of the dive. Half duration now. do see Ramses here. He's playing this bit far forward.
Yeah, they tried to play for that timing there, Liquid, with the fact that Rage would be coming to an end soon, but quick with the blink, Ramses.
Yeah, they had that one ward set up there. It does get them a D ward.
Still trying to force something, Nisha. They're not letting him have any of it, though. Panda step back.
Staying grouped up now, I like this. Miro, I think this is now Miro's, I mean, kind of always is the Darkseer job, but stay near Alchemist. Stay, keeping those buffs onto him. And yeah, everything now back and ready here for 9 Pandas. Deso finished up for Mickey, still not quite level 18 though.
Getting away with some pressure onto the tier 2 top in 9 Pandas. Liquid not showing any signs of really responding to this pressure from 9 Pandas.
Just worried, just because that vision, they've had so much time to set up there, that the vision advantage is likely to be there, up in that area. But look to play opposite side of the map. Sal getting bigger and bigger.
Shadow Blade done as well for Kiyotaka. We saw how good his jump was in the mid. Now it's going to be even easier to strike Liquid from an angle that they will get surprised from.
And the eventual Silver Edge, of course, going to be phenomenal versus the PA.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now, can they push for high ground? I mean, if you're 9 Pandas and you've managed to shift the game in your favor and hold this sort of state at this point, are you just looking to control it until the next Roche?
I would think so, yeah. I think breaking high ground versus, or Spirit versus Venge is always just a bit terrifying. Don't want to give that type of, if you give just like 5 kills to PA, the game can just turn completely into their favor. So yeah, I think you just chill out. You can still look for these pickoffs on side lanes, but always have to watch out for those numbers. Because the one thing about Liquid's draft, you know, if you don't catch the Dawn, they can always bring like 3 or 4. So I think still kind of stick together on 9 Pandas and yeah, look to catch Liquid if off guard.
There we go, the 3 of them. Ready to smoke up, join up with the rest of them.
Kiyotaka at level 20 has been hit, so he's got his talents now complete.
Whoever they jump, very likely to get completely shredded unless Insania's in with a swap.
Big damage. The new talent swap, of course, the fissure range moved away. Chant Totem now will the likely one always being taken.
Dire's bottom
Kiyotaka, maybe? Ooh, a bit of a solo play.
He is a bit far forward.
I don't know if he can do this. This is risky.
Oh, he's like,
He's thinking about trying to open up, and with the slam onto Mickey, has he got the damage? Not quite.
That was...
The swap's there. He'll pop the BKB tail with the Fisher, but Mickey inside. They happen to put the BKBs themselves. Nisha rolling in.
Can he get out?
Vision, but indeed with the blink back up, he's up to the high ground.
No way.
They might not catch him.
What a madman.
He's actually going to get away with that one.
He's actually getting out. All right.
I mean, I could appreciate going for that. You know what I mean? You see the PA walking up to the creep wave. Why not give it a shot? See if the damage was there. It wasn't.
But he forced 2 BKBs, a 5-man rotate. That's like better than a kill. That is so worth it.
There you go.
His team gets immense amount of space from that. They get to push bottom tower. They get all the information in the world. All right, Kiyotaka.
Yeah, I like that.
I feel like that defines his playstyle quite a lot there, too. I feel like he is such... That's just the type of player he is. He's so aggressive always. I can't believe he gets out.
Still very, very close to his next item. That Silver Edge, as you say. It's right round the corner for him.
Honestly, if you had it there, that's a kill.
He
may have actually just gotten the PA.
Yep.
Crazy stuff. Roche, soon going to be on the menu. Yeah, we have to see this again. How the hell did he get it again? Because look, ready? Like, if that's a Silver Edge crit, like, man, maybe.
It would have been incredibly close.
But yeah, double BKB's forced and still is able to get himself out of there. And now set up around the Roche pit. They can probably going to look to get vision around here on the side of 9 Pandas, but I think the name of the game is still just stay kind of mostly grouped together. I guess Kiyotaka, he can go do whatever the hell he wants, but the rest
want to fight
together. Okay.
They know there's no slam. 20 seconds still called out.
Their BKBs are coming back up.
Oh my goodness. Eon Disc immediately procced there by the slap of the Chant Totem. And he's going to drop the Doom down onto Nisha. At the same time, Ramsey dropped the backlines, and he's caught the 2 of them, Insania and Mickey. Kiyotaka gets back in with another Enchant Totem to finish boxing off from Ramses. Full commit with the BKB onto Insania. They've taken out the 2 of them. Liquid, they've got to bail.
What a godly Doom.
They're going to get Nisha as well. They find him in the trees. The 2,065 damage crit there coming out for Kiyotaka to finish him off. He's able to TP out. But 3 dead, plus Boxy's Courier. I mean, they wanted to try and go whilst there was no Echo Slam. It didn't matter. 9 Pandas easily able to handle them. Just an excellent Doom to really open that one up this time around. Nisha just not able to play the team fight with him getting instantly caught in that jump there from Antares.
I guess he just got vision, right? That one ward there that's playing on the high ground, just instantly in there from the Doom. Just no hesitation. When did they place it, actually? Because they didn't have it just yet, but it comes out like, oh no, it actually was there already, so they had full vision. Complete awareness there from 9 Pandas to get the catch, and yeah, can't ask for more there from Antares. And Ramses gets the double jump in the back. Liquid in full panic mode right after that.
I just, what, sort of a stage of the game where you don't expect that close to be awarded?
I guess not.
From sort of Liquid's perspective?
They did not expect it at all.
They played right into it. And
9
Pandas, big cleanup. Big cleanup indeed. 11k advantage now. Ramses on absolute fire with the fact that these team fights have been set up perfectly for him to just wander in and survive. Boxy, goodbye.
Another one.
Good night. Eon Disc, of course, still on cooldown. There is nothing to protect that poor old Dark Willow.
He wants more?
He was thinking about it. I'll jump over and go out for the blink. Doesn't want to mess around with the amount of TPs that are coming in from Liquid.
Oh.
And with the Silver Edge back up, you can't catch this man. He's out of there. Zai, he himself doesn't have any
He might
protection.
turn. He's got buddies.
Thinking about it. I mean,
He's thinking about it.
Up.
I mean, Kiyotaka, look at him. Hello there.
1, 2.
See ya.
And there's the Fisher to finish the job off. Another kill for Kiyotaka. Can they catch this man? He's even looking for a courier. He's able to find it up on the cliff. And he's got an Aegis, of course, so he is going to be available for round 2, and he's getting a lot of backup coming in. 9 Pandas, they're heading over there. The 3-man back him into the slam. The wall gets dropped down. The BKBs have to come out. Mickey trying to lifesteal up as he jumps back up towards Miro. Takes him down with the crit. Solo, can he get his spells off? He forced it to the side. The Glimmer Cape's up in front of him for Antares. Hard to Mickey. The Doom's back up. Drops it onto the PA. Nisha Low has to roll out to safety. BKB from Antares as Ramses. They're thinking about diving beyond the tier 2 to go for the PA. They won't get him. Boxy has the control. Fizz back the 2 of them. Kiyotaka, he's going to be ready to go as the Seeing Dust comes to an end. Now Boxy concoctions there. Kiyotaka jumps forward. Another enchant totem. Another kill as Kiyotaka beyond godlike.
Holy crap. Kiyotaka saw what Nisha was doing.
Oh, yeah,
of course, in the early game, he's like, I want a piece of that action. He has taken over this game in the later stages.
I think Nisha's sort of at a point where he was like 11-1 and 2. Sort of couple of deaths the last few team fights. 9 Pandas, they've controlled the
Look at him go.
Spirit and this Earth Shaker.
He might get another one.
He is popping off.
He might get him here. He's got him.
Goodbye.
Holy crap.
Goodbye.
Level 25.
I mean, this shaker.
What?
Yeah.
He's level 25.
Level 25.
Octarine.
33. They couldn't catch him before with the Blink Dagger and the Enchant Totem, and indeed with that cooldown reduction now, the Octarine. They're just never going to catch this man.
I mean, look at his health, 4k HP. Yeah. It's everything about him.
Yeah, you cannot run, you cannot hide.
Well, we found our clear MVP in this one. I feel like Kiyotaka, there's a little bit of that back and forth in the early game, but after those first 20 minutes or something, he has just completely exploded, taken over everything. And it feels like it's him doing so much work just by himself for 9 Pandas, besides just that vision and that catch.
Yeah, that first Echo Slam in the river, a distant memory.
Yep, very true.
Compared to what we're seeing now from Kiyotaka.
Then look at him go. How do you run? How do you hide?
You can't. Another one. They even up to the high ground.
He's going for more.
He wants to go in.
Hello?
Ramsey is looking for the setup, get the concoction off. See if they can keep trying to find him here. The Glimmer Cape comes to an end, and yeah, Kiyotaka was ready.
And another one.
I mean, Mickey's caught by the stun. He'll put the BKB, but even with the BKB up, there's no surviving this. He's dead. Zai's not got a chance. Caught outside of the base. It's 4 dead. Triple kill for Kiyotaka. They'll tap out. They're terrified. They don't want to be in a server anymore with this Earthshaker. It is too frightening.
The Kiyotaka show. The last 15 minutes, I feel like I'm just watching him do just way too much.
That was
beautiful.
He just decided we're going to win the game now, and then, yeah, they won the game. There was nothing that Liquid could do to stop him.
And Liquid got off to some really hot momentum too, right? The kill score, I think it was what, 14-10, nothing too ridiculous, but they got some big ultis wasted, they got this Rosh, but then after the Rosh, it was all downhill there for Liquid, actually. 9 Pandas just knew exactly how to play versus them, and honestly, Kiyotaka, the absolute MVP. I don't know how much more he could have done as this Shaker. 1,000 XPM.
Look at the damage as well.
42K. Holy crap.
He did, yeah, double the next person's damage in the game.
Yep.
That's pretty insane.
That was, I mean, wow, what a showing.
Yeah, 41k hero damage there on the mid Shaker.
Level 26.
What do you do about that? It felt like this would have been a game where, and with the start that Nisha had, that there would be sort of this rival mid that was able to rival him as the game went on.
I mean, now,
the case.
what do you want to say, right? It's like you could talk about a lot of things, like should Nisha have gone Midas? Should have he just gone Rush BKB instead of Sanj? There's a lot of things you could discuss for Liquid of them trying to play better, but 9 Pandas, they just absolutely smashed them in the later portion of this game.
Yeah, maybe indeed under the timings, the Midas did get punished. Whatever it was, it did not work out against this Kiyotaka Shaker. Well played there to 9 Pandas as they will take game 1 against Liquid.
We'll see how Team Liquid will try to make a comeback here in this 2-game series, but this one firmly in the bag by 9 Pandas. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Jenkins, and You know, this game started out a fairly even, Purge. It looked like we had a decent even match on our hand for a while.
It was. There were some moderate mistakes. Maybe not moderate by Team Liquid, but watching the PA die at level 1 was a little bit harsh. It was kind of like, it doesn't quite feel like normal Mickey there, but they kept it close for sure. But by the end of it, I had a lot of PTSD from my pub games. I've gotten smashed by so many Earthshakers in the mid lane, and watching those supports get like 2-shot 4 times in a row in a 3-minute period, it hurt me emotionally.
Earthshaker is just S tier, honestly. This is what I was talking about a little bit during the draft or the pregame. Is Nine Pandas hit the nail on the head with everything they needed to win in this game. I thought their draft was perfect for them. Their Alchemist was unaddressed. Their Earthshaker had a great matchup in the mid lane versus Earth Spirit, which is the fear of taking Earth Spirit mid or any kind of melee hero mid when Shaker is in the pool is like, you might get shakered. And Nisha played an excellent game on that Earth Spirit. He did, but on lane he got crushed, right? And then he did get that one return kill on Shaker when he kicked him back into the mid tower, and he died then, but I feel like that shouldn't have happened in the first place, right? That was just the strength of Shaker from the laning stage up until the very end.
I agree. I think Earthshaker's OP. This looks like, I think Effie said it during the draft, during the draft, that this Nine Pandas draft just looks like a team that's played a tournament last week, and did,
Which
decent.
They did.
Yeah, they have a lot of practice on this patch. That looked like a this patch draft. So did Liquid's, to be fair, but it looked like a this patch pubs draft, almost, like with the Dawnbreaker and stuff, like the 5 Doom. That is something that is just recently kind of skirting its way into pubs a little bit. But Doom in pubs like a week ago was just still like this offlane hero, so I mean, just feels like Nine Pandas knows what they're doing.
And it looked good as a 4 that game with the Iron Shell combos. Like, he got a lot of leverage out of dooming the heroes he needed to. But ultimately, I feel like Nine Pandas, they like solidified this game in the mid-game team fights. They were like always together.
Yep.
Every single vacuum wall was really solid. The echo combos that they got, and especially in that mid fight, was incredible. Like, they just had so many good moments that pushed them way over the edge into a big team fight advantage. And with the small mistakes that Liquid made on top of that, it was just too much by the end of it.
Yeah, I like that you brought that up, because even the Fatal Bonds was coming into play when we saw that Nisha on the Earth Spirit had the Aegis. He got Fatal Bond into a bajillion imps, and then he rolled in with 30% HP and then died to the Kiyotaka triple Echo Slam. So you could just see the strength of each of these individual heroes' teamfight impact throughout that entire game, even when they were losing.
Yeah, teamfight definitely, on paper, even without the play, definitely in favor of Nine Pandas, and they made it work really well. The main difference of this game, and that's why we highlighted them both for the head-to-head. And we chose the stat as damage done. Never mind, don't do the head-to-head right now. We're first going to have a little bit of a brawl here, showing as... that is basically what this head-to-head was, the main difference. Both of these heroes, both Shaker and Earth Spirit, brawling heroes. They want to make these moves. They want to go for these kills. And traditionally at the start, you'd say Earth Spirit should be doing quite well there, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the rotations that he was making. Like, I actually think Nisha played this one extremely well. You see an Earthshaker versus Earth Spirit mid. This hero, Earthshaker, destroys any melee hero in lane. So he just said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not laning then. I'm just going to go kill everybody else, do a ton of damage with my ult, with the Spirit Vessel, and he was doing very well. But it felt like the sort of game where the Nine Pandas late game draft was not addressed, which is fine sometimes. Like, if you're snowballing hard enough, you get some hero lead, like Earth Spirit pops off, or like the PA pops off, which is not going to happen if you die level 1, by the way. But if they had a pop off, like, it can just look like a totally different game. Yeah. But in a totally even game where Alk is not countered, where the Earthshaker mid, is eventually going to be that hero who is one-shotting the supports. Like, look at this damage. This is insane damage. Earthshaker mid is not only a hero that dominates the early game, the laning phase, the team fights when he gets the Blink Dagger, picks up a Daedalus a Silver Edge, and he's legitimately one-shotting heroes like Vengeful Spirit and Dark Willow. And so it's a late-game core.
And they didn't have small amounts of items either. Like, Venge is running off of like Treads and a Bracer
Wraith
and
bands,
a Solar Crest. He was like killing them when they had like 2200 HP. That's a huge amount, especially for Venge, who's used to be an agility hero, I suppose. So yeah, just way more damage. And then so much more kill threat. And then he got those kills, and all of a sudden he runs across the map and he kills the Earth Spirit when he's at like half HP. Like, he just made so much control in that game.
Yeah, the Acer Predator head-to-head for Kiyotaka and Nisha here. It's understandable that we went for these two players. Very curious to see what type of matchup they will have in our next game, because of course it's a 2-game series. We want to have adjustment, we want to have changes. And Effie, that you mentioned it, the 9 Pandas played as if they already had a tournament on this patch. Team Liquid looked like they theory-craft what to do on this patch. What kind of adjustments would you like to see from Team Liquid here?
For Team Liquid, I think that they should try to focus a little bit more on favoring the mid lane matchup, but also it was a little bit of sloppy execution from Liquid, because maybe giving the Aegis to the Earth Spirit initially and not the PA contributed a little bit to their loss, because I think that Liquid had a good reign on that game for what they wanted to do up until they killed the Earth Spirit Aegis, but then PA BKBs and goes in after Earth Spirit rolls away. And the PA uses the Phantom Strike into BKB, and suddenly there's this really bizarre fight happening for Liquid. So it could have just been a little bit of the rust. You know, they haven't played competitively in this meta yet. They need a little bit of time to get back into it, but it seemed like there were a little bit of communication issues there. So for Liquid, it's just going to be a matter of playing more, and they're going to get into it more.
I totally agree. I mean, this is a team we've seen time and time again. First day of a group stage, they don't do so well. Sometimes we blame the fact that they had to wake up for it in the first place. There's always a reason.
Yeah.
In reality, they need to shake the rust off. That blinking with the BKB 3v5 was quite insane.
wild.
Let's just call it out. It was insane. He knows it's insane. Mickey knows. Like, they're talking about it. They'll work it out. This is Team Liquid we're talking about.
Yeah, which, I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, we are going to head into the game too. I do want to say, I mean, TI group stages are also, I believe, only 3 days, so there is no time to shake off the rust in the first game. They should have done that beforehand. That's why you warm up. But we're going to find out if that one game was enough for them to shape it up for game number 2. Stay tuned for more Dota 2 here for DreamLeague Season 21.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
continues here for DreamLeague Season 21. Hey, we become of age.
Can you
We can drink alcohol on broadcast now?
Yeah, in America.
Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
do it in a southern accent.
Well, what are you talking about then?
We became of age.
Howdy.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 21.
Give me that hat, boy.
Not too bad.
Getting us my hat.
Give me
son.
that damn hat, boy.
It's my hat. Get your own. Thank you.
Oh, transformed.
Here, give it to her. She does a good
boy.
one. She does a good
What?
one.
All right, we got a draft at our screens. So we're here for game number 2 of 9 Pandas versus Team Liquid. I do also want to update people. There are 3 streams going on at the same time. We have got Shopify Rebellion versus Entity, and game 1 already finished there. Shopify Rebellion took the first game. And Talon versus Tundra also finished. There was a Rapier in that game, by the way.
23
and
Savage, baby.
Tundra won game 1, so the Rapier didn't actually win.
No, it didn't.
Can I just praise? I know that this is not the game we're covering, but Topson's Earth Spirit in that Tundra versus Talon game was ridiculous. He has such a good understanding of the hero, skipping Vessel in that game and going for a Blade Mail into Radiance. Like, he single-handedly gave that game to Tundra. I'm just really excited to watch this team go. And by the way, yes, we are watching all of the games, Shiver.
Yeah, we're
it's just
trying.
all of them are on, so we were focusing on our game too. Everybody.
We are trying to watch 3 games at the same time. I know everybody at home is trying to do the same. We'll just keep you up to date, though, just in case it fails sometimes. Sometimes that happens. But we want to talk about things about this game, because in terms of changes, we got first pick this time for Team Liquid. They're still dire, though, because 9 Pandas still do prioritize Radiant. And that is a change, Purge, that potentially they will benefit from, because we have said first pick is the better one.
Yes. Possibly the better one. The inverse was that all of the data from the previous tournament, since they were all the same, first pick being Dire, second pick being Radiant.
Yeah.
Is that how I have it right?
Yeah, you do.
The win rate was going to be inverse, because you went through all that effort to be, it's 48%. Well, that was the inverse of 52, right? So,
That does make sense.
Yeah.
I do believe the Gyro is still in the pool here, ladies and gentlemen. Will this be an Ancient Apparition ban into Gyro pick? You decide. One in chat for the Ancient Apparition.
you control the outcome of this Dota match.
That's right.
No, they ban out the Sven and go
well,
for it,
that's-
because
that's
Sven
the
is
carry
also
counter.
still in the pool.
That's considered to be, at least from what we saw at BB Dacha, was the carry counter to Gyro.
This is why IO is being picked a lot as well, because of the Gyro popularity, or do you guys think IO is actually okay?
I think IO is good. I mean, like, you know, the team that won the tournament won with the IO Lesh
Yeah, but he
round,
did
so-
IO Lesh, not necessarily with anything else. And they've been doing IO Lesh since the dawn of time.
Yeah, and like IO Razor as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think generally IO is good just because there's a lot of heroes that would enjoy playing with it right now.
He's also just a farm steroid. I mean, when you're playing with carries that are just going to focus on agent stacks, which has been the story of this patch so far, having something like an IO with the overcharge just playing with you and relocating you into fights is always going to be good, even if IO by himself is not one of the tier 1 heroes of this patch. When you pair him with things like Gyro or Sven, or even on the offlane like Mars, he becomes a tier 1 hero.
Are there any other IO-like heroes that can be picked with the Gyro FE on this patch, do you think?
Mercy. I think Mercy is an underrated hero. We did see her be played a few times in the last tournament, but Mercy does function as a steroid also. If she's just running around, sidekicking her Gyro, building Solar Crest, and playing not as a core, not about her game, she is probably one of the biggest and strongest buff heroes in Dota, so it would be nice if Liquid could do some Mercy experimentation.
I know she got picked a decent amount, but wasn't her win rate atrocious? When I glanced over it, it was like 25% or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure entirely about her win rate, but it is just something that I've seen.
It's
I know
definitely-
that during the qualifiers it was really bad.
Okay. It's definitely cool, and I've seen people play it in pubs a lot, but it might be one of those things where people are overvaluing the sidekick buff a little.
We saw, by the way, Gaiman and a few other teams attempting to answer, Gaiman in their case successfully attempting to answer the Gyro with Razor offlane. And I've also heard people say that Legion is very good against Gyro too, because obviously, you know, you duel him, you can't press Satanic, but the Blade Mail, like this, he has a lot of ground targeted.
You just basically kill yourself on the Blade Mill, even if it's just from flak cannon.
Yeah, you just run and get lawnmowered, and then he lawnmowers himself. But then the support counter is Ancient Apparition, but 9 Pandas, they can't take it because it would exist in that slot of the Warlock. Otherwise, your draft gets incredibly weird.
ban out the tree. One of the other heroes of the patch for sure. The hero's been good for like, feels like 2 months now. Leech Seed is fantastic. Blood Grenade level 1. Your fighting is so good. It does like 125 damage level 1 right now or something like that. Like also gives you heal, so it's just so good for trading. Your damage is high. Your base movement speed got buffed. You just got
underrated component to tree too is it heals the creep wave as well, which pushes the wave, which gives you double waves, which means you can play with your creeps.
Cool.
Also, just living armor on towers is always going to be value, especially in a farming patch. So I was curious what Nine Panda's approach to this gyro was, because I was looking at their performance at Bedroom Dacha, and they have not once given away the gyro to the enemy team. They did receive the gyro once versus Nigma, and Nigma tried the AA approach, but Nine Pandas won that game probably just due to a little bit of a skill difference team to team. But they just go for taking the 2 S-tier supports of the patch. They were fine with giving away this gyro if it meant that they get the Warlock and the Vengeful Spirit, which I don't know if that's enough versus gyro.
This is a 1-1. This is a 1-1 already. I think gyro's the best hero in Dota.
Ladies and gentlemen, call it.
I will say I agree.
Play the victory music.
I do agree with Effie. Like they're not doing this for no reason. They were at BB Dacha, so they know how OP this hero is. Everybody's talking about it. All the players are talking about it. There's a response here, and we will get to see what it is.
It's just, I wonder if they think that just having 2 supports that will secure the side lanes and give them that kind of lead would be enough versus a gyro. But I've seen gyros win games with 10k, 15k, 20k net worth deficits. So this hero can just solo win games.
Don't they need a stack invader against gyro? I feel like Venge is good, but Warlock, I don't know. Really long cooldown, takes a little while to get to level 6.
You can Fatal Bonds gyro to his own ancient stacks, though.
That's true. That is true. Like if they get some mid that's very active, then they could.
That can take stacks.
Yeah.
The Inkswell hero. He's back.
Grimstroke has returned.
Been picked a lot recently. Nice combo with Earth Spirit, certainly. Some nice linking things together, silencing multiple heroes. Gives them some good team fight.
I think Grimstroke is horribly undervalued.
I agree.
This hero, so we've talked a lot about his spell buffs, and we've talked a lot about the Inkswell buff. Being able to just press it again and stop the Inkswell is incredible, not just for like deciding how you want to chain stun or stopping TPs, which Grimstroke was never able to do in the past because you had to wait for the Inkswell to tick. Now this hero functions as a hard dispel. If you get the shard on Grimstroke, you can just place the Inkswell and instantly stop it, and you can dispel lassos. You can dispel RPs.
Primal Roars.
You can dispel Primal Roars. Like, this hero functions as a hard dispeller now, and that's something that I feel not enough people have considered yet. And we're going to see a lot of Grimstroke being picked in games like this.
I like him a lot with aggressive cores to play with too, because the Grimstroke's problem is like he's very happy to get kills, but if he doesn't get very many kills and gets behind, he just feels like an inadequate support. So pair him with some like strong fighting offlane hero, Grimstroke's going to be able to get some value there, and then transition into buying shard or other support items.
I feel like if he has one Inkswell hero to play with, that's enough impact in the game. Like having this Earth Spirit, and we saw how much Nisha was able to do with it after that laning stage with his rotations. If you have one hero that can just take advantage of the spell early on so that you can go for the -5 seconds Inkswell talent on level 10 instead of skilling other things, then you have found your way into the game, even if your lane isn't that good.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. Yeah, that skill is like, he's got a lot of really cool abilities. I love the hero design, but Inkswell is still like the star of the hero for sure.
An interesting matchup against the Beast versus Grim, because you can obviously dispel the Primal Roar, which will be very important on the Gyrocopter in the fights. But then Grim also doesn't really like dealing with the summon that the big dragon that Beastmaster is eventually going to get. So it's a double-edged sword.
What is this Bloodseeker giving you if you're 9 pounds?
An answer to Gyro, I guess, a little bit, but I feel like Gyro can get a Satanic, like he gets a Satanic and wants to stand there and fight you anyway, which is what Bloodseeker does. He ruptures you stand still. man's up against you.
Is Bloodseeker worse against Earth Spirit as well now? Because
Yes.
when you roll, you don't take rupture damage, right?
Yes, Earth Spirit owns Bloodseeker. In the past, Earth Spirit could not play against Bloodseeker in any roll because you would just get ruptured. You kill yourself on the rolling boulder. You're taken out of the team fight. But now you can just put yourself in the middle of the fray as Earth Spirit, bait the rupture, and just roll away safely because you're not taking any rupture damage. It's actually, it feels horrible to play against as Bloodseeker now.
What if, let's say Bloodseeker just uses that knowledge and ignores the Earth Spirit and just is like, okay, you're going to go in, but I don't care. I'm going to BKB. I'm going to kill somebody else on your team. So you could argue that maybe both heroes are protected against the opposite and they focus on other people instead.
But who's he? I don't feel like Bloodseeker is strong enough of a hero to outscale the gyro. Like I just don't see it being the solution, and I don't see it as being good versus Earth Spirit. I think Nine Pandas, their approach to taking the 2 S tier supports and giving away the gyro, I'm really not fond of it. Like I would like to see how this plays out, but I feel like they kind of drafted themselves into a corner.
Yeah, this already looks like a very winning draft for Liquid. I even really like the Night Stalker. Not only is this hero just really good on this patch because you reset his abilities when you press the ult now. There's a little bit of damage, actually quite a lot of damage on the silence, but it's a hero to eat the Beastmaster Dragon. They pick Beastmaster into Grimstroke, knowing that the Primal Roar is going to be dispelled. They say, okay, you want to counter my Primal Roar while I got the summons, and then Liquid picks the counter to the summons. So now Beastmaster feels pretty rough. It's not a great game for him.
And not just that, Night Stalker in this patch, from what I've seen, of course there are different approaches to different heroes, but this hero has been buying Shard anyway, regardless of summons. I've seen most Night Stalkers just go for the phase boots into Midas and Shard,
Midas Shard.
instead of building the early game items.
Yep.
Even though the matchup isn't maybe the best against Gyro, one upside though is that Nine Pandas does have 3 heroes that are going to make him stronger though. Like the Venge is going to lower the damage of the Gyro before he uses BKB or gets dispelled, and lower the armor of him. And then Warlock's going to amplify all the damage that's being dealt, and Beastmaster's going to give more attack speed and aura. So that's like one good thing going for Nine Pandas, and they have pretty strong team fight as a whole. They've got Swap, they've got Infernal Golem, they've got Roar. You can't dispel all of those and save all of those. So hypothetically, if you keep Team Liquid in like one grouping, they should have a better fight. If they're spread out and you're right, see Rolling Boulders and Night Stalkers coming at different angles, it's going to be maybe Pandas getting picked apart.
There's always the Wombo combo potential, and the Beastmaster, like if he eventually gets an Ags and that damage with the Fatal Bonds is pretty crazy. So yeah, I agree. You can't count Nine Pandas out, but they're definitely the one, pushing the boulder up the hill in this scenario.
Well, the main player on Nine Pandas hasn't got his hero yet, Kiyotaka. I would imagine that's the hero we're looking for Nine Pandas. His Wind Ranger already got removed from the pool. Any other heroes that can basically achieve what Purge says that they need?
I'm always thinking about his Tinker, but I feel like against Night Stalker and Earth Spirit, it's spooky.
Yeah, it is. They ban out his Templar Assassin.
Yeah, they're banning out things that have like carry potential because they know Bloodseeker by himself isn't going to be enough. So,
I agree.
On the side of Team Liquid, what do we want out of them? I think
second support.
Yeah, either that or Earth Spirit is going to. I mean, we know Boxy plays Earth Spirit as well, but
that's true.
I would very much rather it just be a mid Earth Spirit. Now that the Earthshaker isn't in the pool, this hero just does so much from the mid lane. And what they're going to need is a hero to play actively with the Grimstroke while Gyro is farming. We're going to see a very classic 4 Protect 1 scenario coming out of Liquid. I mean, hypothetically, they could go for another Spellcaster support or a defensive support.
Or Io Night Stalker, okay. No, that's a pretty classic combo.
Io Night Stalker, Io Gyro.
Yeah, they've got both. It's actually really nice having a hero to play with in the early game as Io, and then another hero to play with in the late game. So you play with the Night Stalker early. Both of the Io and the Night Stalker run at maximum haste and move speed. You've got the extra attack speed for the Night Stalker. Night Stalker has great base regen. That paired with the healing that comes from the Io and lane makes it so that the laning is actually very strong. And then you eventually play with the Gyro, and we've all seen Io Gyro and what that can do.
You need a backline jumper now on Nine Pandas. This Io forces this.
There it is.
There it is. He's gonna get the thing that grabs and lassos you.
The harpoon?
The Ags on the Ag shard on the bear.
I forgot about that one.
It's extremely dog shit.
Oh.
So bad. But it is a backline jump.
I mean, they have this like timing now, right? Because we talked about them having these like group up and fight things. Lone Druid is like the best group up and push hero in the game.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker doesn't have to be the win condition. They're just going to kill towers. What's Io going to do?
It beats the Earth Spirit in lane.
It does. That's the primary thing, is that you have this hero that gives Earth Spirit no lane, but also you have a secondary carry because your Bloodseeker is not enough for the gyro. But I still think that there's not really enough backline jump. Like, you do have this VS and this Primal Roar out of Beastmaster, but I think Liquid should... I mean, in theory, if they're just playing around this gyro well, they have a free gyro game. I still see a free gyro game.
Yeah, I'm also leaning towards the Liquid draft, but I feel like they could have last picked almost anything, and I still would have been favoring their draft just because they got the free gyro and all of these combos and the ways with dealing with the Beastmaster and so forth.
I just like that 9Pandas have a win condition, though. They maybe don't know that they can't beat the gyro in the ultra late game, but if they can win this game by like 45 minutes or something...
They're trying to rush,
Yeah, they can rush this game down with their grouping between the Venge and the Warlock and the Beast.
But let me ask you, if this Earth Spirit starts to just rotate and just play on these side lanes with the Inkspell, how is this Lone Druid meant to respond? Is he meant to respond by just focusing on his farm and pushing towers? Because he cannot counter-rotate as well as he should be able to stop the Earth Spirit.
You TP the Baron. The whole
Make him think you're there.
There's a bear in my lane. Get out.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely scary. If Nisha's rotations are successful, it's going to put Team Liquid ahead enough where like 9Pandas can't necessarily group. So yeah, those early rotations are really important to mitigate.
I think if 9Pandas do not crush 2 out of the 3 lanes and not just slightly win, I think they have to crush them, then they're on a timer. So.
Okay. Well, Gyro has been doing very well at the moment in Dota 2. Let's see if Liquid can make it work, or maybe 9Pandas will indeed crush Team Liquid. We're finding out together with Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time for Game 2 between 9Pandas and Team Liquid. And, folks, it's one of those games that we've come to see time and time again, where Gyro gets let through. It's, of course, going to be the first pick this time round from Liquid. Obviously, 9Pandas, as a team, when you let this through, you know it's going to be coming. And we see different teams do this, so they can try different approaches against it. Do you think 9Pandas have got something going here against the Gyrocopter carry? I mean, what do you think sort of the idea behind their draft?
I think I'm with Effie completely, actually, this time around. I think they actually kind of have to just smash these lanes and get the ball rolling. It's a very different style draft because this time it's not really about fighting for them. It's about, I mean, yes, picking and choosing your battles, but their last one is literally all about fighting. This one is about objective taking. You have a Beastmaster, you have a Lone Druid. You're going to be looking to take these towers and mess with Liquid's timings a bit here. Liquid, very comfortable draft across the board. They're good at fighting it. I guess they're a little bit lackluster at taking the objectives in a way until Gyro's online, but their draft, it kind of hits all bases. So I think if 9Pandas, if they get off to a slow start, I think this game is going to be pretty terrifying for them, and I think Liquid's probably going to steamroll. But if 9Pandas can set that tempo early with this Beastmaster, with this Lone Druid, then we could have a good game.
Okay.
And let's see what build. I'm really, really curious to see what build Kiyotaka goes. I see these double 6 branches. I think this is the standard now. And then I've seen a lot of different builds. I've seen the Diffusal rushes on the Bear, if you've seen that. I've seen the Harpoon rushes. So curious to see which route he does look to do.
Let's see how this mid lane matchup goes down. Of course, Nisha, once again, bringing the Earth Spirits. The Fred had an excellent beginning of his game.
He did.
Last time around here, it was sort of what godlike about pre-15 minutes. Had a phenomenal start, but did sort of fall off a bit of a cliff towards the second half of the game.
Yeah, massive cliff, like literally right after he bought the Midas. But I mean, that can happen sometimes. I think it's similar to this game in the fact of how much he can make happen around the map, though, right? Yes, his lane in mid might be rough, similar to how it was versus the Earthshaker, but looking at the lanes that he can gank on the sides, he has a lot of different kill threat with this Night Stalker and this Grim once they get some levels in time, of course at nighttime, and then up toward top if he'd like to versus with the Gyro.
Yeah, and imagine sort of the Bloodseeker pick from 9Pandas also shows how they're very much playing into that idea that they want to win quick. Yeah, because you're not picking this Bloodseeker to out-carry a Gyrocopter.
No, definitely not, because at some point, he's just going to have Satanic. Yeah. Who cares Rupture? You're going to have to just Rupture somebody else in most situations. But yeah, their lanes, it looks like it should be pretty good, right? On paper, looking at this Venge plus Beastmaster versus IO Gyro, the Beast actually can do pretty decent up here because he's got this Venge behind him and he's got that good base damage versus Gyro. I think that's something that you sometimes forget, right? Because heroes fall in and out of the meta. I love these high base damage heroes playing versus Gyro.
Okay.
You remember when it was like...
mess up the CS?
Yeah, I remember people were talking about this Centaur and stuff like that, even though Centaur was crap. People were picking it because you have like 20 base damage on the Gyro, so some cool things that we can maybe see.
Yeah, this is safe lane Joe's looking
Antares,
really nice.
Might still go
Same
down.
time, should be fine over the stick charges. Turn's get a magic missile out.
Okay.
The Hawk's out as well, of course, so Insania's got to be a bit careful, keep his distance from that. But, both teams will be fine. But yeah, this bottom lane, I feel like it's going to be a situation where Ramses, he is just going to be sitting at full HP the whole time. Right?
Oh, yeah.
He's healing up himself. He's going to have a solo by his side if necessary, with a point in the Shadow Word. This Bloodseeker, he's just not going to get harassed at all by this duo that Liquid's trying to present down here. It's not a lane where Zai can really get aggressive, even with the enabling of a Grimstroke. You know, Night Stalker, Grimstroke, a lot of other situations, these two, they'd be getting some work done down here. But against a Bloodseeker and a Warlock, nothing's going to happen.
No. You walk up and you might just die every time from the Fatal Bond Blood Rights on the creep, so do have to be very careful. Yeah, Zai's just being kept at 3rd HP. Boxy having to
can't touch the
reset.
creeps.
Can't touch creeps. So 2 lanes, looks like they are going to go very well in the favor of 9 Pandas so far, and top also should do well. So, because mid should own, bottom should do excellent, and bot should do okay. So they're kind of like a 2.5 lane win in a way. So set up for success. But still gonna have to worry because Liquid's Wombo combo, their whole draft together, it has some pretty ridiculous stuff if the timings get messed with at all on the side of 9 Pandas.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Pandas, we've got to see them sort of have that net worth advantage by the 10k, the 10-minute mark, right?
By the 10k mark.
10k, 10 minutes, that would be quite something. But you know, they need to be holding the lead.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Which
they should
I think
be
they're set up to do so.
Yep.
Yeah, this is looking pretty promising for them in this first 3 minutes of laning.
Yeah, Kiyotaka's doing a great job in mid, getting those extra bit of denies. Same thing bottom. Look at the denies just across the board they have. They have, what, 17 denies on the 3 cores and then 2 more denies. So, yeah, fair bit of denies already. Gyro still getting some free farm, but Miro, he's getting a bit of, you know, he is messing with him a little bit. Of course, getting those extra denies.
They're trading really well, and in fact, bottom lane, Ramses ends up getting the first blood. At the same time, Mickey is also going to fall low. Can they quite finish him off? A couple more right clicks. Under the tower, the sustain will be enough here to keep him alive from Insania, but it's close, and the bottom lane's just a complete cleanup. It was looking rough for Liquid down there, and it certainly ended up exactly as that. 2 kills for Ramses.
They did such a good job top. They got Mickey to, what, 10% HP? Yep. Ramses is like, let's go, baby. He's zooming. Takes
these lanes, and this bottom in particular, it couldn't be any better for 9 Pandas. Perfect farm for Ramses. He's not getting touched at all against this duo of the Night Stalker, the Grimstroke, and he's getting these first 2 kills. We'll see it again here. Zai caught, taking a bit of a beating from the neutrals as well, but Ramses getting the last touch. Double kill, one of them being the first blood. This Bloodseeker, he's going to start getting out of control, and Solo, he's not even going to be finished off. Zai couldn't get the job done. He's okay. They're not getting these kills down here. This Bloodseeker's a problem.
Oh, and Solo, he's still alive. Gets himself up to 30 HP, and now Boxy.
For this. A couple more hits. Okay, has to stay out of the range of the stun, but he's back in. It's another one.
Beautiful.
Top lane, they're looking for Antares. They won't even get him. He's back under the tier 2. They'll try and turn for Miro, but I don't know if they want to chase this. It's still a bit awkward underneath this tier 1 tower.
They got another wave.
Walk out. Can they finish Miro off? I mean, he's going to turn over towards Insania. He's into the tree line.
He's still alive.
His distance, and backups come in. Kiyotaka's rotated over. He's bringing in the bear. The flat cannon bringing Antares down.
No way,
but
he's
not
alive.
enough damage to kill Antares. Antares will continue to remain alive. Insania gets taken down from the rotation with Kiyotaka. Now Mickey's in trouble. He's up to the high ground. A turn with a missile. Antares should die for this one. The missile enough damage, but the Axis, they'll finish off the kill. Liquid, they're desperately trying to get something done, but it's not working. 9 Pandas a step ahead and continue to rule this laning stage.
And I love the build. Miro, we have to, like, you could look at that replay. Miro juked in the tree line, back to back to back. He dodged 2 flaks and actually survives, so they get that cleanup kill. That's just outplay. Yep. 9 Pandas playing so damn well individually. Beautiful.
Absolutely, definitely looking like so far 9 Pandas were like, you can have the gyro, we don't care.
They've got a plan, and the plan so far, it's working.
See if they can get Kiyotaka here in the mid.
Nice spear.
Push back Nisha, but the Magnetize is down. He's keeping his distance. Antares has got anything to offer. A magic missile over towards Insania, but they will manage to bring down Kiyotaka. They should be able to take Antares as well. So good strike back around the mid lane. Liquid, they needed to do this. Group up and put some pressure onto a core. They get a big one. They take Kiyotaka out the game and secure a double kill for Nisha.
Let's see what Nisha does to deviate the build too. We saw him do the Vessel, like Vessel, Blade Mail, and then he went back for this Midas. Ended up not really working.
We're not going to be spending any Midas this game.
I think we'll see the Thompson
not after that first one.
We saw Thompson in the other game. He actually, and I've seen him do it in his pubs, he goes this treads, Blade Mail, Heart build.
I like that.
I mean, it could definitely work out for this game because he just needs to be that bruiser. And I think he's the one that has to kind of rally the team back together in this one. Since those other lanes are struggling, yeah, he struggled a little bit in mid, but look at his net worth. It actually doesn't seem like he struggled at all. He actually, just because of those kills, he's top net worth, and he can reestablish things for Liquid.
We'll see where it looks to move next, Nisha.
I'm actually surprised. Yeah, 46 last hits. He actually wasn't even behind on the CS.
He did, honestly, in that matchup against the Lone Druid. I feel Nisha, you know, he smashed the CS.
Yeah.
That's definitely a matchup where I feel like I would have seen her spirits in some other player versus player situations get kind of dumpstered.
I absolutely agree. So he'll have very good timing on this Blade Mail, and that's probably going to... I mean, he can now be that, you know, that unit to bring his lanes, the ones that did suffer, especially the bottom one, kind of back into the game. Zai, he's still level 5. He is getting ruptured up. He's got the TP, so he's okay.
And from his first 15 minutes of gameplay in Game 1, we know he can do it on his Spirit Nisha.
Yes, absolutely. How's the Wisdom Runes looking? 1-for-1 exchange. Any stacks from from Miero. Yeah, Miero is starting to get some stacks going as the Beastmaster as well, too. So after having a pretty good lane, he now is going to have that to back up, too, also. And is he going to... I mean, I probably won't, actually, but I was wondering if he does look to eventually maybe upgrade his Vanguard, but probably not the case till way later. And okay, we do see Kiyotaka. It is going to be the defusal route, so I figured that's...
It's the bite.
It's the standard now.
So aggressive with the bear.
Yeah.
Start chasing these kills. The snowball potential is huge, and it's exactly what you want to play into in terms of the timings that 9 Pandas as a whole are going for.
Yeah, and it can be pretty annoying for these, like this IO and for this Grimstroke inside the team fights. In particular the IO, because he's just going to be running in next to the gyro. It could be quite problematic if he gets good timing. And yeah, he's been slowed down. That's the one thing for Kiyotaka.
And of course, Mickey on the gyro with the back of the IO. He's hitting the timing. He's fine. He's hitting the creeps.
I'm sure they're going to...
Standard gyrocopter stuff.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're going to have... This is actually the least I think I've ever seen Liquid stack, which is very rare to say, but they're going to have stacks ready for him soon.
Radiant's top tower.
Trying to put in the pressure on top. They've got the 4 of them here, Liquid.
They're under vision. The ward spots them completely.
9 Pandas aren't going to get anyone caught. Lane Zai, he'll take a golem to the face. As 9 Pandas able to push for the aggressive play down there with the knowledge
that tower.
Of how many of Liquid were hovering around that top lane.
Bot tower's dead, mid tower's dead, or pretty much dead. And Liquid, they can't actually make the push onto top. They want to go for the kill onto Miero.
And they really want to get something out of this. You know, the fact that they've spent so much time looking for action top. See if they can quite finish on Miero, but the Shadow Word heals there from Solo. He's healing up Miero. He'll get another set of axes off, but he will go down. So Liquid, they'll get the one of them. They'll also get the second here as they've chased out Antares down the lane. They finally get the 2 kills out of this pressure that they were desperately looking for top Liquid.
Slight trade, but yeah, 9 Pandas, they get the 2 towers. Oh, it doesn't actually finish off the Ancients. I was watching Solo farming the right Ancients. They're actually at like 10% HP on the far right side, but oh well. Always got to be efficient with your Golem, you know. You got to steal that farm when possible. 6-5, a little bit slower than the last game, but I think to be expected when we have a gyro in the game. And yeah, he's going to start getting these stacks going. So I think a triple stack and a double stack.
I'm ready to look for some action here. Zai and Boxy teaming up.
Zai is 7 now.
He's got the ult.
Bit of a different skill build than I think we usually see on the Night Stalker. He only has 2 points in his nuke.
Getting on top of Kiyotaka.
He's on him.
Silencer's there. TP's coming in. Him alone. It's enough. Nisha, he'll take the finishing touch.
Yep. And then we see the 3 points in Hunt of the Night rather than having the max nuke. He just gets right on top of him. And always a funny little interaction now. Rolling Boulder hitting the bear. Of course, the bear has a lot of wonky interactions, so not even going to go into some of them that work and don't work.
Well, looks like Nisha, they probably just checking the top some replay.
He saw the top.
The earlier series. He's like, you know what?
It's already on.
Blade Mail Heart, that's what we're doing. No mind, it's no funny business this time.
Yep. I think you can just go back and, you know, he can just probably think about it after that whole game. And you can clearly see when he stopped having that, you know, big impact and stuff like that. So wanting to switch it up a little bit, don't blame him. 2K lead now for Liquid, even though the lanes did go pretty damn well there for 9 Pen as the game's starting to slow down a little bit and the gyro factor's kicking in. And the Lone Druid, who was meant to smash his lane, that just hasn't happened whatsoever. He took the tower, but he's now died twice.
He has got the defusal done, so we'll see how well Kiyotaka's able to sort of get the bear on top of those squishies, on top of those supports in the team fight.
And let's see how much
Liquid can deal with that.
How much he can protect himself. That's my fear for the Lone Druid in a lot of these situations.
When you're playing versus this on top of him.
Exactly. You're playing versus 2 heroes that literally just appear on you, and then there's a potential relocate that goes behind you as well, too. So it could be scary for Kiyotaka now that he's been slowed down.
And there's just so much follow-up, right, in terms of kind of the ability for Liquid to just prolong the silence.
Yeah.
If one of them gets on top, it's Night Stalker gets on top of you, suddenly the Earth Spirit's following up, and then the next thing you know, you've got the bug on you from Grimstroke.
Yeah.
And you just can't do anything. You can't get the ult off. You've got nothing to do.
And for 9Pandas, you're probably feeling a little bit of that issue where you're like, all right, guys, we got to kick up the pace of the game. Otherwise, they're just going to farm jungle. So here they are going to look for something.
They're going to go for Mika. They get the swap back, keeping him range of the bear. The bear's on top of him. They can't get him out in time. The Fear's there in time to push him back. Maybe Mika's still able to walk away from this, though.
Okay. I mean, the reload still went up, but I guess he got him to split the tether as it happened.
With the Fear.
Yeah, but Mika just gets away.
Hey.
Okay.
I don't know how he was able to walk away from that one, Fo. Just the reload kit didn't come in, but it didn't matter. He's like,
just
you know what, I'm good, bro. I'll just walk away from this one.
I mean, okay. Well, that
they didn't get either of them.
He did kind of. All right. Well,
yeah. The Veer comes in. didn't get him out with the relocate, but didn't matter. Mickey just walks away.
And now they didn't get the kills, so Mickey, he's like, all right, well, they just used quite a, their ults, and we're just gonna go farm some Ancients, do the gyro thing. So.
Yep. That's gonna be the Axe pretty much done. Just 400 gold off. So the timings continue to flow in for the gyro.
That's awkward. And we're seeing the build, of course, for Zai this game, just straight to the Blink Dagger, no funny business, just needs to be able to pierce the back lines, jump into this Venge, Warlock / Lone Druid to be able to find him. Ramsey's still farming very well. That's the one thing. I mean, he's probably going to be that X factor for the team, but
he is a Bloodseeker
he's
against
alone.
The gyro.
And he's not only just gyro, it's a gyro IO. So that heal will always be a big factor that he's going to try to break through. Just it's not going to be easy.
And from what we were saying from the draft, it definitely doesn't feel like 9Pandas are quite in the position they would have hoped for 13 minutes in, here being just a slight goal deficit against Liquid. Liquid's ahead, and they're the team with the gyro.
And they don't have an Earthshaker this time. They don't have some Kiyotaka Earthshaker or Tinker that can just 1v5.
Yeah, it's a much less explosive hero, this Lone Druid. I mean, Lone Druid, of course, can take over the game pretty early if you get this good diffusal timing. You beat your enemy mid in the matchup. It's just not been the case this game for Kiyotaka.
No.
He's struggling to sort of get the ball rolling.
And even if his bear is strong, tanky, etc., just the concerns for his main hero, just getting off his true form. It's very difficult as they jump him again in the river.
Straight on top of him. Antares not able to find an opportunity to swap him out, and even if he did, they were probably both dead anyway. As Kiyotaka and Antares go down.
Oof. I mean, they're steamrolling. They're just running around as 3, and the IO plus gyro, they can join if needed as well, too. So big stuff here from Liquid, a 4K lead quickly, and it feels like it's going to continue to grow unless 9Pandas, unless they get a big connection with this next golem.
I don't know.
This game is starting to fall out of control.
Now, for sure, in Game 1, we also saw Liquid have a bit of an advantage towards the start. It slipped away. This is going to have to be another level of slipping away for them to lose control of a game with this sort of lead and with Gyro in the top spot in this current patch.
Yeah. And just with the lack of playmaking, really. Who's the playmaker on 9Pandas now at this point? It's just lackluster because
it's the swap. They have to use the swap aggressively,
I guess so.
Which then you're not going to be able to save anyone. It's kind of their best initiation, really. Which is not the situation you want to be in, especially when you're playing from behind.
No.
It's not easy in this spot now for 9Pandas.
Sorry. There's a reload coming in.
They got to run. They're thinking about going for Zai. They dropped the golem for him.
Okay, I mean, that's a bit bold.
Yeah, Zai's going to be able to walk away from this. They're bringing in the extra numbers now, 9Pandas, as they look to go for Nisha.
Here comes Ramses.
It tethers across. Ramsey's going to go for the backlines. Gets on top of Boxy. He'll be able to finish him off.
Okay.
Take down the Grimstroke. And 9Pandas will manage to keep one another alive. So they'll play aggressive with the ultimates. They only get a support, but they do make sure that they themselves don't lose anyone.
Kills a kill, and Ramses, he's the one who gets the last hit, so I think that's actually at least the important thing. Probably wanted to get a bigger one, but at least Ramses, that's his BKB now finished to be able to get inside the fray. And Solo does get at least a little bit of tower damage out of that golem too, so okay, not that bad. It looked a little weird when he dropped it at first, but all things considered, not the worst. He's even going to cut the top wave, so he's going to get a little bit more pressure onto this top tower.
Let's see what 9Pandas want to go for next. I mean,
let's see. I mean,
you just kind of have to play the cooldown game and wait for the golem. When you're playing at this point, you need the ultimates really to be able to try and tackle Team Liquid in a team fight.
I think they got to go. I actually think they kind of have to go.
BKB?
I feel good with the BKB. Anytime you get any type of timing on 9Pandas, you want to try to find something. Just try to break Liquid's just super fast farm that's going to be coming out. But Let's see if they can find anything. Nisha, he's also got his heart finished already too, so
massive.
Probably not the target you want to go for.
Another great start to the game from him, 5-0-2.
Yeah. It's just difficult when you're playing versus the Night Stalker, who's the, he's the controller of vision. Nowadays, the Beastmaster is not that vision controller by any means without being able to control Hawk or anything like that. The Night Stalker is the one who's just scouting. So Zai, he's actually, if you look at net worth, he's actually sacking himself super hard to try to give info.
This feels like a risky move.
Okay, but this is
Will
maybe
they get away with it?
It might be the right move, but it's going to be difficult to
I don't know if they get away with this one. I think Liquid's...
They seem to know.
I mean, they're pretty much all of the map who's showing. Just the Beastmaster down bottom. Maybe the fact the Beast is showing bottom.
They don't kill it. They need the Beast. I feel like they don't kill it without him.
Yeah, they go for a bit of a half-hearted attempt,
here.
but it's not happening. They can't take the Roche like this. And now Liquid's ready to bring them a fight.
They scout it out. Nisha resets away. And now they know that all of 9 Pandas is in the area. And in the meantime, their Gyro's just farming.
Definitely a bit of a sign of sort of how 9 Pandas feel the game's going when they're trying for this. It's like, should we try and go for Roshan?
The BKB is how close on Gyro? 10 gold for BKB on Gyro. Yeah, right. 9 Pandas. They're gonna have to try. It seems like, but
and Liquid should know exactly where they are. But the fact that sort of fight was poked around this area.
The BKB's coming.
No, it is, of course, speeding it up a lot, having that extra attack speed aura. It's working this time. Liquid, despite the fact they knew that they're around here, either they don't want to bring a fight around, as you say, with the BKB that was being waited upon by Midk. They don't go for the team fight, and therefore they don't stop 9 Pandas from getting Roshan.
Maybe they killed it.
Key attacker.
Maybe they killed it a little faster than they expected with all this minus armor and everything, and with the Beast. But either way, Liquid's still lingering in the area.
This is
perhaps a fight.
A great move from 9 Pandas, getting the chance to go for this one.
Zai.
Just going to try and open up onto him. Zai's just going to offer the immediate TP out, but there's no TP from this. The golem's dropped. Zai taken down.
And now they can get the push going.
Has some good sort of baby steps back into the game here.
Yeah, much needed ones. Gyro's still massive, but
it's little things.
Little things is what they need.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, 9 Pandas, even if they are behind on the gold, if they get some sort of situation where they take out 2 of your cores, these buildings are going to melt.
I mean, absolutely. And I'm seeing the itemization. He is going to go for the Crimson Guard onto the Beastmaster. So looking for some type of damage mitigation versus that Gyrocopter.
Yeah, and still playing for that sort of timing.
Yeah.
If 9 Pandas can win a team fight, they're going to destroy your half of the map.
They still have to solve the issue, though, the Gyro, right? Now they've done a good job of at least, like, they constantly keep killing Zai and everything, but this Gyro is still that big nuisance. But a good game. I believe that is I think that's the Harpoon now done for the Bear, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, he's got Diffusal and Harpoon. He's at one of his peak timings.
Yeah, he's ready to be a killer.
He's ready to kill support.
Question if he gets killed.
No.
Zai's actually going to go straight for the back lines here, make sure there's no swap potential from Antares. They take him out.
Oh, Kiatak is alone.
And now with the cooldown coming in, Mikke moving across. This is going to be a death for the Bear, death for the lone Druid. Liquid, they can look to set up for round 2. There is nobody else around for 9 Pandas to help Kiataka out. Bit of an awkward spot for the 2 of them to be found there.
Yeah.
Kiataka, I think, maybe relying too much on the potential for Antares to go for the swap, but a good breathe from Zai. Just completely ignores the Bear, goes straight for the Venge. And once that sort of part of the duo is broken up, there's no protecting that lone Druid. So they may have got the Aegis, but that was not how they wanted to lose it.
No, they wanted to get something. They wanted to get some like tower pressure or something out of this here, but instead they just get a kill on Boxian. Yeah, Zai, I mean, I think this is how Zai's going to play, and how he used to always play, it feels like, for Liquid. He's a big sacrifice, right? He's always jumping backlines, probably suiciding himself in a lot of situations, and you're seeing it on the reflection of net worth. He's down at the bottom, kind of with the supports a little bit. Looks like next goal, Tormentor for Mikke. How's timing for Ramses? Does he have his Mjolnir done? He does. He still is hitting some pretty ridiculously good timings on this Bloodseeker.
He is, but he is a Bloodseeker.
But he is a Bloodseeker.
Mikke's a Gyrocopter.
Yep.
And current year is 2023.
Yep. At the least,
it's not going to be easy for him.
Yeah, at the least, he's got good farm, and he does have this Venge that's going to always be buffing him up and backing him up. And I think they have a Solar Crest on the Warlock, so they have outlets to at least amplify Ramses. But yeah, the Gyro, of course, he's always going to have this IO with him.
They're both going to be super tanky.
Yeah.
Him and Nisha. Okay, Nisha obviously with the heart done, and then they're going to like this Sand Shiva's Guard, building to be this completely buffed up frontliner. And yeah, once the Satanic's there on Mikke, how do you go on this, man?
I didn't even know this existed. Sorry, I didn't read this one. Overcharged Shard gives slow resistance when you get the...
I guess that we owe in the patch when they added
the patch note. I actually didn't know that one.
Things, yeah.
So that, I mean, little things always matter. So let's say versus like Upheaval or something, protecting Mikke. I think that's actually a spell that could be pretty annoying for this Gyro. So I mean, little things, just... I didn't notice that one, so that's a cool little add.
Smoke time from 9 Pandas. They wanted to
Crimson.
go for some sort of bait around Kiyotaka, but Liquid then not making any aggressive plays towards the Lone Druid down here. There's not really anything that 9 Pandas are going to be able to catch them upon.
They're strong grouped up, though, on 9 Pandas right now. All these auras finished up.
They can kill. But
Mira with Crimson Guard.
Liquid not really in a spot where they're going to get caught out.
No,
they're trying to come to an end. Just get this push sort of in place around here. The question is if 9 Pandas feel they can continue to push this right up to tier 2. Can they try and force these outer towers?
We'll see. Doesn't look the easiest to just approach head forward. Looks like Liquid, they are setting up for the smoke to get for the wrap around here.
Yeah, I think Liquid's happy to take this fight.
They're going to look for the back lines.
Push.
9 Pandas, they better be prepared for this. I'm looking at Solo, I'm looking at Antares.
Yeah, Zai, he's the one that's going to be going for these sort of supports. If he can stop a swap or stop a golem from coming out, it's going to be a difficult team fight for 9 Pandas to take.
Big
Wrap around
timings.
coming in from Liquid.
15 hit on Nisha with the Kaya.
And they've got their eyes on Solo. Zai straining onto Solo. The stance is there. They walk
Mickey's
back. Blow up Mickey immediately. He died instantly. And now they're going to try for more. They're actually going to get Zai. Mickey.
Holy crap.
He just disappeared.
The swap into the explosion.
My goodness. Well, now 9 Pandas, they'll get more. They're going to get the... I can't believe how quickly he died.
He died instantly.
All right.
We got to see that again.
He was just in the fight. He was dead before the fight started.
I guess what, he walks up to try to go for something, then he just gets swapped forward and absolutely everything thrown on him.
Completely annihilated there.
Nice jump.
Nothing to save him.
That's Antares 100%. That is a godly swap.
I guess the sort of wraparound from Liquid, it didn't quite come in quick enough. They were unable to do anything to save Mickey as the Jari gets completely destroyed. They take the tier 2 tower.
I mean,
Liquid, they've got to sort of position themselves in a way that does not allow for that to happen again, because if they lose their carry that quickly, they're not going to stand a chance.
No, I mean, Mickey, I think this is like both games, really, right? He's having this uncharacteristic kind of game where he just dies before anything really happens.
Didn't get the BKB off.
Nope, swap forward.
Satanic wasn't quite finished.
That is a godly jump from 9 Pandas.
Massive one there. Outplaying Liquid in their own maneuver, you know.
And they still have
Liquid
Rock.
were going for the big brain stuff, going for the back lines. It did not work out at all for Liquid.
Yeah, they still have Rock, too. So even for the next fight, they can still look to do it again. Mickey's got to be more careful versus Antares. Lens now also on this bench. I think maybe, I actually didn't see it. They had it at the last one. Maybe that's what caught them off guard with the swap, but either way.
Considering his gold, he probably did.
He probably did, I would imagine so.
1,000 on top of that, yeah.
Yep, so yeah, huge stuff if they're able to get that type of swap roar play.
I mean, that's the initiation we talked about, right? It's like how do 9 Pandas start a fight? It's these aggressive swaps.
True. And it was all pre-Satanic up on Mickey. Even though there was timings that came out for Liquid getting the wraparound. Yeah, you gotta be a little bit more careful, Mickey. Gotta respect the damage that comes out from this bear, from his Bloodseeker still at this point. They're still quite farmed. Get his push going again.
With the Satanic done, if he can press the buttons, get the BKB and the Satanic off before he gets caught by any sort of chain stun, he should have a good chance of surviving through it.
If, right? That's
but
the thing now.
The reactions have got to be there.
That may have just...
against the swap, it's hard to react quick enough against that sort of play.
That might have put a bit of fear into Liquid as well, too. They probably felt like they were so strong in that fight, and they just lose their carry instantly.
Another swap, another kill. Antares with these setups.
Beautiful. And another tower. Yeah, Kiyotaka.
I mean, it seems like a good approach when you think about it. The swapping anyone into sort of the claws of the Lone Druid, the Beastmaster, the Bloodseeker. What do you do to counter that?
You have to be fast, but you don't want to initiate at the same time from the front because then there's a Warlock. So if you just run through, right, you're going to get rocked and committed on too. So, and 9 Pandas.
Starting to see what they were going for here with this draft. And it's looking nice.
Yeah, and we're starting to see the... I mean, Zai's he's just falling further and further behind with this build, trying to go for his Lincolns and stuff like that. I still think a lot's going to be up to teamfight execution, but we'll have to see if Liquid's actually able to keep this Gyrocopter alive at this point.
Yeah, I mean, both offlaners did have a slow start this game, but quite the difference now.
Quite the difference.
Between Zai and Mira at this point.
I mean, Mira I love the way he's itemized this game. I think everything's kind of perfect. The Vanguard into Arcane Boots, then he went for Ags to help out his team. 5-1-3. This Beast, what he provides for his team has been perfect. And they're all just grouped up. 9 Pandas just ready to fight. Protecting their vision.
Antares on the front.
One.
Again, swap in onto Boxy. They'll get the Ghost Scepter off. Throw down the ultimate. It's not going to be doing anything there. Boxy's out.
These pickoffs really matter. I mean, this is now 4 or 5 times in a row that I feel like they're just getting so much on the map, and Non-Pandas just playing around their vision, playing for these swap plays.
Yeah.
Like this Bloodseeker, when he showed up to that bottom fight, he just had his BKB and his Mjolnir and his Shard. Now he's got his full Aghanims finished up level 18.
I mean, this high ground defense, it feels like it's going to be pretty scary for Liquid. They get vision, they swap you out of the base, you're dead.
It's in 10 seconds. Building's dropping fast, too.
You know, who steps up right now? I mean, I feel like...
It's got to be Nisha.
I was going to say, I feel like last few times we've not really seen Nisha be at the front of the team fights. He's got to try and do something to try and take the focus away from Non-Pandas being able to make these clean swap blades.
He's going in.
See what he can do. He's going to be able to get in onto the Lone Druid. Key attacker, kick to the side. They'll finish him off. They'll bring the Lone Druid down. See if he can go for more, trying to get the angle onto Antares. Antares turns to the Magic Missile. The Void's there to stop the TP out for Solo. Liquid, they hold the defense. Mickey cleans up with the triple. This time round, Nisha able to sort of front the defense.
I think that's going to be the most important thing for me, is if Nisha is able to jump in and find this Lone Druid, and he gets right on top of him there.
Yes.
There's a little bit of lag, of course, coming in. I think maybe he didn't get the Savage Roar to break him and push him away.
Nice over for more. They've got the relocate as well, though. Kashmiro trying to push out the top lane.
Big kills.
Quick moves from Liquid.
Back to business. And that's now Roche is respawning, so they could look to perhaps run up there if they want to these next... Yeah, they have 40 seconds or so. Let's see what they want to do with it.
Yeah, in these team fights, Liquid, they have to be the ones to make the move first.
Yeah.
They cannot sit back and let someone get swapped. Nisha, he has to get in there, and he does exactly that.
And yeah, they're going to go set up for that Roshan, so... All right, things back into that comfortable state. Non-Pandas found some really good pickoffs with Avenge, but now one big explosive fight. This Gyro. Satanic done, Daedalus done, he's got the damage, the lifesteal, and they're going to get an Aegis and a cheese now for this IO. So let's see if Non-Pandas is going to be able to break this again. It continues to still feel difficult for them, but they've been making magic happen this series.
No chance of making it to the pit in time, of course. So Liquid will get themselves the Aegis here for Mikke.
I guess just giving Nisha the cheese so he can just run into the start and start the fight.
Yeah,
Don't blame
they know that Nisha's so hard to take down here.
He is very
3600 HP, plate mail as well. They'll drop the golem. Temple Roar onto Nisha.
He's got
trying
cheese.
to go completely in onto this Earth Spirit. Can they quite kill him? Oh, cheese is there to bring him back on a full HP. Ramses, he's cleaned up the two of them, but he's starting to get low himself against Mikke. He cannot stand his ground against the Gyrocopter as he goes down.
He's just killing them
Pushing
all.
forward for more. 3 dead on them. They're going to try for a TP out key attack, and he will manage to escape before the roll's back there. But everybody else around him dies. Triple kill for Nisha.
What a bait. He just lands. Look at his damage. Look at this fight recap. 10,700 damage with the magnetized spread.
Wild.
He killed everybody. Literally all of them in the fight. Yeah, Gyro helped a little bit, but that was the Nisha show.
Yeah. And very much seeing sort of how it's just so hard to play as a Bloodseeker into this Gyro at this point of the game. Yes, Ramses is able to get in, get a couple of quick kills, but as the fight draws on, you're not standing this ground against the Gyrocopter. The Gyro is going to win every single time in this sort of scenario.
No, they need to just explode heroes like right at the start, like we saw them do with that Venge. Honestly, those plays, I feel like Liquid still is probably looking and we're like, I can't believe we let that happen because they were in such a good position to smash stuff, and then Non-Pandas gets these kills that maybe shouldn't have happened. Now the game fully back into Liquids, and a Rack's likely to fall.
Nisha pumped up, and understandably so this game yet to die. 9-0-8 on the mid-Earth Spirit. Very much making up for the fact that his game one did drift out of his control.
And I thought they were going to actually keep going there because the ults were down, but I guess just giving a bit of respect to that swap inside the base.
They've also got the Gyro. They're like, we don't need to rush
That's
this.
true.
This
He
game,
does have a full butterfly.
You know what I mean? They've got the Gyro.
They're chilling.
They don't need to take any risks. They don't need to take any chances. They can try and close this up as safe as they want to.
Fair enough, fair enough. And now the Bloodseeker, who did get that Aghanims, his timings and everything, his timings now look pretty sad because this butterfly is finished up on the Gyro. He's absolutely massive now after these quick last few moments. Just 5 minutes it's really been since they found like 7k gold on this Gyro. Nisha, level 22, and as you said, 908, 4k health. Tough to really just focus fire these targets now. They could do it earlier, 10 minutes ago or so when they were a little bit more fragile, but now that window may have been lost. So now maybe for Non-Pandas, it might actually just be some like base swap plays.
I think it is. It's whether Liquid mess up on the high ground attempts, which is one of the reasons why Liquid may indeed choose to take the safer route out of this one. They're like, we don't need to we don't need to try and risk these high ground pushes.
What do you mean, Liquid?
I mean, they've got 2 minutes
Liquid
left
and messing up pushes? Never.
It could happen, and in, for 9 Pandas, it's definitely what they're hoping is going to happen.
Radiant's bottom tower
All right.
has fallen.
Let's see how cleanly Liquid can go for this. They've still got 2 minutes on the Aegis, so they'll make something out of this. There's
Big
the swap.
but he's tankier.
Zai getting on top of Solo. Mickey, he's back up to full HP. Solo's in trouble. He's out of the game. Has got buyback. Ramses, he's popped the BKB.
Oh, that feels bad. He had to use it there, though, and now they could just re-go on him soon.
They're going to try for round 2. Onto Mickey, see if they can bring him down low. Drop the Golem as well. He's getting low, Mickey, but of course he does still have that Aegis, even if they can bring him down the once, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to quite do that. Mickey's still alive. Aegis kept perfectly safe. Nisha, he's diving in under the tier 4s. He's pretty deep. See if they can do much about this. They can't. He's got too much HP for them to bite through. Back to the towers they go. Mickey will lose the Aegis. Now, is there any way they can go for a second round onto this gyrocopter? Nisha still trying to hold back 9 Pandas, keeping aggressive upon them. Ramses has got to be careful with his BKB on cooldown. The fear pushes back Nisha and Mickey. And they're back to taking down the tier 3 on towards the barracks. No buyback for Miro. He's out for 30 seconds.
Mickey's got Satanic and BKB still at the ready.
Nisha trying to check out the tree lines just in case 9 Pandas were attempting to set up from there. Lotus to the magic missile, the flak hits as well, bringing Antares out low. I mean, Nisha just making all the space in the world for Liquid to take these objectives and be able to get the control onto the bear. It's linked up with Solo, but the 2 of them will manage to step back to the safety of the fountain. The barracks, though, they're taken. Liquid, they'll be able to get what they wanted to get done there with that Aegis as they clean up a full set of barracks.
And another, 8,000 gold acquired during that push, so everybody finishes up another full set of items for them. They back up, pick them up, and then they can go to look for the push again. I mean, 9 Pandas are kind of just stuck in a position in their base. They might have to just go for some kind of crazy,
I think
let's just smoke and try to catch them off guard, because if we let them set up and go for the push, we're not going to be able to defend it. So let's see what they look for.
Definitely one of those positions where you got to take a risk.
Yeah.
You got to take a risk. You're in a game where there's a gyrocopter with a 10k net worth advantage over your own carry. It doesn't feel good to play.
Yeah, they're probably just talking things over, maybe thinking about what they can do, but that push, it's gonna group up really, really soon there. Everything's at the ready for Liquid. Lanes are in a good spot, and yeah, they're all gonna group and go for that smoke. All Vine 10 is just kind of split up, maybe just feeling like they are just going to hope for that high ground kind of swap play and hope that they can maybe put him in tier 4s.
They need the high ground messed up from Liquid.
Uh-oh, big Kiataka is spotted.
Nice zero for the Bears, so still able to push them back. Yeah, nice disengage there.
Kick back.
9 Pandas, the Kiataka Bear might still be in trouble. Swaps there from Antares, they don't want to let the Bear go down. And I'm whoa,
what the?
How did he end up here? Well, the rest of Liquid get out. Boxy got a little too excited, ends up getting left behind on the high ground.
He blinked up there.
I was going to say, I think he did right. There was nobody else doing anything to aggressively get him in there. He chose that.
He's like, I've got the bear. Stroke of fate. Whoops, it still has like 600 HP. Oh, well,
these are these high ground mess ups that, 9 Pandas are hoping for. Of course, a Grimstroke ain't necessarily the biggest of losses for Liquid. But if any of the cores of Liquid end up doing that, there might be some hope here for 9 Pandas.
And let's see, they're smoking. Let's see if they can actually, in 20 seconds, can they catch something? Don't think so. I think Liquid's going to be more than careful.
I mean, if still at this point, despite the fact that Liquid have the items that they do, if they get a swap aggressively into the 4 of them, I mean, they don't have Ramses with them. Ramses isn't looking to make the smoke play.
They ain't killing Mickey.
Yeah, unlikely to be able to go for something.
And I look at the way Mickey's built.
Oh,
he built an AC and the butterfly.
Yep.
So he's got 38 armor with that evasion, etc., plus the IO backing him up. I think even if he gets swapped into all of them, he should probably survive.
I think so. I mean, Mickey, Ramsey's going for the Skadi next, of course, trying to do something to deal with those mounts, staying in heals. But it does mean, of course, the potential MKB, it's a long way away.
His overall damage is going to be a lot less with that there. But yeah, but the reduced healing will be having some merit.
Liquid,
back to business.
Ready to go again. Boxy's back in the game.
Yep, back to mid.
And this
Top
time
is
round,
exposed.
Boxy probably won't be jumping in onto the high ground with the blink.
Probably not. Maybe.
Maybe.
Ooh, a casual Vlad's. I love
like
it.
That here for Solo.
This is a Dota. This is like a 10-year ago inventory from Dota, you know?
Or brown
Just
boots.
looking at brown boots, casual Vlad's on your support, and then X1 item. Anything that they can get at this point to try to buff up their cores. And they're all rallied, prepared for any type of swap roar play, but it has to be perfect, and it has to somehow, I don't know, the gyro still feels kind of impossible. Maybe if they can get the Earth Spirit or something, it could be a better kind of swap in that position. But even he's probably too hard to run down.
Yeah, even harder to sort of go for that clean sort of single target.
Yeah.
The destruction with Insania having the Lotus Orb finished as well.
Oh, they've got
the next
double.
Push.
Okay,
Yeah.
they have two of them
Got
now.
another one.
Definitely going to cause issues. Maybe they're pinging. Look, they're like, catch them before they're full setup. It looks like that's going to be the attempt. Tara's eyes on him.
Yeah, Zai was separated a little bit from the rest of the team, but he's heading over now.
Lotus.
Going for the swap, but the Lotus was there. And now rolling in on towards the bear. Mira pots the BKB, turns with the rush. A lot of damage. Mickey, he's even one of these dead.
What?
Solo just gets a triple kill.
What the hell? How did he just... What?
All right.
Wait, what?
We got to watch that again.
How do you...
What? I mean, just sort of a combination of like the
Look at
fatal
the
bombs,
damage.
the golem, sort of the blood right gets hitting, and sort of just the spread damage. Mignone buff was up on Ramses. He heads in, and it ends up kicking out so much damage. He's there with the blood mist as well.
I mean, I was looking at Nisha.
They were not ready for that.
I honestly was looking at Nisha get hit, but then the gyro just dies.
Gyro just dies.
What?
We'll check it out again.
Okay,
Look at this one.
Okay, let's see.
So they try and start the play onto Mickey. He feels strong. He gets Lotused up. Liquid, they're like, we got this. We've got the control on the bear. They're going for the bear.
I'm looking at Nisha.
And then
getting
fatal
hit, and
bonds.
then the bonds just killed him. I think it's because Nisha is getting hit so hard by Ramses.
So much damage.
That the damage is just going on. Are they just ending it? They're taking tier 4s.
There's no buybacks. What the hell? They don't have buyback gold.
Okay, Zai is pushing top. But
He's
the
not
tier
winning
4s,
this base race.
They're gonna win.
They're gonna win.
Oh my God!
Go to the
No
Ancients
way.
now. There's nothing he can do. He tries to push them back, but the Ancients exposed. Nine
What?
Pandas, they're looking to close it up. GG. It's over.
What did we just witness? A 5k gold lead still on Liquid, and they lose. Okay.
They made Gyrocopter look not broken, folk. They just destroyed it.
They call him Bond, Fatal Bond. And that was literally it. The Fatal Bond's on their spirit. I cannot believe what I just witnessed. Wow. Oh my God.
They did. There's those two sort of fights. That one fight down bottom where they got the opening swap onto Mickey's like, all right, they can kill the Gyro pretty quick. But then Mickey farms up. He gets his AC.
He doesn't even look happy. Kitaka's like, what?
Oh, they're playing it cool there. They're playing it chill. They've turned up in this first series today, 9 Pandas. And
That's
not only
remarkable.
game 1, Kiyotaka with a fantastic performance on the Earthshaker.
What?
This game 2, the whole team, they came in with an approach against this Gyrocopter. And even at the points of this game where it looked like, all right, it's just going to be another Gyrocopter win. I mean, Liquid, they got that sort of back up to like a 20k gold lead, nearly.
I think
and then Gyro just died.
I think if you replayed this like 4 times, that wouldn't happen. Like any type of dispel or something onto Mickey to get rid of that Fatal Bond that's attached to him and Nisha, perhaps a completely different situation, but
wow.
I mean,
maybe Liquid should have sat back and played for the 60
maybe
minutes.
they should have just farmed.
Trying to win the game for Liquid. Unfortunately for them, as you said, has happened in the past. It did not work out for them here today, Fogged.
I just want to keep rewatching that entire play. Fatal Bonds.
I think everyone does, with how sort of annoyingly powerful Gyro has been in so many series. Seeing a Gyrocopter die as quickly as he did there in this sort of patch, that's some wild stuff. 9 Pandas, excellently played in those final moments, and that will secure them both wins here in this 2-game series against Team Liquid.
Yeah, well, we saw 9 Pandas consciously leaving the Gyrocopter in the pool, so they had a plan. And the plan worked out perfectly, as we saw. This was all part of the equation, of course. that was
all
crazy
really
ending to the
obvious.
game.
Yeah.
Oh, really obvious. We knew everything that was going to happen. Joined by Purge, Effie, and Jenkins. But this game was in Liquid's bag, and 9 Pandas, Purge, they just smashed it out.
They did. I mean, they had a pretty good early mid game. It was looking solid, and then Effie's been singing the doom about playing against Gyrocopter, and it was really clear. Like, they had so many fights in a Gyro that were not close, and then some things happened. One good play, and they win. Yeah.
That was absolutely wild. Like we were miking up, like, all right, soon the Liquid one's coming. Let's just get ready. We look at the screen and 9 Pandas is droning. That is what happens versus Lone Druids, actually.
Oh, it's so true.
This is the hero that this happens most against. Even when it starts to lose, if you take one fight without buybacks, they didn't have buybacks here. If you take one fight without buybacks and it goes poorly in your favor, your throne is dead. Your throne is over.
Yeah.
That's it. That was just Lone Druid destroying the throne. But they had double Lotus Orbs on Liquid, but I think they pre-cast both Lotus Orbs before the Fatal Bonds came out, actually, because they got shredded by that. That was a perfect Warlock Golem into Fatal Bonds. That was wildly
I'm pretty
good.
sure those two backline supports like literally took no direct damage from anyone. It was just the Fatal Bonds plus like random crap that was on the ground. I do want to give a special shout out to the Beastmaster auras as well as Venge aura with this new universal Lone Druid Bear. It's all base damage now. So you are doing literal base damage with the Lone Druid, whatever the hell it's called, where the thing that does more damage to towers. That buff, like everything came together at the end there to make just the most insane throne push ever.
You know what I think it was that killed him though? Is the Fatal Bonds, obviously. It was the Ags on Bloodseeker. It does 7% of current HP per second. Earth Spirit had like almost 4,000 HP.
Yeah. True.
And it was also hitting Gyro. So those two heroes were getting hit for 7%. That damage was being splashed. That's really what accelerated it, I think.
And it was the imps from Warlock too. And into the even that split second of that the stun duration that comes out from the golem contributed to it. But honestly, I thought their take to giving away Gyro is not good. I don't think we'll ever see them repeat it because that was Liquid's game. Like at that point, because the issue with going high ground versus Gyro is that he just flat cannons you, right? All it took was the Nisha Earth Spirit to go in, prioritize his damage on the Lone Druid, and then just Gyro runs under the IO, and that's where the Liquid were able to turn the game around. But, I mean, taking that fight, going that close to the enemy team without buybacks, maybe they thought, we didn't even know that would happen. They thought they were strong enough to play without buybacks, but Nine Pandas proved us all wrong.
I mean, okay.
Shocking.
Okay.
I'm still shocked.
The time, you're past the 30-minute mark at that point, right?
Yes,
you're playing against a Lone Druid.
You are.
I think buyback saving should be normal.
All right.
He bought an AC instead.
Dude, you're
He's like, I got to protect against the physical
Yeah, yeah.
damage.
You're in front of the enemy base. You're like, oh, we're good. We're not in front of our base. That's their base.
Yeah.
But the mid lane is a very short trip. Not a long lane.
No, it's not.
And the throne was not exposed, but it didn't matter.
But,
Holy Hannah.
I mean, those are interesting wins. The ones where you don't expect to win. Like, Nine Pandas probably thought that game was just an uphill
they
battle.
probably consider
after
it
that
as a
point.
loss.
Yeah, because a lot of teams, after they play games like that, they look very upset afterwards. And they talk about it even when they win because, like, something went wrong either in the draft or in the laning stage that they definitely needed to correct. And it's not like we saw them jumping up and down and joy, like, great win, guys. Or,
It's more probably bafflement.
We need to, we need to go over this replay later, is what they're saying, or we need to go over this the replay of the draft later.
There was a lot of good things they did though. Like they got a lot of really key swaps on supports and stuff to like set up those high ground pushes. They were playing the map pretty well. The Rupture against Nightstalker was very effective throughout the entire game. Kind of, even though Zai had a lot of good pickoffs, like sub 15 minutes with the Blink Dagger, his 15 to like 30 minute was a little bit tougher for him. So
To be honest, that the last fight that we talk about, the Lotus had blocked the swap already. But if they didn't, then they could at least get the Fatal Bonds off, and that would have saved the game. Because obviously Lotus was on cooldown, and that's the way to remove Fatal Bonds.
And by buying AC, he didn't protect himself against the Blood Mist damage, which is all magical. So, yeah, just they thought they had the right itemization, but the Fatal Bonds and all of the damage that dumped through the two strongest heroes on their team was just way too much. I don't even know if they satanicked. I'm not sure.
Yeah. And I do want to reiterate, though, that Liquid have yet to play this patch competitively. Like, they obviously didn't need to play TI qualifiers, and they were in at the last tournament where Nine Pandas has grinded in the last tournament. And it really shows. They just have they've always had a strong sense of individuality within the team. They've had heroes that they play that other people don't, like the Alchemists, like the Techies before it became a thing. And the thing about Nine Pandas is that their ideas, whether they work or not, are always there. I feel like they have a buttload of them. And even at the Betboom Dacha tournament, they had a challenge for themselves to play every single hero in the patch. Like, they played 40 unique heroes before they were knocked out.
Yeah, which they only failed on the very last game that they got knocked out.
Yeah.
They're like, we're on elimination. Let's break the pact for now.
So the point that I'm making is that even if their idea, like taking those two supports in favor of giving away Gyro, didn't work, the fact that they're experimenting like this
It's good.
giving us hero variety, that's very promising for Nine Pandas.
Yeah, I mean, at Riyadh, we were talking to like the other Eastern European teams, and both of them, both Betboom and Spirit, said Nine Pandas is the most annoying team for them to play against in that region because they just pick weird shit. They play weird stuff, and no matter what the patch is, they always seem to have something crazy up their sleeve, like a Lone Druid last pick mid to beat the Earth Spirit by rushing down and throning mid at almost 40 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Totally makes sense.
I mean, that was planned all along. I mean, we're saying that 9Panda should treat this game as a loss because there's a lot to learn from the first bit, obviously. Should then also, with that logic, Effie, should Team Liquid treat this as a win?
No.
In terms of no.
They can't treat this as a win. This is a loss for both teams.
Yeah.
Honestly. There's no way you look at that and like, oh, we won that game. They should have won that game.
Yes.
But there were some very strange mistakes being made, not just in this one, but the last one too. So
shake off the rest.
Shake off the rest. Maybe it's the rest. Like we should give them, of course, good faith because of how well they've played all year. And yeah, let's just see what they're going to look like in their next series.
Okay. Well, their next series, we have to wait a little bit for that because the way we're doing it, we obviously have 2 groups of 6 teams, and today everybody plays twice. But we're doing it A, B, A, B. That means that both Team Liquid and 9Pandas get a series break, and we are going to move to a series in the B group, their first series, actually. So stick around. We're going to take a short break, but when we're back, we've got a blockbuster for you. Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit coming right up.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination, I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me, I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. There's still a savor in the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me, tell me that it's fine. Such a fool, but I don't have the will to run from you.
just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. You got that touch I've been dreaming of, so don't be holding back on me. No, hooked on your love, got me so messed up. 'Cause you're the everything I need. Ooh, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little bit is never enough. Just a little bit,
We got ourselves a Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators coming your way here for Dream League Season 21. And I'm joined by my co-host Jenkins. Hey Jenkins, how you doing? What did you do?
I got myself tangled up. It's like I'm got ravaged by titan arms covered in tentacles right now.
Great. This is yeah.
Have you guys seen that new? Have you guys seen that new Aghanim shard on Titan Hunter? Damn anchor lasts for the whole game.
Yes. Also, you can also compare yourself to being fish being weighted down by plastic. Don't throw stuff.
I'm a turtle. No. Don't go recycle, guys.
Yeah.
Anybody got a scissors?
Yeah. Hey, Birds, how you doing?
Good.
You changed spots because we had to say goodbye to Effie for now. But what you got next to you?
Purge.
An empty couch. This guy.
There you go. No, we do want a person filling the slot. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming with our lovely PogChamp Pandas, it's Lacoste!
Good to be back.
Hey!
What kind of handshake? I don't know if anyone's ever done that in 3 seasons.
How you doing, Lacoste?
I'm doing good, You know, just getting comfortable here on the couch.
Is it a comfortable couch?
It is. Need to adjust the pillows.
Because we got new pillows. I'm sure people had noticed.
You need more pillows because someone's nesting over here.
We ordered way too many pillows. There's 1,000 of those. So if you need any, we've been burning them.
I'll grab a couple. I remember one of the tournaments we had OD pillow cast in the games.
We did. It would be lovely at some point.
Those were the old days.
To replace everybody with a pillow. New content idea.
Next time.
Don't
Next
give us
time on
ideas.
Dream League, guys.
We just need to have our prop budget increase tiny bit. I'm sure that would be...
We can't afford it because there's 5,000 pillows that we have now.
It's true. So this is not going to happen.
Somebody needs to buy these. Please.
I'm not buying them.
Amazon.com.
They are not for sale, and we have to sit on them enough, and maybe at some point they'll be worth a lot. Who knows? Let's focus our attention on the first series of Group B, because we already had one series of Group A, of course. But Group B kicks off right here, right now, and it starts off with a blockbuster, guys. We got Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit, both winners, a lot of winners here. We got TI champions, we got major champions, we got most recent tournament champions, we got most recent world championship champions, and it's happening right here. And I want to focus our attention first on Team Spirit, Lacoste, because this squad seems to know exactly when to turn it on.
Yeah, if there's a lot of money on the line, this team will definitely win it. And there's a good money on the line in this Dream League as well. So I expect Team Spirit to do really well. I think a lot of people had their doubts about Laurel, how he's going to perform. We've seen, because you're playing with 4 TI winners. The guys are loaded. The guys already achieved pretty much everything you can do in Dota. And then coming in next, these are some big shoes to fill. Toronto, Tokyo leaving the team. I would say at the start of the DPC that he wasn't doing as hot, but he really stepped it up. At Riyadh Masters, he beat all the biggest mid laners in the world, and also they were not too afraid to first face his hero, and still he managed to do really well.
That really impressed me because at the Lima major, he was a little disappointing in the mid lane. Frankly, disappointing. I really had thoughts. I was like, they're gonna swap out a different mid player. I really thought it might change.
Had the same feeling.
And then he just comes back and does well, and they win the big tournament. It was a really good moment for Laurel, so I'm really happy for him fitting into the team and then winning the last tournament.
Yeah, they've had a up and down year, obviously ending on an up with their championship victory at Riyadh Masters. But let's learn a little bit more about the year of Team Spirit.
TI winners Team Spirit had a rough 2023, or so it seemed until Riyadh Masters. The team spent most of the past year getting disappointing results. Despite winning TI 2021, they got knocked out in the first round lower bracket of TI 2022.
Boom, come in and upset the champs!
In a trade of players with BetBoom, Toronto Tokyo left shortly after for Laurel. It was time to prove themselves once again in Lima. What could they do with Laurel? Not that much. 8th place in a major is a good result for a lot of people, but Team Spirit wasn't happy with it. They wiped their tears with their TI winnings and moved forward into the next major, ESL 1 Berlin Major. This time, they'd surely find their footing and win the whole thing. Oh, never mind. After performing well in the group stages, they were 2-0'd by Aster.
It's cold!
Shit happens. Maybe we'll come back strong again.
Come Dream League Season 20, Spirit actually managed to do fairly well, placing 5th. What we were yet to know was that this was all part of their master plan, placed well enough to qualify for Riyadh Masters, but not well enough to look too scary. Team Spirit enjoyers everywhere were overdosing on copium. Surely they're still good, right? Well, they got knocked out in the first round of Volley playoffs, finishing 12th. At least that's not last. It was now time for Riyadh Masters, and so the master plan was set in motion. All of the strats that they saved over the past year, all of the terrible major results, they were all just pieces of the puzzle. Every other team was just a pawn in Team Spirit's twisted game of 4D chess. So what happened? Well, it worked.
The return to glory! Team Spirit!
Sadly, this might be the start of the next year of strategy saving. Team Spirit fans, strap in and sit tight. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, they have won the biggest of prize pools twice now, so they do really well. And this is a week-long tournament with a $1 million prize pool. It has not happened before, so potentially this one is also one of the ones that they do really well at. At the same time, they might be saving strats for TI around the corner. But they have their work cut out for them because Gaming Gladiators has had an amazing year. They won Purge everything, basically.
Except for, the tournament that Team Spirit won.
Yeah, but apart from that one, we don't mention them. There's just a couple of $1 million on the line.
They still got 4th or something, right?
Yeah, they still got a couple mil.
They got a couple mil. They're fine.
They got plenty of money. I think Team Spirit is going to really bring it to GG, but GG coming off the back of a fresh tournament, I think gives them that extra oomph for sure.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be very warmed up, ready to go. I think the break before the BB tournament that happened, it was going to be enough that they're going to be even coming off the back of another term, they're still going to have enough energy for this one. So
they need to fix that. They need to fix this. Quinn does not have long hair anymore.
Oh,
he does not. He does not. Outdated, called out.
It's not the same length as yours.
Yeah, it is. There was a guy.
You guys go together?
There was a guy. Yeah, we did. There was a guy at BB Dacha that thought that I was Quinn. I played ping pong with him for 2 hours before he realized I wasn't Quinn. I'm dead serious.
Wow.
You
dead
both
serious.
had long hair at that point?
He would figure it out quickly if you were playing 1 versus 1 mid.
Yeah, but 1 versus 1 ping pong. He would figure that out quickly too, actually, I feel like. Yeah, oh, there he is with the long hair.
With the long hair.
That's an interesting face.
You know, I've an interesting little factoid about Quinn. I don't know if this is, he doesn't want this to be public or whatever, but
too bad.
Just say it.
Seems like you're gonna say it anyway.
He has his like headset on pre-game. He's always like super focused. He has specific songs that he listens to that he doesn't listen to outside of that because he wants to keep like the same energy every time. And he actually said the time that he joined Gaming Gladiators is the time that he started doing that. So a lot of people think, oh, Quinn joined Gaming Gladiators. He needed these Europeans to back him up, whatever. No, it's the music. It's the psychology. This guy just went from beast mode to gorilla mode, which is a higher level than beast. Gorillas are not beasts.
It was like Pavlov dogging himself.
He's Pavlov dogging himself. Absolutely.
Oh, it's working. Also, this is live, so you see his real haircut. A bit covered by the headset. That's because he's about ready to jump in the game.
Headset's very good for that. Hide your bad haircut between the headsets.
It's a great.
What are you saying?
Music.
I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about
He's
myself.
a beautiful man. He's a Bubby candidate now.
Ooh.
He's been upgraded.
Upgraded.
It's been like too long between haircuts, so you can like buy an extra couple months on stream with your headset. That's my point.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, you think he doesn't look good. It's fine.
Oh, well.
It's fine. The hair has been cut, but the power stays the same. And some people believe, actually, there's been different theories, obviously, in history. Toro shaved his head off, and then he won TI. Lacoste, which one's more powerful? Keeping the hair, losing the hair?
For him, losing the hair, most definitely. I mean, Yatoro, he's just powering up every single time. He's like the most stable carry, I would say. You know, I think in this one, it's going to be a battle of two different styles. But if you woke me up during the night asking me, like, who's the guy you want to be carried by, I would say Yatoro. Maybe throw in Casual Fogged in there, but yeah, definitely Yatoro.
Even if he's your support.
Yeah, even if he's my support in the lane, I'll still go with Yatoro.
Start stealing your last hits. I think Yatoro is, when he was at his prime in TI, and then also we saw that happen again at Riyadh. I guess I want to get your opinion on this, Lacoste, because we talked about it on the previous panel. I genuinely think he's the best player. That Lacoste is a really good guy. You said no to it already.
Yeah.
No, I think he's the best player that has ever existed in Dota. When he's at that level, there's nobody that has been better than him. When he's at that level,
the Toro
his peak is like really high above others. You know, a lot of people will talk a Miracle. Yeah, he's definitely gonna come up during his prime time. But I feel like Yatoro, when he's in the mood to just like win it, he's doing a hero challenge every single time. If you remember the TI, he's playing everything different. During Riyadh Masters, he played like 15 different heroes. This guy is just insane.
And the Rampage challenge too.
Yeah, that one's crazy. It was like before they won TI that year, it was like very few people, maybe one or two people got a Rampage on the main stage, and then he just gets like 4 in the same
Right. He doubled the total amount of Rampages that have ever happened on the playoffs of TI. Like he made that number go from like 5 to 10, just on his own, while also completing the all-hero challenge.
Yeah,
like,
he's really good at kill stealing.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to do that as a carry. I feel like sometimes you just got to do it.
That lets you play any hero, because any hero with lots of kills is good.
There you go. Coming into this playoff though, it's or group stage rather, it's a 2-game series. We've seen first pick, second pick be, well, I was gonna say very important, but Team Liquid did just lose. Somehow, if you weren't paying attention for the last 30 seconds of the game we watched previously, you would not have said so. But yeah, they did lose with first pick. But overall, it seems like first pick is going to be a determining bit of a lead in the game potentially. How big is the difference in terms of skill at the moment? Because yeah, Gaming Gladiators are just coming off a win, but do you then give them the upside here for this series?
I do for sure. Just because they came off another tournament win, not surprised. I was like, okay, well, there they are again, winning another tournament 3-1. Very good for them. So they're coming off. They're going to be warmed up for sure. Yep. They're on the right time zone. Not that it's a disadvantage.
Spirit didn't play in BB Dacha.
So they didn't play, so they're going to be a little bit more rusty to the meta. It's not going to be as drilled in. They're going to spend more time drafting. There's just like a lot of upsides there for Gladiators. But in Team Spirit, by all means, looked amazing in Riyadh, but they have been more inconsistent. Gladiators has so many first places this year. It's like they're just the safe bet.
Devil's advocate. Gaming Gladiators played a lot. They also lost to TSM twice. Actually, 2 games they lost in the playoffs in total, and that should give some learning possibilities for Team Spirit, right? There's a lot of data out
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. I mean, if throughout the whole year, if you wanted to be the best, you needed to prep for Gaming Gladiators. You needed to, eventually you're going to need to play against this team. So everybody's going to study you. Maybe they're going to share the notes, how to beat the final boss. Eventually it did happen. So everyone's going to study you. You have a just big bullseye on you pretty much, and everyone wants to throw darts. They want to figure out how to beat you. I think Team Spirit, they're a type of a team that could do it, even though they're a bit rusty. They didn't play for almost 2 full months. But they're also a team that does innovate a lot, I would say. There was a meta thing that they kind of started during Riyadh Masters when they started to pick Ancient Apparition, but also on the other side you have Gaming Gladiators who set the meta, I would say, not just because they are very innovative as a team. There are much more innovative teams out there. It's just because they're winning. So other teams will start to copy what they're doing, and they're going to be the meta setters pretty much.
Yeah, and during Riyadh Masters, for the playoffs at least, Gaming Gladiators and Spirit did not face, but they were in the same group, and they did tie that one. So they did, get some experience there against each other. Do you have a favorite going into this series, Jenkins?
I would agree with Purge that I think just the fact that Gaiman has been playing and winning. We saw in the last series what happens when you are on a break and you play against a team that just played a tournament. Now I do know that Liquid had a bit of a vacation. They were chilling out, trying to reset everything for TI, and so there's a real argument for Rust there. We don't know if the same thing can be said about Spirit, or I don't know if they've been vacationing or if they've been just scrimming a lot. Because if they've been scrimming all these teams that were at BB Dacha a lot, it's there's going to be a minimal difference. Obviously the pressure of competition does matter in terms of your practice. It is better, but scrimming versus literally not scrimming and just vacationing, very different thing in terms of Rust.
Yeah, we'll see who
What if you're doing both?
Helps it most.
You go on a vacation, you spend 3 hours a day to play scrims. You're at, I don't know, Maldives, and you're just, maybe...
That's not a vacation.
What are you playing on a Steam? They're playing Steam Decks or something?
On Steam Deck, yeah.
You can plug in a keyboard and a monitor on a Steam Deck and be relatively decently playing.
You could be drinking mojitos on an actual deck, and you're playing a Steam Deck on a deck, on a Steam Deck.
Yeah, that's Deckception.
It's Deckception.
Yeah.
Deckception.
Deckception, definitely possible. We don't know. You know what? If Team Spirit wins, we can definitely ask them what they've been up to over the last month and a half or so. At this point, you probably be wondering, hey, wait a second, what's the time? Shouldn't there be a game right about now? Well, yes, there should, but we have some technical issues, and we are fixing them, or the teams are fixing them, as I'm not sure whose issues they are, but they are being worked on.
It's always the damn servers.
I was gonna say it's always casters not wanting to start the game.
That OD
Typical OD Pixel and Fog. No, well, we wait for them until they're ready to go, and that's why we have a little bit more time here. But that's okay, because I'm gonna do the same thing as I did earlier, because we went straight into business, Lacoste. We went straight into the Dota and everything, and I just want to know how you are. We already did this with the other two, so hereby. How are you doing, Lacoste? What have you been up to?
What's your address?
Not gonna leak that one on stream. Also, I'm gonna be moving out maybe in the next year or so can't might actually reveal it in a year. I'll give you the old address. But, I've been doing good. Can't complain. Got to spend some time at home. Chill, read some books, play some board games, hoarding the board games. It's more of a...
What number are you up to?
I kind of stopped counting after 25, so I need more space.
That's why you're moving?
Yeah, that's the main reason, pretty much. I don't have enough space in the storage to place all the board games. Casual Dota, maybe some other games in between, and then I start thinking about, these other games are not as good as Dota, and then I start theory crafting about the new build that I want to try, maybe something with the Tide Hunter, and then you're like, okay, I'm going to close this game, it's not working, and then spend 12 hours playing Dota.
What books did you read?
What books did I read? I read Animal Farm and 1984 by George
wow.
Orwell.
That's good books.
These are good books, yeah.
Yeah, those are both classics.
Dense.
Yeah.
Dense books.
Good books. Good books, good game. We got ourselves a draft on our screens indeed. So we ended up with first pick Gaming Gladiators Dire. I think this is the way, Jenkins, you were saying, this is how it normally plays out. Someone chooses first pick, the other one chooses Radiant. So this is very standard for what you've been witnessing over the last week or so.
Yeah, and both teams almost always, you feel bad about the one that's getting Radiant. I think generally people consider first pick to be by far the best thing. Nobody ever chose, oh, you have priority, what do you choose? Radiant. It was literally first pick into Radiant selection. And a part of the reason, I think, is because, take Gyro, for example. If you ban out Ancient Apparition, okay, now Team Spirit has to ban Gyro. You literally have to right now. Otherwise, the Gyro is going to come out. You know that Ancient Apparition's the one extremely good counter against it.
It's really interesting about the ban pick order changing pretty close to TI. I wonder if it is absolutely solidified in the pro scene, the first pick is just always best.
It's probably going to shift at some
shifted,
point.
But if it gets shifted right before TI, I don't know. It's not that far away.
That's true.
But this tournament's going to be great for that, figuring out what is really solidified with the best teams in the world. What is best? Is it first pick always?
And oftentimes at TI, at least the start of TI, people will be rather safe than sorry about what they have practiced, so you don't see that many changes at the start of TI until one team, does it on a dare, basically.
It also, first pick does seem stronger at the moment. I think my biggest concern is some limited heroes that we're playing right now, because you get rid of all these strong heroes that we were talking about, like this Gyro, Dawn, Sven, Earthshaker, Beastmaster, Pango. All these heroes are heavily contested, and I feel like the last pick, you just don't have the pool to choose from.
All right.
They leave it in.
They just left Gyro in with an AA ban. I would expect a Doom ban right now, and then just insta Gyro. Duracio's been showing that he's perfectly fine playing it even into counters. Gaiman will first pick it and then play it.
It's so interesting this happened twice in the same day for the stream for us, so we get to see this cool progression. And Team Spirit certainly is almost certainly is practicing against 9 Pandas as well. So maybe it's just something from their scrim region.
What a shocker!
Yeah.
These guys are good.
Yeah, that is a very ballsy thing to give to arguably the best team on the planet right now. Is the best first phase that you could ask for.
It is group stages. This could just be let's see how good this really is type of thing. That's what I'm hoping for, right?
maybe it's something along the lines of at least if they're going to play this, we know
what they're going to do.
They're going to do. It's not a question, so they can play into it.
Yeah. You know what the foundations of their team are going to be. They need some 5 that can cover him. There's the hero we forgot about, Invoker. I believe it was more banned than any other hero at the last tournament, so not the worst trade you can have, actually.
And flexible. Right? Or is it still mostly commitment?
I think it's flexible. It's flexible. Teams do play it on different roles. You need to have Invoker players on your team right now in the meta, and I also think you need to have Earth Spirit players, at least 2 in the team, so you can flex it across multiple roles. Invoker, in China, there's been decent amount in TI qualifiers where they played Invoker as position 5, some off lane, and of course position 4, mid lane mostly.
I could see a Razor ban coming out here if Gaiman is looking to protect the Gyro. Oh, never mind. It's going to be a Mars. That's the Cataclysm plus Mars ult combo, which would eventually come in. Wombo combo.
Good combo.
You're going to have to ban Faces Void later too, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
Similar concept, just much more delayed and comes from a different role, of course.
Yeah, and honestly, a hero that does decent against Gyro in the late game. There's not much that does because Gyro's just insanely OP right now, but Void is the ultimate late game. I'm going to pause your carry and then, kill him or kill everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
It takes more time than what Gyro wants to do. Gyro picks up Crystallis, 1 Aghanim Scepter, and he's ready to go. Faceless Void, he needs more time. He's the ultimate late game carry, plus Cataclysm if you get to that point. Could be slightly slower at BB Dacha tournament. Faceless Void, not really contested too much. There's been a couple of Voids, but other than that, people decided to go. Because it's hard to match the farm of Gyro, Sven especially. It's all about stacking. Faceless Void, he can't kill the stacks easily, doesn't have the tools to do it.
You guys think Gaiman would think about taking an IO in this phase, run the IO Gyro?
I think it's harder with the Venge pick as well. Swap was pretty effective at various points in the game. Just get the
IO into the fight.
Or vice versa, get the Gyro out of the fight, and then just have somebody that interrupts the relocate.
Yeah, break the tether, essentially.
Yeah. And not to mention that the carry-to-carry matchups is going to be a little bit better with the Venge, so it kind of like covers both bases. It's like it lowers Gyro's damage until they get BKB or Dispels. You can swap them out of position. The Venge is just like safe to open.
And also look at all the damage that they have to amplify the damage. Solar Crest, which is going to be built on Vengeful Spirit as the first item. Eventually it's going to come out. Alacrity, Vengeful Spirit Aura, which comes down later on, but still like just carry-to-carry matchup. They want Spirit to be able to deal more damage.
So what's the carry? What can they play into Tree Gyro that will be buffed up? I feel like PA would have been an excellent choice. One of the best Alacrity heroes, one of the amazing hero to lane with the Venge. That's obviously banned.
Yeah.
I mean, still the Void.
It's a good matchup against Gyro because Gyro doesn't like the heroes that get on top of him. Also, his Aghanim Scepter, like the side gunner, it gets disabled by a break, and Phantom Assassin does have break with Fan of Knives.
And also it attacks the person farthest away, and that's almost never going to be PA, so it's like hitting a creep or some support or something instead in a lot of cases when they do commit to the kill. But the tree armor is going to be solid. It'll help offset the minus armor that the Venge provides. Definitely a solid laner, high HP, high damage, Leech Seed heals. They should be able to stabilize the lane with it.
I just can't believe that Gaming Gladiators is now in a patch where Celery gets to play Stream Protector.
There was a time where he was playing it before it was cool.
Yes.
I remember Jenkins, he had like some stats prepared. It was like 2 years ago or something when they were on Viking.gg, and he was praising his Treant Protector all the time. Like that was like he was not talking about anything else. It was just Celery Treant Protector. You did a lot of prep, Jenkins, back in the days, huh?
Yeah, back in the now I'm a co-host. I don't have to do prep. This is awesome, Shiva.
Just ask questions.
Hell yeah. Anyway, I'll do some analysis here. This Treant Protector, he had something like an 80% win rate or something like that. But then again, they did, I think, end up winning that DPC. That was like the first one where they did really well.
It's also a vegan hero, so I'm really surprised that Gaming Gladiators decided to pick it up. And also, speaking of damage reduction, Rubik.
Should you speak of his damage reduction?
Yeah. -2 damage, level 1.
Yeah.
This got nerfed heavily. It doesn't matter. Before you couldn't trade against Rubik. Now it's just like, whatever, I'll buy one branch and have that extra damage.
Wave of Terror is factually a better trading ability. But still, that's laning of Rubik. That was kind of the problem with Rubik. Like, he had to get his laning nerfed in some way. Losing it this way means his laning is worse, but his later stages of the game are fine still. If you lose his like armor or base damage or something, that's gone for the entire game. So
I think Gaiman is pretty happy about the Rubik pick now with the Primal coming out. Stealing the Primal ult is one of the most devastating things you can do in a team fight, because Primal is limited by the fact that this is a very low cast range. Rubik, obviously, with the built-in cast range, it's not a problem for him. So it's like you just get vacuumed into the team and then slammed into the ground, and it pierces BKB. So even if Primal gets a BKB, you can interrupt Primal's ult with his own ult through BKB.
Yeah, it's one of the coolest spells in the game for sure. I love that thing.
Yeah. It's also a great setup for Skyrat Mage ulti. I've seen this more in high-level pubs. Because before you were talking about whenever like there's Skyrat Mage, something low cooldown like Axe, Legion Commander, maybe Faceless Void later on. But Primal Beast, it's a good way to set things up for Invoker. If we're talking about, Sunstrike, Skyrat Mage ulti, Primal Beast ulti deals a ton of damage. He was also a hero that can build into Blade Mail. We've seen the power of Blade Mail against Gyrocopter in multiple games already.
Yeah, that's cool. And then they pick another hero that just got barely nerfed in the last patch, the Skyrath Mage. Lost 10 attack speed. Rest in peace, Skyrath Mage. But,
I will say...
with the frontliner, they're definitely going to be able to get kills. Primal Beast charges in combo. They need somebody to do damage, and it can't always be Invoker, basically.
When Primal Beast was first introduced as a hero in competitive Dota, Collapse was the one who had insanely high win rate.
Yeah.
He had like 15 game streak or something. It's pretty nuts. And the response from Puck, it's Puck into Skyrat Mage, which is a bit of a concerning, but seems like he thinks that's gonna be enough in terms of save. Later on, you will have like Rubik with the upgraded shard, maybe some extra heal coming out from Treant Protector ulti, but whenever I see Skyrat Mage against Puck, I feel like Sky does really well.
But it can go both ways, because if Puck does jump in silence, it's a bad time for Sky. And I think it also helps them against the Invoker matchup. Like, if you get cold snapped, you're going to get a phase shift off. You can dodge tornadoes, you can dodge Venge stuns. Like, he can definitely play this game relatively survivable. He doesn't have to worry about getting killed by, like, Collapse rotating on Primal Beast. So
Yeah.
There's definitely good things that Puck brings here.
It's good against everything but the Skywrath Mage. And I also feel like it's one of the best combos with Gyro, too. If you can coil like a couple of units, and, Primal's always going to be in there in the middle of a fight, Gyro's going to have the freest flack of his life, walks into the coil, it's going to be a bloodbath.
I'm just thinking what carry Team Spirit is going to pick up. I could see potentially Drow Ranger coming out. It doesn't necessarily need to be like a melee hero. We've seen Bloodseeker in the previous series that did really well. Once you get to that like Shard, Aghanim Scepter, percentage-based damage really shred some of these heroes. But the Yatoro Drow Ranger, you have like one big guy in front, that's the Dino, and then you have all these spells to throw on top of potentially Drow Ranger. You have Aghanim Scepter upgrade as well, which could be good against all the healing that there's on their side. Satanic eventually going to come out on Gyro anyway.
Yeah, you're right, actually. With the new Ags Rush build everybody's doing on Drow, it kind of counters Gyro in two ways. It counters the Satanic healing bullshit aspect of the Gyro, and then also the fact that he's building essentially only base armor items. So Drow is going to tear through that. That sounds like an awesome pick, for Spirit especially.
And Glacier, of course.
Yeah, the Glacier, naturally. Yeah, that extra range. It's so important.
Good luck attacking uphill.
Yeah.
They ban the Medusa themselves, grab the Beastmasters, some more aura.
Now in a Beast, you're begging for the Drow pick to come out.
Do you like it against Beast and Lane? Is that what you're saying?
I do, yeah. I think it's one of the better heroes versus Beast and Lane, because it does well against the Axes or the Boar build.
I suppose get some separation in there. Once they run at you, it can be a bad time, but...
Is it the Boar build now, or is it the Hawk build?
The Hawk, it's the Hawk
Good
build.
yeah. Love the Hawk.
I hate that thing.
Really? Why?
Because
it's so annoying to
Because I play
against.
5.
Oh.
You can't trade with them at level 1.
Yeah. How much damage does it do at level 1 per attack?
It feels like 100, but I know it doesn't.
Round it up.
Yeah.
It's like Bedlam level 1 or
It's
something.
legitimately like better than Bedlam, bro.
All right, last pick looking for a carry here. A lot of them banned.
Sniper also would be kind of sick.
Just thinking any kind of ranged?
I really like Sniper against Puck. It's actually the highest win rate hero on Dota buff against Puck. I think because Puck can't really play in and out of fights.
How about a Terrorblade?
It counters the Beast. You get all the auras when you reflect, which is very nice, especially if he gets the Vlads, which I imagine he'll probably not go for the Dom build.
Also another like Manta carrier. Like when you talk with pro players, carry ones, they see Treant Protector. They don't want to buy a BKB early on. Most of the time, they want to build Manta style to get out of the Overgrowth, to get out of the Puck Silence Witchblade. This is Yatoro TB we're talking about. I don't know. I feel like their draft is really strong at every single stage of the game on side of Spirit, and I might want to see the draft one more time because I remember only a couple of heroes, and there it is. I think they have a relatively good front line. They have the burst damage. In terms of control against Puck, not as much, but this silence is going to come in clutch from Skywrath Mage.
Yeah, and having Tornado against tree armor as well is going to really help. Yatoro on the TB's got really, really high armor, so like the flat cannon damage isn't going to be that bad. They just need to kind of win team fights with their pickoffs and then eventually take it to the gyrocopter if it's possible.
I love Primal against Treant, by the way, for the same reasons Lacoste was mentioning. There should be a Manta on Yatoro. The Dispel talent, Tree just can't ult Primal. You never lock him down. With that being said, though, it's Gyro. You gave it to the best team in the world. Come on. You can't lose with first pick Gyro.
Yeah, but it's the best team in the world versus the best team in the world. So I am just curious. Like, they know, they calculate this. Like, we're going to give Gyro away. They knew this the moment that AA was banned, that was going to come.
Yes, they did.
And they probably knew that before they even woke up this morning.
Yeah, it's not like you gave it to some Battle Cup stack on Sunday. Like you gave it to Team Spirit, so you know there's a lot of thinking coming out to counter this hero. Yeah. And I don't know. I'm going to give a slight advantage to Team Spirit in this one.
Wait, Team Spirit's not the one with the gyrocopter.
I know.
Oh.
I'm going to agree to disagree here with Lactose over there. You had a little bit too much dairy today.
All right, well, we're going to find out. Will Gyrocopter reign supreme, or will Team Spirit's calculations come into play? We're finding out together with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
ladies and gentlemen, time for Team Spirit to go up against Gaming Gladiators. And folks, obviously just previously we managed to see 9 Pandas be able to beat Team Liquid's Gyrocopter. This time round, Team Spirit, they also want a bit of a challenge. They let it through, and we're going to see if they can tackle Duracho and Gaming Gladiators Gyrocopter. This time round, there's no Warlock in the play.
Warlock. It's still a cool approach, though. They have, I mean, I like both drafts. This one's the I'm most torn for. I'm not sure whose draft I like more. I mean, Gaming's, they've got a very comfortable one. They've got, it's not just Duracho playing Gyro, right? It's the thing that makes so much focus onto it. People sometimes forget about the Ace Beastmaster. This guy carries from the offlane on this, and you've got a Quinn Puck, which he gets the last pick versus this Invoker. Has silence that he has to worry about, but oh my goodness, looks like we got a big fight.
Both teams seem interested in fighting this. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top of there. Good charge forward for Collapse across pretty much the entirety of the 4 of them. Tofu's getting low, and he'll be the first to fall. First blood for Collapse. As he'll take him down, Gaming Gladiators, they'll get a double for Celery, in fact, in return, as they take out both Collapse and Meposhka. So Team Spirit, they secure first blood, but they give up a couple of heroes.
Duracho's just going to have to go all the way back to base.
Celery's still low.
Maybe Yatoro. Celery looks like he's probably dead.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they're going to be able to get a second kill in return. So
and
2
Laurel
for 2,
gets it.
and Spirit, they're the ones that got the first blood out of that.
It's a big deal that Laurel gets this kill. Now he's got, because Quinn did not get either, right? So Quinn...
No, Celery got the double for Gladiators.
Yep, so Laurel, he should have a very good time in this mid matchup. Sometimes the Puck can have a slight advantage overall, but now with these new Invokers, you should be fine. And now that he gets this kill, he should be able to get himself a quick early purchase. That was crazy. What was that, a 5-man charge, 5-man wave of terror, and still somehow Spirit wasn't the one to get the 2 kills at the start. I thought they were going to get more. Secures the range. Nicely done from Laurel.
So overall, which sort of way are you feeling on this one? You know, is the Gyro potential of Gaming Gladiators just a bit too strong, or are you looking at Spirit's lineup and their approach is making a lot of sense?
Probably the Gyro's just a little too strong, but I don't know, I'm like maybe like 2%. I don't know, it's super small, I guess, the favor that I'll be giving. The one thing that I do think that they do have is the ways to really hurt Yatoro a lot.
Sure.
Especially this lane bottom, it's a lot of spam.
Is this a fun safe lane for him?
Not so much. He doesn't have the heal sustain or anything like that, so it's going to be obnoxious for Yatoro right off the bat. And in the mid game and stuff like that, I know Kevin brought some attention to it. Yes, there's going to be Tornado to dispel and stuff like that, but there's going to be these extra buff ups that he's going to have to go through. The tree armor, that's always going to be put out, and him getting Fade Bolted for his damage reduction, so we'll see how he handles it. He also has a lot of things that are buffing him himself, right? We've got the Venge, we've got the Invoker with the Alacrity eventually too for Yatoro, so we'll see how it all plays out. I like their draft, but you know, it's tough to always go versus Gaming in a lot of situations.
And how do you expect to see the top lane unfold? Is it a safe spot for Duracho, or can they threaten the Gyro during this laning stage?
They can threaten. It's a very, very strong lane. Tofu also might just be dead here.
The Metamorphosis with the Reflection. Ooh, he's got the stick charges and the Fairy Fire.
They got him.
It won't save him. Yatoro able to take down the Rubik, get himself a kill.
Yep, and he actually has a ton of regen. Didn't actually notice that at the start, but he brought himself an extra salve at the start, so he's actually not really getting slowed down. So looks like the 3 lanes looking pretty damn good here for Team Spirit. And Laurel off to a very hot one. Look at this, 12 and 7. Goes for the early brace. I mean, his base damage advantage is probably ridiculous over the Puck. It's what, 15 or so? Quite a bit of
super nice.
Yeah. And Lacoste said it, right? Laurel, he's really been... Honestly, he stepped it up so much. In Lima, I had some concerns about him. I think they were also putting on heroes like his Snapfire and stuff, which I didn't really like. He has been killing it these last few months.
One of the these sort of mid heroes that we could certainly see an Invoker take over a game.
Absolutely. I mean, if you get to good levels, there's so much you can do besides just your own aggressive potential, but just buffing up your cores, finding kill threads on the other sides of the map. Is another one, Celery.
Should be able to get him here. Trying to heal up with the Seed, but he's gone. Too much damage here with the Trample from Collapse.
Nicely done. Love watching Primal Beast. Even though they picked it into the Rubik, which we're going to see, of course, the exchange of spells kind of going back and forth. I think this hero is absolutely amazing. He's just so tanky. You have so many cool item builds. If he wants to go down the route of like these blade mills and stuff, he can. I think you can do so much as this hero. Especially these specialists, the guys that are just, you can tell how much they've played it. They do all the special little tricks on it. Glad to see that Collapse is playing it. my God, mid is a beatdown, Owen.
I was going to say that the difference is only growing between these
huge.
two here, Lyle and Quinn.
Yep, I mean, the old
he's got as many denies as Quinn had CS just now.
The old Puck used to beat the Invokers, but now the Invokers is just the stats and, of course, him getting that kill.
Yeah.
It's just enabled him so much. This base damage advantage. It just continues to be like, yes, 16 base damage.
Oh, this is going to be quite the beginning for the Invoker. I mean, and for Quinn, now having a slow start in the mid. You look at the side lanes, this is a game where once the 6 is there, there's some easy sort of kill potential for early rotations on the Puck.
He might feel needed to do it, honestly, to just try to make sure that Dyrachyo has a good time. Speaking of Dyrachyo collapse, he's got the stick. He should be all right.
Dyrachyo can get a few hits in under the tower.
That's crazy.
He does not want to dive this. And Collapse is salving up.
I was like, I checked. I was like, oh, is it level 2 barrage? Then maybe, but level 1 barrage.
Nah, that's not doing a whole lot.
No, it's kind of tickling. But yeah, definite kill threats, I would say, on the side lanes, if Quinn would like to rotate once you get to
Overall, though, just Spirit, these lanes, all 3 of them, looking very, very hot here off the start of this one, Spirit.
Yeah, I thought perhaps Yatoro would get slowed down a little bit, but just that extra regen it's more than enough, and honestly, definitely feeling a bit of that nerf.
He's got to walk back to base, I think, Dyrachyo. They don't have the tools and the consumables to keep him up here.
Quinn and Dyrachyo both have to go back.
This is, pretty big domination on the laning front.
They even,
from Team Spirit.
Bottom, Yatoro's actually just dodging the axes now at this point, so he's just fine. They can't actually spam him down whatsoever. So, yeah, maybe just the nerfs, of course, that we saw from Fade Bolt as well, too, coming into play. Instead of 14% damage reduction, that 5%, it's pretty pathetic early on versus something like that, TB. All 3 lanes looking hot.
Yeah, they are crushing this early game.
Laurel
again in
huge.
this mid, once again, he's as many denies as Quinn has last hits. 31 to 16 to the 16-1 for a moment there.
And he could even be the one that gets more active because he's Quasquex. He's got Urn already finished up, so he could look to move around quick.
And Miposhka, he's trying to set up something here. They do find him, but they don't quite finish him off. Mirror and Collapse are ready to back him up, and it ends up just being a bit of a bait. Miposhka stands there, baits in the attention of the 2 of them. It ends up costing Celery his life.
And the thing is, too, they probably identify that it's level 2 barrage. When you see that damage,
they
all right.
Well, that looks like it's going to be a bit too much. I don't want to go in quite into the tower for Dyrachyo, but
when you go for this build, though, on the gyro, you're looking to kind of like push these people out of lane and have this extra damage. The fact that he's not kind of is a big deal. Now his flak's going to be lower level, doesn't have stats to be able to farm as effectively either, so this could cause some extra effect onto Gaming Gladiators.
He's stepping pretty far down the lane of Dyrachyo.
There's still a Venge in the area.
Yeah, they can swing back over and try for another attempt to this. They've got to bring him back up, Gaming Gladiators. TP's going to be coming in. They cannot let Spirit get away with this aggression on towards the Dyrachyo carry. They've got to protect the gyrocopter.
Nice deny there, Mira. Dyrachyo is actually the lowest in last hits on his team. Lowest in farm as well, too. You're seeing reflected there. 2K lead pre-7 minutes. Pretty huge stuff. And Collapse, I mean, this is a fair bit of damage he's getting.
A huge amount.
He actually just gets him. Tofu doesn't get the lift off.
Oh my goodness, he shouldn't be down like that, folks.
Oh
that is not the way you want to be going down. You had your 2 supports by your side. I don't know who's going to be screaming at who in that situation. It's the support screaming at the carry screaming at the supports. Falling apart in this top lane, Gaming Gladiators.
Collapse now also, you see these points in the barrage. Okay, I mean, it's already one of the best Blade Mail builders in the game. I think we see that constantly. He's just going face forward Blade Mail. It's a pretty damn good game for it. He's off to an explosive start.
All 3 lanes. Team Spirit. I mean, as was said, when there's a lot of money on the line, they turn it up. In this tournament, 1 week, $1 million prize pool.
True.
You're going to see them bring out the good stuff here, Team Spirit, and we're certainly getting that in this first 7 minutes.
I'm most surprised, really, at top at how well that lane has gone versus the tree plus the gyro. They've just completely dismantled it. Yeah, this pick, it's Primal, looking perfect, Laurel. Now setting up onto mid.
Quinn's used the orb. Used the orb to try and clear the way. The Ancient Seal's out. He's going to have the orb back up again in a second. Cold snap. He's going to attempt to jump away. Collapse going to try and cut him off. It's not even necessary. Mira finishes off Quinn. Another kill for Spirit.
And look at these rotations.
Miposhka's coming in from the side. He knows that Tofu was going to be there in the trees trying to set up to help Quinn out. Quinn's already dead, of course. Tofu's got no one to help. Can't help himself. Another kill for Spirit.
What team play. They came ready. They came super ready today. This Vessel's going to be out in no time here for Laurel. They've already broken all 3 lanes. It's going to be up to Ace, right? It does feel like now a lot of that pressure in the mid game, this Beastmaster's going to try to recover things because the Puck, he was picked into a Skywrath as well, too. So if this Puck does get off to a slow start, which he now is, this silence is going to prove to be very problematic for Quinn. 8-2. Couldn't ask for a better start there for Team Spirit, I don't think.
Now Gladiator's just going to bring the numbers down bottom.
So is Spirit. Look at this.
Respawns. Should be able to get Miposhka. Yeah, not a chance for the Venge. Caught alone in the river. Quick catch here from Quinn, but it's of course going to give them the information to get Lal and Jotaro safely away from Quinn's rotation bottom. It should just be the support getting caught, no one else.
At this point now, though, you know, Jiracho, he constantly has to show himself if he wants to farm in lane or whatever. Taro's just jungling, and he's just going to send illusions and stuff while his team is just going around making plays. I mean, Laurel,
living armor.
The living armor does save.
Is indeed going to keep him alive.
Nicely done.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's going to be tough for them to pressure this TB now at this point, and just to be able to find him even. Well, Duracho, it feels like for him, he could be constantly under the gun. Like, I'm just watching Collapse. Anytime that I see him near this gyrocopter, there's definitely that kill threat. And keeping themselves parked around the mid area, they want us to keep whittling down this tower.
Yeah, it's a bit scary to step up around this tier 1 if you're gaming Gladiators. Celery's going to get caught. Magic Missile into the cold snap BMP. Too much damage for anyone to survive through at this stage of the game.
He doesn't even get the living armor off onto the tower before he dies, so they could look to get a little bit of damage onto this here with Laurel. These two supports, I mean, look at them. Miposhka.
Yeah, they're killers.
They just keep making moves. And great aggressive vision, too. They're playing so fast in the lanes that you don't even see a moment when they got time to place this, but they're watching the Ancients and they're watching the hard camp area. So Duracho, he really only has the top side to farm right now that's safe.
Yeah, he's just got to sort of hug that wall of the map.
Yeah. And looking at, just sitting around the mid lane. They know that their other lanes look great, and they're starting to collapse. Here comes this Primal Beast. Taro even just walking in and taking this Ancient area since they have this very aggressive ward that they placed from earlier.
I mean, gaming Gladiators bully Spirit out at that part of the map, or Spirit just free to do what they want there?
I think even with 5, they get pushed out. I don't think they have the damage to just deal with even just the Primal Beast at this point.
Celery, he's stepping up. He's going to be found. Ancient Seal into the grabber, collapse. We'll be able to put it to a stop with the telekinesis. The Celery will be saved.
Vessel done already. 3k lead. Keeping the catapult alive here. Collapse tanking with his shield rune. I mean, yeah, they still have the catapult. They're gonna be able to get this whole tower here.
And they've got the Dream Coil, of course, but even with the setup from Quinn, it's hard to sort of see the damage numbers being high enough to take down some of these heroes, especially these cores.
I mean,
Collapse.
Collapse has 1600 HP, and he's got the Occult Bracelet, so 5% extra magic resist. All these things add up.
On the mid.
Level 4 Rubik.
Too far of a step up there from Tofu. He's out. The Vessel will finish him off. The coil's there. Amira and Lal happily, easily able to snap it straight away, knowing there's no follow-up and there's no further damage. Spirit, they get a kill and they walk away.
I mean, now it's a roar that was used to disengage bottom, a coil to kind of disengage. I mean, gaming.
Oh, I'm a
They're getting smashed.
In with the tumbler swap here. On towards Quinn. Gets the Ancient Seal from Mira. There's the silence. There's the kill. They weren't ready for that one. Miposhka with a cute little bump forward with the toy.
Oh, and this could be a fairly quick one. They're just putting so much pressure. It's who's going to recover things, really. Everyone's just kind of struggling on the side of gaming. Ace is kind of pushed to the jungle, too. His net worth doesn't look so bad, but they're not doing anything on the map.
They are able to walk into the jungle, and Duracho, he's got no one around to help him.
Another one. Oh, yep.
This is getting pretty crazy here. Spirit on absolute top form.
12-3. There's just no breathing room. Like, look at how fast they're just swinging across the map. And when you get these early towers, too, you're playing versus Tree Protector.
Tofu.
It's everything.
Should be able to live. I mean, depends how much Lal's able to...
He's trying to bait him.
Poking in onto him. Tornado to hold back the two of them. Tofu's going to get low. Will live. That's still not a fun place to play this mid lane. Yeah, we're seeing the supports barely able to show up and get some XP from these waves.
When was the last time you saw Tofu, level 4, at almost 13 minutes? I feel like I haven't seen this almost ever for Gaming Gladiators.
Definitely one of the toughest starts Tofu's had in a while.
Quick little pause. Let the salt seep in. 12-3. It's only 12 minutes in. They're a kill a minute. They've gotten tier 1 mid. They're just constantly looking for these aggressive plays.
This
aggressive ward.
Tumbler's toy into the swap, closing the gap on Quinn. Immediate Ancient Seal to follow things up. And yeah, definitely one of the reasons in play that we're seeing why you yourself, you were a little concerned when Puck was picked into Skywrath.
The Puck versus Skywrath one is the concern. And also, it used to be a counter versus Invoker before it was universal in the lane. You know, nowadays, does feel quite a bit harder, but Quinn must have seen something that he thought was better for it, but so far, they're putting so much attention. Look at this play.
Yeah, tumblers, swap into immediate silence. You can't do anything as a Puck against that.
I'm a huge fan of the slow motion tumbler noise. Did you hear it? That was nice.
I don't think Quinn's as much of a fan.
No, probably not.
Not having an easy time here on the Puck this game.
Level 6 is hit. They already killed Tofu though, and Laurel.
I mean, he can just walk away from this.
Looks like it. There's a
There's
roar.
a roar.
Let's see.
Are they killing this Invoker though? Lars opening the ice wall off. He's going to get swapped back to safety. Pushes back Ace with the deafening blast. They're able to walk away. In Gaming Gladiators, they just don't have the means to get the kills, even with their ultimates, when they're playing from behind at this stage of the game.
And all the meanwhile, where's Jotaro? He's just chilling. The absolute freest game ever. He almost has his Manta done. The tree just hit 6. Like, Overgrowth's already going to be addressed. This is just Spirit on all cylinders.
They're going to keep going.
Yep, they're looking for more. I mean, Collapse, he's got his Blade Mail already finished up. He's so tanky. Even if they commit everything onto him, he might survive and just kill a couple heroes.
See what they can get. No swap, of course, still cooling out for 20 seconds, but Magic Missile into Ancient Seal and Mystic Flare, that will get the job done on anyone. Tofu, he's up to the creep wave.
Still, okay, he does find his 6. But
they get him. Another kill for Collapse.
They wanted to perhaps try to steal that Wisdom Rune, but it was already taken, as we saw there for Tofu. Does have the 6, but now actually another deep aggressive ward. This is the 3rd one that they've placed down these first 15.
Swat's back up. They don't want to try and commit onto Ace. They will respect the fact that he's got a decent amount of HP and stats with the Ags done.
He's the strong one. He's the one that they kind of have to have some small concerns about right now, but those concerns, I would say, are pretty small.
I mean, if they can get Collapse in as well, the 3 of them can definitely take Ace down.
I mean, they've got Laurel on the side here.
On the side. Can they finish this Invoker off? He's got the EMP down. Spirit Vessel thrown down on towards Quinn, and here's the back of a Collapse. He just goes straight across, and he's able to grab Quinn. Quinn, he's going to get healed up a little bit by living armor, but it will not save him. Quinn's out again.
They just don't have the damage to go for anybody. They're all split up. Hey, Spirit's just cruising 16-3. A nice steal, a very needed one too, but a 7k gold lead as this Terrorblade just free farm. Duracho getting some space, but as we've seen, they have a lot of answers for him, and there's this Blade Mail Primal Beast that's gonna have his number.
How do Gaming Gladiators set up any sort of play from this sort of position?
Right now it's just difficult also because there's this vision that's been placed from Spirit. I think they finally did get that ward that was placed behind, but in order for them to kind of counteract, they have to have the numbers, and they need probably 2 more numbers every single time than Spirit at this moment, and they might still not be able to kill heroes.
An incredibly difficult position for Gaming Gladiators to play from. And Poshka, he's looking for the setup here. Wave of Terror's up. Ace will manage to get the turn here as he goes for the roar, but the swap was saved for defensive maneuvers. Gets Collapse out of there, and they blow up Ace with the Mystic Flare.
And he's
going forward as well. I mean, great sort of control, great plays there from Poshka. You know, not using the swap initially to make an aggressive play, knowing there's going to be a chance it's needed defensively. He plays it perfect, waits it out, saves his teammate, makes sure they get the kill regardless, and nobody on Team Spirit goes down.
Yeah, he doesn't have to rush it, right? He's just looking. He's like, my Primal has 2,300 HP. Like, I'm going to take my time. Boom.
Yeah, really good spell usage there from Poshka.
I mean, this is one of the more flawless games I think I've seen in quite some time, especially from Spirit. This is picture perfect. Look at this TB's farm. He hasn't been touched this game. And Duracho, he has been. Duracho's been very much so slowed down. He's had to go for like the max barrage build, which it's not usually something you want to do. You usually see a lot of these guys just having stats on the gyrocopters. You can get that big farm rate and everything, but yeah, it hasn't worked out for him at all yet. And how's this item timing for Collapse? He's got the BKB done. I was thinking like perhaps they can catch him pre-BKB on this Primal Beast, but he's already gonna have it finished now. It's so early.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I like the build for Mira this game. I think we still see a couple times teams deviate, like especially even versus like the Pucks not having the max silence, but I think in this game, when he's the full one to address the Puck, we're seeing how much he's doing. 4 points in Ancient Seal. He's chilling. Yeah, bots Midas on Laurel. Gonna continue scaling.
Phenomenal game from him.
Yeah.
Crushed Quinn in the mid, and has not slowed down since 4-0-6. Perfect Invoker gameplay.
And they're ready to hit. BKB on Primal. How long on TB meta? 30 seconds. So they can look to collapse with Collapse, get some kills, and then perhaps they can even just set up for a Roshan relatively soon if they do swing toward that top side.
I mean, honestly, for Gladiators, if they catch any sort of wind of this move coming for them, they've just got to run. They do not want to do anything around this potential of Spirit
Quinn.
items. There's the jump forward. Will this time manage to be able to react quick enough for the phase shift and a quick jump back?
Nicely done. They're so ready for these swap silence plays.
They've got to be. We've seen how deadly they've been so far from Spirit.
And they keep just checking, scouting the vision, reducing it. So there now Gladiators is, I mean, down to what, 2 defensive wards on their side up top. Very limited vision. Yotaro he's just getting bigger and bigger. The rate that you can farm on this TB compared to Gyro when he's been slowed down is incomparable. And Scotty timing, that'll probably be the big go one, right? Because then you're playing versus the ranged core. You just keep your distance, you're super tanky.
Yeah, there's no chance of Gaming Gladiators bursting you.
No,
and even if there was, you've got numerous ways of being saved.
The ward up top, Dyrachyo, they still do have that one, so they will at least see Spirit, so Dyrachyo's going to survive. They're setting up a counter gank. Quinn still no
Got to find something with this Gaming Gladiators. They cannot afford for this move to go wrong.
How do they start the fight, though? With Quinn without a blink, like, Celery just has to walk in and root. Tofu doesn't have a spell stolen. Things do not feel good for them to just force a fight there. And Spirit? Looks like prepping maybe for the bottom side, Roshan. It's going to be 50 seconds, or 40 seconds until it swings.
So Spirit sort of read that Gaming Gladiators would have been setting up for such a move. They back off from the top, play towards the bottom, maybe seeing if they could have caught out Ace whilst alone. But Ace also backs away as soon as Spirit disappear off the top half of the map.
They're playing it careful, right? They're not taking the risks where they're diving tier 2s or anything like that. They're just playing very cautious, just looking for these, Ace, these swap plays.
Has to keep his distance, and he is. He's playing it cool here, Ace. In a very scary area of the map, but
10 seconds.
Ace, he's a step ahead, won't be caught by this.
10 seconds, Roche. It's going to swing down. If they want to look to go for it with the Venge and the TB, they can very soon. They're actually going to look to take the fight. Yotaro, he feels like he just wants to kill Dyrachyo.
He's trying to close the gap.
Can he get there?
But any other way of getting in onto this Gyro? Not looking like it.
He's got the Scotty timing, so he's probably making the call. Guys, let's just fight whenever we want. Funny seeing a TB being the one to kind of start the gank, though. That was kind of cute.
That's how strong he feels at this point.
Don't blame him.
Make these aggressive moves running at them and has no fear. Even if Gaming Gladiators were to respond with the 5 of them, with those TPs coming through, Miposhka would have been more than ready with a swap.
Yep. And speaking of Miposhka, I believe that is his Solar Crest finish. Yeah, Solar Crest is done. On the opposing side, Celery, he doesn't, I mean, he's about to, okay? He's got the medallion just finished up, so. More and more amp ups for this TB, and he's gonna have Alacrity too. It's level 4 Exort, so double 4 Spirits online
this time
also
Ace.
for Laurel.
He has got BKB.
Okay,
we'll probably need to pop it and run. And indeed, there's the BKB, turns around with a roar. He's thinking about getting back in aggressively on towards Miposhka, wants to play aggressive. The rest of Gaming Gladiators are starting to swing across, but the swap's there. BKB comes towards an end. Miposhka will go down.
A little awkward.
The Gaming Gladiators find anything more with this one. Cooldown's not going to catch on to the Collapse. Collapse able to step out into the trees. The backup's here from Spirit.
Here's Yotaro.
And now Gladiators themselves might be in trouble. Dyrachyo, of course, he does not have BKB yet at this point. Definitely blast into the Mystic Flare. Dyrachyo's out. Collapse closes the gap and onto Celery. The Ancient Seal's caught Tofu. They've lost 2. They're going to lose 3. There's no escape for Celery as he gets swiped down by Collapse.
There's just nothing to touch Yotaro. There is just absolutely no answer for him. Collapse also, too. He takes a bit of damage, and he's just fine to be able to charge forward. Quinn might still get caught down here.
No, surely not.
They were pinging him.
Yeah,
they knew.
They knew where he's at, but Quinn will TP away, and we'll see it again. I mean, Miposhka, he knows that this is going to be a very suicidal swap, but he also knows that if he can bait Gaming Gladiators into taking a fight, maybe Gaming Gladiators forget that they're in a tough spot, and indeed they do. They get destroyed.
This could have even been worse. The missile actually hitting onto Collapse there. I think he would have just charged through and probably got aced as well, too, there. So maybe Gaming Gladiators getting a little bit lucky there that they didn't lose absolutely everybody, but yeah, they lose quite a lot anyway.
Super tough at this point.
Yeah.
To try and take a fight where you get the Gyro involved right now. Dyrachyo, he knows that this game's in such a tough situation. He wants to turn up to these team fights. But when it's a game where there's an Invoker on the other side that's popping off as much as he's doing, it's so hard to play your hand without the BKB done. So we'll see if Gaming Gladiators can make some sort of space and time for Dyrachyo to get that completed. He's just an Ogre Club in right now. Still needs a lot of time to finish that BKB.
And then he solves only one little problem, right? He'll be like, okay, now I can actually deal with the Invoker spells, but then there's this TB that how does he get to?
Yeah, look at it was Lal.
And they get this catch.
But the Roar, Lal, pretty on his own, and they've got him.
Kill.
Ace.
Ace has to be that X factor,
Can
but
the
now
two of them get out of this Collapse? He'll close the gap onto Tofu. Tofu has got Dyrachyo's by his side, and Quinn and Ace, they're turning straight towards Miposhka. They'll find him in the tree line. Double kill for Ace. Jump forward now over towards Collapse, but the BKB's there. Collapse will back off underneath the tier 1 tower, but
big kill.
I mean, we've seen Ace do it before in games where Gaming Gladiators have struggled, very much being the driving force behind a good old comeback from Gladiators. In this game, starting to show some small signs of that. Sets up very nicely. It's a big kill, putting an end to Lal's game. That's the first time they've managed to bring down the Invoker.
Massive kill. He's got Blink now. So now they actually do have like simultaneous initiations. Quinn is still absolutely struggling, but baby steps. And I think that's what Game Gladiator's got to hope for here.
Can Ace do it? Yeah, second highest net worth in the game here on the Beastmaster.
Yatoro's still going to be that. Yeah, we'll see how they try to answer him because he's just the speed that he's getting.
And back in action. He's come straight onto the map on towards the bottom lane. Duracho's trying to farm out this way, but Duracho is completely alone. Completely alone here. Swapped back by Maposhka. No chance of escape.
Oh, Yatoro's like, let me get the last hit. He's running in. Isn't quite able to set up for it. 40 seconds, no gyro. Roche, they're right in the area there if they want to. They have a minute till it swaps around though, so we'll see. Celery looking to set up some vision. They can't quite. All right, they're just gonna commit for it. They should kill it in time.
They take it super easy.
Yeah, solo crest and all the buff ups. He doesn't have to pop meta.
Has been scanned, but yeah, without the gyro.
All right,
not really a chance.
Is this your moment?
Maybe you could go for a steal or something, but Quinn, he's nowhere near.
No.
Ace
do actually find another one.
Ace is doing his best here. He's really doing his best to recover this game.
Ace and Toph. That's a huge kill. Ace now top 2 net worth, level 18.
Could Ace do it? On his Beastmaster, as I say, he's done it before. We have been in series in games like this, where Gladiators, they've suffered across the board in the lanes, and then suddenly Ace and his Beastmaster turn it around.
Can Ace handle it all, though? That's going to have to be the question, is will he be able to handle all 3 of these cores when Yatoro's this big? It's going to be quite a feat, but it would be an incredible one if he's able to. Duracho, how is he doing on this BKB? All right, 700 away. He desperately needs it. Celery. Max Leech Seed is good. He's out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And I'll get this push going.
4 Mud Golem stuns, right? They just all throw it at him and kill him. That would be pretty hype. Tormentor. Spirit. We're going to just take this one away. Who's going to get it? It's a good one. It's a real good one. And the full butterfly is complete. So BKB is done for Duracho, but as I said, realms away from having anything to address this terrible.
Well, he's still a little bit off it.
Is he still off it?
Yeah.
Did he buy something else? I thought he had it finished. Okay. I'm still a little bit off. You're right.
But he's basically there. Should have it for the next fight.
And oh, look at that pickup. So now they're getting some Lincolns, it looks like. Not only to address, of course, versus this Primal Roar, but versus like any of these type of like disables and little small ones from the Rubik.
This could be pretty painful. If they're able to strike Duracho whilst he's like 100 gold off his BKB.
Oh my god, that would be devastating.
That's going to hurt. They're going to be able to pick themselves up a haste rune. Duracho, he's about 70 gold off. He's going to have the money. So at the least we'll be able to buy it up. But may not have it on him if before this opportunity that Team Spirit find. Tofu,
he takes it.
He's going to tank it.
Good boy. Good job, Tofu. Wait, Duracho's running in.
Yeah, it's not been delivered yet. Now it has. Now it has, so he can be a bit more aggressive.
Duracho's like, I'll just throw a missile for you. You know, man, I got you.
BKB done.
Push commencing. I mean, BKB, but look at his damage. It's pretty pathetic still on this gyrocopter.
Yeah, 6k difference between him and Chitoro.
He needs the next item. Ace cannot do this on his own. He's trying, though. Trying his damnedest. Almost as Shiva's now finished up onto Ace.
He is super farmed.
No, he still is very big.
Just you consider sort of the overall way this game's gone for the two teams. The fact that Beastmaster, Ace is in this position in this game is pretty insane.
Yeah, especially because like his support also. Like sometimes it's, Ace and Tofu play off each other a lot. Tofu had no game, right? 14 minutes, he just hits level 6 or something like that. So yeah, Ace definitely putting in the work still.
Oh, he is. And he's the highest level in the game by quite a significant amount. He's just hit level 20.
I saw he was 19, but wow, okay, yeah. I mean, solo kills, right? Those big kills onto the core is definitely making a big difference, so.
Oh, Quinn?
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh. That's almost like a solo kill for Mira, pretty much.
Yeah, it could have been. But, all right. Quinn, he's having a rough one.
He's having a real rough one.
Duracho, he's going to have to pop it. The BKB, surely. Actually, no, never mind. They don't have detection on these two. The Glimmer will get him up to the high ground. He is still forcing himself to the high ground. Now the BKB will come out from Duracho. Does not want to risk the chance of getting caught by any sort of further control. Has to BKB and back off to the fountain.
Okay, meta was used, so if they can back away and play elsewhere, could be decent there for Gaming Gladiators. But look at Spirit. They see Ace for a quick second.
They want to cut Ace off.
They want him.
He is the target right now. He does have BKB. He's trying to try and get something off, but he's going to get caught by the MP. Now plus the BKB to run. Oh, links up. TP as well. Tornado, not going to catch him. He's out.
He's out. What?
I mean, Ace, dude, this is the definition of 1v5ing here from Ace, honestly, it feels like, this game.
Collapse tried everything there, too. He did, like, the Beast Dispel, right? He dispelled with the uproar to remove the Boar Slow, but Ace switched the targets onto him. I can't believe he survives there. Buys some time. How's that meta? Yeah, meta is off now. Yatoro is going to look to play down bottom. Aditi down bottom.
Okay. Typhoon.
Oh, Pushka. He is deep.
Should be an easy one here for Gladiators. And Yatoro's going to turn up.
Gonna get trades.
For Tofu, Ace, he's going to lose a fair bit of his health there to the Sunder. Golden Sunder from Tofu is able to bring Yatoro back down pretty low response, but of course Yatoro's still got the Aegis.
Duraccio.
Aegis will be popped, so will Duraccio. They've lost their gyro, and almost starting to lose some more here as well. Ace tries to turn with the Raw, turns towards Tofu, but now, with just him and the Rubik left, there's no further damage to be done. Tofu will turn with the stolen grab over towards Yatoro. A collapse. He'll get in on top of Ace. Yatoro finishing off Tofu. And now they'll turn over towards Ace and Quinn. Ace getting low, but finally falls. Collapse tramples him out of the game.
Quinn?
Can he jump back in? It doesn't look like it.
He might have
still got too much HP.
I mean, Yatoro's going to catch him off guard. He does see him with the sentry. He's all right. Is he?
I mean, Collapse makes some sort of move here. Ooh, tries to, but the jump to the orb will not complete.
Okay.
Quinn plays it safe, keeps his distance.
Duraccio, though, again, the BKB was still on cooldown from earlier, so he walks in and actually does absolutely nothing in the fight.
I must have only just been still on. He probably was up pretty shortly.
I think it had, when I checked, it was 11 seconds,
11
I think, when he was dying or so, yeah. I mean, that fight, though, was Yatoro without meta also. So it's like gaming's trying to force something big because that meta's down, and Yatoro just walks in, he's able to clean up. You know, Miposhka, he dies, but he actually did an excellent job just walking in and forcing the fight.
It does feel like so many times, you know, Miposhka is just one of those supports where most of his deaths in most of his games feel like pretty good deaths.
Pretty damn good ones. Especially if you're playing Venge.
Yep.
That's your job. As long as you get like one spell off or something, even half the time if you don't, it's still fine.
And what we got from Ace going for after the Shiva's guy, he's just going for the Hex.
Okay. I mean,
the item that you get if you're trying to carry the game.
He needs to
get
just
that
do
set up.
as big as possible things that he can.
Yep.
Quinn now has a Lincoln, so has some type of protection, but Quinn still has to be a little careful how he's toying around here.
He's going for this.
Mira's here. Oh my god, Quinn's crazy. Oh my god, he jumps forward even.
Into the lane, but there's no vision upon him there. We'll be fine.
He'll be alright. So has Lincoln's at least to protect himself a little bit, but they still do have quite a bit of ways to be able to break it.
All right, and Ace actually he steps back for the box rather than getting the Hex completed.
And Ace has the BKB.
BKB and Raw. Get out of this one.
It's a meta used by Yatoro, but he's set up around the tower, so this one's very valuable.
What we're seeing on the Roshan timer, just a minute.
Left.
Until potential Roshan respawns, so Team Spirit can hold out for that.
I missed watching Yatoro terribly. I don't know why it feels like it's been a while for me to watch
classic.
it. It's just a classic.
Yeah, 408.
Flawless. They've just made most of this game look so damn comfortable for themselves. All their movements, all their ward vision. I mean, the ward vision is something I actually really want to talk about in particular, because that early 15 minutes when I was looking, I'm like, where do they actually, like every movement is spotted because they had that ward right there where we're looking on the map and the one that's placed up in the jungle too. They just had all info, and again, now they have all the wards everywhere again too, so yeah, crazy information that Spirit's been able to set themselves up with. And I feel like that's one of my usual highlights for Miposhka, besides, you know, the sacrificial deaths. This guy's the Warden King. Gaming with pretty much zero vision on the map now left. And Spirit have tabs on every single lane, every single place that GG can try to come out on. Ace steps out for a quick second, same for Duraccio. I believe that's going to be spotted almost immediately. So we'll see what Spirit looks to do with that info.
Celery.
Spotted.
Not going to be receiving any help here.
No. It's bound to happen when you're all so split up. Like, there's not really many places for you to go on the map.
Oh, he's dancing around them.
Okay, gotta make him work for it. Oh, quite a bit for it.
And they'll still get him. He's trying to buy as much space and time as he can for the rest of his team to keep on hitting the creeps. You know, get that chance for Drescher to get his MKB done. He is closing in on it. A few hundred gold away from the MKB, but of course still yet to have any form of lifesteal online.
Still worried how he gets into the fight to actually hit anybody, hit the Terrorblade in particular. It just feels like if he is in that position, he's likely just going to die to the Terrorblade. So even though he is starting to get that damage item, the continued concern for Dyrachyo.
Nice to pop the Lincolns and follow up with the Ancient Seal.
Collapse.
Won't quite. Oh, that won't collapse. He's in time. Closes the gap and is able to follow up with the ult.
Steel Totem into Blink. Coin didn't see that coming.
These Steel Totems, these Tumblr's toys, Team Spirit closing gaps this whole game.
Very true, very
between
true.
the two of them, between Collapse and Miposhka. Just that little extra something that can catch even the best team in the world off guard.
And Roche, pretty much the exact, you know, they had 1 minute to do it last time. Looks like they're going to have about 1 minute to do it, and they're going to be able to bring it down very quick.
They're cruising here, Spirit.
I believe that
on the replay. Quinn, he's been playing around this area for quite a while, and he's gotten away with quite a lot down here.
I'm just looking at that mini-map, though. Look at Collapse. He's just waiting, and look at the north side. Whoop. Picture perfect.
Yeah, perfectly in sync with one another, Team Spirit.
They're having it. They're having a blast.
It's got to feel fantastic for them turning up and in this first game just completely annihilating Gaming Gladiators. This one, outside of Ace, it's not looking close, Fog.
It's not close at all, really, besides Ace, right? It's been pretty much flawless execution from Spirit. I'm like struggling to find where they made really any mistakes in this one, right? It's maybe get them getting picked off from Ace, but you could give that, you know, the merit to Ace where he's able to find the opportunities to get those pickoffs, those small, like 1 or 2 that he found on Collapse. Yeah, Spirit, beautiful display today. And on to this push. Fully buffed up Terrorblade. I believe it's Max Exort now also on Laurel. He's got a Hex also. Quinn has even more things that he has to worry about. And you haven't had enough damage to really bring down most of these cores. Now they each have like a really good way to protect themselves. A Cheese on Laurel, the Aegis on Yatoro, and Collapse, I mean, he's just been soaking spells, so. And I think he has a heart.
Pretty much, yeah, just needs the Vit booster, right?
Yeah, I think he's got it done, pretty much. So he's gonna be at what? Like near like 5k HP, something like 4,500-ish, whatever. Super high HP still.
Let's see if Gaming Gladiators are ready for the high ground defense.
Yep. And this time the thing is that there's no Warlock, like you said, right? So there's no Fatal Bonds onto some tanky core killing a carry.
Yeah, there isn't any sort of crazy outburst of insane damage.
Yeah, there's no huge explosive damage really. It's gonna be gradual that comes out from gaming.
Got to do that through an Aegis and through a Cheese and through a potential swap save.
And he's just shredding these buildings. And look, I'm just watching Miposhka. He is ready, going for this swap. Dyrachyo. Hex.
They're going to get outside of the base. He's caught in the Mystic Flare. It's a lot of damage and he's gone.
Deleted.
Not able at all to get his BKB off. Dyrachyo's out of the game. Same to be said for Quinn. Neither of them with buyback. This one, it may just be over, Fog.
Might be done and dusted. These swaps, tough to even know who to give MVP on Team Spirit because they all just played so damn well. Miposhka swaps on point, but everybody kind of did their job. What a performance.
What a shake-up and a bit of a wake-up call, I think, for Gaming Gladiators this first game. They probably felt pretty good getting the first Big Gyro through, but they will not feel pretty good after this game one. This was rough on all fronts, really.
From lanes
I mean, Ace
to
could probably
mid-game.
come out with his head held high a little bit. He did his best, as good as he could in this sort of game, but everything else just got completely smashed.
30 seconds. I don't think they're going to get the fight.
I don't think so. Team Spirit looking absolutely fantastic in this game one. Gaming Gladiators, nothing to stop this.
Ace is like, I'll take the kill.
They're throwing out the ult.
I'll take the last kill of the game.
He'll pad up his KDA a little bit, but yeah, this one was over and it was for quite some time. GG's called. Team Spirit will take this game one against Gaming Gladiators.
That was beautiful. I mean, yeah, from start to finish, from lanes to mid-game to everything. Like I said, I don't even know who to highlight for MVP for Spirit because they all played so damn well.
Honestly, yeah, it's
Laurel
so
owned, but
won all
collapsed
their
it
lanes.
too. They won all lanes, so yeah, I think this is the team MVP for me this time around is, yeah, gameplay, vision, etc. This was perfection.
I think if any, Lal definitely, for the fact that he was able to do what he did against Quinn's Puck, that was completely smashed him in that mid lane.
Yeah.
Having that sort of lead on CS,
it just completely broke Quinn's game. Quinn couldn't do anything on the puck this game.
And what, it was like 2 or 3 times where he coils Laurel, and then Laurel just kind of walks away from it too. So yeah, you know what, I'm all right with. I'll give Laurel the most MVP, but yeah, the team play was phenomenal.
Close. It absolutely is close in sort of competition for that one. Yes, team spirit as a team on all fronts and all positions. Fantastic stuff, and against not just any old team, against Gaming Gladiators. They've done it once here in this game one. We'll see if they can do it again in game 2. But wow, what a beginning to this series for Team Spirit.
Smashing! That's what Team Spirit did just now against Gaming Gladiators. They let that gyrocopter through. They had a plan. They executed the plan, and the plan was flawless. Perfection, said Fogged, as Team Spirit takes game 1. A 2-game series. We'll see what Gaming Gladiators does in game number 2. But for now, let's break this one down. I am joined by Jenkins, by Purge, and Lacoste. Lacoste, this game, I think at the laning stage already, we were like, this not look good for Gaming Gladiators.
Definitely not. I mean, both supports on side of Gaming Gladiators were under-leveled, and on side of Team Spirit, you had those level 6s up. So you had either aggressive swap that you could play with, or you had this burst damage coming out from Skyrat Mage. Mira had an amazing game. This was a top-tier Skyrat Mage pick, and I think Gaming Gladiators probably regret picking Puck now into Skyrat Mage, because we did mention the combo. This long-duration silence coming out from Skyrat Mage did ruin Quinn and Laurel, man. Every single time I see this guy play, he's just getting better at the mid lane. Yeah. Like, he stomped some of the best mid laners in the world through the Riyadh Masters, and now really making the name for himself again.
Yeah, they did it so good. Gyrocopter kind of just got killed by Collapse. Collapse did get first blood, so a little bit of gold advantage there might have been part of the reason. And then it just kind of felt like they were so far behind. Tofu was level 4 at like 11.5 minutes, so they couldn't really fight there. In the draft, they didn't really have any saves either, outside of like what Tofu could steal, so him getting 6 late is going to make his life harder. And then they made Venge look like such an offensive support too, just constantly going for like interesting swaps. Like swapping a puck on paper just sounds not that good. You're like, it'll just orb away, but it was swapping Tornado into silence or swapping a silence, and they swapped Gyro out of position. And then the TB looked good because they were ahead and got Scotty, and then I was like, oh, you outrange the Gyro and you slow him. Like, huge advantage there. So it's just, everything cascaded so well that game with their draft.
And it makes the next draft really weird too for Gaiman, because when you get pretty much everything that you want based on, what was happening in the previous tournament, and then Spirit comes in and just smashes it like they played that tournament, or that they played some other tournament nobody knows about and, won that one. It's like, okay, well, we got the Gyro. It worked every time at Bet Boom. So what do we do? So Spirit, they had this like investment draft where they're like, we'll give them the good stuff and then we'll beat it. And now game 2, I'm worried for Gaming Gladiators, dude. That one was a stomp.
Yeah, it's a statement game, the way you're putting it like that. It's like, you know that tournament you just played? Yeah, actually, nobody played it right.
Yeah,
basically
we would have played it right.
We would have played it right. There was a lot of comparing that we could be doing. We heard from Fogg, he gives the MVP to Laurel, but we wanted to highlight in particular the safe laners in this series for our Acer head-to-head. Our Acer Predator head-to-head safe laners, we got ourselves the KDA to match with Diracho and Yatoro here, and it is I know it's very clear one person was on the winning team.
Both of these have zeros in them, though. That's one thing to have going for them.
Yeah, if he had the 65-0-0 on the Ratio, who would be winning then, huh?
Exactly.
I was thinking if he was 6-0-5, he would have played just as good as Yatoro, more or less. So.
Yeah.
It comes down to laning stage. Diracho invested into this Rocket Barrage build, decided to go for Falcon Blade, so he wanted to take a fight early on. It's just that nothing was going correctly in the lane. They managed to get like multiple kills on him. Collapse, he was like way too strong, got that early gold, which kind of changed the dynamic, how the lane's going to be played out. But Diracho, like something that I wanted to mention coming into this series, like these two carry players are like completely different. I think Diracho, without a doubt, is the most aggressive carry player out there at the moment. I would compare him to Hwost at his prime time. X-Boct, as some people know him. We've seen a lot of aggressive players, but not as successful ones. You can be aggressive, overextend, and then lose the game. Diracho is not that type of a player. He's also, I would say that he kind of adapts to what's needed from him in certain situations. And then on the other side, you have Yatoro, who's just like stable.
Yeah, that's it. I have one question about that, though. At least not necessarily about the point, but about the lane that Yatoro was in. Because, yes, he did great. But we talked about it. We said Beastmaster Rubik well, the Beastmaster can't play a support into that because of his Hawk. Why did the Beastmaster Rubik lane not go well, considering they had a Beastmaster Rubik lane which traditionally should be strong?
I mean, his lane got nerfed a little bit. Beastmaster, or the Rubik only does 4% damage reduction, whereas Venge on the other side with Wave of Terror, which he skilled at level 1, does 20% damage reduction. And Wave of Terror before that was actually like a really solid laning skill. It does 85 damage for 25 mana at level 1. It's wild. And it lowers the armor by like 3. And now it also reduces the base damage by 20. So against a Rubik, as long as you're attacking him at the same time he's attacking you, you're definitely going equal on damage. So he just kind of like traded there, and then they found opportunities to kill multiple times. We caught a lot of them on stream. It was like magic missile stun into conjure, into reflection, into metamorphosis, into a blood grenade. It's like any guy's gonna die there. So they got a bunch of kills. They got ahead, and on the other side of the map that didn't happen. So.
Yeah, Gyro got dismantled. What do you have to say for yourself, Jenkins? Singing praises about the Gyro
yeah,
the whole morning.
I think my mistake is just ever betting against Team Spirit and thinking that I know them. I will say on the record, a lot of people asked me about Team Spirit, Bet Boom, and 9 Pandas at Riyadh. Like, what's the best Eastern European team? And I always said on camera, Spirit is #1 if there's money. It goes online. Online, it goes Bet Boom, 9 Pandas, Spirit. Offline, it's Spirit, 9 Pandas,
this
Bet
is
Boom.
Online.
This is online. So that's why I said, that's why I think Bet Boom is the superior Eastern European team. They just stomped their series, or they just stomped their game that we were watching. But the thing is with Spirit is like, you just can't underestimate these guys ever. You can't. They're just the best.
Very true, very true, very true. We're going to see the best in action again in a little bit. Game number 2, of course, coming right up. But first, we have a message for you from our friends at DHL.
Hey everybody, we just finished filming another series of the DHL Dota Adventures, and it was a lot of fun, but we were missing something. We were missing you. Apply now and you can come to the next ESL event, join us, have a great time, and be a superstar. Apply now.
Yeah, you got a chance to win yourselves 2 tickets to the next ESL one. And all you have to do is register. It's so simple, and the chances of winning are higher than any lottery you've probably ever participated in. So head yourself over to esl.gg/DHL, sign up, and who knows, maybe you get to meet Slacks. Maybe you don't want to meet Slacks. That's fine. You'll have a great tournament to witness.
That happened a lot when I talked about it. They're like, can I go if I don't want to meet Slacks? And I was like, yeah, it's probably fine, honestly.
It's a VIP ticket, the one that doesn't meet Slacks.
Yeah.
You have to pay extra. Yeah.
Just give your friend the ticket to 2 tickets. Give the one to your friend, the one that meets Slacks.
If you don't go to the link, then you have to meet Slacks.
Yeah, I think that sounds fair. And there's actually, you're winning a lot of tickets. You're winning tickets to the event, and they're buying you airplane tickets too. So you're getting like
it's a fully expanded trip. Like that's how you word it, right?
Compensated.
Fully expensed.
Oh.
Yeah, fully expensed. All expenses paid, trip for 2.
Yeah,
that's how it says on the website. And you would know that if you went to the website, esl.gg/DHL. Head over there and get a chance to win those tickets and the trips. So that is what you can do during the break that is coming right up as we wait for our game number 2 between Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
us on the first day of DreamLeague Season 21, and it is Monday. We've already had a series in Group A earlier today. We're now in Group B. We got a group stage of 3 days and the playoffs for the rest of the days, and a lot of awesome games of Dota 2 coming your way, with, of course, the musical accompaniment of the PogChamp Pandas. Jeez, thank you guys.
Pious Pandas.
What?
Pious Pandas.
They're going to be this season, they're going to be the same name. Because
they are.
If you might remember in previous seasons, we gave them a different name every day. And people were then very confused. Who are they? Where are they coming from? Where can we find them? Now it's easy. PogChamp Pandas. They're even on Instagram. You should check them out.
There's one band that appears in front of them.
If you Google, if you
search PogChamp Pandas, there's one, because they have one post that says PogChamp in it. Because I followed them and I started messaging them, and they said, "There's no Bob here. Stop messaging us, telling me you're gonna rip off my beard. Stop talking to me."
Okay, some unresolved issues here. It's all good. It's all good. And if you didn't watch the opening of the show, that would have made no sense whatsoever. But they are the PogChamp Pandas. You can find them on Instagram. And what you can also find is some Dota 2 right here. Because, yes, there are 3 streams going on at the same time. But this is where you should be, because Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit are going head-to-head. It's a 2-game series. Game 1 was taken by Team Spirit, even though Gaming Gladiators got basically everything they wished for. They got first pick, which is most coveted. They got themselves the gyrocopter, which is apparently the pick of the current patch, but Team Spirit's like, nay.
It was like Christmas for rich kids. Just get everything they want.
Yeah, get everything.
But get everything that you want. You have to be a spoiled brat. The cost?
Yeah, I'm not one of those rich kids, but it's a rough one, I would say. I mean, coming off a win, like you just won pretty much everything except for Riyadh Masters, which Team Spirit did win, and now coming into the series thinking you're gonna set some meta, and Team Spirit's like, no, you're not. Again, like we're gonna figure it out how to play best Dota, and this one looked relatively easy for them.
It did.
I think the crucial here that we keep seeing on the winning team against Gyro is the Vengeful Spirit. It wasn't necessarily as convincing in the game that 9 Pandas played it, but either way, it seems like one of the responses. You're like, okay, well, you've got Gyro, it's really, really good, but this support is going to do well in lane, it's going to do well in the mid game, it's going to give us kill potential, and it's going to give us defense too. It kind of gives you almost everything right now as a hero,
and
as
even
a support.
And even not with the IO in mind, or like the Marcies, like you still always pick like 4 heroes that group up around and support the Gyro when he goes in and does the Satanicking thing. And when you Venge swap him out of position, it's like a few seconds where you can hit him where he doesn't have any support, which is really nice. And then you amp the damage of your carry, reduce his damage. It makes you win the trade by like a slight amount. So I agree. I think that's an interesting pick against it in the support position, nonetheless, which is very powerful.
There's a question I have, because before the whole day started, we've been saying that in the Dasha tournament, it was always first pick was the most highest priority, and then Radiant was the second. We obviously had a game like that in the previous game between these 2 teams, but this game, they have the exact same scenario, which means one of these 2 teams must prioritize Radiant or second pick, or Dire even.
This is why I just think we're blessed to have these teams in Dota, and why a lot of people say that like competitively and where the game is at, it's like the best that it's ever been, because this is factually true. Every single team at Dota chose first pick. Every single one. And yet, here we have Team Spirit winning, clearly choosing Radiant. They won Riyadh Masters. Who are we to complain about this?
It's still very new. I think 3 months forward, coming into TI, things are going to change. Like, people are going to figure out certain things that are better, figure out how this works. Because we've been on the same draft pick for, like, same way we're picking heroes in captain's mode for a really long time. And now this comes as a surprise. I don't know if people expected this. First time I saw it, I'm like, this is weird. Like that was my first initial thought. And now after seeing it, there's still a lot of things that you can explore in it. Like, of course, coming into like some big tournaments, people are gonna copy what the big teams are doing. And I feel like you can get away with some of the new stuff. Like, I feel like you should try to experiment. Again, could be an issue with having limited hero pool, so you can't like choose from. If every single hero was viable in competitive Dota, then it would matter that much. But since it's very limited, it changes things a lot.
Yeah.
And we're going to see a run back here.
Yeah, the only difference is, of course, the Invoker being banned by Gaming Gladiators, and that leaves the Warlock still in. Other than that, is exactly the same.
Well, if they don't pick the Warlock, it can get banned second phase, I suppose. But Warlock Gyro, quite good.
I really like your breakdown, Purge of the Venge. Oh, what the?
That's a Mars!
Okay, this team just doesn't care, man. Spirit is so interesting. I mean, I guess you block all the projectiles coming out from the flak, which is... I assume that this is something that they've tested a lot. Because
you hope so.
I would hope so. I mean, obviously you have Collapse playing Mars. He's the best Mars player on the planet. But first pick Mars on this patch, on the last year of patches?
Yeah, I like how you said on the planet, because after the recent news that some of the aliens were like spotted in Mexico, like
those guys
I
might
can't
be
say
better.
the universe.
Wait, do you mean the ones with the where the skulls, what if it was shown? Because that's already been debunked, guys.
No, it's real. Trust me.
It's real, Shiver.
Shiver, you gotta believe
I
it
happen
is
to
real.
know an expert on the case, and actually that one in particular. I'm not saying that there aren't any aliens, but the Mexico one.
Who's the expert? Your friend?
Yeah.
Some guy you went to college with?
I believe
it. No, it is my friend. And no, the guy.
It's actually a cake. It was a birthday cake.
The guy that brought out that information has been known to bring out falsities in the past as well.
Shiver.
I'm not saying there are no aliens. I'm saying that guy in Mexico.
I don't know. That guy looked real to me.
Shiver, this is a Dota panel. We are allowed to spread disinformation. Okay.
No. Is it? Are we?
I mean, I
believe so.
I heard disinformation saying how
she's
good Gyro
spreading
was.
disinformation. She said it's not real.
That's true. And I also agree, if it was a cake, I would eat it.
I would definitely eat that alien cake.
I feel so out of the loop on this one.
You really don't know.
I'm so out of the loop.
What?
It's like the biggest meme recently, James.
It's the biggest,
have you been working
news in Alien
12
world.
hours a day the last 2 weeks or something?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So we do have the Warlock and the Venge removed from the pool by Gaming Gladiators. Those are the two supports to get. We'll see what leaves that in the pool in terms of supports, because we got to have some fresh support heroes coming out. Obviously, we saw Willow in a game earlier on the side of Team Liquid, and that always is a good one to get him with the Mars as well.
Or Snap.
Or
Snapfire's
Shadow
also
Demon.
pretty good.
Okay, a little bit of save. The offensive ulti from Shadow Demon is fantastic when you're playing around this Gyro-like hero, because he doesn't get Force Staff Glimmered, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Solar Crested Pavist.
Nobody builds that item anymore.
That's not true. Insania built it early today on Wisp.
How did that go?
I mean, IO.
How did that
They
go?
lost.
They lost, but they shouldn't have lost. They weren't going to lose. I mean, they were against... Oh, come on. They were against a Lone Druid plus... Who was the other character?
Oh,
Let's see if it's
Speak
going
of
to
the
be
devil.
another Pavise built by IO.
This was, of course, a team that was it yesterday? No, it was the day before that. Won with a tournament with IO Lesh. And they do love IO Lesh. And they already have IO Gyro, and I get that. But also having IO Lesh, surely.
Yeah, this is this is a cool strat, because like when you get Mars Arena'd and your flak is going to counter, you just relocate to the other side of the Mars Arena.
Sure.
And continue flacking.
Yeah, IO's level
the way.
10 talent should be that he can tether 2 targets.
Level
So
25 talents,
You
come
should
on.
balance Dota.
What would you
Lesh.
call it?
Yeah.
Threesome?
You don't have to name talents.
That one they can name.
just that one.
They have to swap HP and mana.
Dude, jeez. So Earthshaker mid, I would imagine. I feel like this is almost exclusively a mid hero now. Although I will say, Tofu is the one guy that seems to still be enjoying this as a 4 position. He played it a lot in Boom Dacha.
It's pretty cool against Shadow Demon, really, because if there is the save, like, it gives you time to like get a good fissure off afterwards. Like, it's, you know when the person's coming out.
In the past, counter to Shadow Demon, when both of these heroes were popular, was Jakiro. Like, you know that defensive disruption is going to be great setup for Ice Bat, maybe even Macropire. So pretty similar thinking, I would say, as an Earthshaker. And of course, Shaker's Stonks has been on the rise recently, because he can be played at multiple roles, mid, off lane, position 4 if necessary. But always a big fan watching Team Spirit play with Mars. Collapse just owns with this hero.
Would you ever like to see the Jakiro on the side of Team Spirit?
I don't think the hero's being played much. In fact, it just got buffed.
I saw Puppy playing it.
play it?
I
Okay.
saw Puppy playing it in his pubs, And
a lot of people
feels
are
really
pumping
good. I mean, he got buffed. The hero is really strong in the laning stage, always was.
It's like a 58% win rate here on pubs. It's
Really?
huge
Yeah,
in
it's
pubs right now.
super
I'm really surprised to not see it in competitive.
Liquid Fire does a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, it does.
At level 1.
Dude, the mana cost on Jakira's Q is like 30 or 40 mana cost less than it was before. That's like the best spammable ability in Dota.
15, but
okay.
It's like 125. It
I
was
hate being on
140.
panel with you.
It
I
was
really-
140 before. It was really it was pretty expensive, yeah. He does a lot of damage level 2 and 3. Even like level 1, like I've thought about getting Liquid Fire, just being like, well, here's a free, like it does like I don't know the damage.
25 times 4, I think.
Is that what it is? Is it 100?
Or is it 15?
I think it's 20
I wasn't
times.
listening.
I think it's like 80 damage for
Yeah,
zero
80
mana.
damage for sure.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty crazy. It's just too long of a cooldown early level.
It's like 20. Dual Breath is 10 though, so it's like not that different. Shiva, do you want to talk about
The question is...
I want to hear what Lacoste has to say.
Yeah. There was a question like a couple of months ago on Reddit. How many stuns does Earthshaker have? It messes up with your head when you start to think about it.
3.
1.
2
Well,
technically.
2 if you count as passive.
There we go. Now we're talking.
Okay.
Give it another minute, Jenkins.
What?
To go deeper?
I'm the one that got the answer right. What do you mean?
How many?
2.
No, you said 1, I said 2.
Yeah, I said 1, but I wasn't counting as passive. They meant active stuns.
Yeah. And then you can stun with Enchant Totem. You can
Here's a
stun with
question.
Echo Slam.
All right, here's a question.
Here's an
a
answer.
question. What are we expecting to see for these final picks of the draft, huh? What boxes do they need to tick?
Reaper. I don't like
Let's
this
talk
one.
about Jakiro.
I don't like where this conversation's going.
Welcome to DreamLeague, everybody.
They got Io
Good to
Lesh
be back.
and
Thank you
Io
for
Gyro.
Lesh. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's good to have both.
Interesting ban. This should be mid Keeper of the Light that Gaming Gladiators banned out. Really valuable. You have Bloodstone, Lesh, you have Io with all the healing, Gyrocopter, Satanic. So banning out hero that builds into Spirit Vessel as his first item. So that's a pretty smart thing.
It also lanes well against Lesh. There's
Yeah.
not much that can outrange and deal with the Lesh.
You know what I like?
Storm now?
Razor. Doesn't build into Spirit Vessel, but
yeah,
he was a counter to Leshrac at one point.
And Gyro. I mean, in Bet Boom Dacha, that's what people are
The mid
picking
lane,
to play into the Gyro.
Isn't it a little too redundant though? I feel like they have too much single target damage at that point. They need more AoE. Like
Yeah.
Shadow Demon and Enchanter are a bit limited. PA is like pretty much single target. They need some like Space Creator setup mid that does burst damage earlier in the game.
And
Like,
they already-
Razor's okay, but not that great.
And they already kind of have two of the Gyro counters we talked about, like PA with the break, removing the side gunner, and Mars. If they're first picking Mars into Gyro, like I guarantee you
Okay,
they
if
must
Earthshaker
counter.
gets broken, how many stuns does he have?
1.
0, because a broken clock won't strike twice.
Oh, he's right actually. Yeah, that's so smart.
Go ahead, Shearer.
That's
She
my
shook her
deep
head.
side. I don't know if the microphone caught on that.
Did not your real one.
No, I heard.
Oh, did you?
I heard the fake one.
Yeah. It could also be, I mean, it's another single target hero, but I could see something like a Wind Ranger maybe pop up. I feel like this
like that.
one, I'm already leaning towards Gaming Gladiator because they got all the heroes that they want. Not really a big fan of Shadow Demon plus Enchantress as support. Your Phantom Assassin doesn't bring like any kind of a... You have no control. Literally. You need Mars to hit his spears. Collapse is going to do that. It's just that this last hero also needs to have some kind of a control as well.
And that's part of the problem with this, like needing some setup kill hero, because IO in some ways counters those a lot with by being able to keep one person alive. So something with control that also does damage, like some Void Spirit or something. It's kind of a lot of melee though, but
I feel like for Gaiman, they could go for a Tidehunter. That's just an ace specialty when he's in these last pick scenarios. It's not so good against the PA when it comes to the eventual late game break, but it is a hero that can just stand in the front, like tank the Mars.
Whatever happened to the Legion commander? I thought she was really good, and I've not seen her at least once today, apart from one's banned.
That hero is all over the place, like especially in the high-level pubs. Like you can see this hero being picked up all the time, and there's that Tidehunter. This is why we're paying you big bucks, Jenkins. Smart, good-looking, good sense of humor.
Okay, now do me. You did
dressed as well.
Yeah, he did upgrade.
Big upgrade. You got the Tome of Experience
And I
and
think
gave it
this
to you.
last pick will be definitely an upgrade for Team Spirit. What's
You're bad at taking compliments.
He was so ready to spin off, dude. He didn't know what to do.
What is going to come
He's
out
like, I just
here?
got 5. We just gave him like a rampage. So we just gave him like 5 compliments.
Mid laner, guys, is going to get a rampage against Leshrac that does well against Leshrac. Lina is the #1 thing I can think of here, but Kunkka would be my second choice.
You were thinking AoE stun. It was just water in that fight. You were
They
really
actually,
close.
she was right. They did pick the Kunkka into Tidehunter. This makes a lot of sense, guys. This is definitely how you want to draft. Be a Riyadh Masters TI winning team.
Yeah. You could reduce the flat cannon damage with the boat. Until later, of course, but...
Again, a similar approach. We've seen, like, this is the build on Kunkka. Blade Mail, Heart, most likely. Maybe you're going to throw in a BKB, depends how your game's going to go, but you want to do pretty similar thing what Earth Spirit from the mid lane wants to do, because there's a lot of uncontrollable damage coming out from Leshrac, coming out from Gyro, so I feel like they wanted to prioritize this Blade Mail from the mid lane.
Yeah, there was another team that did that on Kunkka earlier today. I don't know if it was Shopify Rebellion, but somebody did the same thing. The Blade Mail Heart build just seems to be like the standard for these tanky strength heroes in the mid lane, where those items are going to get nerfed pretty soon if this keeps happening. So it's going to work well against the Flak. It's going to work well against the Leshrac as well. I like it. Although they are playing Earthshaker 4, of course. It's going to be a little bit different than normal, but yeah, we'll see how it works out. A lot of stuns.
Yeah, Earthshaker Tide lane is not exactly some like sick, I'm going to destroy you lane, but I agree.
But they're also playing into Phantom Assassin, a hero that, you know, Tidehunter hits level 3, and then you're like, well, we can't kill him, so
you just have
can
to
also
skill.
Fisher block. So I think this lane for Gaming Gladiators, the off lane is going to do really well anyway. Even though it's like 2 melee heroes, they got the tools to deal with the limited amount of damage that Team Spirit can throw at them at the early stages.
There's a couple of things we have to think about, though. This is the second game in a row where Team Spirit consciously is saying, hey, you guys take Gyrocopter. We got a plan against it. And previous game, we saw that plan be very strong. So I have high hopes for this one as well. Second, yes, there are a lot of stuns on Gaming Gladiators, which traditionally is good. We can't really count how many, because to do that, you first have to quantify what exactly you count as a stun before you start discussing it like idiots. Thank you. And 2, on the side of Gaming Gladiators, we got the IO Lash. They are the masters of the IO Lash. I know that there's IO Gyro, but they got an IO Lash. So which wins, the IO Lash or the plan against the Gyrocopter? You know what? I see all you guys with question marks on your faces, and that's okay. We got 2 people to give the answer right here. It's OD Pixel and Fogged.
Ladies and gentlemen, game 2, Team Spirit against Gaming Gladiators. And their Team Spirit of that game when they're like, well, playing on hard difficulty was pretty fun. Let's try playing on insane, because this time they've let the Gyro through and they've let the Lesh and the IO through for Gaming Gladiators. Spirit, they love a challenge, they want a challenge. This surely should be a bit more of a challenge for them, folks.
Absolutely, it does feel like, and they've even gone like to these old school kind of counters and stuff like that. We were actually discussing this upstairs with Fear. I was mentioning, where's the Kunkka versus the Gyro? This was something that people did. It's been some years now, of course, but like 4 years ago, I think it was, maybe in 5, Kunkka was like the counter to Gyro, because you just pop the ROM during the fights. Of course, times have changed, but they have some combos with it. They have the Shadow Demon. They have these people keeping people inside the fights with the Mars as well too. So let's see how it ends up working. Of course, the X also versus the Tidehunter, so a couple different things that he has some merit for. And let's see how Laurel's able to do. He exploded, popped off last game, and let's see what he's going to be able to do with this Kunkka versus Quinn on this Lash.
I mean, I can't imagine it's going to be anywhere close to the disparity that we saw between the 2 mid laners in the last game.
I would think so.
Yeah, you know, I feel like we've had series before as well, and maybe that happens to Quinn in one game, but the rest of the series, unlike to see that sort of level of difference.
And I do feel like this game, like, he's set up much more for success. Even though, yes, he picked this puck, you know, and it has been the, you know, what some players like to play versus the Invoker. That last game, it wasn't just the Invoker. The Invoker beat him in lane, and then he had to deal with the Skywrath. And he had to deal with like, these Venge swaps. So it just felt like an awkward position. So let's see if Quinn does have a better time with not only his comfortable Lash, but with the IO behind him.
Now, what about these side lanes? Because last time round, last game, we did see Spirit kind of crush it on all fronts. Is this going to be Does this have the potential to be the same this time around? Are you looking at these side lanes and feeling that once again Spirit might have an edge, or is it a bit of a different story?
Different story. I feel like Ace, even though, like they were mentioning, even though it's got the Earthshaker behind him, it's a tide runner versus PA. Oh, Tofu actually just gets himself a free courier kill. Okay. Whoopsie there from Yatoro. So, yeah, I do think bottom's going to be way better in particular, and then same thing for mid. So, should be a very different game. And everyone started full health, right? Last game, I think 4 heroes started like 30% HP, so it was just a little weird for the laning phase. Nice there by Yatoro. Go for the Phantom Strike. Oh, cool. I'm curious how this mid matchup goes.
Yeah, it's like on one side, you've obviously got the harassment of the Tidebringer.
Yeah.
Should be able to hit Quinn pretty consistently. But then at the same time, you're a melee hero against the Lesh.
Exactly.
Good stuns from Quinn, and suddenly you're not getting all these range creep CSs.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that ends up going fully. I slight advantage for Quinn probably, but yeah, I think Laurel definitely has potential for outplay, and they have heroes to be able to rotate. The Ench and the Shadow Demon can change things. I think top is the most volatile one for me. I don't know how this one can go. I feel like this one's kind of the one that can go either way, depending on how they play the lane. Yeah, we're blessed. We get a Yatoro Terrorblade game 1, we get a Yatoro PA game 2, and we get a Quinn Lesh. We've got a lot of Grandmaster Super Comfort players here coming out.
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, out of all the heroes at the moment in the game during this laning stage, who's most vulnerable?
Most vulnerable?
During these early moments, who's most likely to go down?
I feel like it's Collapse for some reason. I don't know. I'm always just like the Mars factor, right? Just if you hit them, you're good, but if you don't, you're obviously going to die. But it's just the armor factor. Whenever I look at Mars, I'm just like, this hero has like 2 armor. Most of these offlaners just have so much more, or some type of natural way of building it. Like Ace, right? He's got his Kraken shell, so he can just stand there.
Trying to get a bit aggressive in return, but already these flat cannons attacks keeping Collapse and Mirror low.
I wonder if there'll be some fun potential for some type of disruption into Spear under tower play if they're not careful up on the side of Gaming Gladiators, but I don't imagine that should happen. And yeah, Collapse. I think he's gonna, he for me is gonna be the one that struggles the most. We'll see how they get him back into it, but this is an option that they went for, right? They picked the Mars first pick into this Gyrocopter, so it's something they, of course, believes in.
So far in the mid lane, very, very even.
Pretty damn even, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, if you consider this creep wave coming into the tower for Quinn, he's got about a couple of CS advantage.
Yep, and I actually like what Collapse did here. I was wondering if he was going to put the third point, or the second point into Spear, but just having this Bulwark, it blocks a ton of damage. He's actually just able to sustain a lot easier up here, so I think this is actually the right choice.
Oh, there's the 5th stack of the poison, folks. He's gone.
I did not even notice. I don't know if the Ratio did.
The numbers were adding up, and a little too quick for our Gyrocopter player there. That's the Ratio down.
Radiant structures.
I mean, Mira has been, for me, one of my favorite 4 positions for a long time. His Skywrath last game popped off. Shadow Demon's always got crazy potential.
Yeah, we'll see it
again, because I don't think he was
5th,
prepared.
There's the 4th, and as soon as the 5th comes in, no hesitation from Mira. It's goodbye for Dracho.
It's an unbelievable amount of damage, that 5th stack, especially because he just hit 3. Well played, Mira. Early boot's going to be finished for the Shadow Demon, which means potential early roam, right? If he does get off to a good start on this SD, then that actually unlocks the potential for the Kunkka. He can easily make moves around.
Trying for Collapse under the tower, but
They lift the
not
wave.
quite finish him off. I mean, Mira's heading over to help out, and he does have the Spirit the ready if he can get the connection, but he's actually going to whiff it. Doesn't catch Celery, and will play with his life. Collapse goes down.
Probably inevitable. Mira also looks like potentially is going to go down at one point in the Rocket Barrage. Celery actually can't commit. The tower swapped onto him.
Drescher's going to try and chase this, and with the barrage up, we'll get it. So Gaming Gladiators, they strike back on the top lane, and they'll take out the 2 of them.
The illusions run. Okay, Celery's all right. Nice play.
Yeah, other lane, mid lane just continues to be pretty much dead even.
Dead even.
32-2, 32-1.
I'm watching Miposhka. Level 6 is hit on Laurel. Can't get the catch. Celery.
Catch Celery.
What a spear.
Very nice angle from Collapse. Catches Celery as he tethers across. Float grenade, another poison, and Celery goes out.
And looking at power runes right now, Laurel, he's set up around the mid lane with this Enchantress. Tofu's in the area, but this is an Earthshaker in comparison. What is he really gonna be able to help with in comparison? Even the Shadow Demon is moving, so they're bringing 3 heroes to get this power rune.
It's kind of hard for Tofu to step up. He gets caught in a slow, and then the combo of the Kunkka.
I mean, Quinn also has to be careful. Gets caught in a boat, and he
further TP's coming in for Gladiators.
I don't blame him. He'll just fill the bottle. No funny business after his death. Alrighty. Quieter laning phase, of course, than last time. Yatoro is getting away with his farm, but as we see Ace, he also is an Ace. He pretty much has Meteor Hammer done.
Trying to step up for Lal. Gaming Gladiators, seeing if they could get anything done with the 2 supports. Alongside Quinn in the mid. Lal avoids the stun, he's fine.
Looking forward to see at least what difference it's going to be from the 2 offlaners in this early game, right? Ace having such a good game. I think he has the Meteor Hammer already done, so he can start pressuring Mira.
Should have him hit. I mean, missile, end of the damage of Quinn. They could dive the tower for that one.
Nicely done.
So they can get Quinn in return. I mean, collapse. Whoop. Get the pushback with the spear. Won't quite get the connection with the stun, but the X-Bolt is there. Back into the boat. Lal, he'll come in with the counter rotation and punish the Lesh.
Quinn got the courier though, so at least he got a little small something right before he does perish. And yeah, I'm looking to see what's going to happen. Like I was saying, with Ace, Ace has Meteor Hammer done, so he's just going to exist in the bottom lane, Meteor Hammering this tower. It's going to be a bit of annoyance for Yatoro. While Collapse, he needs help. They need to constantly bring heroes, it feels like, up here to give this Mars a game. So I see why Laurel is looking to play up here. So Ace, he's going to take this tower. And probably one more Meteor Hammer. So it's going to open up the map for him to just move around and help his allies too.
Yeah, another Gaming Gladiators game, another situation where Ace, he's the most farmed on the team and probably will be for quite some time.
When Laurel...
Not anything that Imposture and Mira could do to save him in that one.
They're kicking up the Ace here.
They're going to try for Imposture as well. Quinn, he's still got plenty of mana to play with. Imposture will manage to juke him around the tree line though. Stuns off the mark.
Still being chased. Yatoro.
He's coming with a rotation. TP's over towards the mid lane. He wants to punish Crimp for it. The crit comes out. He gets it. Further TP's coming in. T-Spirit doing their best to enable Yatoro in this early fight that he's turned up for. They'll get the arena control onto Tofu's Yatoro. He's considering chasing down the IO. He'll stay in on top of Celery. Another kill to be found for Yatoro as he gets the double. And back in the river, Collapse and Mira. They're not done yet with Tofu. They get the spear back after the disruption. T-Spirit, they'll take down the 3 of them. Yatoro to be involved in 2 of those kills.
What a cool move from Yatoro. He's like, I have nothing to do bottom. Ace is just taking my tower. Let me just go mid. Ends up working out perfectly. He can even swing since his courier's dead, buy his cornucopia. So a nice little move. Getting themselves back into a semi-comfortable position, but Gaming definitely feeling really good about this one. Dyrachyo getting all the space in the world to just sit back and farm, get his item timings. Well, they're just going to put the pressure a lot. Ace and Quinn are going to apply a ton of pressure to give that space for Dyrachyo this game. Unlike last game, where he pretty much got no space. And with Edict, now I see Quinn, he's putting more points in it. He just went for the 2-point stun, 3 lightning. Now he's got 2 Edict. They have a lot of ways to force towers. So even mid, definitely in jeopardy.
Yeah, he's just casually comes in with a wraparound Ravage into the hammer.
Why not?
Oh, I mean, the combo's going to come in with the boat, but not
where's the backup?
in time to save Collapse.
Yatoro!
Oh, he's TP. Oh, no! Well, last TP over to the mid was pretty good. This was the complete opposite. Yatoro turns up and... He's out as soon as he's in there that time round. The repeat play from Yatoro not working out.
A gift given to Quinn. Literally full to 0 in one stun.
That is pretty devastating. That is a huge jump up in both gold and XP, of course, for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
From what we've seen so far from Spirit today, a rare mistake from the team.
And another one, I mean, Quinn and Celery, they're getting way too much done around the map.
It's the Gaming Gladiators less IO.
Yep. It looks like the inch will live, okay. Miposhka does live to see another day, but pressure on all fronts.
Dyrachyo, though.
Whoa.
Oh, Arena is up.
He's got it.
the spear.
Bye-bye.
Little bit of low HP farming in the jungle does not end very well for Dyrachyo.
That's the one Dyrachyo death, though. They won a game. And that's usually the ones they win. Usually when he dies like 5 of those, I guess, it's the one they don't win. But the one is the important one. For Spirit, I think they have to be way more... Like, the synergy has to be there. If they're going to be dropping the boat like that with Laurel, the team has to be there. Like, no one's there. He drops the boat, and then it's 1-by-1 sequence of TPs. So they got to be a little bit cleaner on that one if they want to look to contest these tier 1s, but I think that time is gone.
Yeah. I think for Yatoro, we won't see him try for any more of those TPs. The first one was amazing. The second one, not so much. He's going to be back to hitting the creeps and keeping himself focused on getting that Battle Fury online as soon as possible.
Those items looking for Tofu. I guess he's just going Arcanes because he's at a slow start. All right, so 4-position Earthshaker tends to be a bit slower like this.
Yeah, Lyle, he's got his eyes on them, but can't go for any sort of setup with potential of split off and the Fissure cancelling his combo.
The next moments for Spirit is quite difficult. They're completely cooldown reliant, like with the Kunkka and the Mars in order to pretty much deal the most of the damage in the early game. So it's definitely difficult for them to play with timing the game he's gotten. They have a mech on the IO, and Quinn is strong. So he's got, what, 1,500 HP plus that mech, soon a Bloodstone. Definitely difficult for them to make aggressive plays at the moment.
Dracho is going to have the backup coming in with this relocate. Celery brings Quinn over. Able to spear back the one of them at Quinn. He's still in on top of Collapse. No escape for the Mars. Gaming Gladiators making sure that this time Duracho is kept safe. Over in the mid, Lal. Okay. Going for the wombo combo to take down Tofu. It's enough.
Nicely done.
Boat comes crashing in, takes out the Shaker. And of course, with the focus on Gaming Gladiators up top, they won't be able to punish him there. But still, these are good kills for Duracho to get involved in. And Quinn and Celery, this duo continues to begin the potential ball out of control.
Bloodstone's done, so they're just going to keep going and going with these two. Yeah, Bloodstone plus that mech, it's finished up. Celery, they're even getting some stacks going, keeping that farm accelerated. These two, they're just going to be able to continue pressuring until really Spirit feels like they have timings when everyone comes together, but they've gone for the double blade mail build. So I guess they're hoping that these blade mails plus the rum interaction is going to be enough for them to kind of turn versus this Gyro and Lesh uncontrollable damage.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, it's a good approach.
On paper. But there is heals. So there's the IO mech that comes in, and there's pretty damn strong team fight from Gaming as well, too, if they want to take those fights. Even pre-Tofu level 6. Yeah, they're looking for it.
Get this tower. They also might get a bit of a team fight brought to them as Gaming Gladiators are heading straight for Spirit in this corner of the map. Ace with the Ravage at the ready. See if they're all able to get out in time.
Not Collapse. Doesn't look like he's going to get away.
They did catch a little bit of vision of him. They know he's in this corner. There's TP's on cooldown for 20 seconds. He's not getting away from this.
Nice spear. We'll buy some time.
Tofu's got a Fissure. I mean,
he's actually...
Tofu can still get around to the side. Fissure's back up. Is he going to be able to block him off at an angle? Doesn't even need to. Quinn's going to get brought across by Celery. No way out for Collapse. No.
It took him 20 seconds to kill him or so.
It took a relocate as well. Yeah. So it means that the rest of the map's a bit safer, at least for Yatoro. He can feel a bit more confident that there's not going to be any sort of global gank coming for him anytime soon. He can get his Battle Fury done, which he pretty much has, just a couple of 100 gold away.
Is he TPing in?
Radiant's top tower
he's taunting him. They're teasing. Maybe he's saying, Quinn, we got to do it at the exact same time.
Yeah, they'll hit it with a scan to make sure it's safe over there.
Definitely not worth the risk going down there, especially with the way that they're controlling the early game. They don't need to go into blind territory just yet. They still have a tier 1 top they can claim. Collapse is looking to set up around here, but no arena. I think he's just waiting for Wisdom Rune because he's so far behind. Looking to steal both, actually. So Mira, he's setting up for the steal on the far right side.
So Celery and Quinn can bully them away in time. No, Collapse has already picked it up. No arena at the ready.
Mira's going to solo kill Tofu on the far right also, in the meanwhile. It's going to be close at least. One more poison.
Is he able to get out before anyone catches him in return? He is, because Ace and TP put to a stop. Lal, ready to grab him back with the X mark.
Oh, this is big.
Do they have the damage? The Ravage is there, into the hammer, down onto the 3 of them. Ace getting low. Can they quite finish him off? They'll drop the arena. They really want to kill off this Tide. Ace is still alive somehow. Finally, he'll fall.
Yatoro, there's Duracho on him.
The last impetus as well takes down Celery. They get the X mark dragged back onto Duracho into the torrent to separate him from Yatoro, and it's enough. Yatoro should be okay. Lal, he's going to be the new focus from Duracho as he moves in with the Rocket Barrage, but Duracho is completely out of mana. No further spells to throw down. Quinn playing aggressive with the Bloodstone, but Team Spirit keep their distance. Is there any way they can go back in on him?
Build up damage.
Doesn't have the backup of the IO or the Tide here with them still being dead for 10 seconds. They get the combo, the torrent into the spear. They manage to burst through Quinn.
And Duracho, I mean, they're starting to poke and prod him.
They know they could try and go for more maybe when they have the number advantage, but the risk is there now. Celery's back in the game. TP's in, it's got the tether over towards Duracho, but Yatoro, he doesn't care. He jumps back in, they kill him off, they get Duracho.
And Celery, the 1 by 1.
He's got by the X-Mark, the 1 by 1 indeed. The Save Your Buddy syndrome hitting Gaming Gladiators hard here as they're losing hero after hero. Yatoro's in with another crit. Double kill for him.
He's a go for more, go more.
Oh, they certainly want to, Tofu. He should be okay. They don't quite have vision on him. Ace is back around in the neighborhood as well.
Huge from Spirit. They survived the three-man Ravage, three-man Meteor Hammer. They're able to reset the fight. Beautiful arena from Collapse, kind of splitting the fight up. And then it's a one-by-one sequence.
It really is.
They get kill after kill after kill after kill.
And the dream sort of situation for a PA with just a Battle Fury at this point, being able to turn up and get involved as Yatoro's been able to there.
I mean, look,
that one 4-1 and 2. He's nearly level 12.
They killed, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heroes, if not more, in that last sequence.
One after the other.
One by one by one. Beautiful. And they danced. That was a beautiful dance, like the symphony of skills where they're playing all around each other, waiting, probably communicating, saying, okay, don't commit full. Soft pokes. Then they see the moment Bloodstone's used. They wait, they commit, they get the kill. Huge stuff. Now the Blink's done.
All right.
Bigger ways to be able to take the fights. And Dyrachyo, he is quite far behind now at this PA. Toro is massive.
Yeah, pretty wild. And all that difference really being in the fights and how each carry's been able to be involved. Because CS-wise, you know, he's got the lead in the last hits by 20 or so, Dyrachyo. But these sort of ways that Yatoro's turned up to the fight, only having that one bit of an awkward move around mid, everything else has been perfect from the PA.
Nice tidal wave. Oh, beautiful purchase from Laurel. Literally coming into play right away, saving him. Could have likely gone down there otherwise. I love this build. Phase Blade Mail. The shard is just so valuable also. A lot of different things you can do with it in this game.
Yeah, you just have to be super confident that you're actually going to be able to have the damage to take down this Kunkka if you want to make those sort of moves. Because if you're going for that sort of effort and not killing him, it's just giving all the space in the world for Yatoro's PA.
Spirit just really turning up today. 14 and 10 after they were eating that pressure coming out from gaming. That one sequence turns everything. You know, it was 10 to 8 and then 14 to 10 right afterwards. Tons of gold. Gaming still strong to be able to fight together. They just have to watch out for that one by one. Tofu, I believe he's committed for the shard, so he's got the little bit of extra follow-up, even though it's only level 1 after. And they're feeling strong. Glimmer now finished up on Mira. I believe that was the blink on Collapse.
Toying with the idea of going for Quinn here mid.
Tidal wave.
I mean, they're going to go for a full commit onto Quinn, but the Bloodstone's there. Celery as well, also full HP, tethered up to Quinn, providing him a lot of backup. Is it enough to keep him alive? It's not. Ace comes in with a Ravage, but it's a little too late because Quinn's already gone. Tofu, follow-up slam to the setup there from Ace, will allow them to take down Collapse and also catch him a posture with the Fisher.
And
they'll get Lal, but now Yatoro, he knows that a lot of the ults have been blown, so he feels the opportunity to jump into this, but the cooldown's still there for Dyrachyo.
He's anchored.
He's overcommitted. He's surrounded in the fight, and this time it's Team Spirit that are going to lose heroes, one after the other. Jump forward from Ace. Triple kill.
Oh my god.
For him on the Tidehunter.
What a purchase.
I mean, what a play there. Quinn goes down. They weren't able to save him, but the Ravage into the Echo Slam. Ace and Tofu pretty much able to clean up the entirety of Team Spirit in that team fight as it drew on.
And Ace this time, I mean, the tidal wave, he tries to go for this break tether, but Celery actually still has it at the ready, a secondary one, so they keep Quinn long enough alive to get that follow-up.
And you see, Ace, he's having to make the walk all the way across the map. Just couldn't quite get there in time to save Quinn, but it really doesn't matter. Ace with the jump, Tofu in that follow-up, and completely break the team fight for Spirit.
And so smart that he bought the shard. So look, the whole time he's waiting with the anchor, Yatoro jumps in. Good luck, you ain't going nowhere. So beautiful from Ace, keeping this PA controlled.
He's doing it in game 1, he's doing it here again in game 2. And this game 2, a game where, as a team, they have the advantage, they have the lead. 3K at the moment for Gaming Gladiators. And with sort of jumps like this, Team Spirit, they've got to be so ready, and of course Yatoro's got to be so careful on how he commits. He was very close to the BKB,
he was.
Just about 100 gold away. So next time around, it'll be a little harder for Ace to find those opportunities to catch him with the Ravage if Yatoro's quick with the BKB.
Absolutely.
But, you know, we've seen, honestly, there's all the chance in the world that Yatoro may still get caught, because you never know when Ace is going to be ready to jump you. You've got to be so quick with the reactions.
No, absolutely. And the thing is, too, is like Dyrachyo during that whole time, he wasn't even there. He was literally farming the whole time, so he's actually fully caught right back up. I think he farmed like almost 3,000 gold during that. So Ags is done. He's got first component of that Satanic 2. Oh, actually, 2 components already finished up, so.
Scanning.
I mean, Toro.
Gotta be careful. There's a reload at the ready. He's got the BKB.
He does have the BKB. And see if they want to try with the relocate to do something here. Yeah, they brought Quinn in.
He really doesn't want to have to use the BKB.
He might have to.
Can he kite far enough?
Does he want to go for the TP without popping the BKB? It looks like he's able to keep far enough a distance. In fact, on the re-relocate, coming back down to the bottom lane, indeed, Lal and Collapse, they were waiting for them. They'll blow up Celery on the IO. They'll get Quinn as well.
big plays.
They might even be able to get more. They're looking towards Ace, but Tofu throws them back. They're going to try and take this fight here by the looks of it. And Ace comes back in with a Ravage, but Yatoro's already put the BKB, jumps it over towards Duracho. The Echo Snap there, but with the BKB up on Yatoro, he can finish up the kill. Maybe continue to chase down the rest of them. Jumps forward aggressively over towards Ace. Another Fissures there from Tofu to hold back Yatoro momentarily. But the strike's going to be back up. They get the X-Mode drag back the tidal wave as well. Pulling Ace back over, but no, he might have put himself in a bit of a dangerous spot. He drags back Ace. Oh my goodness, he does live. Living on the edge there as he brings the tide closer to himself.
Tofu, he gets away.
No crits to be found on that one.
This was such a cool sequence, actually, from Spirit. I mean, the team is setting up for that relocate, and all this actually is able to have happen because Yatoro doesn't use BKB top.
Absolutely.
If Yatoro BKBs, that this fight maybe goes completely different or doesn't happen.
Oh, no, for sure, because then he turns up to the fight bottom, and he gets caught by the Ravage.
Yeah, exactly.
And he probably gets killed with the amount of damage that Ace is kicking out. So
super smart. And Duracho, after recovering, shows up, and he just does nothing. He actually just gets full focused by Yatoro. I believe he gets Shadow Demon purged as well, too. Great focus fire as Spirit. I mean, this is just back and forth. This is exactly what we wanted with this type of game.
Yeah, and that was a sort of a hard fight to call for Gaming Gladiators if they want to commit for it, because it's that awkward point of the game, right, for Duracho Zajira, where you had sort of like that 2,000 or so gold, and you're turning up without it being spent because you're trying to get this Reaver online, and you're losing a fair chunk of that.
Yeah, and that's all your ults too, right? That was your Ravage, that's your Echo. That's quite a lot there as Spirit. I mean, theirs is always up a little bit more frequently, so Gaming does have to be careful how they set up for that. This PA getting bigger and bigger.
Yatoro could not have hoped for sort of a better first BKB usage fight, really. Surviving through that all, it's put him to this point where he's now just 600 gold away from having the Deso on top of the BKB in the Battle Fury. They're on the hunt for him.
And he did get blessed with the Orb of Destruction. We do have to always mention that. I think if you get daggered, you like don't move when they have that orb. These IOs and stuff like that could just get deleted at the start of the fight. So Celery, now Solar Crest is finished up. Still quite tanky. But yeah, Yatoro is about to have that. He's been getting pretty close to that Desolator.
So the best sequence of events for Gaming Gladiators, I feel it's all gonna have to sort of spiral off Tofu getting like an opening Fissure onto Yatoro. Right, they have to find that opening stun before he presses BKB. If they don't stop him pressing BKB, people are going to die in Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, and they have to be there together, right? Because that's the other thing that happened in that bottom fight. It was them again, not full 1-by-1, but Lesh gets focused, Io dies, then Gyro shows up afterwards. The fight, kind of split up there from Gaming. So they need to be together if they do want to take these fights. Because now they're also playing into a Kunko who has the Water Park. So much more damage. If they're fighting inside of that Mars ult and inside that Water Park, it does feel like it could be.
And a Kunko that, Lau, I think he's kind of baiting this, yeah? They've got the defensive disruption because they hit them with the scat. Team Spirit knew that this smoke was coming in. A lot of ults being dropped here onto La, but La's able to try and get the boat off. Will still fall. Arena's there. Ace gets the Ravage off it.
It's on Yatoro.
It catches Yatoro. Yatoro's going to get glimmered. He's able to step out to the side. He turns back in with the dagger. Finishes off Celery. And Imposter's going to be the new focus here from Duracho and Quinn. They've got the damage to bring him down. Yatoro still hovering from the side.
He's waiting
considering going back in on this one. Deso's done, of course, so we'll be ready to jump in on this, and Gaming Gladiators know this. Duracho and Quinn, they're scared.
He's healing off creeps right now. Poisons are adding up.
Does he want to jump this? Has the BKB if he wants to full commit, but it is the two scary cores of Gaming Gladiators, Quinn and Duracho. Looks like he's respecting that, doesn't want to try and go for that sort of play with the BKB. Maybe if he got lucky on the crits, he could, but it would be a risk. He plays it safe. Yatoro doesn't want to force a fight against those two.
He held his BKB.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing, again, from Yatoro. Just the patience, the comfort. He knows what he's doing here.
Yeah, and I think the other big thing as well that was probably in Yatoro's mind is the fact that, sure, the Eye was dead, but relocate hadn't been used.
Yes.
There was the chance that a buyback, a relocate comes in, and suddenly it's a very awkward fight to try and force. So Yatoro keeping it smart.
Yeah, and now Spirit at this point, now there's no Echo, there's no Ravage. They're going to look to trickle out here, but Gaming's bringing the numbers.
They still want to try and fight Gaming Gladiators here. Now that the respawns are coming, Yatoro's going to go for the backlines.
He's on Celery.
Supports. He's taking out Celery. A couple of crits in the supports. They're out of the game.
And now Duracho's isolated.
Let's see what more they can get. Duracho is caught in the boat combo. Collapse, pushing back Quinn here with the rebuke. Ace is in on top of Yatoro.
But Duracho,
trying to control this PA, but Yatoro can step out of the side. Quinn and Ace, they have to be on the retreat, surely. As Team Spirit, they're setting up for the second round of spells. Torrent's going to be a little mistimed, but it doesn't matter. Quinn is surrounded. Leshrac will fall. Ace, the last one left alive on Gaming Gladiators, manages to get the blink off in time.
Wow.
Looks like he'll escape.
I mean, I love watching Yatoro. I don't know what it is. The way that he plays, He's so confident. Yes, okay, that mid TP, we can forget about that one that he died, but this one, the scouting that he's doing with the blur. He gets right on top of both supports, one-shots Tofu, takes out Celery almost immediately, and it's all sequences of these little things like saving the BKB from earlier. This is just, yeah, so cool.
And sort of playing in a position, you know, Gaming Gladiators, they wanted to fight this. And I guess they just didn't expect Yatoro to be sort of sitting on that side of the tree line, right?
Yeah.
Having the PA be in this spot where he was the deepest out of the whole team. They did not expect Yatoro to be there. Tofu and Celery walked straight into him, and with those two gone, the fight's over.
And then, I mean, look at Dyrachyo. He actually dies to most of the Enchantress. He's like torrented in the air and then gets by like 12 impetuses from the 5-position edge. Another picture-perfect fight from Spirit.
Yeah, of course, it does have the Satanic, but no BKB at this point of the game on Dyrachyo, so it gets caught by a stun, and things aren't going to be too fun for him. Ace, he's having to put the Ravage in an attempt to live against the damage of the control for the Water Park, and he's not going to survive. Another kill, 28-19, Team Spirit starting to build quite a lead.
Quite a bit of a lead there for the carries, and even the supports are starting to get quite rich. We saw Miposhka popping off. Shadow Demon is 3 components toward an Aghanim. So he's versus the Gyro, he's versus the Tide. They mentioned on panel, of course, breaking that side gunner, but breaking a Tide, devastating. Now they're going to have multiple forms of break with the PA also. Game getting harder and harder, it feels like, for Gaming. Well, for Spirit, starting to see the beauty of all their spells coming together perfectly. They turned up real sharp today.
Yeah, they did.
Early game and mid game, I feel like, has been, at least for me, when I see Spirit versus Gaming, I think Gaming has always been one of the best, if not the best, early mid game team. And if Spirit can make it to these later stages, I think that's when they're going to look amazing. And they've done that now. They've made it past that hardest point, it feels like, where now this PA is going to start becoming, well, I say start becoming, continue being an absolute beast. Tofu? No way!
Collapse! With the snipe there through the tree line.
That was sick. He's hit me.
Mira somehow getting the last touch on that one.
Wait, what? That was, oh.
Easy kill.
I mean,
Mira
probably is the bigger
7-4
one.
and 19. I mean, he's been involved in 26 of the 29 kills this game, Mira.
Wow. And some of them, yeah, he did
that's the highest kill involvement on the team, right? It is, yeah. Mira, he has been everywhere. This, you were saying already, sort of after the last game, could have made a very much good case for himself as MVP. I think this time around, he's already made it.
Yeah,
this sort of active Shadow Demon play, you don't get any better than this.
No, and it's not even just the aggressive plays, but even just like the little things. I didn't really touch on it, but the bottom play when Laurel gets gone on, right? The little Shadow Demon disruption to buy even 1 second of time.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, the disruption onto him, stuff. Then he comes in with a Glimmer on Yatoro, who gets caught before he gets the BKB off. He's doing everything in this game.
Yeah.
He really is. And in the mid, Ace, he'll try and clear the wave out, just get caught by the X mark. We'll see how much they want to try and commit in under the tower. Yatoro, he's ready to go, jumps in. Ace will manage to step away. 15 seconds until the Ravage is back up, so the timings will be there for Gaming Gladiators to attempt to piece together another team fight. But each and every moment that passes, it's not getting any easier. They've got Aegis on Yatoro. He's ready to start hitting these towers. Let's see what Gaming Gladiators can do against this sort of pressure.
Demonic Cleanse, keeping him full HP here on this PA. Dyrachyo's actually walking in deep with his Silver Edge. It's the reveal.
So the Glimmer's there. Yatoro's going to get shoved away to safety. Collapse, we'll let the BKB come out.
All right, they'll back away then. Okay, Silver Edge reveal there from Dyrachyo. They're going to know that he has that. That means that they know he just bought that. So no BKB.
Oh. I feel like we've seen a couple of games today end where a Gyro hasn't had buyback. So I hope for the sake of Dyrachyo, this isn't going to be another one. We'll see. It could be risky. There's a DD in the river.
Maybe it feels like...
Yeah, you go. Bottle over to Yatoro. There's a DD in the bottle of this PA ready for the next fight. And
maybe
they've still got 2 minutes on the Aegis.
Maybe Dyrachyo's feeling like he needs to take a little bit of like a risk going down like a bit of a weirder kind of build. Like sure, the break, obviously always makes sense for the PA, but I don't know, this is going to be a tough one. Because also, I think they bought a gem right before this, everything too. I think Miposhka purchased one, so they're always going to have this information in the fight.
Let's see what they can do with this. I mean, yeah, Yatoro's got DD in the bottle. He's at level 20.
He has Aghanim.
The Aegis for a minute, and indeed, the Aghanim's 300 gold away from coming out on this Phantom Assassin.
Oh boy.
The next fight could get pretty bloody for Gaming Gladiators.
At Dyrachyo, look at how deep the gem. Okay, they see him now. Toro pops the DD. He's ready.
He is ready to go, and he's going to go straight for Ace. In with the break.
Deleted.
Not a chance for Tide to survive through that.
Doesn't even have to use the BKB or anything. Doesn't care. Yeah, the Yatoro show continues this game.
He would have been happy if a Ravage came out. But Ace indeed does hold the Ravage, knows how necessary it is for them to have everything ready for the high ground defense if they want to stand a chance to stop Spirit.
Oh boy, good luck. Aghanims, yep, it's online. Yatoro now, you can just find your backline with ease, as I feel like he already has. And a Shadow Demon Aghanims now too, so... Oof. Tons of healing, tons of protection, and they're already looking to set up. They have this deep ward up top. They see Quinn. Torrent first.
I mean, look at Collapse's position. He's ready for a relocate play. He's doing his best to try and keep Celery held back from the Lesh, and he's done it perfectly. Still, the BKB and the TP will be enough to get Quinn out of there.
But that's a fresh BKB. I think he just got it delivered just before this, so 9 seconds are gone, and they won't have it for the upcoming fight.
And Yatoro, he's stepping up. He wants to see if he can get the most done with his last few seconds of the Aegis, but it is the last few seconds, so he'll have to be careful. Aegis now expires.
Tidal Wave.
I'm going to drag him back. See if they can finish him off. Yeah, they're in with the BKB. They burst him. The crits are there. Derecho is out, and indeed, he does not have the buyback.
No buyback.
So 70 seconds for Spirit to do what they want with no Gyrocop to come in and question them.
I mean, look at Miposhka zoning 3 heroes. The 5-position Enchantress, by the way.
They've got to do something with the 3 of them. They're going to try for something big. They need a Ravage into an Echo Slam like we've never seen before.
Look how they set up the siege, though. It's collapsing Miposhka hitting Yatoro just waiting in the wings.
And they're
waiting for
split.
somebody.
You know, who do you Ravage? Who do you Echo? Hey, he's going to try. Just the Ravage under the 2 of them. They're going to get rid of the pesky Enchantress. Okay. And they will. Miposhka's gone.
And that is the gem taken away. So Quinn gets it. Yatoro wants to go back in.
I mean, Ace is stepping out. Yatoro indeed, he just jumped the high ground against Celery and Tofu. They're out immediately. Yatoro deletes them. He deletes Ace as well. He's ready to take out Quinn. The drag back's there with the X-Mark. Everybody dead on Gaming Gladiators. Spirit, they'll take the Rex and almost certainly more.
Good God. I mean, we've seen I think we've seen 2 1v5s, it feels like, today. Yatoro, yeah, he put that to work. His PA out of control.
All right.
That's it. I mean, that's going to at least be 2 sets.
Certainly looks like it. The saving grace for Gaming Gladiators has been that they do still have a tier 2 on the bottom lane, so they won't get mega creep.
Sure.
But they'll definitely get whatever's the next sort of worst sort of situation after that. 2 sets of racks gone.
I just feel bad for Duracho. He walks in, just gets Shadow Demon purged, and then just dies. Just can do literally nothing about it. I think they can just go straight to bottom if they want to.
They can do what they want in Spirit. Yeah. Level 23 on Yatoro.
I'm actually a big fan of the way that they did do these type of itemization. You know, the blade mails, the small little things coming into play. Shard on Kunkka, going Aghanims. This team looking real hot here. And this is all versus gaming, and oh, look at that creep wave. Collapse, look at, you know you want to rebuke that.
I mean, for Spirit, they're not in a position where they need to hold for buyback, so Yatoro, he can spend up a few hundred gold, just get his Abyssal Blade out. He's ready to finish this.
And now Laurel, he's got all the talents. All the important ones that you want for the Aghanims build in particular. He's got the Torrent AoE, he's got the knock up and stun duration, so yeah, these team fights, they're absolute chaos.
Yatoro's ready to go in.
Yep, he's gonna be able to sneak in, give the vision. It's like, okay, team.
Let me
find this nice juicy support.
He does at least have a Ghost Scepter, so there might be a chance. There's not a chance. He gets bashed. He gets bashed. There's not a chance to even press the Ghost Scepter. Tofu will turn with the Fisher. Jump forward with the Echo Slam. They're on to Yatoro. Yatoro goes down. A big punish there from Gaming Gladiators. Can they punish anything else?
Look at Duracho dying to Enchantress.
He certainly is. The vote's coming in as well. Duracho's just completely dead. Completely controlled. They don't even need Yatoro at this point, Team Spirit.
Look at Miposhka go.
The rest of them are ready to clean up. Mirror's jumping in. Holds them back with the disruption. Quinn's trying to charge in towards Collapse, but he gets pushed back by the rebuke. The Ravage will tickle them at the side. It is enough to set up onto Collapse and will be enough to set up onto Miposhka.
Big cleanup kills for Quinn.
Gaming Gladiators holding on to the game.
Oh, is Mira going to get the gem out? He actually is.
All right, well, he was already the MVP and he's still staying at Mira with these sort of moves.
Yatoro.
Something here for Gaming Gladiators. A decent punch back.
Yeah, Yatoro pushing it a little bit too far that time, not wanting to use his BKB. Does get punished. The chain stun's there. Quinn gets much needed cleanup kills at the end there. I mean, crazy that Miposhka, though, is doing the most damage in the fight, so, as a 5 position.
Yeah, just not prepared for Tofu being up on the high ground. Fantastic Fisher setup from Tofu, tripping up Yatoro.
Oh, and I actually didn't see that, but the the Echo Shard stun actually caught Mira on the right side there, so he couldn't get the disruption, so. Maybe the PA actually survives there if that doesn't actually connect perfectly, but they're still all smiles. Look at him, he's like, I'm the carry.
That was a cute defense.
Like, look at him
go. Do it again.
I don't know what there is about watching Miposhka smile and stuff like that. It just gets me going.
I was gonna, that smile definitely came out when Yatoro died. He's like, Yatoro, what's going?
He's like, you fool, I'll take care of this.
I guess we can play for 10 more minutes.
All right, Gaiman. What is it? What is this? Hex or Shiva's on Quinn?
Yatoro gets the wisdom as well. Pretty much level 25 on the PA.
Okay, and Quinn, he did go Hex. So instead of having that armor.
So Yatoro, he's got to be ready to put the BKB.
He definitely does.
If he gets caught again, pre-BKB, there's a lot of control. But of course, as you said, and they have Mirror with the disruption. They do have saves.
Yeah, quite a bit. I think I honestly think Mira may have been able to save him last one if he didn't get hit by that stun on the side there. Mira's also hit 20, so he's got the Purge talent, which is insane. 800 heal with Demonic Cleanse. And a nice little chunky damage. And yeah, they're going to get the Roche, so they'll have that comfortable Aegis to protect Yatoro as well.
Yeah, still didn't get the tier 2 bottom, so with the Aegis, of course, they can just try and force the high ground and force the tier 4s in the game. We'll see what sort of avenue they want to go for after getting the Aegis and Cheese, Team Spirit.
And Duracho is going to at least be able to finish up his, what feels like his first damage item, right? He's going to have the MKB finish now, finally. But it's coming out so late. This is one of the slower farms I feel like you've seen on a gyro when he has an IO on his team. Just totally been shut down this game.
Over they go with this smoke. I don't know if this is something Gaming Gladiators are going to expect. They should be aware that that creep wave just got wiped out, so now they'll definitely be a bit suspicious on what might be smoked up in the shadows.
Oh, but Duracho... the gem is still on Mir, I believe.
He should be fine, with the silver edge. He's keeping his distance. He'll get away.
The Poshka has Ward Sentry, but yeah, he's able to get himself out.
Yeah, they're ready to go for this tier 2. Go for the Megas.
Yep, there's the 25 PA. Triple Stifling Dagger.
Okay.
Very fun.
Always pretty. Not for the supports of Gaming Gladiators.
No, not fun. Never fun.
Stellary and Tofu have had some painful deaths here to the PA.
And look what he gets. He gets Mindbreaker. So even more insult to injury. Playing support versus PA sucks already, and now playing PA, support versus PA with the Mindbreaker sucks even more. You can't even cast spells. Collapse gets himself his Timeless Relic. And he's getting dangerously close to his Refresher as well after his Octarine.
All right, high ground defense. Let's see what Gaming Gladiators have got. With the Hex. Spear to try and push back any further change for Chase, but the disruption. I'm sure Yatoro is fine, and that Aegis is kept good.
That's the Hex reveal as well, too, so they definitely know that that's there. Tofu saving buyback. Duracho on the sidelines. Duracho, no buyback. Mira. Starting to feel like something's up over here. He's scouting. He knows that ward spot as well, too, so I think he just scouted that one out. Ace.
He's stepping out.
Looking to get some info.
They do know he's here. They've got vision. Ooh, collapse. He's going to put the BKB, tries to sort of Ace out. Indeed, Ace, he can't get back to the safety of his base. He's gone. They catch Celery as well. They kill off the two of them. Double kill for Lal. Celery will come up with a buyback, so will Ace.
Duracho's gone.
And he does not have buyback. Celery and Ace can get back in the action, but Duracho, he is out for good for 85 seconds. Disruptions there to keep Yatoro safe for the stun. Ace, jump in with the Ravage. Gush on towards the PA. They brought down Yatoro the once. That's the Aegis gone. They've taken out Lal as well. Lal doesn't have buyback. Can they go for Yatoro a second time round? Yatoro, he's out to the low ground. They didn't have further stun. Jumps in, gets caught by the initial stun. They're ready to finish this one off by the looks of it. The arena's back up. They trap in Celery. Celery's out. Quinn also to get jumped. He'll turn with the Hex and the stun. He's desperately trying to escape towards the fountain, but the impetuses will finish him off. Quinn's out. He has got buyback, but even if he comes in with it, it's going to be 2 against the 4. Yatoro just hanging outside of the fountain.
What a jump from Collapse. That was beautiful. Him grabbing it. He knows Ace is stuck on the side there. Yeah. He's like, this is my area. Claims it, puts it down.
Into the fountain he goes. A little bit of fountain diving to top this one off from Yatoro. Why not again?
He wants Quinn.
He wants to go
They're
for
gonna
it.
Call it.
Can they get him before the game ends?
Of course.
No. Oh, Yatoro. They get him there, but yeah, GG is called. Team Spirit, what a day for them today. Turning up here in this first series against Gaming Gladiators nonetheless. Game 1, they let Gaming Gladiators have the gyro, they beat it. Game 2, they let Gaming Gladiators have the gyro and their Lesh IO, and they beat it. And they beat it in style as well. This was some top tier, the toppest of tier. Dota 2 here from Spirit today, Fog.
Yep, first 20 minutes, definitely Gaming having that good way to pressure, but not pressure enough. The PA is still getting these kills. Yoptoro's getting involved. Mira having an excellent game. Laurel and his Kanto also really owning 10-4 and 21. But what a spike. I mean, Spirit, they know how to hit hard. And I think these little macro plays that they do, in particular that one when Yotoro holds BKB up top, they wait for this fight on the relocate kind of play.
That's just brilliant.
It's such good understanding and such good communication from the team. So yeah, can't say enough about how much I can compliment Spirit.
No, and I think what I can say is just good luck to the rest of the teams that are playing against Spirit.
Yeah,
in this group stage and in the rest of this tournament. This team, I don't envy anyone having to play against these guys.
No, and now we're starting to see Gyro. Gyro can fall. There's
We've had, what, 3 losses today on this mainstream. I don't know what's been going on the other ones. But on our one here, we have seen indeed 3 back-to-back losses on the old Gyrocopter, which is, yeah, it's great to see. We want to see something different. We want to see teams stray away from these Gyros and these Svens. And yeah, today, 9 Pandas and Team Spirit definitely making a good case for people to do so. They deal with it fantastically. As, yeah, another series, and another series where Gyro just fails to get off the ground. As Team Spirit, they take out Gaming Gladiators 2-0 in this 2-game series.
From a statement game to a statement series, Team Spirit smash down Gaming Gladiators and Miposhka's Enchantress. Higher hero damage than Dairacho's Gyrocopter. I don't know if I have ever seen that, because Gyrocopter is generally a high damage hero due to his flat cannon, but Lacoste, this one is, I mean...
He got focused down every single fight. Like if we check the damage that Enchantress dealt in this game, most of the damage would be on Gyrocopter anyway, because they have the old school setup. This is Torrent, Disruption into Torrent or into both X-Mark as well, while Enchantress is dealing the damage post BKB. He was just keeping the distance. They had a really good front line with this Mars and also Kunkka, both of them going for Blade Mail. We were really happy to see, Blade Mail coming up from Kunkka from the mid lane, but the off lane Mars, really difficult way to deal with double Blade Mails. Like, eventually you're gonna die to it with the flat cannon. And also something to mention, like, Taracho, he's using some cosmetic, pay-to-lose cosmetic, because point of Gyrocopter is to not see those flags because they're so tiny, and he has some like rainbows. You're not Enchantress, you can't allow yourself to do that because you see those attacks and then you can run away, use your Ghost Scepter, do whatever.
It's even more obvious that it's coming, yeah. I think the other thing is that I think Shadow Demon is consistently just undervalued as a damage hero because you just don't expect it. But Mira, this is like the second time now where he gets some like semi-stylish Shadow Demon kills. The last time was like some awesome double kill in the mid lane. This time he just kills Gyrocopter, hits level 3, does way more Shadow Poison damage, gets that kill, and then later on he's using Disseminate to amplify the damage that they put into Gyro in these fights by like 35%. It's a big damage amp, and that's the reason, paired with a hero like PA or Mars, they have enough single target damage to actually kill him. So even against like Bloodstone Lesh, it's the same thing. They have these heroes that they need to kill, and they've got the amplifiers to do it. Why are you smiling?
He's smiling at me.
You're smiling.
You're smiling.
I think I want to talk about the Mars because I feel like people have struggled for the past few patches in like finding what the build is on him that makes sense. Like people tried going for like the Guardian Greaves when that was a thing. There's the obvious like Soul Ring, Blink Dagger, BKB, which sometimes feels like it can fall off. Blade Mail's an OP item right now. It's good on Mars, and it's very good against a lot of popular heroes. It feels like, I mean, I know it's one game, but it feels like Collapse might be onto something with this. I haven't checked his Dota 2 Pro Tracker, but I would, if I had to guess, I would say that this is probably something that he's been doing. And it looks really good against Gyro in particular. I remember there was a patch. Remember when Medusa just got added to this version of Medusa got added to the game? She's super OP. People would pick Mars to spear the Medusa like the other way and block the team off from saving her. And obviously you're also dodging the projectiles and stuff like that. But really it was this separation in the fight. And we saw that a lot with the Gyro as well. Just like dropping the arena, and it's like either Gyro's on the outside and his flax can't come in, or Gyro's on the inside, his team can't come in and save him. Like, it seems good. I can't believe I'm saying that about Mars, because this hero seemed dog shit like a week ago.
First pick for Team Spirit, they went for it, they get it, and they smash with it, of course, with the help of the true carry of the game. Let's be real here, everybody. It's Miposhka, Enchantress and Miposhka, carry Miposhka. Is this a time for a role change, Miposhka? Can you hear us? Miposhka, hello?
He didn't take kindly to you suggesting he changed role. He
did not. He's just trolling.
Miposhka, please. No!
I thought he had you for a second. Oh, no.
Okay.
No. Well,
that was him.
Wait, Mapaska, can you hear me?
This first interview is going very well.
It's going
so
very
far.
well. We had some technical issues with the first one. This is the real first one. We'll get Mapaska on here soon.
What are you going to ask him?
We can see him.
All right. I mean, to be honest, we just needed to see that smile replay of Mapaska, and it gives us everything we need to know when in those moments where he truly felt like the carry. Of course, earlier on in the game, there were a couple of moments where he also was, had the wrong person. Mapaska was playing Venge. That was game number 1. I was very confused there for a second. This is game 1. But this is what I'm talking about. I mean, this just feels like I should be playing Enchantress. Does anybody else feel like they should be playing Enchantress? This seems like so much fun.
You feel that way when you see it, but then you're the guy that's like level 3 at 14 minutes, and then you're like, oh yeah, I'm not Maposhka.
So what does he do to make this work this way?
Decision making.
Like good positioning. Also has really good front line with the Mars and Conka soaking up a lot of attention, damage, and then you have Phantom Assassin. So you have to be aware of like different heroes in a team fight. It's just like the way he positioned himself and doesn't allow to get like blown up. The itemization as well, going for pretty standard Enchantress items, but having Force Staff, Hurricane Pike does allow you to keep the distance.
You got to grow bow too.
They did.
Very skill based.
That's an instant like 10% increase in your win rate right there.
Yeah, it was good.
Love that.
You said 3?
10% increase.
10%? Yeah, I would call that 30% increase once you find that item.
Yeah, Enchanted Quiver is really good now too because it gives
Enchantress Quiver, yeah,
it gives you
very good.
the base attack. The base attack range as
the
well,
75,
as well as the extended, which is very nice on the cooldown.
It's very nice. I mean, this game showed that. I mean, it's not just Enchantress that was good here. We said it after game number 1. It's a joint effort. Team Spirit looks like the top tier Team Spirit that we last saw them at Ria Masters. It felt like something during the tournament clicked in a way that they can just repeat, carry over to the next one.
Yeah, maybe that was our mistake. Was thinking like, oh, it's the money on the line. Maybe it's just coincidental.
Yeah,
they have peaks and troves.
Every team does.
Is that the word? Is that a word?
Troughs.
Troughs.
Yeah.
They have peaks and troughs. We just do it again. They have peaks and troughs, and they just happen to peak during TIs and $1 million tournaments, and they're still peaking right now.
Or it was like they swapped their mid laner and it took them like 6 months to like get up to speed with like the best way to play with them, and now it's just not going to stop until they win another TI.
They basically took Laurel and they formed him into the beast that they needed, and they crushed with it, and this looks like a very scary team to face, and Gaming Gladiators is definitely going to have something to work on. Some teams are happy when they lose because they have a lot to work with. So maybe Gaming Gladiators is one of those, but they do have a little bit of time to work on it because we are doing Group A games, Group B games, Group A games, Group B games. 4 series in a day. Also 4 series per stream, and we got 3 streams going on at the same time. Both of these teams will play another series later on, but first we're going from Group B to Group A, and that means we got 2 fresh teams joining the fray. I know, I would love to have talked to Maposhka, but we'll get him another time. At this rate, they're going to win all the time.
Seeing him is nice.
Yeah, he's really gameplay. Nice. Like, this is all we wanted to see.
Yeah. And I mean, to be honest, that way they're going to win all the time. We're going to talk to them all the time. By the end of the tournament, we will have all our questions answered. And yeah, we'll talk to them later. That's okay. Next series, Shopify Rebellion. We know this team. We'll see how they do and everything. But I'm very excited for their opponent because this is Topson back in action. That's right. We got Tundra taking on Shopify Rebellion after the break. So stay tuned for more Dream League Season 21.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has shattered to little pieces.
Welcome, my friends, to the second half of today. It's DreamLeague Season 21, the inaugural day. I'll be your host for the second half of this evening. It's me, Tsunami, with a brand new co-host who has spoiled himself by walking in front of the band. It's Cinderin!
You have no idea it was me. It could have been anyone.
I was on the edge of my seat, but then you just brazenly walked through.
And then you sat at the back of your seat.
Correct. And at no point was I ever anxious. Cinderin, welcome.
Thank you.
I have, it's a troubling situation that you're in because, let me tell you, the co-host role on my shift it's kind of like it's like a Harry Potter defense against the dark arts kind of thing. I had Trent for season 19. Who knows where he is now? I had BSJ for the first half of season 20. And then I had Pyrian Flax for the second half. And I have to imagine that finally you're someone who I can get into a long-term co-host relationship with.
Oh, I thought you were going to say I'm screwed.
No, you I have high hopes for.
Really?
I can't think of any other duo that you are famously associated with. So then now's my opportunity for Tsunami Sind.
True.
Sindami. Sunderin.
Sunderin. There you go. There it is. I think that one's already kind of taken, actually, if you think about it.
Yeah, maybe.
Close enough.
We can be very anime about it, though. But I'm so thrilled to have you, Cinderin, because, well, usually we see you off in the casting, and now you're here on the panel.
Yeah. I mean, I've done my fair share of paneling over the years, but the whole co-host situation will be interesting to develop with you. Maybe we'll get some dynamic going. Maybe we won't. I think it's fun either way. If we play off each other horribly, I think that makes for great television.
Anyway, time for our second set of panelists. It's time to bring in the casters. It's SVG and Cap.
Hi, Cap. Nice.
There's only room for one of us. Oh!
Wait, you're supposed to fall. No, I had protection. And this goes into my next question for you, Cinderin. Can Arteezy carry the next game?
That was a good one. Can I get a bad rim shot? That's what I wanted, yes.
It's not expired yet. Just a little.
Are you saying Arteezy's not expired yet?
There you go. So yes, he can.
What's his best buy date?
I think that was in 2014.
It says June 30th, 2024.
We're hella past the date. I'm sorry. It's going to you.
Maybe we put them in the freezer. It was like, the wedding cake that you eat years and years later.
Yeah.
Over and over again.
Honestly, best buy date is actually, it's not an expiration date. It's a best buy date.
Exactly.
You can still eat it, but it was best a while ago,
So what was Arteezy's best buy date?
2014.
That's not a date. That's a whole year.
That's a decade
Give me the
ago.
date.
July 8th.
August 30th.
Incorrect.
Someone look up what tournament he was playing at August 30th, 2014. But if you want to look at what's going on in this tournament, well, I've got the information as we are now halfway through the day. Gentlemen, I want to walk through, the beginning of Dream League Season 21 as we can take a look at 4 series worth of data.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. Big sample size.
Yeah. We should already know exactly the projection of all of these teams, such as...
Well, Blitz himself already specifically said what Team Liquid's trajectory is. They got 2-0'd by 9 Pandas. It's time to disband.
Yeah.
And the trash.
I mean, I don't know. Liquid just washed. I think Tundra's going to win TI because they got Thompson.
Correct, and they got the 2-0 here, so...
Yeah, of course. I mean, everybody knows the teams that get 2-0 on day 1 automatically just win the tournament. I think that's what I've learned over 10 years of Dota since 2014.
And I guess concerningly for Shopify Rebellion, they start out with a 1-1. They generally do really well in tournaments when things go horribly wrong on day 1. But if they're starting out okay, what is that going to mean?
So you're saying they're doing too good?
Yes.
Concerning.
You have a really bad day 1.
One game victory is
just
too good.
Bring it all back in a big way.
High bar here for NA Dota from Synderen.
Well, we'll see what their expectations are in the series that we will have on this stream, which is going to be Tundra versus Shopify Rebellion. Elsewhere on the Dota 2 Ember channel, it's Talon taking on 9 Pandas. And if you want to see a disbanded Team Liquid, you can do that on the Storm stream.
Yeah, they're washed.
Meanwhile, as our final series of the day here on the main stream, it's going to be OG taking on Game Gladiators, followed by Bet Boom Team versus Spirit on the Ember stream, and Quest versus Evil Geniuses on Storm. That's a new yell.
I was just going to say, I have not heard that one.
Is that a Dota player?
Sounds like some of my pub teammates for sure. Yeah.
I was Quinn asked, can we
When
end?
do teammates yell yes? They yell
and go down
something
mid.
else.
That's the sound right before he says go throne.
But he's not allowed to do that anymore.
I would say exciting day of Dota, but a lot of those were regional matchups that I feel like we've seen a number of times, right?
Fair.
Part of it is also because there are not as many regions in this Dream League. China was not able to make it, and so that's one region that was out of the mix. And then Southeast Asia only has Talon.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know if Gabby is... Wait, is Entity even... Entity's not here.
No. Entity are here.
Entity are here.
They went 1-1 with Shopify.
They're playing on the Ember.
But
Ember
Gabby
stream.
did play in that series, right? He's just playing on really bad ping. I think he's playing from home.
Is he?
Oh, I think so. I mean, at least that's what I heard yesterday. Maybe it's different because he was playing SEA pubs. I think it was 2 days ago.
I see.
So either he was playing SEA pubs from Europe, or he was home in SEA, and then he flew out right as they were about to play. I think
that
either
would
of
be
those
crazy.
sounds very
He flew
unlikely.
all the way to Europe, and he was like, "I got to get back to my C pub.
Got to play with my boys.
I've never heard that one before, where somebody's like, "Please, I need to play more C pubs."
Maybe he just wanted to party queue with Cuckoo.
We got C representation in this series right now because Abed's in here, and Thompson spends a lot of his time in Southeast Asia recently.
True.
So let's get into this series of Tundra versus Shopify. Everyone has bought their tickets to a Cap and SVG cast, however. So, gentlemen, I appreciate your input.
Where'd the can go?
It's a really nice way of saying leave.
You can have the can.
See, there you go. We
Make
already
the same
have
joke.
You'll get better at social cues eventually. Just keep it up.
Bye, friends.
Do you know what's in it, actually?
Can you unseal it? Is it actually a prop?
I'm genuinely worried that this is surströmming, which is the one that smells atrocious, and that's in this can.
What's the direct translation of that?
It's like an exceptionally fermented fish. It's
sour herring.
Sour herring, I'm hearing, but it's like when you hear sour herring, you're just thinking, oh, it's probably just like herring with sour cream. No, it is not like that.
Yeah, but I mean, even herring with sour cream sounds disgusting.
Oh yeah, but this will be way worse than that if this is what it is. I really don't dare to open it. It doesn't really say what is on here. It says Indian Ocean. Indian herring.
I'm intrigued.
Now I want to open it.
Don't open it. Instead, we'll save the opening of this show with 2 new panelists. Let's bring in Fear and Lacoste. Lacoste, you glutton, you've gotten 2 walk-ins now. You show up on your first Dream League and we're just introducing you every second.
Yeah, I'm down for it. I can do it one more time.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Come on down. And meanwhile, Fear, it's a pleasure to have you back here again.
I'm very curious about that.
Everyone, please welcome Lacoste!
Please welcome Lacoste, everybody! Yeah!
Athletic.
I have a family member that actually wants to try this.
Sour herring.
Yes.
It's tuna, by the way.
Do we know
you
that?
took it from the cabinet in the kitchen?
It's like pressurized, right?
It's V-tuna. It's V-tuna inside.
V-tuna.
Wait, do you want to be co-host?
You've
got the zingers ready already.
But do you have the analysis ready, Lacoste?
I do.
Perfect. Then let's get into Tundra versus Shopify. We'll start out with Tundra. Obviously, the discussion at hand that everyone's very excited about is Thompson. He's back in the mix. He's back in, theoretically, a Tier 1 team. I say theoretically because maybe people would have thought Old G was a Tier 1 team, and it was not.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Didn't quite make it there. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. For me, I think it's also... I think the bigger story for me is how is 9 going to play 4? I mean... That's going to be really interesting because that's the transition we see very few players make as of late, is that sometimes players will go from a core position to maybe playing a support position eventually, but he's in this part of his career where you would think this guy's going to continue the role that he won TI as for multiple years. And now he's making this huge transition to make space for Thompson, and supposedly the reason for Tundra was that I guess the market of 4s that was available wasn't really intriguing enough. So he stepped up to the plate and said, I'll play this. And I mean, I admire the hell out of that, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah, usually not the transition that you see in Dota going from... I mean, we've seen Toronto-Tokyo going from mid lane to 5, which is also a bit of a unusual one, but
that was very unusual.
9 did play position 4 back in the days, because I remember one of the interviews that we had in one of the tournaments throughout this year when we asked him about Dark Willow position 4, and he said, one of the reasons why he plays these weird heroes is he doesn't get the chance to play them, so he has to play them from the mid lane because these heroes are not exclusively played from the mid lane.
But if you have to shuffle stuff around, Thompson's the kind of player that you would do it for. But what has he been up to? We got a chance to speak to him a while ago.
I mean, sure, yeah, there's like some mid-tiers that I want to play that are awful, so that's like kind of my guilty pleasure. Sometimes I bust out some Bane or Dazzle mid, and then I feel sorry for my teammates once they lose, but I try to have some fun with it.
He's a cool guy to be around, I mean, I see some Matu in him. He's kind of like conservative, but at the same time, like he's like a funny guy too. But it's been super short time. They're still like kind of feeling each other out, so not much I can say.
The 5 couriers in Dota. I think that's a bit controversial. I don't know, I feel like it was like more interesting with 1 courier. Like there was like this courier aspect of the game. Like you had to who gets to use the courier and when, and like it's like a team thing, Like as a team, how good are you at the courier usage? That aspect of the game is gone. Like no. Experience and moments, like first TI, like my first team, like in OG, joining OG. Then it was very exciting. I mean, that's probably one of them, and of course, like becoming a father, that was one of them. Like one of the most exciting moments, also. So yeah.
One funny thing is basically like all of us, we actually don't live in the house, even though there's a bunch of bedrooms here. We go each night and morning, we go from hotel to the house. And Thompson kind of like a couple of days in the bootcamp was like, nah, I don't like this, and he's actually staying in the house, like the only guy in the house that actually sleeps in there as well.
Teleport, cool. go anywhere, like traveling. Like if I have to go to boot camp, I just teleport. You know, like how easy is that? Go to the grocery store, teleport.
He actually does wake up quite early. That is true. It's like the normie dad schedule vibes. But I think I mean, at least for myself, I had to like adjust to the DreamLeague because we're gonna be playing at 12 CT and 17. So I need to make sure that I wake up at like either 9 or 10, so I can have like one practice pub before we play and then that sort of thing.
Probably just eat some simple, like chicken and rice, you know, with veggies.
That's not what I was expecting from a Finnish answer. But Thompson's a man about efficiency, clearly. That's why he's living in the same place that he's boot camping. And then, Fear, can you corroborate that winning TI and then becoming a father are probably two of the most notable achievements a Dota player could have?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And then also waking up early also comes with that. I woke up at 4 a.m. today, so...
Typical normie dad schedule.
Literally, we're clones, yeah.
And he's going to be playing the mid lane for Tundra from now until TI, which expectations are sky high. And their opponents for this match are going to be against Shopify Rebellion, which then, where are your expectations for them?
They're always. It's kind of weird with this team because they've kind of they've become a wild card. And the reason I'm sighing is that you want to have that golden age of Shopify. Back then they were EG, right? Where this was a team that was consistently in contention for top 3. And we just haven't had that for the better part of a year at least. And I just want to see that stability at this point. And where do I place them? I don't know. Probably I'm going to say top 4 or bottom 4. It's either that. I don't think they're going to place in the middle. Either they're going to come in hot and things are going to go well, or it's just going to be another bust.
I think top 4 is very generous for them at this point. They haven't had success in a very long time now, and I think it might be catching up.
What if you turned it upside down and they get top
there you
4?
go. They would be. You're right.
Which is definitely in the peak of competitive integrity, is just to be like, well, I like them on top over here. And I think it's been longer than a year even. I think, so in DreamLeague Season 20, they actually did get top 4, because I remember it was right after the patch dropped, the big map Tormentor patch, and Fly was running Chen strats, and everyone was like, this is the future of Twin Gate Dota. And then they ended up losing to Tundra. I believe that was the lower bracket semifinal. And so that was the last time they did well at a tournament period. And then even before that, we have to go back to like the Singapore major, where they got question marked by Emo. Since then, it has been a very quiet
DPC, North America, it's technically a tournament. They got the first place, so...
And
not even one tournament. They got first place once out of the 3.
Still a first place.
Sure. I mean, they're still, I would argue, I don't even know if it's true after the last tournament where TSM get up to the grand finals, but they have been the most stable North American team from the region, of course.
Sure. That is
I think
definitely
Emo,
like
what Tsunami said, if we go back to Singapore Major, I think Emo broke them. That the BO5, the game 3 that they played, after that, nothing was the same for all the EG squad.
They did well at the Anime Major, which was after Singapore, I believe. But
I do not remember this.
I
mean, you're starting to dig back multiple years now, so it's hard to remember.
We'll focus on the present then. We'll focus on this draft as we get into game number 1. It's Tundra taking on Shopify, which Tundra already got a 2-0 earlier in this tournament, and Shopify are currently a 1-1 split. Tundra got their 2-0 against Talon, and Shopify split versus Entity.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that game as well, where RTZ tried busting out the Pudge. Didn't really work out. A hero that hasn't been meta for carry position for some time. Game 1, they stomped off the back of... It was Saberlight actually playing Dawn in both games. So
yeah, he was.
We'll see if he gets his hands on that. And he played really well that Game 1, just looking at the scoreboard. He was crushing it. So, and Saberlight's been a player for me that's been fairly quiet on the squad. Like, haven't seen too many standout performances from him, so it's nice to see him showing up in the game they did win, having some big performances.
I think when he joined, he was on top of his game, I would say. One of the reasons why they decided to pick him up, and because the whole squad was not doing as hot, so maybe his performance was also lacking. But I feel like when it comes down to grinding and being able to play, he's definitely up there in the squad. I feel like because he didn't win as many things as others on the squad did, so I guess he's also the youngest guy, so he wants to grind.
Yeah. I'm happy to see him play this hero, by the way, because I think, as Sphere pointed out, it's one of his specialties in this patch, and I think against a team like Tundra, this hero, in theory, should just be really good, right? Tundra has this reputation of how they play the map and how, you know, if things get slowed down or whatever. Dawnbreaker is, in theory, one of the most efficient heroes in Dota because it's everywhere while it's farming.
Right.
So if it becomes this slower pace and you want to make moves, Dawn can be matching the farm of the enemy offlaner while it's also contributing to fights. Aside from that, it's a very strong laner, which is something Tundra have also become experts at dealing with. So just playing those strong lanes. And against Nature's Prophet, you have the same, you can match the global presence after level 6. So I like this choice.
Yeah, I think speaking about Tundra specifically, which is a little interesting to me, is if you look at the old Tundra squad before Topson, you would think they're very slow, some would say even boring to watch in a lot of games,
Many would
right?
say that.
But if you think of Topson, you think about like the old squad he played on the OG and just his aggressive playstyle, he's very far from being a passive player. I wonder if the dynamic of the team is going to change with him being the new mid laner, where they're potentially going to play a bit faster and a bit more aggressive, or will they try and tone Topson back? But from the sounds of the interview, they can't even do that. They can't even get him to the boot camp location. So it seems like they'll probably see big changes in Tundra.
Well, he's very efficient because he's not going back to the hotel, which means that he can play an extra pub.
Exactly.
And this guy, he loves his Dota. From these two games that I watched, I feel like their style is gonna change a bit because, as Fear said, you know, some of them they like someone's playing a boring style of Dota. They're like, yeah, they're playing like Tundra. I don't find that style particularly boring because it's so efficient. They don't necessarily, especially when there are like high stakes in the game, in the tournament. So they want to drag it out. And Tundra, they're specialists at this kind of a thing where they're gonna choke you out. If this game goes late, you know that Snaking, he's gonna hold Philosopher's Stone, he's gonna buy Hand of Midas, they're gonna get gold from any way they can, anywhere they can on the map, and this is the big one. I think stealing Earth Spirit, because Topson did play Earth Spirit today, and it looked amazing. The first thing when I was prepping for this series, I'm like, I gotta check Dota Pro Tracker to see what Topson's been playing.
Sure.
You know, from this mid lane, and he's playing these weird heroes. There's Clinks, there's Earth Spirit that he already shown, Invoker, nothing spectacular there, but you know, some snipers, some Dazzle that he mentioned in the interview as well. So expect to see something different from him.
I think it's very interesting as well. If you think of Tundra, they're no strangers to having, like, Nine used to be their old mid lane, right? He played weird heroes mid too.
Definitely.
So they're definitely used to that. And just to give a little story about that in the past, well, they both played, that is Nine and Topson, around that 6K, 5K MMR bracket together. And when I was on a team with Nine, after Topson won, Nine was not a TI winner at the time. He's like, yeah, you know, Topson, I like look up to him. Was like, why can he win and not me? We both came like from the same bracket. We have similar like play styles. And now Nine is he's won a TI, of course, but he also now is stepping back and letting Topson play mid while he goes to position 4. I never expect these two to be on a team together. Is basically what I'm getting at, which is going to be very interesting. But they have a long history.
Especially because if they're cut from the same cloth and they play the same role, how would they end up on a team together? But similarly, they have some compatibility in that they do like to do things that are a little bit exotic.
Yeah, and taking one out of Team Spirit's book from the previous series that was played, Kunkka, Blade Mail Carrier again, Shadow Demon. I like the synergy between these two heroes. It's an old school, again, Disruption into Torrent, into boat combo, Shadow Demon. Hero that can stack a lot. Like, it's all about stacking in the current meta, so while we see Vengeful Spirit, of course, on top of the great laning stage, you can stack a lot of camps, Triangle especially, and then Kunkka can easily clear it.
What do you make of picking a Grimstroke against Demonic Purge? I feel like Grimstroke nowadays, the Inkswell is a really, really big part of why you run this hero, and you're picking it into one of the hardest dispels in the game that lasts really long. Do you think this is a potential mistake for Shopify, or is that glass half empty way of thinking?
I think it's not the best pick possible, yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely probably comfort. It is something that they probably have ran in their scrims that works really well with their Spirit mid, and they prioritize that more so than anything. I guess to some regard, if you can get onto you have the silence, which can delay it a little bit. But yeah, I think more than anything, Shopify Rebellion as a team have been creatures of habit for the longest time, especially when it comes to drafting. Whatever they scrim with, whatever they practice, they'll just run it. And they'll just run it against whatever you pick against it doesn't really matter. They're just saying, we're just better than you and we're going to make it work. Obviously, this hasn't worked for some years now, but when they were winning, they still had the same play.
When they were winning, they were better than you.
Yeah, exactly.
So Hoodwink, Grimstroke pairing plus Earth Spirit. This seems a bit unusual. I think these two supports paired up together. I feel like there's not much synergy other than like Acorn Shot, but not the thing you want to max out. And both of these heroes are going to suffer against this Naga Siren pick. This is Skeeter's classic. He's probably one of the better, besides Yatoro, one of the better Naga Siren players out there. The amount of farm, the amount of pressure they can put on the map. And it's not just that. They also, like, this is 100% Tundra. Like, you show me this draft, I'm like, maybe throw in a casual Dragonite, because this is how they play. If we were talking about slow sieging tier 3 towers, Nature's Prophet with the Treants, X-Mark, one guy who's going to hit the tower, Naga Siren with the illusions, Shadow Demon creating more illusions. So very difficult to defend the high ground if Tundra's going to be ahead with this lineup.
And knowing Tundra, these heroes are not necessarily set in stone with which roles they're playing either, right? They have, I think they have in the past put F4 Naga on Saksa when he was playing with them for a while. They did experiment with that sometimes. I think this Nature's Prophet could be a support. It could also be a core. If Thompson wants to run a mid Nature's Prophet, that's possible with an offlane Kunkka, which is also a thing this patch. So I think options are definitely there for them. I wanted to quickly talk about Shopify's, you mentioned the support duo and their dynamic. I think this Dawnbreaker Hoodwink lane is going to be a lane to watch because if the Naga is carry, I would say Dawnbreaker is one of the best offlaners against that lane. She has 2 AoE damaging abilities to kill the illusions. But you also have the potential pitfall of this dynamic with Hoodwink is kind of awkward because Hoodwink wants to pin you to trees, but Celestial Hammer breaks trees. So you need to really find the perfect angle if these two heroes are laning together, which...
It's like the Mars Hoodwink lane,
yes,
right?
The classic
you gotta
problem.
Be very careful. But all I was going to say is they recently did play versus Naga, and RTZ busted out the Pudge, and I was listening to you guys in the pre-show a little bit, and Gabby wasn't playing.
Oh, he wasn't?
It was ATF.
ATF is now playing instead, so that is a team they drew earlier as well. And we'll see if RTZ wants to go for the Pudge again, as this is when they did pick it, was against Naga, and it's notoriously been good versus Naga, but they already lost to a Naga with Pudge, so maybe he's going to second guess the choice of going for that again. We'll have to see here.
What are good alternatives then?
Versus the Naga? I mean, is Sven banned? It's banned, of course. Gyro's banned. Some of the best heroes versus Naga are just automatically out, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him go back for the Pudge and try it again, because you don't have a lot of options. Troll's pretty good as well, if you want to go that route.
I like Troll more, because I see Pudge against Shadow Demon, against X-Mark, you're not going to be able to move in the team fights, especially Shadow Demon, but this has been the counter for a really long time. When Pudge was popular as position 1, so was Naga, so...
Doesn't Troll largely share those problems against Shadow Demon and Nature's Prophet, though? Like, you're risking just getting kited and...
It's a little better now.
You upgrade Quelling Blade, you always have something.
That's true. You can get out a Sprout.
Yeah, I mean, they changed the Trolls now, where you can use items while you're in Rampage now, so that definitely helps a lot for the Troll. It's like your options are limited. Yeah, Troll does get kited, and this is kind of what I've been talking about, like backstage more than anything. Like sometimes this last pick doesn't feel great with all the bans that are in play in this last phase here. You just kind of have to pick what's left. And what is left, Troll and Pudge kind of fit the bill for me. If they want to be really crazy, they could play like some Leshrac carry, which RTZ has played before, but kind of a weird lane with the Grimstroke.
So who's going mid on this Tundra lineup then?
Why are you holding a cup like that? Use the handle.
Kunkka's definitely going mid.
Okay.
Sand King's off lane, Shadow Demon NP supports. Probably 5 NP, I'd guess.
I guess we can infer that whichever beverage is in that cup is cold, because he wasn't holding the handle, he was holding around the cup, which is pretty unusual.
Could also be empty.
It's a good cup.
Or it's empty, in which case, why are you holding a cup like this?
That chew on it, you know? You got ADHD. You got to do something with your mouth.
That's fair.
Why would you be drinking a cold drink out of it anyway?
Why would you do
Where's
anything?
the glass? You know?
But is it half empty or half full?
Oh, yeah. There you go.
This is too deep for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still just looking at, as you said, what carry options are left aside from something like Pudge. I just think Pudge is going to fall extreme victim to kiting, as is the Troll. So I don't really like anything. Yeah, true, I guess.
Oh, okay.
That was one.
Okay.
I think it's probably one of the better ones still left in the pool. Is that enough? Can they hit an earlier timing with the Earth Spirit mid? Dawnbreaker off lane, so you have like this global presence, extra healing coming out on top of the Alchemist. I like Tundra's draft a lot. I feel like this is what they wanted to get from this game, and they got all the heroes. This is pretty Tundra classic, decent amount of stuns, great scaling, Skeeter on his signature hero as well. Position 5, Snaking's going to be playing Nature's Prophet. That also means that he's going to be farming a lot, which he really loves to do.
You on the Tundra chain, Fear?
No, I'm going with Rebellion this game because I just don't want to agree with Lacoste.
Safe bet. I see you understood as soon as Lacoste comes on
Assignment,
DreamLeague.
yeah.
I mean, is it fair to say that this was... We think overall that Tundra's draft might be better, but Alchemist was possibly the best last pick they could have found there? I think it was better than both of our ideas. So.
It probably is. I think both the other ones could have worked as well, but the Alchemist is great too. I actually do like Rebellion's draft quite a lot here, because like the Dawn is going to be very strong in this game. Alchemist can frontline with, Dawn behind you there. Earth Spirit can go in. Maybe you can purge the Inkswell.
Yeah.
But, is that going to be the game breaker here? Probably not.
But why pick Grimstroke? Why? What is...
Fly likes the hero. I don't know what to tell you. Like it's a meta hero. It's good. They're confident in it. It might still have some impact regardless, but their draft they can function. Let's put it that way. So if they get ahead in the early game, they can definitely win the game.
How much is Thompson going to pop off Send? Because that's really the only thing I'm watching. Popson. Pogson. It's Kunkka. That has high Pog potential.
Yeah, it's not exactly a traditional Thompson here. I feel like this is a hero I connect more with 9 than Thompson, to be honest.
He's been spamming it in pubs, so.
He'll play what works. Obviously, he has...
If the hero can build into Blade Mail Heart as your 2 items, he's going to play it. So that's pretty much it from Thompson now.
He's going to play it. I want to watch it. Let's get ready for game number 1 with PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome to the second half of the day, where we're going to be starting off with Tundra versus Shopify Rebellion. An interesting match simply because the fact that Tundra has been looking pretty damn good, and we expect them to look very good going into TI with Thompson. I feel like this is one of those like very rare times where somebody has to make an adjustment in a roster that people are very, very... I think everybody's been behind it. Everybody I've talked to has been like, oh yeah, Thompson's a great replacement for 9.
What are they supposed to do?
Well, usually in these sort of situations, people would be like all doom and gloom, like, oh, they're not going to be the same without X.
Let me take you back a couple of years there, Cap. There used to be a team that had some troubles going into a major international right before the tournament, and they picked up a pub star. And there were a lot of people back then that said, this guy, he's just a hero spammer. He's not going to do anything.
Yeah.
What is he going to do on the main stage versus a real competitive team? You know where those doubters are now, Cap?
Where are they?
North American Dota. So we're right back at that rivalry here, where if you doubt the man, he's going to beat you. That's just how it works.
So what, you think this is a conspiracy that like literally everybody is backing Thompson because they know if you doubt Thompson, then he's going to beat you at TI?
Yeah, don't make him an underdog. It's the worst thing you can do.
Okay.
Just call him the greatest player in the world and he'll choke. It's that simple. Just don't make him an underdog. Not again, please.
Right, that's why he hasn't won a 3rd TI, because...
Yeah, he was too good. He was too on top. Everyone's, he's the best player in the world. And then what happened?
Well, he should have chose to stand in for a different team then.
Why? Tundra's been fumbling the whole year. They haven't been able to get anything together. That's the perfect time to strike. Just when everybody doubts you.
I believe I recall that you had them winning Riyadh.
I did.
So obviously you didn't think they were fumbling that badly.
Well, where do you think my hair went?
You lost a bet?
I mean, you got to bet on somebody, you know. If Arteezy had pulled a few more serious wins out, might not be fully shaved right now.
I see. All right. Earth Spirits versus Kunkka is going to be the matchup in mid that we're watching between Thompson and Abed. Okay, I was just about to say, not that interesting of a matchup until Abed pulls off a sweet little move like that, but it's also why it's kind of boring. He pulled off a cool move, and it's against Kunkka, so, you know.
I think
the hero can take 5 shots from the tower and not care.
Yeah, these are both some beefy boys. I feel like Earth Spirit mid is one of the most broken late game heroes if you get there with 5 or 6 slots.
Yeah.
Like almost nothing touches him with the late game talents, Octarine.
Are you saying that only because we lose every single one of our party games against it?
Absolutely, but he is an absolute late game monster. And if you give him a good head start with a fast vessel, some early brace or bottle that he's getting kills, if he gets to 6 first and kill you, that's where this hero just snowballs out of control. I think Kunkka is one of those interesting matches where maybe you can shut him down early, do well in the lane, and then you have Boat to counteract Magnetize in the fights. It's always been an old school answer. And here, this is another lane matchup where I kind of expect Shopify to do very well in this safe lane, because Sand King used to be one of those answers to Alchemist on the lane back at 8-9, but times have changed. And this is just a very strong dual lane for Shopify, something they like.
That is gonna hurt, especially with the rotation coming in from Snake King. If he can get the kill on RTZ, who smoothly cuts down the Sprout, doesn't take too much damage here, and there's another round of Unstable Concoction. He will not be able to get the first blood, though. He'll die to the poison from 9. And Fly is out of mana, so he's not going to be able to get the return kill either.
That's the power of the Prophet, man. This is why this hero is first banned every goddamn pub. Get it out of my games.
Yeah.
He's just everywhere all at once with very little punishment because you don't have to level the Treants now. Both his first 2 spells got upgraded. Nobody knows why.
Yeah, somehow they made the most brain-dead, lane-winning hero in Dota even simpler to play. It's actually incredible. 33.
A little early.
Yeah.
I guess he was trying to dodge the disruption, but...
Yeah, he was afraid disruption was going to screw up his Inkswell damage, so he pops it early, but that means they miss out on that, and Artis is going to take even more damage on his way back from 9.
I mean, this is the kind of kills you want early on this Grimstroke lane, not just for the Grimstroke XP, but you want to punish the Sand King before 33 gets to this Vanguard. That's your window to do it. If the Sand King has a powerful start versus the Alk, the best thing this hero has going for him is, 1, he can push the lane in very fast and take your tower by attrition through the creeps, and 2, he can invade your junglers and steal the stacks.
Yeah.
I mean, the player I think about with that is, what is it, TI8? We're talking about some tops and era TIs, you know? That's why it's reminding me. Chalice Sand King.
Chalice Sand King.
He was invading some jungles with that hero back then. So it's a bit of a throwback.
This has been a little while since this hero was good. I would say there was just a small moment in 2018 where he was good.
Yeah, there was one patch and they said, yeah, get the hell out of here. The hell is this hero doing in competitive? But he's back, you know? I think his Ags is kind of what helping him. The new Sandstorm with the Ags. You get to like the 4 or 5 slots. He's pretty scary in the late game. Still has the level 25 blind talent as well. Not something you can scoff at when we're talking about late game matchups here between the carries. And it's probably going to be another map control game from Tundra, something they really like to do. Again, the panel is talking about how his tops are going to fit into this team with the style and tempo they play. I mean, Shopify is all in on the lanes here, just dominating.
Oh, got him.
Speed. How much can Tundra combat that? As, yeah, I expected both these side lanes to honestly go a little better for Shopify, just looking at the heroes.
Yeah.
So the fact that Tundra's kind of going even here, I think they're pretty damn happy with that. And they have the Furion, so the second this Naga becomes independent, you're going to start 3v2ing top or 2v1ing the runes. That's where this hero shines.
You know, there was a period of time, probably not long after Dawnbreaker came into the game. Dawnbreaker and Hoodwink was still very popular. And it's kind of sometimes an awkward duo just because you can chop down a lot of trees with Dawnbreaker. The Bushwhack kind of like sets you up to be able to close the distance with Dawnbreaker, but you don't want to kill the Bushwhack, otherwise you kill a decent amount of damage.
TP on the bottom, try and kill it on group, and they will.
Okay, so it continues to go badly because, I mean, you expected Shopify to do better in the lanes, and maybe they got that kill, but Skeeter was still top CS. Nothing was slowing him down, and now they've even gotten a return kill.
Lanes are still doing okay for Shopify on the net worth, though. The CS wasn't crazy for them, but this is perfectly fine, right? You just want to get this lineup into the mid-game where the Earth Spirit and the Dawnbreaker combine and just run that tempo straight into Tundra before their cores are ready to group up. That's where the Kunkka pick for Thompson really has to shine. He has to kind of hold the lineup together, especially in the first 15 minutes here. and make sure that the moves Shopify want to make do not work out on him.
Nicely played. Great combo there between Crit and Abed, but is this going to be enough? In fact, Thompson even turn around to deliver some extra damage, dodges the stroke, and doesn't get hit by the continuation of the ultimate there from Abed.
I mean, why are you even trying to stroke him?
Don't say it that way.
Why are you even trying to stroke this man? There's no point. He's got too many rings. Just, you know. Here's the push-in with the Vanguard Sand King. This is something that... How long does Arteezy want to stay up here? He does not have 6 yet. He ideally wants to go jungle pretty soon. That's where the Alchemist makes the gold shine. And it's just going to get free farm to 33. And again, now the Tundra supports are getting freed up. So you have a choice here. You can play it slow. You can stack with the Shadow Demon. Just play max efficiency. Kunkka's a really good stack clear. So is the Sand King. I mean, Naga, no slouch either. So 9 can just choose to boost his own levels, which I think is the easiest role with this hero for sure. Just get really big on the Shadow Demon lineup. Go into the mid-late game really happy. Let Shopify go into you, right? You don't want to go into this lineup and then give this Dawnbreaker or Earth Spirit really good turnaround. It's not where you shine. You want Shopify going into you, ideally on the Kunkka or the Naga, and then you just get to turn it super easily. Again, Tundra very happy playing this kind of slow defensive game here. Onus is on Shopify to get something done.
Crit walking through the trees, but he's trying to deliver physical damage to finish off a Naga Siren, and that's just not going to work. In fact, they're going to get punished for this one. Ooh, the Bushwhack doesn't actually latch onto 9. He'll get a couple extra poisons hits onto Saberlight. If he can get one more, does he have the mana? He doesn't. The wand charges are coming up, but they're going to be a bit too late off the mark there with that final poison.
Man, Snake, you got to go die, man. You need some urn charges.
Oh yeah, it's true.
This is where the Prophet can really shine, because you get this fast turn on Furion, you can insta TP to their fountain, die, and get an urn charge. This is the type of secret strat that you're going to need to win TI. Aoi can have that one.
Legitimately, is that a play or not?
What?
Like teleporting into fountain and dying to get the urn charge.
I mean, I just made it up, but it does sound actually pretty good. So.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like if you get it early enough, especially since one of another advantage about Furion is you don't have to get boots.
I don't know, you're convincing me now of my own stupid idea. It does sound pretty good, actually.
I mean, you rush it at like, 4, 5, 6 minutes, something like that. Like, you can be dead for just 20 seconds in exchange for an urn charge.
Yeah, that's pretty... If you get a kill off that, it's worth it for sure.
Is he gonna land it? Of course he's gonna land it. It's Thompson. Gets the X back, lands the boat, can even deliver some damage on a crit. Oh, they're going to kill him too, it looks like. Unless he somehow manages to get a miss, he does not. Thompson cleans up a double in the bottom lane.
This is early combination of Tundra cores I was not expecting in this game. These are kind of static cores, but they are finding the openings, and the stacking by 9 has gotten out of control.
He didn't get the Inkswell on him. He got through the animation, but then he went into his invulnerability for him. Not that it matters, Abed gets the kill anyway.
He had to commit the Magnetize and the DD, though.
Yeah.
That's a lot of power you would have liked to take a core down with. I mean, I guess they're going to commit it in the idea they'll get the stacks afterwards. Thompson does not like this. Oh, boy. This man's getting his stack stolen right now.
All right, so the hard cam taken away. The Ancient's obviously too much for Shopify to do anything about.
Still, this Kunkka's level 9. He's highest net worth. He's a beast right now. And again, they're moving the Sand King around before Blink, before mobility.
Gonna land onto the Sand King. He is gonna get hit by the Dawnbreaker ultimate, combined with the Inkswell, and dead just like that. Fly, he's gonna be able to get off the Soulbind thanks to that kill. He picks up level 6, puts the two heroes together. They don't have any single target to take advantage of this so much, but it looks like just the hold is gonna be good enough for the boat. Coming up in a second, but it looks like Thompson's going to take out either way. Saberlight swings one hammer hit to finish him off and goes for 9. But he'll get that kill. So, great turnaround there for Shopify Rebellion. As an attempted, as you said, very aggressive move.
Yeah, I think that move is... Maybe they were just feeling better in this game than it was actually going. That's the type of move their lineup, as I was talking about, I don't see it making and it going well. You already have the Vestal up on the Earth Spirit. You have Dawnbreaker ult ready. Sand King is not a hero with Arcane Boots Vanguard that is really doing much in these fights. It looks great.
Yeah,
it's not that impactful.
Maybe if you have the higher levels, you have the maxed out Burrow Strike.
Sure, but we are a long way from that.
Yeah.
Maybe Thompson telling the troops that it's time to fight. And able to refuse the captain. He'll clean another hero up, push him sort of towards the Blade Mail. That's another thing, like if you have this early Blade Mail, maybe you can take those fights as well, just reflect some of the damage. Yeah. Hail Rush for the Hoodwink, pretty interesting. And it'll be 33 clearing the stacks. I mean, who else on this team gets Ancient priority? So he did make the move to mid, so he's probably like, That's probably why he made it.
Yeah, absolutely. He wanted to be around those Ancients.
Yeah, if you just go straight into the Ancients, your team's kind of like, hey, man, that's too greedy. But you made the move, you died. Well, now he needs him to get back in the game.
Yeah, you either get the kill and you're like, well, I deserve the Ancients after getting, helping you with your mid lane, or you die and then you're like, guys, I need the Ancients to recover. That makes sense. Yeah.
Shield Rune Earth Spirit, incredibly strong at this point in the game.
You are not touching that guy. In fact, anybody teleporting in, I would advise caution because Abed is probably not afraid to continue to dive with the Shield Rune.
Honestly, this Kunkka Earth Spirit matchup has not looked that great for the Kunkka. Now, his lineup's pretty slow. He doesn't have a lot of people to help him fight, but even just the rate he dies to this Magnetize before you have the Boat Rum come into play, that just feels pretty bad.
Yeah.
And
meanwhile,
you give this Earth Spirit a game, he's going to run away with it.
Yeah, he's got a much better, as you said, slow lineup for the Kunkka to play around, but also, I would say, current Grimstroke is, for my money, the best hero to run with Earth Spirit.
He has maxed the stroke, though. This is not a, support build from the Grimstroke.
Why do you think that is?
I mean, he's probably afraid of, the Shadow Demon Purge. Maybe he just wants to use it as kind of a chain pop rather than damage, but
yeah.
I don't know. It is an interesting idea. It'll help with Naga illusions and the wave shove. That's the biggest factor in this game.
Yeah, that's actually a big point.
You want to go into this mid game and you're worried about your lanes getting shoved in, and Hoodwink doesn't necessarily deal with them the best. And when you're going this early Veil build, you got to have someone pick up the slack. It might just be the MO for Fly, but Abed is continuing to just run rampant in this game. What is the answer right now to the Earth Spirit? He's just going Midas. He almost has Midas. He's going to be massive, dude.
Ooh. Yeah, you give Earth Spirit levels like that. I mean, this guy has some pretty sick strength gain. 3.8.
Yes.
Might as well be a Centaur.
He also has some sick talents if you get to them. So Midas is incredibly good on this hero.
Yeah, he's already got the 10 talent, which helps a lot because of the fact you do tend to ignore boots. I don't like this trend. A lot of heroes ignoring boots lately. And you saw a crit, no boots for him, rushing the Veil. Abed, no need for that. Furion, another hero, no need for boots.
I mean, you say Furion, where has the Furion been in this game?
Yeah, where are you at, Snaking? I mean, he's been farming. I've been watching him sprout creeps.
Yeah, but it goes back to there's not much action happening for this Kunkka to play around, right?
Yeah.
Which I think is one of the things that feels bad with this hero sometimes, when you just don't have the early damage to help the Kunkka make moves, which is kind of what Thompson's been looking to do this game, because he has two other cores that are taking Ancients and farming the map. So you just have to be patient, wait for your time to strike, and it's going to give space to Shopify, and that means space to the Alchemist to hopefully pull ahead here, which he wants to do right now. Closing in on the Radiance, it'll be, honestly feels a little slow here, but I guess his laning stage was pretty rough.
That's a cute move. X marks the spot onto the Furion to see if he can grab the Wisdom Rune away.
Every little thing counts here.
If he gets in trouble, just pull him back real quick.
And it will not be the Midas, it'll be a Blade Mail for Abed. So, forsaking the greed and going for the speed.
I feel like the speed is pretty important here because I don't know. I'm just looking at this Naga Siren. I think I would much rather have a lineup that plans to end the game by 30 minutes. You know, that Alchemist first 3-item peak, I want to do a lot of damage in that period of time.
Are you going to be able to do that, though? What forces the objectives for this game? It's only the Alk, and Alk is not that fast of a Roche or tower taker unless he's just killing people in the fights and joining them afterwards. I don't know if you can really escalate the tempo of this game that fast for Shopify in terms of ending the game, at the 30-minute mark.
You don't think so? I mean, they have the global combination here of Earth Spirit starting a fight and Dawnbreaker following up. Great counter, though, by 33. He's going to get 2 core kills off of that one. Oh, never mind. Didn't get the Earth Spirit. He managed to finish up his roll, got on out of there, and barely survived.
These are some tanky brawlers in mid. You really have to think about how much damage you're committing on and how much it takes. And Blink right on cue for 33 as they'll instantly smoke and make another quick move with it. Now you have your Initiator and your Counter Initiator online. Makes the map a lot easier to play. That Ancient stacking has paid off and has propelled all 3 cores to a pretty nice position here for Tundra. Again, Radiance is out for Arteezy, but can you use it is the big question.
And is it going to be used against him too, as we're going to head back into the game here where 9 just had a poke at him. Nothing major. They had that smoke gank, but 9, I guess, was the only one with real faith that they were going to find something. The other 2 go off to push that top tower.
Should be a quick freebie.
Oh, go back to use the boulder, but I mean, they'll die for sure. It's just a question of how many spells they have to cast.
Yeah, see, now there's a man you can stroke. It's an easy one right there.
Yeah, snaking. Guess you may have some experience with that.
Oh, that was
far more intimately than the rest of us. Saberlight, pull him back in. He's got another hammer up in 2 seconds. Oh, he tried to go up the cliff, didn't quite make it. Either way, the blade mail was probably going to help burn him out.
This is a Dawnbreaker it's fallen a bit behind on the map, and you went for this Echo Saber build, so it's a physical DPS Dawnbreaker, not like a Greaves Pipe or something where you're buffing up your other cores. I think it's reasonable considering you have an Earth Spirit mid and you have 2 other spellcasters. Nothing wrong with this build, but when you're behind with this on the hero science, you get to a point where you don't have enough damage to cleave through the heroes, and then you're just stuck in a fight with spells that are worse than the enemies.
Nice snaking. Nice snaking. Oh, they want more! Okay, maybe that was a little greedy. Gets the shot off onto the Shadow Demon. The Dawnbreaker is going to be able to help him out, though. Earth Spirit was in trouble, but instead, Abed is going to be able to get away. Now it's going to be Saberlight in trouble. The Epicenter is coming in, trying to give him a little bit of help with the Inkswell to keep this hero at bay. They're tied together, but no! Won't be able to get off the Unstable Concoction in time. Skeeter comes in with his lead just at the right moment. And they're just going to have to use this strength to hit the tower instead of winning a big fight. But they were oh so close to getting.
That was a pretty valuable sleep, honestly. You stopped Arteezy cleaning up that fight there. And we were thinking about this Grimstrokle. There's nothing to pour into it this game other than the concoction.
Yes, that is definitely the best.
You can chuck an Acorn, but this is not a high damage Acorn. So when Arteezy joins these fights, if you still have the link up, if there's no Shadow Demon illusions with the Radiance, this Alp is going to be pretty impactful. That's exactly the type of connection Shopify are looking for. And another good fight with Donald bailing out an overcommittal from Tundra. Sandking getting blink canceled, not able to do too much. That is an aggressive Lotus take.
Caught him just on the edge of that net. And crit, giving the kill to Abed. So now back to the Midas for Abed. Okay.
I respect that. You got to get it at some point, right? The levels are just way too good. How can you refuse? I mean, the fact Tundra have 3 level 13 cores, almost 14, is kind of insane when you think about this game's not even going that well for them, right?
Yeah, those Furion kills are worth an okay amount of experience, but not enough to make up for the fact that Tundra's usually farm in 3 different lanes.
They just have so much wave clear. That said, they are getting their lanes pushed in a little bit right now, outside of the Naga, which is looking to cut the next 2. This is your window to find the fight.
Nice kickback, beautiful stuff. Straight up into the bushwhack, chain it with the Unstable Concoction. Shopify looks pretty damn good when it comes to these small little combos that they're pulling off the Earth Spirit from Abed.
They've been finding these openings, especially onto this Kunkka. It's a tough hero to start on if the Disruption Save or the Sleep are there. They have not been. And this is a BKB out. He's fine.
Abed. Oh, they have the Dawnbreaker ultimate too, just to make sure. But yeah, that damage wasn't even close.
That's just free illusions right there.
Yeah, that's money in the bank for Arteezy. Got a Satyr camp too, even better.
He's 1,000 ahead of the Naga, and you go to the second item BKB. This is where you want to force the objectives. Again, not that fast, but kind of have to do it at some point. When does the Roche come out for Shopify into all this AoE around the pit with the Naga, Kunkka, and Sand King? It is absolutely terrifying to just force it. Got to keep scaling, trust in your scale. That's where this Midas is going to feel good for Abed. Like, you go into late game with this Earth Spirit. I mean, we're talking about this Naga Alk. Does Earth Spirit carry this game? I feel like he does. Does he? I think so. What touches 5-slotted Earth Spirit? I'm telling you, man, everybody has been in an unranked party queue game with a 6-slotted Earth Spirit. It's the Alpha Omega Dota hero. There's nothing you can do. It's just, it becomes invincible. It's unstoppable. It has no cooldowns. His talents are broken.
It is pretty terrifying.
I'm telling you, that's the face of a man who knows if this game goes to 80 minutes. There's only one SEA player in this game right now.
He knows 60-minute plus Dota.
That's damn right he does. He grew up in it.
21-minute Wisdom Rune. Arteezy has parked himself in a great spot to collect it while doing Ancients. He's got his Blink Dagger. AC going to be coming up next. He'll just make these strength heroes that he's paired up with even tankier. You do have a nice combination of just like a bunch of like 3 different strength heroes that all just kind of go in, and 2 high damage dealing backliners.
That's what you want when you have this type of support duo. It's not going to give you much utility. That's where the Donald feels really good, and the fact you have the Earth Spirit who can go in and start the fight and give you lockdown feels really nice as well.
Oh, he doesn't have a way to cut down the trees. It's that point in the game where you have forsaken your Quelling Blade, and now you regret it because the Furion. Crit trying to get himself out, but of course that ultimate is not going to get him away from the X that is going to hold him in place.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the Shopify lineup, it's tried to deal with the Sprout through just the mobility spells. Between the Hoodwink, the Earth Spirit, the Dawnbreaker. And that's one of the ways you can do it, and it feels great. Downside is you went this Orchid on the Naga, you combine it up. You have X as well. These mobility spells are not doing much for you unless you're willing to commit the BKBs. That's what's so annoying about Nature's Prophet right now. I mean, Sprout basically just, it forces you to react to the spell in ways you don't really want to.
Yep.
God, I hate this hero. I'll say it for everybody out there.
90% of the Dota player base agrees with me right now. I know that much. Like, if they keep this hero with this Sprout, can I just have an extra slot for a Quelling Blade?
I was about to praise Top's efficiency here, but what's he blade mailing? Losing his touch.
You're right, he's really going to regret that 25 mana he used.
You never know. That's a third of a mango right there. Not even. NA math. That'll do a Tormentor. And it goes to snaking. Well deserved.
So now he's got the shard. And he's actually going to go for Pipe next on the Furion. I was wondering if he was going to get the Ags just for some extra lockdown against some very mobile heroes.
It's never bad, honestly. That's the other thing about this Prophet. Almost
shard
and
Ags.
Yeah. They're not bad. Skeeter is very alone here.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, he was just poking and playing with his illusions, and of course they were smoked, so they bypassed the vision. He had very good positioning on them. And it's just a good smoke. I mean, that's one you hope to dodge based on where you're seeing heroes show on the map, but he basically took a gamble. It'll pay off for Shopify. As again, they're thinking about this Roshan. It's just not fast enough. Even with a Naga kill, 30 seconds. They don't feel like they can make it happen, and that's going to enable a move for Tundra. Cannot get too greedy on the map right now. This is where you're closing in on that Earth Spear BKB. In fact, it's flying out. A death now.
Dawnbreaker, is that heal going to be enough? The boat's coming in, and it's enough. Abed falls. They might be able to get the return kill onto 33, but Saberlight's already taken a decent amount of damage. Has an Inkswell, big stun onto 2, but can't get away. Once again, the Sprout causing him problems. He'll cut down, not 33. He doesn't fall. He blinks away to safety, and it's Crit who's going to be dragged in the undertow of Tundra. Now, Arteezy is going to come in with some decent damage, but again, halted by Inkswell. He's going to get a Radiance Burn, he's going to get an Acid Burn, a stroke to the face, and that will be enough for that kill. Skeeter will be able to get the return onto Crit, though, on the side. Song not quite stopping Arteezy from having an entrance, though.
So Skeeter just left him to die to get a DD rune. I'm pretty sure Thompson lives there.
I don't think he did.
No, I think he would have lived.
No, because he was on Acid and he was on Radiance Burn.
I know, but he was like regenning up pretty well. He might have still had some boat roam on him. They could have disrupted the Alk. I still think it's hilarious. Skeeter's like, no, you're dead.
No, he couldn't have disrupted Alk because he disrupted the
yeah, but if the sleep goes out, could have stayed. Well,
it was a cooldown on disruption.
No, I'm saying he could have disrupted Alk instead of the Cook.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, if he did that.
I mean, I just think it's funny that, you know, Skeeter didn't even think about it. He just went for the DD.
Yeah.
Like, DD ruining the river. I'm on a carry. What happened mid, guys? Look at how tanky this Sand King is, man. Like,
yeah.
Early Lotus pickup with the plate mail built in. He lives on like 10 HP. This is brutal. And another fight that Arteezy joins, he at least gets the cleanup kill. I mean, this is pretty... I feel like he lives here, and you know he has a bottle charge. Come on, bro.
He's got 85 HP.
I think he
came out of this.
I mean, DD rune, though. DD rune, man. Double damage. You
the
just
call of
take.
the DD. You can't resist it.
I think it's worth a mid. It's worth a mid player to Well, welcome to Tundra, Thompson. This is an efficiency team, first and foremost. The fight comes second.
Yeah.
Get with the program.
Just unlucky, honestly, that it wasn't like a haste rune or a regen.
You think he says that after some of the games? I'm saying, you know, Ana would have slept for me. I don't think Ana would have. Ana would have slept for me. That's all I'm saying. That's when you bring out your coach. Because AUA, he's got 2 championships as well.
That's true.
So you can bring him out and slap him in the back of the head.
Slot down Thompson.
You ain't the only one with 2 TIs here. We'll have that Torn Storm going into his own BKB, and this is the part of the game where the Tundra lineup, some of the damage starts to overlap, right? They don't have a lot of physical to pour into the BKB timings coming out from Shopify Rebellion here, which means you're kind of relying on taking a long fight or getting the initiation and chaining some of the spell damage together, because the Kunkka Sand King are overlapping in what you want to do here. It puts a lot of onus on Skeeter to be able to get in there and right-click somebody, which is hard. It's tough in this matchup when the Alka is keeping up.
Oh, that's interesting. The Ghost is going to be able to spot out where they're retreating to and give an opportunity for Abed to chase. Now, it looks like Arteezy did jump forward to go after the Sand King. They easily get the Shadow Demon kill with the Dawnbreaker set up by Arteezy pulling forward. They'll get 33 as well. And now Top's going to be in some trouble trying to get him some help. But if the BKBs, as you said, not much can stop it. The song, though, goes out. The BKBs wear thin. Thompson with this torrent, maybe? But no, Arteezy blinks forward after the song almost immediately, looking to be able to catch up to Skeeter. Abed doing the save. Can he get a kickback perhaps onto Skeeter? Doesn't quite hit the roll there. Second attempt, not gonna land.
It's so hard to catch this Naga, but again, the triple BKB timing from Shopify, there's just no turning that fight. The second you get caught out, the second that fight is not on your terms if you're Tundra, you gotta get the hell out of there, because you are doing nothing.
Are they going to get anything for it, though? They pinged Roshan.
I mean, that has been the question. Can you do the objectives with this lineup? There's no Death on the Dawn. I think at this point, like, you kind of want to man up for it. That's where that chase hurt you a lot.
Yes.
I honestly think a play you can make there is, like, after that initial hero goes down on Arteezy committing in, you just go Roche, right? You could argue it's maybe worth more than an extra kill, but of course, you know, you get those kills, they mean a lot. It's pretty nice. Still, it's another fight that doesn't translate into game progression here for Shopify.
I will also say, does Aegis help you that much?
No.
You've hit your triple BKB timing. You're already winning fights. They're already kiting you.
If you think you can go high ground, it helps you.
Sure.
That's another question. I'm going high ground in this game.
Yeah, go high ground, but they haven't even taken any tier 2s yet.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's 5 or 6 slotted Earth Spirit. That's what I'm saying. That's it. You get to a point where Abed just rolls through the entire team. They're all dead, and the game ends as a consequence.
Oh, we spotted the Shadow Demon. I thought they were going for the Sand King there. In fact, they had the vision to do so. Abed, he'll take advantage of that vision to catch Snake King.
Yeah, these are great finds right now. Absolutely free. Surely.
Now.
It is time for Roshan. Surely. Now.
I mean, there's no way you get 2 hero kills just outside of the pit to hit a tier 1 tower. Well, they hit a tier 1 tower.
I mean, they got that tower. Messed it up.
Well, with the tower gone, maybe that means they feel like, okay, Tundra can't really contest Roshan anymore. We can do it, guys. If they, I mean, honestly, if they contest against triple BKB.
Yeah, I don't even know if they can win the fight at this exact point in the game, right? You have the Ag Sand King, you have this Ag's Kunkka, you have so much AoE magic.
Holy crap, they are making a fast move up to top. Do they catch Skeeter? Ooh. Beautiful spot, hit him with the roll, now get the chain. If they get the chain, it's good, and it looks like they've got him. Yeah. Very nice stuff. Tundra, I think, were very certain that Shopify was just going to do Roshan there. But Arteezy and the rest of Shopify pick up the pace a little bit, move through the gate, place the fast Dota.
What did he roll on there?
Huh?
The last roll that was supposed to hit the Sand King, it hit something else. What did it hit?
Oh, Roshan was on the other side anyway.
Well, yeah, but it was up there when they got the 2 supports.
Yeah, sure.
But that'll be another triple BKB fight for Shopify that there is no turnaround the second you're on top of that Naga. It's all your physical DPS out the window. Really nice catch there from Abed. Man, he has had a tremendous game here on the Earth Spirit. 7-1-9, just beating everything for the team, getting the supports enabled. This is where Shopify feel in their element. And you get to play through Abed on the team fight initiator. And that's why the Storm Spirit has always worked so well.
Yep.
And here's his brother doing the same. He'll take that Aegis. Went Kaya for the Kaya Sange. This Earth Spirit hurts, man. It's a lot of damage.
They had an idea that Snake King was here. I'm not sure how exactly they knew, but they got him.
I mean, he's just not been able to rat this map at all.
No.
He's just been food. And this is not where the Furion shines. You want to be getting these nice support items up and winning the team fights for your team, pulling out a net worth advantage. At this point, you're just giving gold into Abed's pocket.
It's Saberlight too. Saberlight is now going to be able to work back to Adesso, which for me is where I feel more confident about Shopify if Dawnbreaker can make a transition into a physical damage dealer.
For sure, because then you have this huge minus armor disparity here. Like, where's the armor going to come out on this Tundra lineup? You have some tanky boys, but not against Deso Acid Spray AC. You're going to get shredded. It'll be a hex for Skeeter to try and turn what is happening in this game right now. As it's been a lot of Shopify momentum. Not a lot of teamfight victories for Tundra. As BKB has done for Thompson, you have your Ag Sand King from earlier in that hex. So now you have some initiation power, and you have the teamfight to back it up. If you can stall out the BKBs, that is the big question. Can you get through this timing, or can you kill someone before they get it off? Naga Illusions going to 3 lanes can always stall this game. But what are you stalling for? I'm not sure you win this ultra late if you're Tundra. It gets pretty murky. Maybe with like Sand King 25, but again, this Earth Spirit late game is no joke, man.
If you can get them, kite out the BKBs, if you get them inside of Ag Sand King Sandstorm,
that
and the Torrent Storm, like, you're not moving anywhere. You are perma-stunned.
It's definitely weird. It's one of those lineups where the AoE team fight in the ultra late, when heroes are tanky enough to survive those BKB jumps, I don't know what you're doing.
And you have the song to help kite out the BKBs too. So.
Okay, but what happens if you get Ag's Earth Spirit Stone kicked in?
Perfect time to song them.
What if it was the Naka? Who songs for the sleeper?
Well, that's where you exit. No, but he's already turned to stone.
Can't exit.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, very even game net worth-wise, but it does not feel like the net worth has been used to the same effect. And if you're Shopify, you get a couple more objectives out of this Aegis side period. I think you're going to be pretty happy. You get to this Octarine on Earth Spirit with that level 20 talent. He's going to be an absolute beast in the fights. Start pulling some Ags, too. Now we're talking. I mean, you already have one built by Fly on this Crit, who, by the way, has just been farming the whole game. So Crit has picked up the utility slack with the Medallion and Force Staff here. Pretty interesting Hoodwink build. He's just playing for the stuns. It's also one of the interesting things about this hero after the buff that I was playing him more. You get extra cast range off of being in the trees and whatever, right? When you build these utility items, you get that cast range now. It's like a coddle. So some of these Force Staff, Solar Crest, random items that used to not be as good on this hero are suddenly way better, and you can use them way better in the fights.
Weird, I didn't even catch that change.
Yeah,
Scurry gives you 50, 100, 150, 200 attack / cast range.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. The attack range is not, I mean, it's nice, but like, it's the cast range you actually feel.
Yeah,
You're throwing these bushwhacks from way farther away. You're throwing these Force Staffs way more reliably in the fight. So it's an interesting idea with the hero. Like, it's like a utility Hoodwink hero. You're still doing a lot of magic damage, but you're providing a lot for your Alchemist. And then it allows Fly to go for the greedier build here on the Grim, which has just been Aether Lens into straight Ag Shard. Lot of spell damage and utility coming out from this Grimstroke right now. Not the best reflection targets, but you will take a Naga every time. You use those off the illusions far on the map. That is... And Ob's not a sentry.
Got him with the Bushwhack and the Blink in Abyssal. Lotus Orb turning some spells, but they'll get the kill, and I'll take a Tormentor for their effort to potentially Shadow Demon. Oh, that song, it's not going to stop Saberlight, but can Saberlight get this kill on 9 before his BKB runs out? Disruption on Stealth. Looks like they're going to give up on the Shadow Demon. Thompson, and well, these Skeeter's walking back. Thompson's still putting up a fight, though. trying. Lockdown by the Soulbind with Illusions. Now Skeeter runs back in, but now it's Thompson's turn to back away. Snaking's fighting the mix of this one, but Skeeter can't really stand toe-to-toe against this Arteezy Alchemist. Not good enough. These AoE stuns, and now the damage is too much for the rest of Tundra.
Triple buy.
A lot of buybacks, but if they can't save Skeeter, is it even worth it?
I mean, how much can you buy and commit here if you're Tundra to even get anything? You have a 1 Kunkka left, but what is the catch? It's just not there. I think Shopfire out.
Oh my god, Fly. Okay, at least he
died
does.
to the Tormentor.
Oh, he did die to the Tormentor.
He didn't even get Fly. Triple buy and you got a Dawnbreaker out of it. Everything coming up Shopify here, as that was like a 10k gold extension off that single fight. Brutal economic damage here for Tundra as they still search for answers in these team fights. That was a fight where they actually did a decent job stalling out the initial BKB initiation with the song and disjoining the 3 cores here. It just doesn't lead into anything. There's no turnaround.
Oh my god, he died to his own illusion hitting the Tormentor.
Wait, is that a 0 head or a 10 head play?
That is the 0 head play. There was no other damage he was going to take.
Yeah, but it looked cool. I mean, you know what they say about that Furion? The best body in Dota.
That is true. Yeah, yeah. Maybe the Furion, the level 18 Furion is better than the level 17 Naga Siren.
And is Fly the best player body in Dota?
That is true. It's all about the bod.
We're just bot on bot action out here. Stroking it up.
And now he's got the extra long stroke. It's just
that's what
fit with the bod, man.
I mean, sometimes
I'm getting a little hot.
Story just writes itself. Storecrafter. Now this is a neutral item that I think we're going to see a lot more of. I think it's gone up in priority the way the tiers have been switched around.
Yeah.
But this is just an item that it does a crap ton of damage in the fights. You're on these heroes that are going in. 35 move speed as well, no joke, on a hero that doesn't have boots. Pretty damn nice for the Earth Spirit. And then you're just pumping out the DPS. Shiva's done as well. This is where this hero becomes an abomination, honestly. What do you do versus?
Chain the stun. Oh, good disruption. 9 sitting right behind Thompson is able to bail him out, give him an opportunity to get off the BKB, but now he needs to get away from the bashes. Does do so. Snaking and 9 doing a good job of bailing Thompson out, but oh, Arteezy, he's not done just yet. Wants to be able to blink forward, gets another concoction, but now the scythe comes through from Skeeter. They're trying to get the easy kill on Snaking, but they've been in deep, and they get hit by the epicenter inside of the sandstorm. Is this too much for Arteezy? It's not. Down to half health, but not a care in the world as he keeps on looking for more kills right in front of the fountain, and he'll have it too. Oh, pulled back into the fountain, but no, Saberlight gets away as the illusions will take up the damage. Nobody gets caught, nobody gets punished. Shopify will come through pretty damn clean.
They just jam it in, and there is no damage to turn the fight around. Even the fountain cannot help you here, as you are going to get pulled back, but you are going to get slaughtered on the way as Abyssal will clean up Thompson here. And man, when was the last time Tundra got a kill, let alone a teamfight win in this game?
Yeah.
Man? Outside of Fly killing himself on the Tormentor, it's been all downhill. These heroes are way too tanky. The items just came out way too fast here. Damn,
yeah, like they've gotten, what, the Hoodwink and the Dawnbreaker, both bad exchanges, right? Both like some 1-for-4 team fights that were terrible.
It's a consolation prize at this point. No answer for the Alchemist, no answer for the Earth Spirit. And they are approaching those late game talents here as Arteezy hit his 25 and Abed is on the way. It only gets harder.
They're going to take 2 lanes here pretty easily. Another 30 seconds left on 2 of the cores from Tundra.
Honestly, it felt like Tundra thought this game was going to be a bit more controlled. Like they were going to be able to shove the waves, play the map more, not get picked off as much, and put Shopify in a position where they didn't get the numbers fight.
Yeah.
But a lot of these fights were Shopify just smoking, like the smoke pickoff, they got the Naga top. They went top twice and killed supports around that Radiant offlane tier 1, where we thought they were going to Roche. It feels like the pickoffs have been too easy for the amount of map pressure Tundra wanted to create in this game with a Naga Siren draft that we're used to seeing from them. It just hasn't come together, and that's a big portion of how these lineups function. If you don't get the lanes in, if you're not controlling where Shopify can be, I mean, these fights are just too damn easy. And at this point, you have overwhelming DPS coming through.
I would say the play where they killed the Naga Siren by going through gate before Roshan.
That was a big one as well.
That was a really big one because that was supposed to be an exchange where, oh, they're doing Roshan right now. They got those 2 kills. It's nighttime. And he would have pushed in mid and pushed in bottom, got a ton of map control.
I mean, you're looking at, what, 4 deaths here on Skeeter?
Yeah.
That's a lot for his Naga, right?
Yes.
I mean, this is a TI winning Naga Siren carry. They got taught by another TI winning Naga Siren.
True.
Support / carry. Like, he's a damn good Naga, so for him to have 4 deaths, it's a lot on this hero. And that's a lot of time off the map where you're not pushing in the waves. You get so much breathing room. It has done work in this game as it'll be a second Roshan going Shopify's way. Aegis and Cheese, they'll give it to Saberlight. That is a rare sight.
You think AEY is going to have some words with both Snaking and Skeeter after this game about the... Because
he's too chill, man. He's too chill.
He's too chill. Well, I've been learning anything from Reddit. You can't have coaches that are too chill.
That's true. I mean, your coach can't
rally
be too...
the troops.
Coach can't be too chill, but he can't be too draconic either.
Okay.
And he can't be too mellow, like in the middle, because then he's useless. He can't be Bulba. Apparently.
Yeah, when it comes to Reddit, that is not the person you want to be.
Hey, but you got to embrace these things, make it your own, you know?
That's true. Got to make yourself a heel somehow. Look how well Quinn's doing.
I just had to bring him up. See, I'm not going to bring it up anymore because they'll just say I'm biased. Another thing I learned. No, day 1, game 1, you just went straight into it. That's great, Cap. Welcome back to DreamLeague, everybody. And here we are looking for the smoke that has worked all game for Shopify, but they will have troubles finding here. The Radiance is off for RTZ. Still has that going for him.
Trying to hide his position
while he pops it, they know.
Pops,
oh, you're in the wrong neighborhood.
He'll be able to get the chains done pretty easily. And last 9 comes through with the save, and he does for a moment. The boat's going to help him out as well. Skeeter's going to be pretty tanky through this one. He's going to use the song, make a run for it. Is Tundra going to be able to reset off of this one, or are they going to keep going? Thompson's going to go for the back line here. The only heroes they have shown to be able to repeatedly kill is the supports, but what about the cores? On the left-hand side, Skater is still struggling to be able to get away from RTZ and Saberlight, and he dies. He just cannot get away from this trio. Yeah, Thompson will deal with the supports, but who the hell cares? If you don't have a core lineup that can deal with the Saberlight, this Dawnbreaker plus Earth Spirit plus Alchemist, you just don't have the damage for him.
I mean, you have the Undispellable Magnetize at this point as well. These Lotus Orbs and whatever are not doing anything for you. I'm honestly surprised Thompson got anything out of that.
Yeah, I mean, he saw an opportunity where he was
10,000. It's like Thompson versus 5, and everybody else running away. I mean, this is a Kunkka. It's doing some work. It's just so damn hard to stand your ground. There'll be another boat defense here to try and rally the troops. But RTZ wants your base, he wants your throne, and the Chemical Rage going to work.
Well, best of luck to Thompson here, who's going to try and hold. Saberlight is going to blow through his Aegis here. Another Torrent Storm.
I mean, you remember, they don't have BKB for a little period here if you can get RTZ.
Yeah, RTZ's getting a little bit low. Is it possible? The Dawnbreaker heal? Oh, it's just enough.
We got the pop on the streak. 2,500 gold.
Immediate buyback, though, from RTZ. He's going to try and come back in and end the game. I don't think he has bots to be able to join in on this fight.
Is this when did Shopify throw last?
It might be right now.
Update the domain name. Is it happening?
Okay, Thompson, Disruption save is the Magnetize. Still going to be on him. Oh, shot from downtown from Criddle. Make sure that no Magnetize required. A buyback immediately from him. Can they catch anybody here? RTZ, meanwhile, has made the run down the mid lane. It's about to join the team.
North American training right there for Crit.
He stays pinned to the shooting range lately.
I mean, this man's boot camped in the West for a couple of years now. Picked up some tips. Nice little shot to end up that fight, but that was an RTZ buyback that did not yield in the game ending for a Kunkka buy, and that's it. Because you got to remember, Tundra did not have buys from the earlier engagement there, and they're buying out in this game pretty much. Expensive. Very expensive. I'm surprised at how well Thompson held that. I thought that was just going to be the game, but 5,000 HP Kunkka here with a Havoc Hammer. A lot to chunk through. And the second you're in an engagement where those BKBs are out, you can't get through the Sprout. I guess that's where this lineup can come together. Like post-BKB fight, everybody's still up. You get those spell damage control doing work for you. If you can get to the Sand King 25, we talked about it. All these late game talents coming in for Shopify, they are all raining down havoc, but you get stuck in that Sandstorm slow with the Ags, with the blind, post-BKB.
Yeah, but post-BKB, it doesn't do anything during the BKBs, and that's been, I think, their biggest problem, right?
It has. Now you have 2 of them for Abed, so he also has an Arcane Rune. That is okay.
This is some bullshit,
yes,
by the way.
5/6 slotted Earth Spirit is already some bullshit. You throw an Arcane Rune on there, I mean, you're rolling before your roll's done. It's actually not fair.
It's not. It's a 3-second cooldown. It takes 0.6 seconds for him to get the roll off. He's pretty much constantly rolling. He's invulnerable more often than not.
I mean, the only thing they have going for him is he took the Undispelled and Magnetized talent. Which is, I mean, that's a great talent.
Yeah,
but it's not the increased stun duration. The increased stun duration with an Arcane Rune and Octarine means you're basically getting perma-stun. You have a 0.5 second differential, which sometimes, I mean, what does that even do for you, right, if you're Tundra?
All I'm saying, why did he need to be invulnerable during the roll? Couldn't they have made him debuff immune?
You make trash invincible.
Oh, well, surely there was some middle ground there.
No.
No, what do you mean, no?
Valve doesn't work with middle grounds, man. All right, you want middle grounds?
I'm trying to
go play a Riot game. And tell me how fun it is. There's a lot of middle ground.
Okay.
Give me the extremes. I want the trash to first ban, back to trash 10 times. There's a Sand King trajectory for you. Still no level 25, but he's looking to start the fight. It gets super split.
You can see they're really trying to target the backline now. This is going to be Tundra's answer is like, okay, maybe we can kill the Grimstroke and make something happen there. BKB is going to be used to finish off Snake King. Okay, Burrow Strike. Now the boat's coming in. That's a Ghost Ship Fleet, by the way. So if he gets stunned here, he's going to get stunned over and over and over again.
Song on top of it.
Yeah, makes things a little bit weird. They could have set up with the Sandstorm and the boat, but they actually opted to try and get away from this fight with the song, but they have the pursuit. Sablite's going to chase after him, and watch out, here comes Abed. So now you're going to have the constant rolls on top of this Naga Siren. He's not going anywhere, man. That Magnetize is going to last for a decade. Rolls on to Thompson next, while Skeeter's desperately trying to hide himself to the right-hand side, get away from this maniac that is this Earth Spirit. A kick away to the side. That'll finish off 9. Thompson's going to fall right next to him, and it's only Skeeter who will survive in that fight.
Fly buyback just secures that engagement. And like you said, going for the backline, but it's not that easy when you can just buyback, come straight back in.
Was that song good?
What?
Was the song good?
I don't know, man. I mean, I understand it because you have this double BKB Arcane Rune Earth Spirit on your backline. I mean, you kind of have the song, but that was kind of your one opportunity where the Arteezy Alchemist did not have BKB up and you were stunning him.
Yeah.
You kind of got to make the most of those. You still don't have this Sandstorm talent. There's just so much to battle up against here. It'll be another Tundra buyback to try and salvage something in a dire situation. As Abed continues his rampage.
Too much damage. A buyback immediately from him, and now from 33. The Sandstorm trying to hold the throne alive here. But he's going to be pushed out of it pretty damn quickly. Kick back in, Song gonna go out. They don't have enough time for any other heroes to join them, and Arteezy just popped the BKB, gets the 1 kill. Now, with the bashes, might be able to finish off 33 as well. The Bushwhack holding him in, and that's good enough. Abed braving into the fountain without much of a care because he has 4,390 HP.
A nice little deso for Abed to finish up the throne. Why not? Look great on the scoreboard when it's done. They want a couple more for the road.
Yeah, might as well get the kill on Skeeter before you go.
Yeah, pad those.
Can they get it before the throne dies? They do.
One more for Saberlight, push him up to lucky number 13 here as, damn, Shopify looking pretty good in that game. I do think that Tundra draft, the holes in the draft show, right? Which doesn't mean it's a bad draft. It means they had to kind of get into that mid-game in a better position and control the map more. But these like Kunkka lineups where you lack damage on your supports, I've been there, man. They just feel really bad when you fall behind and you go into this big game and you're like trying to take these fights to regain some position in this game, and everyone is just out there. So BKB hero. Oh, here's another BKB hero. Let's just go to late game, guys. You go to late game. Abed has 2 BKBs. You're like, what the hell is this? I mean, I thought we only had to deal with 1. It's just way too much spell immunity and not enough damage to put into it. Skeeter's on a hero that can't just stand his ground into what is a Shopify lineup with a lot of magic damage to pour into the Naga when it comes down to the 5-on-5s. Something better had to go on the map there for Tundra, and it didn't. Shopify rolled away with it.
And there just might be a new first phase hero in the mix for Shopify Rebellion. A different spirit, 13, 1, and 27, part of 40 kills of the 46 that Shopify Rebellion got in that game. Abed put on a show in this game 1 against the TI winners.
A valiant defense from Tundra, but I think it's safe to say that the game was effectively over probably 20 minutes before the throne actually exploded. But what was it off the back of? I had high hopes that Tundra were gonna do Tundra things, split lanes, constantly draw Shopify back to their half of the map, and it looked like that, but the Naga never reached critical mass. It seemed that always just a little bit one step behind, a half step behind the Alchemist. Ended up losing. And that's the story of game number 1.
There you go. I thought this was kind of interesting. We were talking about this backstage, how the Alchemist against Naga matchup has changed a lot since Alch used to be a classic counterpick to Naga, where the way Alchemist beat Naga back then was, well, you're 20 minutes in, Alchemist has 5,000 more net worth. But the game doesn't really work that way anymore, because sure, Alch can still get more gold out of individual creeps, but the map is so big and Naga is more effective at farming more camps at once than Alch is. So they were kind of going hand in hand, and I was like, okay, this does not look good, because it was my old brain telling me, Alch only 1k ahead of Naga minute 20. This is bad. But as the casters pointed out, I think the main issue that the Radiant lineup of Tundra ran into in this game is they didn't really have enough damage against BKBs. So once that critical mass hit and they took those big fights, Naga isn't really hitting that hard against the Radiant's Alch. You have the Kunkka who's going full utility build. They lost a couple of fights, and then the enemy heroes got too tanky.
Tundra played their hearts out. By that, I mean they had 3 hearts on the team. 1 on Skeeter, 1 on 33, 1 on Thompson. So you could feel the lack of damage coming out, most definitely, like especially during the BKBs, as Synderen pointed out. And also, like, Sanking. I still don't know what to feel about this hero, because Amar did play it, and he did win when he was playing for Entity today earlier on. But I don't know. I tested it out. I've seen some of the games where this Aghanim Scepter, it feels really lackluster. If you can't keep them inside a Sandstorm, sure, you can move. You do have like the talent for the Sandstorm. The hero still has a lot of the same issues, where he's not that strong in the lane still. Like, he can easily get pushed out of the lane, and also like his scaling. Like, sure, maybe we didn't see the full potential because he didn't hit that level 25. Maybe could have been a game changer, but unfortunately didn't happen in this one.
I mean, I'm just hearing a lot of excuses.
That's
a win for America.
Bang, bang.
Easy one. Arteezy's back. He was quite active in this game on his Alchemist here. Went BKB into Blink, showed up to all the fights here. We even questioned, will the Grimstroke have like impact, because it is hard countered by the Shouting. Fly, he just maxed his Q and just did the damage in the team fights as well. A great adaptation. I think Rebellion, their biggest problem is consistency, right? So this is a 2-game series. We'll see if they can keep it up. When they look good, they look really good. When they look bad, we all know that story. But for now, they looked really good in this game.
I've read that story one too many times, and one new story that's being written, like you said, is the differential between Alch and Naga. So let's take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head and see how their GPMs is stacked up, because I know, as one analyst famously mentioned, when it's an Alchemist game, it's an Alchemist game.
That is true.
But is an Alchemist game still an Alchemist game?
Not as much of an Alchemist game as it used to be, I'll say. Because, I mean, you know, again, you go back 2 years and you look at these numbers at the end of the game, and you'll be like, there's no way Alchemist won if this was the end game.
Not even a
Do you think there's a single person out there that has that tattoo, saying if it's an Alchemist game, it's an Alchemist game?
I hope nobody has that.
I would love to see it if it exists.
I don't know if I take that back. I don't know if I hope there is one or that there is none. I think both versions are.
It's actually a tattoo on
tattoo.
It's on Bulba's back. It's like a Yakuza tattoo on Bulba's back. If it's an Alchemist game, it's a Storm Spirit game, actually. The GPMs are more close, though, than I would have given for an Alchemist a year ago. But also, how does Naga... Is Naga balanced around the fact that there are so many more camps now? That she's supposed to be able to get close to an alchemist, or was this like a not good performance?
I think for the most part of this game, I think Skeeter played pretty fine. I just think strategically this was a difficult game for the Naga to play after the 20-minute mark, because usually what Naga thrives in is a game where she can get specific items, like you get Manta, a lot of the builds you get the Orchid or the Scotty, and then you go and hunt supports in the back, and she just couldn't get to them.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit was this wall in front, always starting the fight together with Alk. Just as these like two big boys just running in, soaking up all of the space in the fight. And that's why both Fly and Crit got to have really big impacts on both of their supports that usually Naga would take out first. You know, then she'd like kind of consumes the fight, corners the cores in the end, then wins it. But she never really got to play that role.
There's also another very common quote, and when it's a Naga game, it's a Naga game. And this was not a Naga game.
This is the first time hearing that one. And also lack of damage on side of Tundra. Saberlight had a really good game, and this Dawnbreaker ulti did split them up like so many times. You feel like they want to go get a kill, you know the Dawnbreaker ulti is going to come out, because having this global presence, sure, you do have some with the Nature's Prophet, which was very efficient early on, moving like early level 1, level 2 on Nature's Prophet to try to kill Alchemist, and they did so. But then Saberlight, one of the better performances, I would say, because this is his specialty hero, this Dawnbreaker, and it really worked out amazing. He also understood that he needs to scale, going for Deso, going for Satanic in the end, and just being in the middle of a fight, being super annoying for them, because, again, not enough damage to take him down.
And for reevaluating first phases, Tundra went with their Nature's Prophet at the very beginning. You think that this is warranted after seeing this performance?
I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with them first picking the Nature's Prophet, but I think they can avoid getting the trade that they gave. I think Dawnbreaker is a valid ban. I think they first phase banned TA, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't know if you take Nature's Prophet and the enemy team first picks TA, if you feel really bad about that coming into 4 additional picks. If the hero is just that good in their eyes, compared to something like Dawn, which even if, let's say TA really is a very good hero, you put either Arteezy or Abed on that in the team dynamic instead of the Dawn on Saberlight, I think you've already done more damage to the enemy team than by letting them have Dawn, even if it's a good TA.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. So. I mean, the TAs, they just played in their last 2 matches, so it was probably just targeted, oh, they like TA, but you know, Saberlight's played 3 games in a row now of the Dawnbreaker.
It has to go.
So I think at this point, it probably is a safe thing to do. Just ban it out, because as we mentioned before, like this NP answer with Dawn is really good, because like NP shows up, he's outnumbering you. All of a sudden, Dawn can just follow the NP across the map, and that worked out really well for them.
Well, let's see what the adaptations are as we get ready for a game number 2 after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Kick back and chill.
what people say. Either way, we go together. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we go together. I believe in the future. I believe in the past. I believe what you truly desire, you can bring it past. All you need is a focus and a story to
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2 of Tundra versus Shopify Rebellion, where Reddit is in shambles as Bulba has defeated Topson, the Golden Child.
Without even using Storm Spirit.
Without.
The drafter beat the mid. What do you know?
That's all the interpretations that I see on the internet. It doesn't matter who's actually playing the game. It's just whoever I want to blame and whoever I want to celebrate. That's even vaguely associated with the team. That's the conclusions that I draw.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think Bulba won that game.
I agree.
Hands down, and I think
take what you can.
I was just thinking to myself, how did Topson let anyone down that game? I think he played really well on Kunkka, to be honest. But you know, whatever narrative you like.
No, he didn't let anyone down. He's still my golden child. It's everyone else around him. You know, It was Tundra as an entity. They were just being old boring Tundra time and time again. And Topson was trying to play his heart out on that Kunkka.
But Topson did not play better than Bulba's draft.
There you go. That's the order of operations. And now we get to see what new tactics Bulba will come up with to defeat Topson, as opposed to Tundra.
This draft that they had in the game number 1, it's not like your usual draft. I would say like they had 2 out of 5 really strong and popular heroes right now. That's Dawnbreaker, and the other one was Earth Spirit. Yeah, the other 3 not as much during BB Bacha tournament.
Bacha?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We did have like the rise of a Grimstroke, which is I'm really happy about this one because the hero, like the whole concept of the hero feels really good. All of his abilities are insane. It's just that something was lacking. Changes to his Inkswell made the hero viable again, but you know, maybe we could buff it slightly more because all of the abilities, like you want to max them out because they're so good, and then you don't get the chance to use them most of the time.
There it is, the Dawn ban that we were asking for from Tundra. I'm assuming they're gonna let there was a first phase TA ban, right? I'm not remembering this incorrectly. I think they were first phase.
I already said yes 3 minutes ago. Yes. I'm gonna say it again.
I just want a confirmation.
Post-confirmation.
I want a confirmation from Tsunami.
Correct. I believe
he's a more trustworthy person. No offense.
I'm looking at Dota buff right now, and it says
I wouldn't trust Dota buff over Tsunami.
I'm looking at the VODs right now.
Yeah, there you go. All right, they let Sven through. That's interesting. I feel like this hero right now is just quite crazy, and I'm struggling to find very obvious carry-to-carry counters with the exception of maybe PA. I think even some of the old-school, more difficult Sven matchups don't really handle the hero that well. He just farms too fast. He overcomes the usual weaknesses he has.
There is a hero that is very good against it. Well, there's actually a lot of bad carry-to-carry matchups for Sven, but he kind of fits the archetype of like Gyrocopter right now, where his laning's pretty good. With the new changes to cleave and how you get strength now, you farm quickly. Same with Gyro. But like when you play against heroes like Slark that you can't hit when they can save, that are quite good. TA is also pretty good for Sven as well.
Oh, TA is the best actually.
And we were just talking about TA. Didn't get banned as a result, but you have to play against something in this type of game because like you banned out the Dawn, but like Brew's been constantly banned, Pango's been perma-banned, Gyro, Sven, pick your poison I guess at that point. And they're gonna just go with the first pick Sven. I'm not sure how effective this will be because I feel like Gyro, Sven, we saw earlier in the gaming series, they first picked Gyro 2 games and they lost with it. These heroes have been in the meta for a while now, and you have a strategy already pre-planned against them. What your strategy is, and is it good enough? We'll have to see from Tundra here.
If this was all Tundra squad, I would say that there's some flexibility to this Slark pick. Most likely going to be position 1, but there were multiple games where Slark was played by Saksa. I don't know if 9 wants to play the hero, if he loves to play weird heroes, so potentially it could come out. Maybe like 33 decides to play it. Amar did play Slark a couple of months ago, and it looked really good. It doesn't necessarily need to be position 1. Most likely it's going to be just because of the carry-to-carry matchup, but if they pick way too many counters, some like AoE damage, Leshrac always comes to my mind against Slark, they could shift it.
Fly plays Sven too, so...
Yeah, that's true.
If you want to go really crazy.
If we want to just think about if Slark could be a support, Sven could be a support.
Yeah, how's the Sven versus Slark matchup? Well, when the Slark is a 4 and the Sven is a 5, it kind of doesn't matter. But yeah, probably not going to be the case.
That's a good one.
I think it's kind of interesting to see Tundra picking the Slark over the TA with us talking about the matchups, because I would agree with you that I think TA is incredible against Sven. It's like the only hero in the game that Sven can like 3-shot when he's really farmed, because you have just flat out full damage blocks. The Slark versus Sven matchup is a little bit double-edged, I would say, because yeah, if Slark has good timing on his Dark Pact and his ulti usage, he can avoid getting hit. But at the same time, you have these like moments of danger during fights where you really need to be clutch. Like a small misstep, this is one of the heroes that punishes you the hardest because it can kill you in such a short span of time, where Slark a lot of the time is a hero that wants to, weave around the fight a little bit, take some damage, reset, go back in. Against Sven, you mess up one time, you might just die instantly. So
what an opener. If someone told me that Sven Axe gonna be first 2 picked, I would be like, yeah, you're goddamn crazy. That's definitely not gonna happen, but
this opening brings me back. It's like me and Universe right there.
That's true, yeah.
Just need a Summel now.
Who fits the bill from mid with like the vibe of Sven and Axe?
The vibe?
Primal Beast.
Yeah. It's like, these 2 big bad boys with a 2-hander.
Maiden.
Crystal Maiden. That's what I was thinking. The classic Summel Maiden.
Like a Queen of Pain or something would be pretty good, I think.
If Grimstroke was dual-wielding this staff, or not dual-wielding, but two-handing this staff, he would kind of fit, But he's holding it in one arm.
No, you need the Queen of Pain, the whip. Whip the big boys in the shape. Oh yeah, everyone's just like, that makes sense.
Queen of Pain with...
I'm ready to accept any answer right now, to be honest.
But that hero does work with what they've got. You got 2 heroes that want to go in. Grimstroke wants to just be able to use that Inkswell on these heroes that do buy Blink Dagger, so it's a good pick. Once again, they don't really care about the Purge.
Shadow Demon counter.
They also
quote-unquote counter didn't work last game. So.
They also don't care about Axe jumping in, target being disrupted, which was one of the better counters overall against Axe. We've seen Gaming Gladiators in the previous series picking Puck into Scarlet Mage, and that didn't end too well, but a lot of value from this Shadow Demon. I want to see also if Shopify will try to go and steal the stacks one more time, because this is something that they did in the previous game. They understand that Shadow Demon is going to be stacking a lot. You have Axe with Vanguard plus like one more item, could easily sneak in. Same goes for Sven.
Also, want to give a quick mention to, I think Grimstroke, we talked about the Shadow Demon matchup. I would say this hero theoretically has a really good place against Slark in some situations in the game. Soulbind is one of the longest, it's actually the single longest duration leash in the game, right? If you bind 2 heroes together, I think it's like 8 seconds on highest level, maybe 6 on level 1. Slark absolutely hates being soulbound to anything. It doesn't even matter if there's a spell combo. You just take away his mobility in the fight. So if they play it right, they could definitely find something. Okay.
Oh, we got the game. I love this.
This is probably a Tops and Omni.
It could be. But it's like such a weird spot to pick your mid, because you see the offlaner, you see the carry, and you just pick your mid.
I mean, I guess his ult is really good against Sven until a certain point when Sven gets Nullifier or Axe.
You don't really want to buy Nullifier on Sven, though,
no.
necessarily. But you kind of have to. Well, you don't have to, but yeah, the Axe also dispels this.
Wait, what's the interaction between Guardian Angel and Revenant's Brooch? You still take damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll deal damage through Guardian Angel.
Svens are not afraid to use that item, especially when they play against like this high armor, like
item,
EVs, and there's the Storm Spirit. It had come out today.
This is a great Storm game. There's very few dangers to him. I think the lane against Omni Knight should be pretty straightforward. I think both heroes are going to farm, but Storm in general doesn't lose to any melee hero in Dota for the most part. And what's going to catch him here? You can get caught by telekinesis and maybe a clutch pounce. Aside from that, it's just a full-on free playing field. It's a really cool hero to give Inkswell to. Now that Inkswell lasts 5 seconds, Storm actually has time to get inked, jump from really far away, and get that extra little bit of burst on the kill. So I hope we get to see Shopify put that into play. I really like what they've got this time. I actually think their lineup looks super strong on paper.
So how...
Yeah, this is why they also banned Tiny, because I mean, you said Omni Knight mid. They might need to shift it to the off lane because they need some low cooldown stun, some hero from the mid lane that Storm Spirit is afraid of.
Dragon Knight.
Now with Falcon.
Is Omni Knight off lane a thing?
It can be. I think the lane matchup against Sven is okay. I guess you just farm, right?
That's the question mark. How good is Omni Knight right now? I know he's been buffed a little bit, because he's like one of those heroes, like if he can just spam you with these hammers, and it's actually going to kick you out of the lane, then I could see it working, depending on how many levels you need. But I don't know like anything about this goddamn hero right now, to be honest with you. Because before you needed like levels to do damage, whereas a lot of heroes in mid lane kind of work in mid because you get all those levels, but not in the off lane.
Yeah.
Which would make sense. But banning this Tiny does kind of indicate this is the hero that's good for Storm, that they think this Omni might be going to the off lane. And the draft order as well indicates like you probably should pick your off laner there most likely because you see the carry, right? That way you have last pick of the game, the 24 pick. You want to have some type of advantage there. But maybe it is a flex, the Omni Knight. Very excited to see like where it's gonna go and more importantly how well it does.
Yeah, that's the thing about Omni in general as a hero, right? It seems to have really polarizing results or impact. It's like either, oh wow, this is an incredible Omni game, or wow, this was just possibly the worst hero you could have had, right? And obviously, the good news here for Tundra, which I think is also part of the reason they were able to pick it in this slot, is that they do have the Shadow Demon. I consider this the absolute hardest counter to Omni in this patch, because Demonic Purge also purges Repel. You know? So you literally, everything your hero brings to the table in utility would just be gone. So at the very least, you have that protection. But now with this AA last pick from Shopify, you have the anti-healing against both Slark and Omni too. Some amazing follow-through, right? Sven can jump in and start the fight, Axe can, Storm can. AA loves to play with lineups that have multiple cores that can start fights because it just increases the probability you'll find a good Ice Blast kind of engagement.
You need a stun, right? I think.
Yeah, you really do.
I think Legion Commander could be a potential option. Baker.
Well, that's more than a stun.
That's a lot of stuns.
Many stuns. How many stuns is it, Lacrosse?
We still haven't figured it out yet.
Science is not advanced at the point.
We don't have technology to figure out how many stuns or Shaker has.
Is it? I mean, they haven't picked yet. I don't know if they're considering the offlane Shadow Demon and playing this as a 5 Omni.
No, it's offlane Omni. I will see. I mean, 33 is a player I trust a lot when it comes to like when he picks the hero. He's usually tested it and understands it very well. He won't just randomly pick things and well, we'll see if this works this game. You know, he's not that type of guy. So at least we'll get to see a player that probably has tried it out, and we'll see if it's good or not. I'm very excited, but I'm still going for Rebellion because I'm North American bias.
Yeah, what do you mean North American? Both of these teams are North American.
Shout out to Snaking, North American pride and joy.
Yeah, but he doesn't play in the region anymore. He's an outcast. He's not welcome back.
I have to imagine that the Omni Knight is more of a team plan as opposed to a lane plan, though, because as far as unpredictable as his laning phase may be, it's really all about his ultimate and how it counters out the Sven. That's the main motivation for picking it once they saw the Sven and the Axe, because what else would justify it? I don't think Repel is necessarily that great this game.
Pretty much. I think it's going to come down to ulti. The thinking was probably we need to survive like this initial jump. We have Shadow Demon as well. That's going to provide them with extra sustain. Someone gets jumped. And then Omni Knight ulti to try to prolong the team fight during the BKB timing on Sven. And then they take a fight pretty similar to the previous game where they had Naga Siren. But I do like what Shopify drafted for themselves. I think this is a killer lineup that they have.
I guess it's also slightly concerning if you're picking Omni Knight specifically for ulti against Sven.
What if Sven doesn't use ulti?
You're not always going to be able to use your Omni Knight all in time. Like sometimes Sven finds a support and they die instantly. Yeah. You don't even get to react, you know. So I'm very curious. I always love seeing picks that catch us off guard and like surprise us, and we don't really know what to expect because. I hope whether Tundra win or lose this game that we understand afterwards what they were trying to do, so that you can like appreciate the pick for what it is, because it is definitely, it's out there, this Omni pick for Thursday.
Ultimately, we're trying to get more information before we roll up into TI and Seattle, so let's get ready for game number 2 with the PogChamp Pandas.
right, time to see if Game 2 will go any better for Tundra or a Shopify Rebellion, who I must say did look pretty damn good in that Game 1, if they'll continue that nice streak of things.
It's been a while since you had an opportunity to say that.
Yeah. Oh, how did they do in their first series anyway? Did you see that one?
They won it.
They won one. That's right. They won Entity.
That's pretty good.
And they won Game 1.
That's right.
In that series. So maybe that's going to be the thing.
Screwed.
Yeah, they're going to lose Game 2. Pack it up.
I thought it was a pretty good Omni Night.
Why?
I don't know. That's Omni Night.
Okay.
That's a cool dude. See, look at him go.
Great
He's
point,
just
Avery.
flying. Oh my, give him the first bug.
Yeah, nobody else could body block like that.
No, only Omni Knight.
It's something about the way that Omni Knight's ass is shaped, you know?
All right, I think. Okay, yeah, sure.
It's got that good body blocking magic right there.
All that dude talk on the panel really got worked up. I think Omni Knight thrives in an environment where the enemy has single target jump. And they have to single target jump somebody because their heroes don't do anything else. So like this Axe, this Sven, the Storm, and Grim are both single target jump follow-up basically. There's no AoE control, there's no AoE silence stun, whatever you want to call it. There's very few backline jumpers. It's kind of like Shopify going in together on the first target they see if Tundra are positioned properly, which should happen because they have Slark to give the nighttime vision and kind of dissuade that. In those types of situations, Omni that makes the game so obnoxious to play because you can't go on anybody. The guy's going to get G8, he's going to get repelled, he's going to get healed, you're probably not going to burst him, and then you're stuck in a game where you don't have Dispel for GA with a Sven Axe lineup that kind of needs to burst somebody and get them low. It's the single target jump combined with the fact they have to burst people that is the reason I think this Omni Knight could prove to be quite valuable in this game, and they even then swapped the lane matchup up mid to get a Shaker, which is another hero I'm very big on this patch, so I like conceptually what Tundra have if they can get it going, but like we saw last game, Shopify just didn't let them get to a point where their draft could do anything. And of course, they have another lineup that can play very fast around the Grim AA, just running you over on the map. If this Axe gets out of control, especially with the Slark matchup that they saw in the draft, things could get spicy.
Okay,
Despite
but
that Omni
counterpoint.
Knight booty, like you said.
Counterpoint to the Omni Knight. The person who's being gone on is still going to be silenced and won't be healed. Because we've got the Grimstroke silence, which persists, I believe. Does it? Actually, does it? Oh, yeah. Peter actually misjudged that one. He'll die first in this matchup. Now, it is going to be the total evaluation of things. Crit is very low and snaking is not, but getting the experience, I think, is the thing that really matters. Skeeter wanted that, both the stat and the experience, quite a lot.
He's got the stat from earlier, so maybe not too sad.
That's true.
Thompson was destroying the CS chart in that mid lane, now getting his regen burnt, but he has taken a swift lead over Abed here, in a good sign for Tundra, considering how much Abed got out of control in Game 1 on the Spirit Brother here. Now, Storm is a much slower hero, I think. He needs like a slower build-up to the game to get going. And the big question for me with Abed in this game is, one, his lane's going to be kind of tough. I actually don't think this matchup is that great for Storm anymore, at least in the early portion. Though you can probably just farm and eventually pull ahead, like the 3 to 5 is probably good. I think the big question for me is, do you go Orchid in this game? Because if you want to go the Orchid, you can jump the Omni Knight. It's pretty good versus Slark. It's great versus the backline here. It normally would be a tremendous Orchid game, but you have this Omni Knight, and it kind of becomes useless if you jump anybody else and the repel comes out.
Okay, Operation Jump Omni Knight first.
Yeah, I mean, that is a solution. I mean, you can also say, well, we have 2 other jumpers, right? In Sven and the Axe.
Yeah.
Okay, one of them is going to jump somebody, and I go in and Orchid the Omni. Then it becomes really good, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's an interesting consideration. We'll see what Abed chooses to do. It might depend on how fast he feels this game is or how many runes he gets, but I could see this Orchid being pretty good, even though on paper, Tundra have some answers to it. You got to remember, it's a double save lineup with the Shadow Demon as well. Like, it's a lot to try and lock down control-wise. And the bans really helped Tundra in this department because Invoker and Brewmaster got banned out in this draft, and they took the Shadow Demon. All 3 of the big purges to deal with this Omni Knight were off the table there. Shopify just didn't really have answers going into later picks. So the itemization is where you have to make up for it. And that means any sort of control or lockdown you can get to prevent the saves coming out are going to be a big deal here. And it's pretty much just on Abed. Unless you're going to get like a nullifier on the Sven. Not a common item we see on this hero.
Yeah. Actually, another interesting thing. The repel. It still gives you that bonus strength, right?
Yes.
But if he does it to somebody who's Ice Blasted, doesn't that just increase the effectiveness of the Ice Blast because they won't get the heal off of the bonus strength, and that will actually
basically spell immune.
They're basically spell immune, yeah.
It ends up being good,
but it will put them closer to that potential of being popped, right?
Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is, if you can put someone in a position where you deal enough magical burst beforehand, with some extra over the top through the axe. Sounds like you could be thinking of phylactery here. Is that what you're thinking?
I knew you were
the phylactery axe action.
Phylactery.
Yeah, I mean.
Phylactery is ready to go.
Look, it might not be the best, but it's fun as hell. And there'll be, I mean, it's Arteezy. You got to cliff him every once in a while. Just, you know, just letting him know what's coming up in the second half of this game. Something's never changed.
Do you think Arteezy, like, do you think he was walking out like, you know what, let's just get this over with. You're going to cliff me at some point. Let's just do it now.
He's just saying hi to his old friend.
Yeah.
Aha, Cliff. How's it going, buddy? Going pretty well, man.
Hello, Cliff.
Nice to have you back.
Come to talk to you again.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's a brawl in the mid lane. It is not enough. Abed is fine in the 1v2.
Skeeter trying to get the stat steal, but the rotation from Arteezy post-cliffing. He got off that cliff and he got off into a run and start. You shouldn't have put him up there. He's got momentum. And when he came back down, he just rolled into the other lane.
That's the
What? It makes physics sense.
That's the dumbest analysis I've ever heard.
What are you talking about, man? You gave him potential energy, he turned it into kinetic, and Abed is getting that momentum built even more here with the haste rune. I was talking about the runes. This is a beauty of one to pick up. Put all that early CS lead to waste here as he just takes the net worth straight out of Thompson's pocket, though Thompson's still pretty decently ahead there.
You can definitely tell that Abed is well prepared for the Earthshaker mid, which has been very often picked right now in this patch. And I feel like that is the right way. His approach from the get-go was, I have to kill him. I have to harass him out of lane. Feels like that's the only way you can beat this hero in lane because he will out-CS you. There's no way around beating Enchant Totem.
No. You just got to deal with it.
Is he going to have telekinesis up in time? No, he just used it, but he might be able to stay in front of Saberlight unless, Abed. He comes in, takes away that Wisdom Rune. Trying to go for the deny on the Ancient. Drew the aggro. Abed will claim the hit.
Man, Abed is looking good. And it's been a while, I feel like, since we've seen him look this solid, which is what we expect from him in terms of the caliber of player he is. But yeah, definitely had a slump for a bit. And that was a big issue Shopify were facing because they play around him in the early game. So when he's not clicking, it really debilitates their supports in terms of how much tempo they can pick up, the net worth they're picking up, the runes, all this. They've kind of built this team around that.
I did feel like at some point in time when Shopify was really doing well, I was just thinking of that. I'm tired, boss. that's what I thought of whenever I think of Abed. It was just like, you know, if Abed doesn't get off to a good start, the Shopify's game is like, it's already like 80-90% done, I felt like. But he's looking good in this series so far, as it looks like they might be able to get another kill. It's going to be a close call. The heals are coming in. Abed makes the jump away, still gets the kill, and has the mana to keep on going. Picks up another power rune to work with, so he doesn't even have to go back to base.
Fly being there throws a little extra damage in there, and it's just enough with an Ice Vortex and a single right click. Pushes that Strength Shaker over the threshold. With the Omni Knight heal, that is a lot to push through. That Shaker got up to 1800 HP with the Omni throwing spells in. That's a significant amount of early damage. A lot of lineups do not have that capability. That is the advantage of the double damage supports that Shopify have gone back to, just like game one.
Yep.
Gives you this play option. Nice little body blocking here.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard kill.
Poison, but
yeah, that was
slightly also worse fissure. I mean, Saberlight will give himself the hand there.
Over here now.
6-4 with a slight lead to Tundra off of this laning phase in net worth, but it's Shopify have walked away with more kills and probably more experience.
Yeah,
I would
but
imagine.
what are kills, man?
More experience.
What is a kill to an ancient stack?
An ancient stack that could get stolen. He stole some stacks the last game.
It's true, they do have Sven Axe, but I don't know if they're smoking in there. This is a way tougher ask. Maybe they can think about it.
Think about a kill on 33.
Yeah,
he is not going to get jumped. Now he's going to get jumped. Okay. Was that?
God.
Were they?
Yeah, he's thinking about that one. He's like, wait.
Did they wait? Did Fly not have level 6 yet? There was like a beat. They waited, and I think one creep died. Maybe it was to get Ancient Apparition to 6.
He might have been. It was very close. I think they were just debating if they wanted to go on him. Like how much turnaround is there, but hey, they'll take that and clean up almost an entire tier 1 here with the back of that God Strength. Could have invaded Triangle, but they'll take the next best thing. And these are the kills that Shopify need.
Hey, there it is.
Damage. And the regen rune for Abed. Can't ask for better runes this game. Haste into the regen in the 6 and 10. Even take the Watcher.
Oh, he's really going to mess around with the Ancients. I don't know about that, but he drew the aggro onto 9, who almost died to that final.
That did so much damage.
Yeah, well, I think he got hit by a bunch of Ancients and that hit from Storm Spirit at the same time.
Man. I mean, they're putting the pressure on. It'll push Sven up to the top net worth here. And the biggest thing for Shopify is can you get some Ancient stacking of your own going for Sven later? As you had Saberlight clearing through these in the early game, you're going to have a little overlap there. I mean, he needs the recovery, though. This Axe has not had the early laning phase they wanted in this Slark matchup, which is okay. I mean, the Axe doesn't need a crazy game here. You'd rather have it on the Sven and Storm in a way. This Axe is kind of just a jump, because you are playing him into Shadow Demon. Axe into Shadow Demon is just never fun.
Slark as well, if you don't jump the Slark,
Yeah,
right?
it's
There's
awful.
Depth Shroud as well that can be used.
But it's not a game, even with a good start, that Axe is going to do much. It's all about the Storm right now.
Beautiful chain stuns. Once again, a Spirit Hero in mid with an Inkswell on top of it makes for a pretty potent initiation in this early game.
It is max Inkswell this game.
Yeah.
That is all about the combination. And also Forgrim. But it is going to power up the Storm Spirit, who is going Witchblade. So it's going to be even more single target damage. Also, not great into the Omni Knight if it comes down to the 5v5s, but if you keep playing the map like this where Tundra don't get a chance to join their heroes, I mean, you're just going to be picking them off left and right. There's nothing to stop this Storm right now. The only thing that can stop the Storm Spirit in this game is another Reddit thread, and I mean, it could come out. See what happens.
One little jump, Thompson after him. Oh, so is Skeeter, but they are not going to be able to close the distance to hit that Echo Slam like Thompson wanted.
Your blink reveal.
Saberlight's now here to be able to slow him down even further on his way out. He's going to take some serious damage. Is it going to be enough? With the Inkswell, that's going to be a lot. If he gets a little bit, one spin, really all it takes are a stroke. That'll do enough damage. Couldn't get the chop in there for Saberlight, but that's okay.
He's got a lot of poison stacks here.
Yeah, going up to 5, Skeeter, he's going to go back in. Slowed down by another good stroke hit there from Crit. He's landing them.
And you have your blink coming out for the Axe. It's not going to get seen here as well. And Abed straight back into mid off the TP. He will look for both supports.
He's got him. He did no disruption to save himself. Arteezy even making the way over from the jungle area just to make sure, like, okay, Tundra, they might bring some heroes. Let's make sure we've got everybody here because this is already a winning fight.
I mean, that's not why he was there.
Yeah, why was he there?
I mean, people were saying he was too AFK as a carry, so now he's showing up.
He joined that fight out of spite? That's that right. What you're saying?
Look, nothing motivates a North American team more than spite, okay?
Yeah.
And they are motivated right now. 4K gold needed, 13-minute mark. That is looking juicy. Especially for the two supports right now. When you have killer supports, you get all these kills in the early game, you pump these heroes like Grimstroke A, the Hoodwink from last game, you push them up to these early net worth levels, they just run away with it. Because now they have all the damage, the levels, early items to push them over the threshold. You already have a Veil done on Crit again. You have early Arcanes into what could be a Midas for Fly on this Ancient Apparition. It's going to be disgusting how much scale they get out of these two supports right now if this game continues to go at this type of pace. And we're seeing a lot more of the support Midases on some of these backline range damage dealers.
Yeah.
This item is so much better on support now.
I mean, that just means I think the Shard for Ancient Apparition is fantastic.
I really like that item. So when you've got this initiation that you already see from the Storm Spirit, now with the axe as well, with his Blink Dagger, first reveal, gets a kill onto 33. Might get him killed as well, though, but here comes Abed to the rescue. Immediately to the back line, already killed one of those supports, and it looks like, yep, Thompson is dealt with on the other side.
Another great rune for Abed just makes him invincible here on the back line, as the chain stuns are just proving way too deadly for Tundra. The single target jump, yeah, if your Omni Knight saves you, it goes to waste, but there has not been any saving done in this game, as Tundra are trying to be efficient on the map and getting picked off in the process. That new Ink Swell on top of the axe is really nice too. You can just perma-chain it perfectly the entire game.
I will also say that I think the, not new, but Ice Vortex, it's been buffed enough that people are maxing it out first, right?
You definitely max it.
That works really well with Storm Spirit.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of early game synergy in this lineup. You get an axe call, you get a storm jump, drop a vortex, chain the ink swell off it, you have no ability to react. It's just deadly, man. And there's no answer for it right now unless you take the 5-on-5 where your saves can save each other. And Tundra have no interest in that right now. They're too far behind.
So they're going to be trying to play a bit more of an efficiency game, but down 6K and soon to be 7 with a death here on Snake King.
No chop.
No chop. Do you know how chop with Ice Blast works?
I mean, it doesn't count unless chop actually gets the kill.
Right, so a lot of times he may just be doing damage.
Yeah, you can chop him and then he dies to the other threshold.
Yeah.
You don't feel good about it. I mean, but
you know,
nobody plays axe to get kills for somebody else.
Not even Phylactery.
No, not even Phylactery axe.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Man, fast. I'm loving the Shopify we're watching in this series, man. Just like the move midway through the game where they went for that move through the gate. Just feels like they're playing some good, fast Dota. Arteezy is going to join him here, not even having a Blink Dagger yet.
Arteezy in the smoke at 15 minutes? What team is this, man?
A team that is... They do have Tundra surrounded here. Are they going to get the initiation? Big burst there on the fly. There goes one part of their crucial plan. They need to be able to get stunned on top of the Ice Blast. No Ice Blast means there's a chance. Maybe Disruption finally goes out, and he'll have a chance to be able to get off his ult. Oh, the cleave comes through. Arteezy, through the body of Snake King, will cut down the fish, make some sashimi out of him. And they'll clean up the rest now. There's no getting away from Abed unless a TP scroll. That's good enough.
Golden Swell doing a little work, but yeah, Arteezy in this smoke, man, he gets all the work done here. Well, he didn't get the credit through the... Okay, there we go. Oh, he gets all the work done. Didn't want to give him the credit. The game up, they didn't know what to do. But Arteezy knows what to do in this game. 4-0, getting active. Even before... It's about like that third item. Like the blink wasn't even on him during that smoke. It's just arriving during the fight. This is the exact type of lineup to make that happen. I go back though, like 33 in this game, right? He's their most farmed core. He went the early Midas on the Omni Knight. He needs to be here on that Slark. You see him in the bottom left here. He gets jumped by the Storm and taken out before he can get involved in this engagement and just solo killed off the DD. Another power rune for Abed that just makes this fight work. Because if that Omni Knight gets the blink in and can save the Slark, you're looking at a very different engagement. But Abed has had his number. The Storm has not let this Omni Knight go to work. And there's that damn smile. Look at it. Haven't seen that in a while.
That's where all the long-term fans of this group, this core group, from Evil Geniuses to Shopify Rebellion. Now, they do have to be a little bit careful of 33 here. He's got the Blink Dagger. He's got the Shard. He does some big bursts. So there is always a chance for Tundra to respond. Maybe not on the Sven or the Axe, but the backline heroes, they can die very quickly.
And when Tundra group up, that's the strength of their lineup. A lot of this game has been Shopify finding picks around the map, finding the numbers advantage, getting the jump, even during nighttime when it's hardest. If you get started on instead, you get that backline decimated first, you're in a pretty happy position if you're Tundra. You just ball up, you're going to play around your double save, and then Skeeter can go to work. He has a Midas of his own. He's going to be able to stay up in net worth here with a double Midas on the Tundra side. All Thompson really needs in this game is like 1 or 2 more items. He's going to be a beast. As much as Shopify have built the lead, this game is not out of reach yet. You cannot give up some bad 5-on-5 fight into a Roshan for this Slark. You're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I like that point about the nighttime especially. When it's jump versus jump,
yeah, it's tough.
One side has a Slark. Yeah, this is not the time that Shopify should be excelling. Daytime is going to be.
That's why I'm surprised that fight went as well as it did.
Yeah.
Because they ran into Slark during night, and he just starts on the axe. That's pretty much the fight you won if you're Tundra. It's just the saves were not in position. So you kind of got lucky a little bit if you're Shopify. Because like you said, the A also got picked off at the start. Like, that was a tremendously good team fight for Tundra if they could have capitalized. Just weren't there. It's also a pretty big factor if 9 gets the good spell steal, which he's pretty much looking A ult, he'll take it if he gets it. I mean, Stormhammer, always nice. But you really want these Grimstroke spells. Like the Stolen Inkswell, even the Phantom here. Really nice to throw back into the Storm Spirit and cut down on the mobility, chain them off the Shaker control. If you take the Storm out of the fight, it debilitates what the supports can do, then all of a sudden the Slark's just going to go way more ham.
Yeah.
So it's a big factor in terms of what he can spell steal here, because these are high-level Grimstroke spells right now. Crit did not opt for the early ult, something you traditionally do a lot of the times on this hero, which means you have very high points Inkswell Phantom. Deadly to give away.
Got him. Thompson. Easily brought down by the duo here of Abed and Crit. Inkswell on a Storm Spirit. Damn, Abed's having a good time too.
I mean, he's 8-0.
That's true.
Ain't nobody 8-0 and having a bad time, except maybe Sumail in that one TI game.
His kill participation is a little bit lacking compared to game 1, though. I'm just saying. Uh-oh. Silence? It's
a little
enough.
far. All right, now maybe now he's not having
33 with the burst to help out there. Call comes in with the blade mail right as that ultimate is about to expire. Is there anything to help with this, though? They don't have any follow-up, so that is just maybe an ill-advised go. Skeeter not having the Aghanim Scepter, doesn't have the same kind of pursuit, but he'll get Abed's Courier, which was trying to stick around to check out power runs. He's been using that to scout out quite a bit.
That's why you don't enjoy your kill streaks there.
I'll take that.
Maybe Abed should have done a little less smiling and a bit more washing of his face here, as now he's 8-1 and 8-0.
You're reaching for the other part of that
I
one,
couldn't come
aren't
up
you?
with it. I mean, that's a big streak to give away, right? That's like
it's
1,300 gold. That is a nasty amount of net worth going straight into the Tundra Course. And again, you have to respect the saves and the group up here if you overextend, because those net worths are going to continue to shoot up with the Midases here, and all of a sudden this game's not looking too bad, right? It will be an Ags for Thompson instead of the BKB. More aggressive. It's not going to help him in a lot of this chain stun territory. It's kind of a question of, are you going to be able to throw saves on him instead of the Slark? Like, which of these cores is going to become independent first? You can just kind of play through one. Simplifies a lot of the game here for Tundra. Nonetheless, they are down in kills, but not in spirit, as
now,
they take a Tormentor.
They're going to see this Tormentor being done with the smoke already in somewhat range. They might be able to get something. It's going to be the Slark. Called into the silence.
Man, something has been off for Skeeter today in terms of the, not map awareness, but like map sense, right? Where the enemy is. It's another, he was 4 deaths in that Naga game that were pretty pivotal, and here again, just has a 1 in 5 start on Slark. Generally a hero that can be pretty difficult to gank and find on the map. Just been a slow day trying to build up the map control here for Tundra. Usually an area where they strike fierce.
Oh, that always feels good. When you check out the fountain on a hero that uses a bunch of mana, you find solid 5, 6 different Lotuses, you're pretty happy.
Top's smacking dirt right now. Didn't even get his Lotuses.
Smacking dirt. I was like, what the hell does that mean? Oh, you mean literally?
Yes. What do you? Not everything's a euphemism, man.
I mean, it just sounds like a euphemism. Go pound dirt. See, there's a phrase.
Is that actually a phrase?
Yeah.
It's not like a
go F off.
Is that a military thing?
Yeah. Pound sand. Pound dirt.
Wait, is that actually a military?
Yes, that's actually a thing.
I'm just joking.
All right, 33 just
that's it.
Solo 2 different Tormentors, basically.
I didn't know he could do that.
Yeah, that's the power of that shard. Omni Knight right click is pretty scary when it gets going.
You don't know, Cap's an Omni Knight enthusiast. You're just lectures away. This is quite an Omni Knight build, though. I must say. Like, Midas bots Blink into Akaya.
Kaya. Not Echo Saber, Kaya.
Yeah. And he's playing off the Spell Amp with a little extra Spell Amp in the 7th slot there. And then he's holding on to a Spark of Courage. For what? This one's beyond me, folks. I don't know. This is just a 33 special right here, cooking up something in the kitchen. This is one of those builds. This is, okay, I'm just going to say it. This is an Omni-Knight build. 99% of players out there, regardless of the new behavior score system, are reporting this guy. Like, they click on this build, they're like, what the hell is this dude? Why can't we just have an actual
Kaya?
This is why pinging allied items has been disabled.
I think the Kaya is sick, though.
It is an interesting
It's
build.
way better than Echo Saber.
Look at him go.
When you're thinking about it.
Are they going to get him with the stack? Oh,
not quite enough.
I wonder if he procced that earlier when he killed him, because he regen a pretty decent amount here. Nonetheless, he'll get out of there. I mean, this Omni-Knight's doing some damage, that's for sure. He's top net worth. He's built to carry the game. I guess he's going to try and carry it. Yeah, why not?
I'm just sitting here thinking how many times I built Harpoon in this situation when I could have been building a Kaya song.
Yeah, Harpoon, dumbass. Should have gone Midas bots pulling Kaya. As Arteezy's going for the Nullifier. We talked about this. I mean, it's a great item for the game. It feels kind of bad on this hero this early. But if he gets the next Roshan, he'll feel a lot better about it.
Does it feel that bad?
Yeah, maybe.
I feel like
not.
just the
Okay.
damage of the relic, that can't be that bad.
I mean, usually damage on Sven's just not that efficient, right?
Sure. Yeah,
like
yeah.
attack speed or burst or mobility.
More
At least historically, that's what it's been.
Yeah.
Like, the hero has damage. That's the part he does not lack. So just building Stake or Relic on this hero is like, whatever.
Yeah. I see your point.
Or you'd rather have the stats to boost it up through the hole. There'll be a smoke from Tundra, trying to take that team fight, trying to take that carry Omni-Knight, do something with it.
Fortunately for now, Tundra haven't found that opening, but they know there's some heroes top, and with the Storm Spirit having the Aegis in mid.
Yeah, they saw that opening that Abed's giving them right now. I'm surprised Shotfire's still here. This is free territory right now.
Yeah, they're going to give up crit. That's all they're going to give up as the others have TP to wet.
I mean, you'll take that if you're Shotfire, because you had a gem on this Ancient Apparition. You had a lot to lose there and nothing to gain. And remember, it's nighttime for the Slark, so if they just run Skeeter in, they're going to see everything. It makes it a lot harder to jump these heroes.
Looks like are they going to get the D ward on the Mighty Mine spot there? No.
That's a tough one. I mean, Skeeter should have seen it. So yeah, they know. 33 always knows, man.
Purify.
Knows when you've been naughty.
He knows when you've been warding.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Knows when you've been reporting his offlaner for suspicious build.
For Kaya build.
You're telling me you're not going to report that, dude? Come on.
No, I don't report anybody who does a build like that ever.
Oh, you're a good citizen, huh?
Yeah, I've had plenty of mid techies, you know. I've won with a couple of them, you know. I'm always down to be surprised. It's actually one of the things I like about pubs. It's these random hero spammers. They'll do some build you've never seen before, and you're like, oh, that actually works. Sure, that's only like one time out of every 10.
Yeah, I was about to say that, you know, every first Tuesday of the month. Well, the game is definitely slowed down here for Shopify, as they're ulting Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, they were up, what was their highest net worth lead?
8 or
9K?
Yeah. But again, it didn't mean too much in this game, right? It really didn't. Because their lineup should be up, they should be finding the kills in their early pace. Just what can you transition into? Because again, the team fight is so hard into these saves and the night vision. And right now, Tundra are starting to get more of this map control back, and they're finding the net worth, man. You let this Omni-Knight get away with this build. He's gonna out-efficiency you. You just... I
don't know why you're laughing.
Because it's Omni-Knight. It's so ridiculous.
Stop
to see an
laughing at
Omni-Knight
Omni-Knight.
at top 2 net worth in a game with like 4 other carries. You realize how absurd that is in the grand scheme of Dota. It's not supposed to be like that. You're supposed to be like...
I'm not laughing because I knew Omni-Knight was this strong the entire time. You just didn't listen to me.
It's not what I mean strong. It's like the hero's supposed to be some 6th position. You know, your ROTK.
No, Omni-Knight is a Chad.
With an RT.
He's meant to be a carry.
Oh, you got glimmered, son. Later.
Where's your nullifier?
Yeah, well, where was it actually? That's a good point. I guess it was in the tip jar.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You should have nullified him, Arteezy, when you had the chance. Back when snaking was on bottom. It's been a long time since then.
Should have nullified him when he was on Quincy Crew.
Well, you couldn't. They were too powerful. Some teams are just too strong, you know? What can you do? Yeah. They can only die from within.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Arteezy's still having a perfect game here, 5-0. We can kind of just see they're like scratching their heads. I feel like they don't know what to do right now. They kind of want the fight, they want the pick off, but they can't find it. We'll hit daytime, makes it a bit easier. Man, it's like that
Can they hit tier 2s?
No, you can't hit here, because the second you start to hit an objective, you just give the 5v5 to Tundra. They're going to be happy to take that. They just run the
Yeah, I guess you have no saves.
Yeah, it's the problem. Like, the head-on engagement is just not good for you if you give them position. You have to start the fight either with numbers advantage or on the backline with vision. And so far, that's been difficult to get in this mid-game. Though Arteezy has decent position here. He has double damage rune. Can he create something out of thin air when 5 heroes are going for him? He has the vision. The reaction's not there.
Just echo him right away, and they jump in. They have the Ice Blast. That's going to be a decent amount of AoE damage. Maybe they do this without Arteezy. Well, they can't stop Skeeter, though. Skeeter, he's hunting for more with Stolen Inkswell. It's going to help, but they've already chopped down 2 members. Both of the other cores of Tundra are dead. Now they're cleaning up those supports. Skeeter is trying his best to hunt down Fly, but he's just getting kited around this vortex. He couldn't move fast enough to be able to catch up to the support, and everybody else will die on the side of Tundra.
I guess the lesson is you don't need Arteezy.
Is that the lesson? I think the lesson is you just kite around the Slark, apparently.
If only Shopify had known this at the beginning of the year.
At the start of the season.
Yeah, they would have thrown him to the Wolves sooner. Been a great team fight for them. I mean, you can argue that the clump and the committal here is very deep, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that play. Like, you're taking the carry out before he gets BKB off. It's just the damage on this Omni-Knight, man. It is a lot of spell damage to deal with when you don't have other BKB buyers. And of course, Abed still had double life here. That's the big factor, right? You have a mana refill for the Storm.
Yeah.
That's a lot to fight through. That Aegis proving very nice on the back end. Yeah, he's having a laugh about it. Is that actually from that fight?
No, that's the same clip from before, right?
Yeah, I think that's a...
You can't even put one up on us production.
That's an editing trick. I'm convinced.
Ooh, long zip around. Abed, confident that the Scythe of Ice is all he needs.
And again, the saves just a little too far. Hex proving very effective here on the...
Yeah, nullify him now.
Yeah, where are you going? Tip him back there, son. Go on.
Any tips?
Go on, Arcor.
Shame.
He's a changed man, honestly.
Not the same Arteezy he once was.
2016 MLG Columbus Arteezy would have tipped him.
2016?
Is that even the right
MLG
year?
Columbus? No, it's not even close.
What year was it? 2014?
2013.
I mean, whatever. COVID took a couple of years out. It did everything.
What?
Nobody knows what year it is anymore.
Dimension's hitting you a little early there, old man.
This Midas has paid off for Fly, by the way. He's very fat. This is where AA feels nice. You got that Glimmer, you got that Force, you got some extra cast range, pushing on that level 20 talent, you got level 3 ulti, you hitting hard.
I was wondering what he was gonna build with the Hand of Midas.
He's just ulting waves, bro. It's out of control. Didn't even get any of it.
See, this is why you can't give position 5s any kind of leeway.
You remember back in the day where Misery built Midas on Warlock?
Yeah.
And Crystal Maiden, and everyone was like, you dumbass. This is the biggest grief of all time.
Yeah.
Well, look at Dota
Supports
now.
aren't supposed to have gold, idiot.
Sometimes you're just too ahead of the meta.
That's true.
I mean, Misery was just 8 years ahead.
Damn, true.
He was playing 10 TIs ahead. Nobody knew it. This is a warm welcome.
Surprise! Oh, we got him!
What?
The zip forward and an instant 180 zip out, and they're still... No, Sneaking has a blink. All right, fair enough.
King's too good, man. King's too good. Crit will give him the tip.
No Echo Slam. Time to go. I mean, that's a big part of their burst.
That was so fast, too, honestly.
Yeah.
That was... Thompson has had no hesitation Echo Slamming people this game.
Yeah.
Abed just... He's too good, man. He's just too good.
Okay, level 20 for 33 plus BKB. Let's see if this carry on the night can stop the incoming storm that is Shopify Rebellion, hitting their timing and feeling very confident with a 10K gold lead right outside of Tundra's base.
Aggression does not stop here as they
look for the Wisdom Rune pick. Nobody's here, so they'll get the Wisdom Rune instead.
They've definitely regained the pace in this game. That mid game was a lull, but they've picked up a little bit since then, and full Silver Edge done for Artur here. Put him right back on track. It's going to give him another opportunity to get a core deep in on the backline and disrupt the formation here. Nighttime Roche, though, that's on Dire side. Can you contest it if you're Shopify Octarine for the Axe?
You can definitely contest. Can you get here in time?
A-Blast. It's going to
Raced
show
against time. They're definitely going to see this. Is Tundra going to push through?
Oh, this is
the zip is coming through!
So weird.
Oh, Wabek gets hit instantly by the Fisher. What a timing from Thompson. Saberlight still going to make the jump in after that one. Disruption's going to spare any grief here on the Omni Knight. 33 is perfectly fine. He's going to get forced staff over the side. Now they do have the jump in from Arteezy. Finishing off the Slark. Life number 1. But he's going to get kited around a little bit here as Thompson makes his way to the back line. Saberlight trying to help get the damage out with the Depth Shroud, causing some issues. Arteezy going to chase after 9. Might be able to get him. The Warcry's going to help, and a nice telekinesis use. Toss away. Thompson back into play. Hits the Echo Slam onto 2, keeping the chain. Arteezy is dead. Beautiful stuff from Tundra, who kite out Shopify Rebellion expertly. Not even Thompson dying there.
He's got Battle Hunger on him.
Actually.
He's got nothing to kill.
Oh, he's got a Magic Wand. And Disruption? He's got it. He
had no mana on him. He actually almost died, but that'll be a very nicely kited fight from Tundra. Exactly what they were looking for with this objective, forcing the 5-on-5. And man, that fissure on the Storm.
Perfect timing.
What? What is that other than game sense, right? That's why this guy's a 2-time TI champ. He just knows.
He just knows.
Radiance.
And the funny part is, I think he got it after Inkswell. Otherwise, it would have been the Inkswell hard to spell, and he would have been okay. But
I mean, it's also because he BKB too, right? So
he didn't have Inkswell.
You can't work at him.
Yeah.
He's just guaranteeing it, and they just clean him up without the Echo. Did not have it at that portion of the fight, and then you force Shopify in a position where now it's Arteezy who has to carry it. But as we saw earlier, it's only when Arteezy dies at the start that the fight went well. So having him up here, it backfires. He does clean up the Aegis instantly, but now you have to try and find another jump. And the saves, this is where the saves just become so annoying. You have Glimmer, Depth Shroud. You have to kite through all of this. Stolen Warcry gave him the armor here too, and the second this GA is out, you're in trouble, right? Yeah. Hobson's gonna clean you up. We are straight back into it, though.
The game where it's Abed dead again. Oh no. Now, you got another 80 seconds for Tundra to control the game. I wonder though, you know, the joke about Arteezy aside, I do kind of wonder, did Abed need to make that jump? I feel like the Aegis isn't that big of a deal. I think they take that team fight.
He was feeling it, you know.
You feeling it? That's enough. Oh, crit! How did he?
This is very deep.
That is pretty freaking deep.
I mean, I guess you have a lot of mobility here. But you got to remember, you don't have the Aegis off that Roche. You're pretty much relying on the Omni Knight to bail out your cores when you go this deep. You don't know where that Sven is. Very ballsy play.
Wait, so the
strength
overwhelming blink doesn't do any instant damage now?
are scanning.
What?
Yeah, because he blinked on the Grimstroke and he blinked backwards.
Well, it ticks over.
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying there was no instant damage to stop Grimstroke's blink.
Yeah, I guess not.
That's weird.
You look stunned.
Like, they made that change, but I assume there was, you know, some instant damage. Now Arteezy's going to get picked apart. Oh, boy. This bash and the call from 9. That's just a extra little bit of style there. Not even needed, but looks cool.
I mean, honestly, the stolen call is pretty nice this game.
Yeah.
It's basically an insta-stun. He can blink in, catch the Storm, catch the Sven, and the BKB. That's a big one. It's a 3-second stun. That's all you want. You just want more stuns. More disruption for this Storm. It is a non-BKB Storm. You got to remember that. Abed went the aggressive build here. He even went back for the Orchid. So he had Orchid and Hex. Really nice for the control in the fight, something that this lineup really needed to continue to scale. Downside is, the second you get stunned on this Storm, there's no saves in this lineup. It's Warcry or bust. And it's been bust here as the third death shifted all the momentum back Tundra's way as this 5-man ball kicked online.
Well, I think one thing is, when it comes to him, if he feels like he's always jumped the fight, he does have the ink swell. Right?
That is true. Yeah, you can bail him out a little bit.
Yeah, so maybe he's thinking, like, I'm able to start all of these fights. I have Inkswell on me. If I get stunned, there's going to be a strong dispel, and I'll be able to jump away after that.
I don't think BKB on him might have changed this game too much. Yeah, I think it's just about, you just got to find that opening, and you got to go together. Like, that's the big thing. The jump has to come with the cores from Shopify going in relatively a similar time period of 2 to 3 seconds. Yeah. Either on the single target and you burst him, there's no save in sight, or you go on a target and you go on the saves at the same time. It has to be synced up, and so far, Tundra have been forcing an issue like that Roche fight where you jump the Storm. Even if he gets something there, it's a very displaced engagement. Like, you also have to jump in a way where you're letting your supports get in the fight. It's been a while since we've seen a good A Blast, a good Grimstroke ultimate, for example, and these are big spells that you really want to land on the cores that Shopify go on top of, so you can output the damage and get them to the thresholds for the A ult, for the Axe Chop, whatever it may be. You have a lot of net worth on these two supports from that early game. If you can't use it, it's not worth anything. Having trouble using it and setting it up when this Slark and Omni Knight are just getting on the back line. I mean, this Omni Knight continues to be a nuisance here, and he's getting fat, man. 3,500 HP. He now has a ninja gear, of course, because he is the right-click carry in this game. A BKB of his own.
And they're all going to scale up. I mean, the Earthshaker is very scary late game as well.
Yeah, Octarine, 4k HP and Aesthetic Cap. These are just where these heroes become tanky enough that your saves are almost guaranteed, and that is trouble because you need fast burst on your side if you're Shopify. That's what Sven Storm Axe are designed to do. You jump a hero, they don't die. I mean, what are you doing in this fight? Thinking about where it all went wrong. I don't even know where it went wrong in this game. There's that one Storm Death mid where I said he's feeling great about being 8-0.
That's true, you ruined it. Look at this setup, though, from Shopify. He's already repelled, so does not feel great to jump on a Skeeter here. That much HP. Not going to be able to clear through that.
This is where this Omni pick is just so annoying, man. Like, who do you go on? It's so damn hard to find the jump. And that's all your lineup can do. It's all you can just jump and pray. Maybe you almost jump and try and like reset, you know, bait out the go from Tundra. I think that's what you have to do in this type of situation.
Wow. If you're Storm Spirit and you're making that jump and then you jump back, I don't think Axe is ever getting out of a fight that he jumps into.
It does have BKB. I mean, there isn't BKB control on Tundra's side outside of like a demonic purge.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's not too bad.
Full Bloodthorn for Skeeter here.
They also have Basher on Slark, so.
Yeah, this Slark is massive.
Yeah. He big.
Almost level 25 as well. He is going in first for sure. And if you let the fight start out on Skeeter's terms, it's not going to be a fun one for you. It's just going to be way too much space for Tundra to operate in. Think about Refresher as well. Can't blame him.
Do you agree with Fly? He wants to go Scythe. feel like Ags. What's wrong with Ag at Scepter?
Radiant are scanning.
You want him to go Ag?
Oh, sorry. I forgot what the Ags was.
You want him to go?
I was thinking of the old Ags with the extra, percent and everything.
This might be a game where you need Ags A to win. I don't know. Ken, you might be getting there. He's still missing the shard. I mean, the Hex is super good because you can get the double Hex off the Soulbind.
Yeah.
That part is pretty damn nice. Do have level 25 on the Sven. A little extra to pump in here in terms of damage off the burst. But again, can you find it? That's a 90-9 pick rate, huh? Nobody likes extra stun duration.
Yeah, everybody will take more damage than more stun. The outcome's the same either way. You just do more damage in a shorter period of time.
Yeah, who can argue with that? And here, the carry, the true carry in this game has reached his peak form.
How much damage is he doing now with that thing?
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's slapping.
He's up to 226% bonus damage.
He be slapping. All right, I thought they were going to play this Omni Knight for saves. They're playing him to go in, man. He is going in first. Look at the positioning here.
Overwhelming Blink gonna slow him down here as they try to make the jump onto the Slark, but we're not able to follow it up, all because of the jump in from 33. Now gonna protect Thompson from the physical damage here. Looks like Arteezy with the Nullifier will help bring down Snake King, but he struggles to find his next victim. Abed has no problem with that. He'll be able to get the Rubik, but it's gonna be those two, really, who can only get a kill apiece and then have to jump away here.
Artor back in.
Oh, he's back in onto 33. Does the echo again.
It got interrupted.
Thompson lands onto 3. Couldn't get the full chain stun out and will die to Abed. Meanwhile, the Slark in deep here, but had no more saves to work with. Okay, buybacks immediately, but Tundra, are they going to be able to catch anybody here? No. They cannot get there in time.
This is just for Roche.
Yeah, Roche is not up, in fact, for another 30 seconds, so it does give Shopify a window to heal and maybe still contest.
That was 5 buybacks for Tundra. Did not feel like it, but they got all 5 for not even the 1 or 2 on the side of Shopify in a fight that looked honestly pretty bad. Skeeter had over 30 Agi stacks built up, just cleared through Saberlight at the start of that fight. He had so much Agi going for him, but none of it means anything when the big man with the big sword comes in. However, this could be a dieback.
Shopify. This is not the time to get picked apart right now. You were on the precipice here of just being able to win the game.
He had Arcane Rune too. No buyback up for the 1 and 2 here on the gold, even though they have it. Not have to use it earlier.
Another situation, I think this is the shoe being on the other foot, where it was Shopify this time who were convinced Tundra were doing Roshan.
Yeah.
And they could go and push out the other lanes, but Tundra were hunting.
Still, what a crazy team fight. Like, they played that damn well, right? That's what I'm saying. You have to go in, you have to assume the first jump you're probably dying, and then you win the fight in the second jump. And that Hex interrupt on Thompson, that sealed the deal. That was incredibly clutch by Abed there. Positioning just on the outskirts of that AoE from the stun, otherwise you're all in there with your cores. You're getting slammed.
They'll finally get the AA.
What is going on here? They're trying to dodge the AO, but Storm's dead. Who cares? Did they really think Shopify were contesting that? Maybe. I guess you never know. Yeah, I mean, they're playing this ultra safe, no buybacks here, so I guess you have to. Thompson just fooling around with his totem a bit here. So give the Aegis to Skeeter, and Refresher Shard pretty damn nice in this lineup if you want to give it to one of these cores. They all use it pretty well.
Skeeter's running out of room. He's got his hand of Midas.
He's got too many
BKB.
items. Got to give something up.
He's trying to hold on to the aesthetics cap and then swap in the Titan Sliver.
Almost got Hex here for Fly as well. Honestly, that fight was not one I expected Shopify to win.
I didn't either.
Rethink like how these engagements are going, because if you can take a fight that goes that long, I mean, yeah, it was buybacks, but you also had 5 from Tundra, right? You can take a fight that goes that long and have it go that well. shows how much damage they have in the tank on the second round. If they can make it there.
Yeah, once you've run out of that Guardian Angel.
I mean, I guarantee you at some point in that fight, Skeeter just screamed like, I have a billion stacks, we can't lose. And they all just ran in. So maybe they're not going to get that cocky again. Played a bit more disciplined, a bit more slow.
Thompson level 25 on the way, which makes this Enchant Totem Octarine build even crazier, much like the Earth Spirit. Find a pick here.
That's a dieback.
Yeah, crit his Blink Dagger on cooldown during that time where...
Good stack,
Stolen Phantom's Embrace is going to be really good too.
You do have the BKB on Abed now, and he did hit level 25, and you have the Shard. You got some Overlord bounces, it's a lot more damage, a lot more survivability on the Storm, pretty much guaranteed. Again, what goes through the BKBs here for Tundra? Not much. You get to Ags, he's only 1,000 off this Storm Ags. I mean, how many games have we seen the Abed Storm win for Shopify off of some crazy 3 or 4 man Vortex pull?
Yeah, and like Tundra have...
Ooh, look at this.
Is it up with the call? No, he managed to get off his ult thanks to the Repel coming out from 33. Now they get a chase down.
He has no TP.
Yeah, Saberlight, very, very dead. Arteezy will be able to get away just fine, but some extra stats for Skeeter. My question is, what does the fight look like when Tundra approaches high ground? Right? Because it's, especially if you get the Aghanims on the Storm Spirit, like their AoE team fight with that kind of initiation, it's made all the easier if you're the one pushing up into their high ground. I don't know. It's going to be... I feel like they just have to get pick-off after pick-off before they hit
That's why they
tier
pause.
3s.
You know, they're going to think about it. All right, how do we go high ground here, guys? Huh. Let me stretch my neck out and think about it. I think 9 wish he was playing mid right now.
Like, does you feel like he ever thinks that? Or is he always thinking that?
I don't know. It's like he's like glimmer caping people. He's like, what the hell is this?
Double damage.
Why am I not doing damage right now?
Has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower.
I have to tell him where the glimmer cape is.
I think he looks at his damage at the end of every game, and he's just a little sad.
That's his Ags.
Now he just got his Aghanim Scepter cut down. The funny part is he's still playing the same, like all the same
he's playing
heroes that he used to play mid, so far, what has he played? He's played Shadow Demon, he's played Rubik, he's played, I know he was practicing Caudle and Pugs.
I'm sure Dark Willow, Winter Wyvern, Zeus are all in there somewhere, and Artur has been caught. He's been.
Well, so much for hitting that high ground. Well, so much for hitting that high ground.
He has been slain by the Omni Knight.
You know nothing.
You know nothing.
Okay, time to hit high ground. Force a buyback out of Arteezy, I guess.
I mean, yeah, you got to remember, this was the dieback for the Axe, so they knew they had 2 minutes here on the clock to try and do something if they wanted. They still have an Aegis for a minute here, and full refresher done for Skeeter with BKB in the backpack. I mean, it's got to be time to go. You still have 40 seconds here with no Axe. You get a 5-on-4 forced to spend buyback. You're very happy, even if you all die here.
I don't know, something about the way that Shopify, like, something about this, the way they're losing this right now is giving me concern. They just, something switched and they just really went, like, very passive on the game.
Just Aegis. They don't think they can jump twice into this Slark.
I mean, let's put it this way. Tundra thought they were going to contest Roshan, right? Because if you do win that fight, that's the game over.
Well, it's not game, though. I mean, you can give up some buildings here, right?
Yeah, that would be diebacks. If they lost that Roshan fight, right?
Sure.
So Tundra think if they were in Shopify's position, they'd contest that Roshan play. That's all I'm saying. You know?
That's fair.
That's playing for the win, right?
Playing to win, baby.
Shopify, meanwhile, they've been playing pretty passive, but they're still getting picked off as well. Very awkward.
Not playing like a shark.
You're just pulling out all the team quotes now.
I mean, it's the way she goes sometimes, you know?
Oh, God, that.
It's the way she goes.
Well, 5K net worth lead for Tundra as they take their first lane of Barracks.
And what did it do?
I don't know. What did it do?
I'll tell you something, Cap. The first rule of playing against Eternal Envy is you never take that man's Barracks.
Uh-huh.
MLG Columbus 2014. The second rule is you always let him attempt Roshan solo.
Yeah. I've seen him die to Roshan far more times than most players. But what about the players in this game, Avery? What does Shopify need to do to switch this narrative, this game around? Because everything was hunky-dory for the first 30 minutes.
Hunky-dory? Nobody says hunky-dory.
That's why I say it. Nobody else says it. Think OD Pixel's going to say hunky-dory? Huh?
Probably say it with a British accent.
Well, what? Hunky-dory.
Don't. It's not worth it. You still have some brand value left. I mean, you just got to find the jump, right? That's really all it comes down to. You either got to find the jump where you got to abuse buybacks in a high ground situation where you just have numbers advantage and you can wear through the initial go. Because the long-term fight for Tundra, it's not that amazing if the Slark doesn't have crazy stacks. But if the Slark has crazy stacks, even though, I mean, they did kill him with the stacks, though. Like, it's possible. The second jump from Shopify is where the strength really lies. So you just have to wear through it. Somebody's got to man up, go in, like, bait some spells out. You take the first round. That's where having the buybacks is super nice. Because buybacks will guarantee you a second round if Tundra are still committed into that fight. That's the easiest way to do it.
So you think that's why they were so passive?
Kind of, yeah.
They think that they're reliant on second life.
I think so.
In some ways to be able to win the fight.
The problem is, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? Tundra can always just wait for theirs to be up too.
It's so weird, though, because for me, when I look at the fight, I feel like they can win the first part of it. If they get the right jump, they hit an Ice Blast, like, that's half the battle right there.
I mean, not if the guy gets disrupted. He gets Rubik's Lift sharded.
He gets
an Omni Knight Repel GA. There's a depth.
Oh, they got him!
Too many saves, man.
He's got BKB, but he can't get away from Skeeter. If he keeps taking damage, he won't be able to blink.
This might be the bait of a lifetime.
Okay. They managed to get the Soulbind with the silence on it. The two of them. Arteezy is going in, but he can't quite finish him off with the cleave. Oh, the call, the second round, it comes through. But a Depth Shroud, that's going to cause some issues with the disruption as well. Skeeter is still not yet dead. The Ice Blast was not enough, and now he's going to start stealing away some stats. Now start healing up a little bit. Another bit of heal, but he gets a jump away. Too many saves coming out from Tundra. The jumps are just not quite good enough for Shopify. And now, low on mana, Abed barely able to TP out in time. Almost got caught by the bash there of the Slark. How did nobody die? Well, Ancient Apparition, but who cares?
Yeah, I mean, whatever. You like Refresher Shard double fissured Abed, it wasn't enough. Everybody just lives. They did get refreshers out of Tundra there, though. They got the shard and they got the refresher off the Slark. Okay. I mean, honestly, a pretty good fight. Like, I think that's how you want to take a fight, right? It was off a weird bait, but it ended up conceptually working, where you get this first go gone, and then the Sven gets a second jump.
Yeah.
If either of those Sven jumps had connected before the Glimmer, you are looking at dead cores. Straight up. That burst was severe. The fact that these Glimmer Caves have been on point is props to the Tundra supports right now, keeping their cores in this game. A really good Observer Ward here will not be able to do anything. I mean, that's just, it's all snaking at 9 right now. The Nullifier is just not coming out fast enough. Where is the Nullifier, Cap? I asked you.
True.
It needs to come out here.
30 seconds until the next Roshan. Both teams playing like it could be up, or at least Tundra is playing like it could be up. They control the pit. Shopify playing a bit passive until their Ancient Apparition is back up. Crucial part of being able to threaten this Slark.
Radiant are scanning.
There is a lot of Ninja Gears out. You're going to see them every pro game because this item is just absurd in competitive Dota, but 3 of them for the side of Shopify, which is pretty much what you want with these jump targets with the burst, right? I mean, you just, any sort of vision advantage you can get is going to help you, especially versus the Slark. You got 2 for your jumpers. You don't need 1 for the Storm. Probably would have taken it. You're good to go. A Blast will scout it out again, and he has the shard now, so you get some extra freeze action. It's going to be enough to dissuade Tundra a little bit. We'll go back to Poison Stack.
Back off and then go again.
And this is enough time that Shopify can make the move if they want it. Slark is not going to take this Roche that fast.
Yeah, but do you want to do it with the Ice Blast on cooldown?
I mean, it's coming back up. It's already back up.
Oh, man, it is already back up.
Yeah, this is not a long cooldown spell with Spell Prism.
Yeah.
You have an opportunity to jump.
I can't believe they're not trying at all. I feel like the corner of the map.
Yeah, it's a great place to fight if you get there.
Yeah.
But no. They'd rather just fight on the vision. They feel like the vision is better even with an Aegis. I mean, I can see the argument. If you find the other heroes, this Aegis doesn't mean much for Skeeter. He can't just go in 1v5. Now, if he goes in first, it's going to be great, but look at this positioning. They're going to catch him off guard. Thompson.
Oh no, we made the Enchant Totem jump right before Saberlight got his initiation. Think 9 gave him a little bit of heads up what was coming.
Honestly, that is just lucky for Thompson. He should die on that ward. And I mean, Shopify, you're 0.1 second more ready away from getting a very important kill in this game. And now it will allow Tundra to get back into
look at that. Yeah, go ahead, repel me. I'll just go D-ward pretty easily. Got lots of saves for him.
He's very slow, though. Does not have boots.
Oh, he's going to try again to get that ward.
I mean,
there's the disruption. Jumped in. Oh, man, gets 2 of the Sabers in the back line. Meanwhile, Arteezy went for a different target. BKB being controlled up. Echo Slam, no BKB from him. And they're controlling up the Arteezy spin. But Abed is still able to get on top of 33. And the Refresher's not going to be good enough. He gets chopped down by Saberlight. Still chasing after Arteezy. But pops the Satanic back up to full. Hello, Dolly. They managed to TP back in on 33. But he immediately gets controlled up. Abed low on mana. Makes a desperate play to TP out. But he will be caught. 2 dead on the side of Shopify. Both of them have buyback, so it's a pretty even exchange with the buyback being used by 33 and the Shadow Demon there.
That's a great fight for Shopify. Again, somehow they just keep their cores alive and find this re-engage. Double buyback out from Tundra, plus the Age is gone. You're going to have to use buys, but you have to use them at some point in this game. Can you get anything off of them is the big question.
Nope. At least not in the case of Thompson here, but I guess it's the Storm buyback that is probably more important with that Aghanim Scepter, especially. Will Tundra brave the high ground, get that buyback out of him, and not get caught in the process?
You gotta remember, that was also the Refresher Shard popped on the Omni Knight there for double GA.
Yeah.
And neither of them ended up really solidifying that fight victory.
Oh, it's 60 minutes in. We got tier 5 items as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get there, though, because there's a fight breaking out. God Strength comes up just now.
It's an Apex Sven that's going to be jumping into this fight. And the burst, is it enough? The Ice Blast. Oh, no. Where's the disruption? Looks like Snake King already using it. And now that's going to be a pickoff on the Slark. Is he going to buy back? Is he going to try and get here somehow? Bailing out Tundra. They give up on this fight. Blinking away, but 33, that's going to be a dieback for him. Oh, they have to buy now, but it may be too late for the situation unless Thompson can bail it out. Looks like going for the kill onto Abed, but Sight Device put it onto him, controlled by too many heroes now. He gets called up. Skeeter is desperate to keep this going for the good of them. They have here 2 heroes with no buyback. They have to make the good of what they have here. The call is too good with the blast on top. Another hero down on the side of Tundra. Now Thompson is going to punch a pull from 9. The Aghanim Scepter pull, giving Skeeter a chance, a glimmer of hope. Can he whittle through these heroes? No, it is too much for him. A dieback there, and now Thompson against the world.
He's big. He's real big.
Big with the God's Ring, but
no Echo.
Does not have Echo, so...
Okay.
1 shot and away he goes.
I mean, he has no BKB here.
Yeah, he has no way to get rid of that Phantom, so...
Is that just game?
That is the game. That is 100%
They just got walked down. How did that go so bad? I mean, just chain buybacks here for Tundra, but at the wrong times. They can't get all the heroes together. No synchronization. The Storm buyback punishes the hell out of them on that high ground attempt that all went wrong by just losing the Slark initially. Where were the saves? Where were the 4-staff glimmers, disruption, repels, anything?
And even that could have been okay. But then the Shadow Demon gets caught, and I think very crucially, 33 was sitting in the wings going, can I stay here? Can I back out? Yeah, ultimately he sticks around too long. Great read by Abed to jump and just look for more. As soon as they caught the Omni Knight, then what? Then you feel like you're forced to buy back, then you're forced to try and like take that engagement.
I mean, honestly, what an impressive game from Shopify. This is like them in their old form. Like this is not an easy game to win.
Sure.
They kind of missed that early into mid-game momentum timing. They didn't get any Roshans this game at all, and still just able to out-teamfight Tundra. I mean, there's no question. They just straight outplayed them. It's just good old North American skill. And they found the openings, and they're having a great time about it right here as they find the 2-0.
I mean, they should feel good about that. Being able to 2-0 Tundra, get a 63-minute victory in there as well against them.
And this felt like it was turning into a Tundra game. That's why it's impressive to me, because it felt like it was turning one of those late-game, team fight-oriented Tundra games where you just can't crack the ball. They have too many saves. It's going to be hard to find the goals, but like, damn, did they kite those fights out well. Another great game from Abed on the Storm. Faltered a little bit in the mid game, but he pulled it back. And the support net worth really came in clutch. Double Hex on the Grim and the AA, plus the Hex on the Storm.
Yeah.
Really just sealed the deal. Finally got them the AoE control they needed to punish this Omni Knight. And once that starts to happen, all this net worth for 33 doesn't mean a damn when you're just turned into a sheep.
Pretty impressive damage numbers. Saberlight did 40,000 damage.
Yeah, he
usually
honestly,
Axe falls off at some point.
He had a very good game for a hard Axe team. This is a hard Axe team. Yeah, he has to play into a lot, including the Shadow Demon. He's finding the calls. That 4-man Vortex steal from 9, though.
That was pretty sick.
Oh, man, if you had the Sven there instead of the Slark, that's a highlight right there.
Or maybe if Thompson was able to get there in time.
I mean, that's a game-winning Vortex. It's just, you're all dead, so you lose instead.
Man. What a crazy game to Shopify. Got to be very happy with their performance so far today, but it's a long road to TI and a long road to the playoffs here of DreamLeague.
They're winning TI. They're winning TI.
That's it.
I mean, it's over.
North America is finally going to claim an Aegis again. We just have to wait, I guess. But let's go back to the panel so they can break down this pretty good series between Shopify and Tundra.
It's a Seattle TI. It's only fitting if Shopify carry the Aegis. But for right now, they should be happy making their way through this series with a 2-0 over at Tundra Esports and doing it with some familiarity in this game. Obviously, Abed Storm Spirit, but some out-of-the-box stuff as well. Saberlight seems to be doing quite a bit of new things, and Sven, we had some question marks initially, especially Tundra letting it through, but Shopify bring it to success and clean out the series.
Yeah, I mean, this game had, I want to say, almost like 3 or 4 different stages. First, we have Shopify kind of running away with it in the first 15 minutes, getting off to an amazing start in the laning stage. We were like, okay. We had some questions about Omni Knight, like what's he actually going to bring to the table here? He did well in lane against Sven, and then that was kind of the only thing he did for 25 minutes. Suddenly, he starts having some items. They get some BKBs going. They get a good repel cast. They win a team fight. They are now closing the gap, and then they also win the Roche fight. And all of a sudden, it looked like, okay, Shopify just going to run out of steam. And then I want to say, honestly, primarily attributed to really strong individual performances. They managed to clean this up in the end with some really clutch catches from their cores.
Yeah, also excellent item choices coming out from Shopify Rebellion. 3 hexes, make it 4 with Grimstroke ulti. So they had enough tools when it comes down to late game, just like shutting down the Slark multiple times. I particularly like how Saberlight played throughout this, not just game, but the whole series, pretty much. First, he played Dawnbreaker pretty much perfectly, and in the second game as well, being very annoying in their faces multiple times, attracting attention from pretty much all members of Tundra. Like, you could see him going for this extra wave and not getting punished because the rest of the team was ready to back him up.
Yeah, this game went back and forth multiple times. Like, I wouldn't say one side or the other had like a big advantage at any point until the game kind of like ended off of buybacks here. But I was very curious about the Omni Knight and like what it was doing for the draft. Like, it took a while to come online, but eventually it did come online. And at one point they did to the barracks. I think it was just a late game decision making from Tundra. It just wasn't here at this game. Like, they ended up killing Skater. Maybe he shouldn't have been on that high ground. They're a little impatient there to wait because they just claimed bottom barracks right there. They got a little bit greedy going for mid, and then them losing Skater there, forcing him into buying back. Then all of a sudden Thompson buys back, goes back to kill the AA. Once he dies, there's no buyback. Kind of abruptly ends there. So it was a really close game, I think, overall. And the decisions of like the heroes and what they picked, I still don't know if it's good or bad. Like, I saw this Omni Knight being played out. It looked pretty cool, but is it worth having a first like an early pick Omni Knight who's going Brown Boots Midas, farming full of the whole duration of the game to do this. I don't know. I just wanted this game for me was all about the Omni Knight and still inconclusive for me, so that's a little bit sad.
I'm at picks because like who knows how good Omni Knight is at 60+ minutes. But I don't want to talk to Tundra. I want to talk to Shopify, specifically Shopify Rebellions. Saber, we've been having technical issues, so just to confirm, you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you. What the frick is up, guys? It's your boy Saberlight. Lovely to be here. Thank you for bringing me on.
No, keep going. What's on your mind, my friend?
Yeah, you know, I've been playing like 2-hour games. It's been a lot of fun. Tundra, they're a very annoying team to play against because they just keep trying, dude. Imagine being this try-hard in a tournament. Actual cringe.
Yeah, it's not like there's $1 million on the line or anything. I was watching that game one, and believe me, on our end, I was just like, wow, Tundra's still not GGing out. Oh, they're still not GGing out. Wow, the throne is 1 HP and they're still not GGing out. But it's okay, you persevered through to the end. But your growth over this last month is what's impressive to me, because I know that you were tweeting that you said that post-Riyadh was a little bit of a tricky period for you, a little bit of a rough time. Was that just in Dota or elsewhere too?
Yeah, after Riyadh, it's been rough, guys. We lost Riyadh, we lost Bali, team was bullying me, girlfriend broke up with me, dog died, grandma died, everything died. No, just kidding. The last 3 didn't happen. But yeah, you know, it's been rough. But you know what they say, you have to like sink to the bottom of the seafloor to bounce back up, and that's what happened. So
is that what they
since
said?
then,
that is what the common expression.
That's the saying. Everybody knows it since. Come on,
okay,
come on, man. Stop embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, what's at the bottom of the sea? Have you met SpongeBob?
Yes. And when I met SpongeBob, he gave me the power to like rush. He gave me the power to like rise again. So you know, started going gym a lot, 12K easy. So yeah, it's going better now. We beat Tundra, so we're going in the right direction.
Happy to hear it. What else you got for him, Lacoste?
When it comes down to these like super late games post 60 minutes, like what do comms look like for Shopify Rebellion? Is it chaotic?
Yeah, it's kinda half chaotic when it's like when there's shit happening, and then the other time there's just nothing happening. So it's just, you know, it's like, okay guys, how do we actually win this game? Like, what is happening? How do we fight and stuff like that?
Thank you. My boy Fear has a really good question for you.
Yeah, I don't really care about the game too much. How about the Saberlight gym arc? Like, what inspired that, and what's your favorite lift?
My favorite lift, I don't know, probably bench. I think I've been going gym like for some time now, like 2 years, but you know, it's always on and off because I'm too lazy to do it. So then it's been the loss at Riyadh that pushed me forward. You know, no more losing. It's like, is this really the life I want to live? The life of a loser? No. So now, life of a winner.
I'm motivated.
All right, well, speaking of life of a winner, I think one of the winning moments of that game, you guys had an Observer Ward. We're almost an hour in. You have an Observer Ward in the enemy jungle. That is not the clip that is being shown right now, by the way, just to avoid any confusion. But you have a ward around the, above the mid-tier 2 tower area. You have a ward there.
Seriously, Synderen?
You blink call, you run back. Slark gets 1 hit on it with Gem. He runs back. And then the same thing happens again. How planned was this sequence that you guys played in that moment? Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah, like towards the end of the game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, you have like a high ground ward, so the call is like, if they run in, you know, I'll just call them. So then I call him, nothing really happens. Then he can kill the ward, you know, because my spells are not on cooldown, but he just chills and then comes back in when my spells are ready again. So then, you know, I'll just call you again, bro.
So what was the difference between the first and the second go that made you guys commit on the second one? Because it looked like it was the exact same situation twice, but the second time you throw in an Ice Blast, you follow through with the other heroes. Were the team just not ready the first time you made it? Was the call not clear, or did you just get an idea in between in those like 10 seconds of what you wanted to do?
I think it's just easier on the second time because you already know what's like, you have like a clear example of what's gonna happen. So it's like same as seeing someone on a wave for 1 second versus for 5 seconds. Like, it's way easier to do it. Plus, I think the Slark didn't have repel or something like that. And you know, it's like when they do it, it's kind of a mistake. And
if you don't capitalize on it on the first time, at least you like do it eventually.
Okay, thank you.
And my last question, also relevant to this series and I guess the previous series that you played. You're playing a lot of Dawnbreaker, and that's not a hero that I typically associated with a Saberlight hero pool. What's drawn you to Dawnbreaker recently?
Well, it's a strong hero. I can absolutely destroy Watson in lane with it, so that's good.
I noticed.
Prove that I am the real egoisto. I forgot about that. I'm on anime arc right now, so that's where all the power comes from. Yeah, so the hero's kind of strong. It got buffed, and it's just fun. You just hit creeps, then you connect. It's like some entity Arlington Saberlight gameplay.
I noticed. There was raw carry blood running through their veins. Well, I'm enjoying your anime arc. I can't wait for the beach episode, Saberlight, but thank you so much for taking the time for this interview, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, guys. See you on the flippity flop.
See you on the flippity flop, my friend.
I'm not sure I'm going to be there, but I'm sure you'll have a great time with the others.
On the flippity flop?
Yeah.
I'll be there.
I mean, what sayings is this guy talking about?
I'll see him at the bottom of the
ocean
sea
to meet
eventually.
SpongeBob at the flippity flop side.
I mean, SpongeBob is at the bottom of the sea.
Do you have any proof of that?
Yeah. Have you seen SpongeBob?
Have you seen the documentary? Well, that wraps up this series and the third series of the day here at DreamLeague Season 21. But we got one more coming up for you, so stick around and we'll be back with the final series after the break.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Sure. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to the final series of the day. It's OG going up against Gaiman Gladiators, but we are one panelist short. And I don't... Oh, never mind. There he is. He was hiding at first. He's waving at me. But who is it, Cinderin?
Could be anyone.
Could be anyone.
It starts with K. You want to guess?
King. King Kazu!
King Kazu! Royalty has entered our panel here today.
Hello.
Kazu, welcome. I also specifically want to look into this dynamic because you two were duo queuing yesterday, were you not?
That is true.
And that begs the question, what exactly are you king of?
Everything.
Oh, I guess that leads into, yeah, because how did it
one of
go?
them.
How did it go, Kazu, these duo queues?
How did it go yesterday? So, we lost the 2 games we queued together. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
And then I beat him the one we didn't get paired up together because they picked us apart because we're too bad.
Yeah. And then we stopped playing, and then I won 2 in a row, and he wasn't in the game. So I guess the conclusion is
I beat you and you win without me. Yeah, we should quit.
Yeah, that probably is the right conclusion. We should just quit, both of us.
Go out on bottom.
Yeah.
As all the great duos do.
as you do after going with Saberlight for a bit, and then you just stay at the bottom of the ocean.
Right. And then you meet SpongeBob.
I would like doing that, actually.
Meeting SpongeBob?
Yeah.
Me too.
Sounds sick.
Yeah.
Sounds real.
Pineapple.
That sounds real.
Pineapples are real.
How would you like to meet...
Checkmate.
All right. How would you like to meet Mind Control and Kit Track as we get into our final series of the day? Kazu, it's OG versus Game & Gladiators. Although it's an OG that has been different than all the other OGs this year, which is
nearly a reoccurring trend, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. And when they have a stand-in, they're at their strongest. And now they have at TI9, they played against each other. Now they're in the same lane. 7 Mind Control, come on. They're also the best European team stat-wise in this tournament right now.
What stat?
They're 2-0.
Okay, then. Yes, based off of today's performance.
Stats don't lie. Stats don't lie.
They also probably have the highest game minutes played because they went 76 minutes against Evil Geniuses, as this series that you're referring to, Kazu. So they have quite a bit of game time under their belt. And yeah, this is the roster. It's MC standing in from Enigma Galaxy and Kit Track as a recent introduction. But we saw a little bit of Kit Track earlier at the Berlin Major, but I want to know more about him. Let's take a look at this video.
I feel like it would be Apparition because he just dies. He's just a walking ball of ice, right? Just punch him once.
I think he enjoys staying at home, in the house. Just playing and chilling, while I like to be more outgoing and do everything and not just stay AFK at home and play video games.
That's a tough question because I feel like everybody's pretty useless, to be honest. I'll just go with MC because I feel like he would, we would probably suck ass for a while, but he would keep the mood good.
I don't know how, but like every day or every once in a few days we're gonna find some random stupid history fact and we're gonna argue about it. So it turns out we both are history gurus or whatever, We think we know history and we talk about just random history stuff that has happened 1500 years ago, and yeah.
Cooking? Yeah, cooking would be useful. I mean, I can cook eggs and I can cook a little bit of pasta. That's about it. So you compare it to the average human being and I'm at the bottom. Definitely pizza. I can eat pizza every day. I've eaten it 3 times this week, so.
He's a man that knows what he likes. Kit Track is going to be playing the 5 position for OG for the foreseeable future, which we don't know how many tournaments or rosters this 5-man squad will endure.
But what we do know is there is a connection between his desire to learn cooking and eating pizza 3 times this week. I think I'm seeing the pattern here.
What if he wants to make pizza?
That's the thing. So if he likes pizza that much, then just learning to make pizza would actually be a really good investment. And it's not that hard. I think
it's time consuming.
It's pretty hard compared to most things, let's say.
Do you think making pizza is difficult? I think.
Are you making your own dough?
It's not that difficult to make it.
Like spinning the dough with your hand?
Isn't that the hardest part? You have to do the technique where throwing it in the air and spinning it around on one finger. Sure, that's not a mandatory part of making a pizza.
But how do you make it circular then?
The dough has to be the hardest part of a pizza, no? The rest you just put on and you slice it in the oven.
I'm not particularly good at cooking, but making a dough is not that hard.
So what's the hardest part of a pizza?
You gotta knead
the dough.
it. And
that's what I'm saying. That's the hardest part, and it's not that hard.
We're on the same page.
But you can also just buy pre-made.
That's what he did 3 times this week.
You can buy any part pre-made, even the whole pizza.
Even the tomatoes?
Yes.
This is the new project.
Okay, well, if you're growing your own produce, then we're talking. Then making pizza is hard. You need to. Then it's really time consuming.
Exactly. I want him out there chopping up wheat with a scythe. And mashing it. I don't know anything.
That's what you do.
He's got to make his own marinara sauce too.
There you go.
Yep.
And cheese from the cows.
I want him out there milking the cows.
Yep. He's got to do it all from scratch.
You didn't learn how to cook otherwise.
It's gonna be the next content piece.
And
next Dream League.
For this Dream League, for this game specifically, they're facing off against Game & Gladiators, Kazu.
Speaking of
pizza. Give me a pizza information about Game & Gladiators.
Well, I'm sure Quinn likes it. He's from NA.
Yes.
But speaking of real stuff, they did not looked that good in their recent series against Team Spirit.
But they won Bet Boom Dacha, though. Means
I don't
nothing
care.
to you.
They lost today. That's why.
You're only as good as your most recent game. Isn't that how it
Exactly.
goes?
Disband
That's the
now.
thing, that's what they say.
Yeah. They should disband.
Oh, wow.
I found a message in a bottle at the bottom of the ocean that said that. I was like, this is a very famous quote.
I
I'll take it back
also,
home.
this is the second time I've noticed it. Quinn seems differently scaled compared to all the other players.
Like very dark.
He's huge. Look at his arms are at the bottom of his portrait.
Seems like this always happens to him. He's always different. And
He's always different.
He's always different.
Why can't you just be normal for once?
True story.
All right, but what are we making of this team? They did not win Riyadh, even though they did well in Riyadh, but we have known these teams to be champions at every single event that they go to. Riyadh was the first time that they finally broke their streak, and they have technically regained the streak at Bet Boom Dacha. But are they your favorites as we look forward to not even this tournament, but TI even?
I think Dota in its current state is really hard to have just one or two teams that you're like, okay, these are the best. I think you're, as much as this whole thing of saying, oh, you're only as good as your last game, I feel like the level of competition right now kind of, you can really, everything can turn on its head in literally 1 or 2 days. That teams can look really hot in one tournament, the meta gets figured out a little bit more. And the thing that has me, I wouldn't say worried, but maybe with the way Gaming Gladiators looked against Spirit, which is obviously an amazing team, they lost with some of their best strategies. They lost with IO Lash, and they even had Gyro in that strat. So I had like some of the seriously best heroes this tournament, or in this meta right now. And Spirit just had all the solutions. So I want to see them regain confidence in this series and not lose faith in their ideas just because of one bad showing.
But do you believe in like getting too many meta heroes and now you can't really like play the strategy very well because you're not used to having too many good heroes? Because sometimes that's very true. Where like you'll get IO Lash, but you won't get IO Lash and Gyro. But either way, we do have a draft.
I've subscribed to that idea that there is too much of a good thing ever since Ice Zenith Zero ban game.
Ever since you ate a pint of Ben and Jerry's in one sitting here?
Well, that's just a daily occurrence for me.
It's not new.
So that's not too much of a good thing. Okay. Where do you think that limit is, Tsunami?
4 pints.
4 pints in one sitting.
The whole gallon.
All right, I want this content piece, actually. I want
yeah, if you want me vomiting all over this desk, I got you.
That's entertainment.
It is. And also, we'll get people to close the stream or tune into it. You never know. Game number 1 is underway. It's OG versus Gaming Gladiators. And yes, as you heard, Gaming lost their previous series, which was on this main stream against Spirit 2-0'd.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see how much they want to change things up, because their strategies were solid at Dacha. They went through, I think they lost like maybe 2 or 3 games throughout that entire playoff bracket. But then again, their finals was against like TSM, which isn't even at this tournament, so who knows how much stock you put into it. I'm not firing shots here. Are you owing me?
Yeah. It's an NA team.
When's the last time Gaming banned Treant?
10 seconds.
This is like their hero.
Celery.
Right?
I mean, I
think
to do this or something.
But it's similar with, or at least what I like what they're doing is, I'm pretty sure they played Gyro in both of their previous games, and they lost. And this time around, they're just like, okay, it's not working out. Let's just do something different. We'll just ban it because we don't want it, but we also don't want to play against it. So I think just have them give themselves a new game or like a different draft. And I mean, we all know that they're a sick team. Just because they lost their 2 last games isn't like a reason for them to suck in this game.
That's true. I think without a doubt, Gaiman is going to be just probably the strongest team in Dota right now. Like, just, yeah, sure, they didn't win Riyadh, but they won the other 4 or 5 tournaments before that.
Yeah.
They lost the last series, whatever. They lost to the Riyadh champions there, so they're really good. I think their competition that they're playing against, like, no offense to OG, but they're not as seasoned as Team Spirit. They're going to be definitely more inconsistent. And I think if they do drop this series, then maybe you can get a little worried for Gaiman and how they're looking right now, but I wouldn't worry about too much. And maybe coming off the last tournament they just got back from, maybe they want to try some new things as well, or maybe they just got figured out a little bit, and that just happens in Dota.
It's also like still a new patch, or it's like a big new patch with a lot of small ones still coming out. You have some different drafting stuff. You know, people can still catch you off guard with so many things. There's like half the things in this patch that we don't know yet. No one knows it yet until they get to try it and have enough time.
So the game we just watched, we had Shopify first pick Sven, and then Thunder responded with Slark, and we were debating if TA was a better solution. I think OG are a team that are very competent and very comfortable playing TA in their safe lane. So would you like to see that here, or is there another? Yeah, even mid too, right? They could flex it. Is that the best pick here theoretically, or do you grab the Venge because it's there?
I don't think Venge helps you too much. I think Sven's pretty good versus Venge. Generally speaking, when I do see, I mean, Razor's good and bad versus Sven.
I feel like Razor's a bit like two-sided.
Yeah, it's good in lane.
Yeah.
But like later on, like you just have so much damage on Sven. Like,
Yeah, because Sven
by the time you try to suck it all.
Yeah,
you're
heroes that
already
can
dead.
like stand their ground or fight through Link, which theoretically Sven obviously can. He has a lot of damage. Godstrength gives you even more. But if you can like, what Sven doesn't like are heroes that can tank up, and I think if Razor does get there, he can be pretty annoying.
Yeah.
So what's his merit that makes him better than TA here, in your mind? Or do you just disagree with OG picking this here? Is it like a comfort thing with Flex on off lane?
So the things Sven hates playing against are he doesn't like losing his lane, then the map shrinking where he can't farm anymore. So what Razor can do that TA can't is you can lane against them, right? So you already have that option of the lane versus lane matchup, which is going to be Razor favored almost always. Of course, support duo is going to matter in that one, but then if you can close up down the map and then invade the triangle, then all of a sudden Sven isn't as scary of a hero. So maybe that's the idea they're going for, but everyone has their own philosophy of like how to deal with certain meta heroes. We saw last series that Tundra tried, it just didn't work. So we don't know right now, and I don't personally, I'm not going to claim that I know how to beat Sven every single game right now. It's a first pick hero for a reason, and it's good to see like a different approach.
We saw Tundra's approach in the previous series. We still have question marks on Omni Knight, but that seemed to be their main focus as a Sven counter. Shadow Demon obviously was extremely popular last series as well.
I think overall SD is it just seems like a good hero because I think Purge is very good, and I think also with Nullifier being a little worse, it makes it less likely for your carry to want to buy it, which will make heroes with Purge better. I think Brewmaster in itself is already a great hero. I wouldn't be too surprised to see more of that one kind of pop up, and stacking is pretty busted in my opinion, which also makes SD even better.
How does Brew fare against Sven? Because
that's a terrible matchup.
It definitely used to be really bad, right? Because of the cleave. Do you think with the 4th Brewling and the timings and Brew rushing Radiance, now that offsets some of the problems, or does it still?
I mean, Brew is an OP hero right now, and I think Sven is one of the heroes that is OP enough to battle against. So I'd say Sven is better in that particular matchup than most carries. Because your ulti on Brew just melts to Sven. Like, it's almost better to not be in the ultimate against Sven. Because you actually do miss a lot of hits on him trying to hit him.
Yeah, you need to be really damn good with your micro, because if you get stunned on your stuff and he cleaves you twice, you're all gone.
So, heroes that we have seen run together with Sven so far, something like Grimstroke is in the pool here. Is that a good solution against these two for Sven? Like, are you trying to build your Sven into an anti-Razor now? Like, do you specifically pick to enable Sven against that hero, or do you just accept, okay, this is going to be a problem, we will find whatever else we can?
You just pick, I think right now, I like this pick, you just pick a strong meta hero. I think Sven is just going to be just your stable carry, right? Like, of course, you're going to just pick the heroes, and I think generally in Dota right now, each role helps the carry in some way, right? And Brewmaster, maybe he's going to go the Radiance build, right? Or Vessel, whatever it might be. He's going to be a threat in the fights that Razor is not going to want to deal with. So you're going to help him in that way. Instead of buffing the Sven up, you're just going to pick more heroes on the side of gaming here that are just going to be a threat to what the enemy has right now. Pretty good versus Venge as well if you do want to find him out in the fights. But the reason I did like this Sven against Venge as well is because if you do get that Ags timing, heroes that can kill Venge twice really quickly are very nice to have.
Yeah, I mean, Sven just seems like a pretty damn powerful hero. And I think other heroes that help you a lot are just heroes that give you more tempo into the fight, like overwhelming stuff like Brew. I was thinking of Lycan as well, you just run at these two heroes. If Razor can't continue to run in, and he's forced to run away, or you can outlast his BKB, that's really annoying. The reason why Sven is good against Brew is that when he splits, you can kill him. Razor does not threaten a Brew split at all, ever.
So I think you and we had a conversation yesterday about, were you there for the Warlock Gyro talk? Or is that mainly with Fog?
Yeah, Fatal Bond's
I think I've talked with you. I think I've talked with both of you at length about this. So obviously you don't have Gyro in this instance, but do you think this Warlock Sven, is Warlock actually going to enable Sven against Razor specifically? Because you just bond the Razor to the wave, and you go and cleave the wave a couple of swings with Sven, and then Razor doesn't get to play offensively. Is that strong enough?
Yeah, I think it is. I think overall, we'll get into some WoW picks here. But either way, when you get a Warlock in your laning stage, you kind of almost always get a free laning stage yourself, but you're also giving a free laning stage as well. It's like a ping pong lane.
I think it's kind of cool from first pick, the idea that you go Warlock with just a farming carry, because you just wash the lane and then your guy just goes to the jungle, because you just fatal bonds and push. But what I like from OG here is this Alchemist. From what I've seen, Seb actually likes to... I mean, this guy has played it offlane. He was like the first one to do it 1 or 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He plays at +4, and it's actually looked pretty damn strong. And it is a semi-flex. Not maybe in this game, but...
I mean, you can lane with the Razor, right?
Yeah, of course.
And then you got Venge, Spark lane.
And it's double minus armor as well, right? With Venge Alk, Acid Spray. With the
I have the Storm on top of it later on.
Yep, there you go.
Minus armor.
And then you buy a Death on Slark, you get the quadruple.
And on top of all of that, it feels like a pretty bad Alchemist core game, right? So I don't really know how flex this is. If you're playing Alk core and you're not giving it position 1 priority, you're probably going to get destroyed by a farmed Sven. You're going to get cycloned by Brewmaster ult if you have key utility items. So I think the position 4 sounds like a decent sweet spot here, right?
I wonder about the Slark a little bit. I mean, we saw it in the last game against Sven, but the Brewmasters I've seen in the pubs I've played, they slap their carry opponent. And I actually think that Brew can potentially stand his ground against Slark. They also have a 4 that they can still pick on Gaiman, specifically to help him more in the lane. So I think OG's last pick, I mean, what is even going to be a mid? Yeah, I think you're going to need someone that can kind of damage control your lanes, I think.
You don't think Cinder Brew can be mitigated with Dark Pact enough in the laning phase?
I think the fact that you just get the crit and you keep the stuff on yourself and you just keep slapping back, I think you should be strong enough.
So what's the 4 you run with Brew if you want to shut... Like, let's assume it's a 5 Venge, which seems likely right now, right? Is it Skywrath Mage? Do you just, like, triple down on Hyper Aggression? Do you feel like you have enough stuns in your team with only the Sven, really? Brewmaster ult is obviously always, like, a pseudo stun, but it requires a lot of setup time.
I'm not sure what the best 4 would be, but definitely something ranged.
Yeah.
And classic Rubik would work, too. Saw a Hoodwink earlier. That could be okay as well. Potentially against the
I think
Slark.
any 4 with fallout damage right now is kind of cool, because when your Sven stuns someone or the Earth Panda stuns someone, you don't have the most damage unless your Sven is literally whacking away at them or you have the Sonic Wave. So I could see Hoodwink, I can see Skywrath. I think they both kind of fit the bill.
That was a pretty nice disruptor, Ben.
Yeah. Rubik, I've lost a little bit. I mean, I wouldn't say I've lost faith in it, but he's definitely worse. I think any hero that loses tradability from spells or patches, it makes him a lot worse, especially in Pro Dota. Because that's how you win lanes over time. It's trades.
And you're referring to the Fate Bolt nerf, right? Which used to be, how much damage was it, level
Like
1?
14 or 15, and now it's 5.
And now it's 5, level 1?
Scary.
Pretty cringe.
5%. Yeah. Still does good damage, though, Slane.
He still loses 5 damage.
A decent right click, so... Rubik will always be okay. It's kind of like how he's been for a while now. I'm more curious about what is OG doing, because I think Gaiman's pretty straightforward here.
Yeah.
They're going to pick a 4 that's most likely ranged. I'd like to see a ranged one at least. But what are you going to pick if you're OG? Because they still have the possibility of putting Alchemist mid if they want to be crazy. I know Bezium, he loves his farming mids. He's like, he oftentimes pick Tinker or Arc Warden.
I think you...
How's that matchup against Quap now?
Which one?
Alk.
I mean, I'm sure you just acid spray the wave and farm, but is that too greedy? I don't know. It's very much a question, but is like Alchemist support good right now? That's another question.
I think it's okay. I feel like the...
Oh, that is a forgotten hero.
I do think this hero has got... Eventually, Rasta's getting enough buffs that he's good.
Eventually.
His Q got buffed. His Hex gives you like damage amplification as well.
Yeah.
And for OG's last pick, I think Alk does... He's gonna do okay mid, but I don't think that's the... If you have choice against Queen, and you put Razor or Alk mid, I think you're doing something wrong. I think some...
Ember?
Dragon Knight type hero.
What's the...
You can stand your ground against Brew, you have okay armor. Okay, Kunka.
I was just going to ask you, what do you think, what's the mindset behind picking Shaman over some of the alternatives that we debated? Is it just you want to push towers with the Brewmaster and Warlock ults? Is it... Because, like, theoretically speaking, this is one of the best supports for Slark to play against, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge believer in the Shadow Shaman right now. Especially because, like, you compare him to his, like, counterpart in Lion, where both of them they stun, but Lion, he can just use all his spells, reset, go back in. Shaman just has to stand like, Naya, and, like, you're usually dead by the
I mean, maybe it's like the laning surge with the high damage to help your Brew, and then I guess Brew Rasa is kind of a old day classic.
That is so old that it's so irrelevant. You're going really far back.
I didn't even play then, but yeah.
You probably weren't even playing Dota when that was popular.
I was not, so...
How did you know then?
You keep talking about old classics.
Oh, there you go.
when I played mid 8 years ago.
8?
When
12.
Well, I mean, there you go. So
I'm into the idea of maybe the damage amplification on Hex.
Yeah,
because
there you
if
go.
Ben just wants to kill someone real quick, a quick Hex, even the Razor won't be able to stand up to that.
And
it
the
is gonna
Fatal
be,
Bonds on top of it.
There you go. I mean, the team fight is terrifying out of game, and all of their heroes are insane in team fight. Whereas OG are just going to have to probably run away from most team fights because I don't even see what their initiation is if they wanted to start a fight on OG.
I mean, that's why they picked the Shadow Shaman, I think. It's just mainly, their lineup has no stuns, right? Other than the spend. Like, we need to pick a 4 now, and what our draft is missing is a lot of stuns, and Tofu's like, what about Shadow Shaman, guys? He has a lot of stuns.
What does he say when he shackles someone?
I would say that I slightly prefer Gaming's draft over OG. But if OG throughout the mid game get to drag the game out where they can like take prolonged fights with like Out being tanky, Slark Shard, you have the Bolt buff and Razor running around, I think they'll have a good shot in team fights to then like turn the game around.
Do you think Warcry is going to be a really important spell in this game? It looks like it's going to be. Like, you want to play the Warcry timing in the team fight, right? That is your one offsetting ability against Acid Spray, Venge, and the Razor. We talked about the Miner's Armor strat. If that's such an important part of the Radiant strategy, is that concerning that there's this one spell on the enemy team that... How long
You have so much minus armor, you don't care about
Is it like
helping
8
them.
seconds you have Warcry? Is it more...
We can
Something like
theorize
that.
about
Talent,
it, but I
plus
want to
3.
see it be executed. So let's get ready
We'll
for
see it.
game number 1 as we pass it on to the PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome to OG versus Gaming Gladiators, where you're going to be seeing some Shadow Shaman. No better person to talk about Shadow Shaman and whether or not that hero is any good than the man sitting beside me, the person who is a hipster when it comes to picking heroes. That's pretty much all he does. I assume since you retired, I'm not sure if you did this when you were still playing at the time, but...
No, I just played Undying Ogre.
Oh, okay. So you only played the same... So now you only play the trash
Yeah,
heroes
because I played
all the
Undying
time.
Ogre for 6 goddamn years.
Yeah.
Play the rest of the pool now.
So I know you have played a lot of Shadow Shaman recently.
yeah.
Is
Oh,
this
yeah.
hero any good?
Oh, Shaman. Oh, yeah. This is he is a hero.
Yeah.
In the game of Dota.
Yeah, he's one of the heroes.
Is he good? No, not really. To be honest.
All right.
There will be a time. There will be a patch when Shaman is gloriously back, like Freddy the Frog here. But is it this patch? I don't know. I mean, the buffs are pretty nice. Like the Hex amp damage, pretty significant.
A little bit of cast range increase on the C patch as well, an extra 50.
So he's got that going for him. Which is pretty nice, you know? I don't know. I mean, here's the thing with Shaman. If you get him to 2nd to 3rd item, he is one of the most powerful supports in Dota. Now, the only question with Shaman is, how many deaths do you have to get there? Right?
Okay.
The acceptable number... Okay, so basically you're looking at like between Aether Lens, Blink, your Shard, and Force Staff. That's what you're generally going for, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Now, 10 deaths it's what you want to have.
Okay, so it's 10 or below.
Yeah, that's like general benchmark. Like
Okay.
if I'm like 0 and 10, but I have Aether Lens, Blink, Shard, oh my god, I'm right in that pocket. I'm in that Shadow Shaman pure prime territory, you know? But if you got like 12 or 13, it's creeping up. And if you've only got like 5 or 6, I mean, you're not playing Shadow Shaman, so you don't have those types.
Yeah, you must be confused. You're playing a different hero, obviously, if you only have that many deaths.
No, I'm serious. If I see Shadow Shaman, he's like 0 and 3. You're doing something wrong, dude. I don't know what you're playing. You think you're playing Rubik or something? No, you gotta get.
Why?
In there.
Because he's not getting in there?
Yeah, you gotta get in there, man. You gotta put your hands in the mud, stick them in there deep, and just get dirty. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be afraid to die on this hero. That's why you pick him. Get in there with this is just the reason this hero got the big base damage. Okay, you gotta use it. You gotta use what you get given in life, Cap. Okay, that's my Shadow Shaman rant. Anyway, let's enjoy this.
I've never
PGOG
seen
game.
Avery so animated in my life.
this
Over a year of casting together, and this is the most excited I've ever seen you be.
How can you
talking
not
about
be excited
Shadow
about this
Shaman.
hero? He's amazing. Look at him. It's just a dude. Just a dude in a mask, man. Though he does have some magical powers, which, you know, does have some interesting lore. he does have some very interesting lore. Not PG lore.
Yeah.
I can't say it on stream, but
It's PG-13 lore, yeah.
no, it's R-rated lore. This hero is straight R-rated lore. I don't even know why. It's so unnecessary, but I'll leave that up to the viewers to figure out. So what's going on in this game? We got a Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain. Signature classic. I mean, you gotta win the lane, you gotta win the lane. Trades onto the Shaman, but this is where the Shaman starts in the dynamite. There's the Shackle for Dota.
Yeah, beautiful.
Hard to win the trades versus Slark, though.
It is kind of awkward.
Shaman.
Now that I'm seeing it, this is not the best duo.
No, it's not.
Yeah, like they were talking about 4 positions that work well with Brewmaster. Shadow Shaman is not on the list. Rubik, right? Oh, you throw the brew at him, instant fade, bolt, boom.
I mean, this is just
Shadow Shaman doesn't do that for you.
The problem is your level 2 Shaman is your weakest point. You need to get to level 3, and then you kind of need to get to 5 and 6.
Yeah, I thought you kind of needed to get to 3 items.
Look, man, as long as you can get there with like less than the 4 or 5 tests, you're on track. This is a tough lane, man. It's Vengeful Spirit, right? What are you really supposed to do? Venge is the new Rubik, man. You just can't trade versus hero. It's like, I think it's an auto lane win support in the current meta. At worst, you're going to go even with this hero if you know how to trade well. I don't know. It's a tough one for the Shaman to go up against, but that's why you got the Queen in this game. That's why you got the Warlock. Pretty much guaranteed 2 lane are going to at least go even or go your way. Gaimin are never going to fall short of some consistency in their draft. They'll be able to make it up elsewhere. I mean, Panda's also not the worst hero to have a rough laning phase. You can always come back and provide some decent utility in this game, wear the fights out over the long duration with some tornadoes. So it's not the worst thing I'll consider, but a nice start for OG. And it is that Alchemist lineup that, you know, I mean, Seb loves his cheese.
Yeah, what is this Alch pickup anyway?
He just likes, I mean, Seb, give this guy a chance to play Alch, he's going to play it.
Do you think it's actually good as a support right now? Because, you know, I saw people toying with it. I was seeing a little bit of Dota 2 Pro Tracker, some support Alchemists a while back at the start of the patch.
Nice rotation. Easy support kill, used as Razor Strength Instant. I think he's a pretty decent support. As long as you're not getting clobbered with some terrible lane matchup, he's fine. He gives you really good AoE minus armor. His stun's pretty damn solid. Berserk Potion, always good later on for the carry. He does become pretty tanky in all the early fights with ult. It's not an easy hero to bring down from support or core. Benefits from stacking, can always give you the Ags later. I mean, this hero has a lot going for him if he gets to play his game. And it only helps because the Razor basically is just going to auto-win this lane 1v2.
Yeah. That is the I actually realized that I feel like both their side lanes are discount lanes. Because they have the Warlock, but not the Warlock Gyrocopter. They have Warlock Sven, which is just a worse version of Gyrocopter in the lane, specifically, right? You can't just, like, Fatal Bond, clear out the creep wave with Flat Cannon. Like, Cleave doesn't work quite as well. And then your Shadow Shaman Brewmaster is just a worse version of Brewmaster plus, I don't know,
I thought you were
any
going to
other.
say it's a worse version of Shaman plus something else.
No, I don't think anyone's ever said that.
There's some strong Shaman lanes out there, just because no one's found them yet.
Yeah, back in 2017.
That's a good year for Dota. Fusion Rune gets denied. Does have one Fairy Fire here, but he will not get it off because the little...
It's the amp damage.
Yeah, it is the amp damage, that's right. It's not the year 2017, it's the year 2023. And Shaman's back, baby.
Yeah. He's back to having a 110 mana cost on X. Oh my god.
It's a little expensive, but that's why you buy some mangoes. I mean, honestly, he's gotten boots. He's almost level 4. He's only had 1 death. This
is a great Shadow Shaman game.
It's looking great.
He's level 3.
Right on track. I mean, we don't need to see the net
Slark's
worth.
about to hit level 6, you know, that's a...
Yeah, as long as you don't look at the net worth chart, Gaming are doing great.
Yeah, or look at the levels, or...
If you look
Maybe if you just blindfold yourself, it's looking like a great game.
If you look at the lore, it's going great for Tofu right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a pig
It's a great shadow.
Zeb's at the bottom of one of these charts.
Only the true lore masters know that one. Dyrachio!
He's gonna live.
He's gonna live.
Because of the shackle. Yeah. Where are you going? Now you're in Shaman land, son.
With his big base damage is going to work on the Razor. Will be able to get that kill. Let's see if he lives. He will not. Seb is going to stun himself. Now, I would say that maybe they won that fight off of upheaval.
Yeah, Warlock's doing some work right now, man. It's going to be a third for Dyrachio, who is supposed to die in this game.
Oh, TP back in. BCM wants to make sure there isn't a third kill. Off the mark there with the torrent.
He didn't get anything.
Cut through the trees.
And he has no boots on this Kunkka, so it's going to be a long trek back to mid. Man, well, it looked like it was another great rotation from Kitrak to get the 3-on-2. Just turns into a disaster. That's time for Quinn to farm up on mid. Very valuable on this Queen who's trying to get to the later levels for ulti, and time for the Brewmaster to recover.
D-Quap. That's a great rune.
Yeah, that cost OG a lot, honestly. A lot of momentum. Like, if that goes their way, they're going to blow this game open. Instead, it kind of renormalizes here, and you get Ace almost up to level 6 here. Big deal for the Brew.
I like his 0-2-3 build.
Look at this damage amp. Oh my god, it's out of control.
That's true. There was no way that BCM would have died there if it wasn't for the extra 5% damage amp.
There's absolutely
for 2 seconds.
That's a big kill. The Kunkka TP top got nothing, walked back to mid and instantly died.
Yeah,
that is some trouble for sure. Level 5 on the Shaman. Only 2 deaths. So.
Find Seb, don't want to dive into the tier 2 though.
So this is where the support out feels kind of bad, because you're not up to this level 6, you're not super good on taking the fight, and your spells are nice, but they're not as easy to use on some of these like ranged supports or heroes with natural gap close, a la Earth Spirit Tuskar. You just have to run in and like hope it goes your way, but the enemy has a lot of time to react.
Got him.
Look at the spell amp with the golem.
Came in from behind. Sonic Wave, is it enough? They still have the tick damage up the dagger as well. Meanwhile, Quinn being controlled up by the boat, but was able to get the blink away before MC was there, who's going to try and chase down Celery instead, but again, tower in the way. So they get a Shadow Shaman for that. Hefty rotation from OG. But at least they keep a BZM alive.
Man, OG are really TPing into these fights. Like, they really want to take any skirmish, but Gaming are not giving them too much off it. Kind of just baiting out the rotations. I mean, that's an above average Shadow Shaman gank, I'd say.
What, show up, get no kills, die?
I mean, if only the Shaman dies, yeah, it's above average.
Doesn't bait his ally into dying as well?
That happens every now and then. Rune will not go.
Wow, okay, OG apparently do not want to give away that rune. Good God. They brought 4 heroes.
Yeah, I mean, now you're back on track, right? 4th death. Right where you want to be, right? Right in that Shaman box.
That's a sweet spot right there for a shot.
Another couple stacks for Yuragi here is he has had an absolutely free game on this Slark. Even collecting Lotuses in the meantime, hasn't even had to use them. Diffusal already up. He is going to be big because they don't really have good answers to the Slark this game. I mean, what is it? It's just Sven being too big and bad for him to demand fight, but this is a great Slark matchup. We saw it first pick last round. You kind of just need to be big enough and maybe control him with some tornadoes, wear out the fight. I mean, Queen can be okay versus hero in the long fights, but it's not great if he gets a really fast Echo Ags here. Like, Ags is going to wreak havoc on this gaming lineup. They don't have really good saves. They don't have natural early 4-staff buyers. I mean, Celery's thinking about a Midas here. The Shaman kind of has to get something early between the Shard and the Aether. You can sometimes rush the Blink, but 4-staff rush would be very defensive here. So Yuragi should have really free go in these early fights. Not a lot of early utility, I think, coming out, other than maybe Ace, but he also went Midas with double Bracer, so there's a lot of greed coming out from Gaming. They want to go late here. I mean, this tempo is wide open if you're OG. Like, how fast do you want to accelerate this game right now? Are you building Auras? You're building Blade Mail and MC. You have Seb, who can pretty much buy anything, and you know that if you give Seb an opportunity to buy some utility, I mean, he's queuing it all up. This man loves his Auras.
True. True. I just realized we have 4 heroes that are platinum on the side of OG.
Oh, they learned that from ATF.
Not quite master tier, but...
You know, ATF wouldn't allow him to play anything else. It stuck with him.
Yeah, get that illusion.
Yeah, teach you who's the boss. +16. What's going on who here?
Gets off the wards, but Seb is also level 6, so he's able to tank that damage pretty easily. So
yeah, it's also Greevil's greed here.
Yeah, his wards will, like many times with Shadow Shaman, his wards will be more of a detriment.
I respect that though. You know, it's Arcane Rune. Meanwhile, Split for what?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Arcane Rune, so he can use the next round of wards a little bit sooner, feed away even more gold.
That's the Shadow Shaman way.
That's very efficient.
Look, you know, when you run an orchard, you gotta grow the trees. You gotta juice them up so they become big and bear ripe fruit, Cap.
Before you cut them down, or
before you harvest the fruit, and it's nice and sweet and juicy. So that's all the shaman's doing here. He's just planting the seeds. You know, so that fruit. I don't know where this metaphor is going.
I don't know. I feel like it would have been better if you were talking about a tree farm and then cutting them down, which the Sven can cut down the trees.
That's exactly where I always go. The shaman's growing the trees, the Sven's going to come and chop them down. And they're going to harvest some nice fruit in the meantime.
I don't think fruit trees are usually used for lumber, but it's fine.
I mean, Duracio's caught up here, right? That's the moral of this story.
Yeah.
And that's what Sven always does. That's why Fear talks about it. A carry that can get demolished on lane and still be high net worth. It's pretty good. Fear would know all about that. This will be 4-on-1. He's gonna walk it off.
4-on-4 now as the jump in, slot back in. Tofu, he's actually going to be caught in the middle of these three heroes. Despite the great Sonic Wave, they didn't have enough damage to push through, and it's going to be
going back in.
Oh, he went back in like that. Now it's cost him his life, but he does manage to pick up a kill. Added a second with BCM dying there as well, thanks to the Fatal Bonds. The Golem, the final member of the fight to die. 3-4-3. Who walked away the beneficiary of that one?
I mean,
it's got the Slark, right?
Yeah, it's all Uraki all day, man. He is just living the life. Gets to clean up a fight, get like even more XP because his team died earlier. That's what you want in one position here, and it's gonna be such a fast Ags third item here. It's just gonna be ridiculous what he can do with this. Like, look at the thing is, it's not about him versus the Sven, right? It's about Uragi versus the supports, and at this point, the Quinn of Pain. Like, these heroes are just gonna feed. There's no save. There's not going to be any force stabs. You're just food on the plate for the Fishman right here.
Right. So the Slark versus the Shadow Shaman is the real matchup we're talking about here.
Yeah. I mean, that's the downside of the Shaman. He gives, but he takes.
Would you say that Shadow Shaman's third item
he just
is
blinked
bigger?
into him.
Oh, no.
Does have a shield rune.
Upheaval might help. They actually managed to get the Hex after the Dark Pact immediately. He's being controlled.
You fool!
He does have the Shadow Dance. He'll get it off. The disables don't last long enough, but he's still caught inside the Upheaval, and he's going to jump out straight into the arms of Duraccio. That is perfect for Gaming Gladiators if they finish him off, and they do.
And another shackle.
Ooh, he gets another one. Gets out of the zap, but not the plasma field. He'll be brought down by mind control. But MC will bring himself down behind the tier 1 tower. 3-for-1 exchange. What a beauty for Gaming Gladiators as they managed to bait in OG, diving in far too deep against another Upheaval. I mean, they got to beware of that.
This Warlock will definitely punish the lineup. It's the biggest tool Gaming have to punish the clump of the overextension from OG, especially if they get caught in a big bonds with like Sonic Wave on top. Even some of these Aether Shocks, it's pretty nasty. And yeah, I mean, Seb was lagging there. That might have just been the Shaman, bro. Like, that's what it does to you. Lags your mind. You don't know what's happening anymore. He did work that fight.
It's like, I'm being shackled for too long. I must be lagging.
Didn't even remember this hero was in the game. He's getting LGD flashbacks.
His build, he's actually maxing out Aether Shock, which I feel like most people I see max out Shackles. Am I wrong on that?
Nah, I usually go like 4-2-4 or something.
4-2-4? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Hex is, like, the value points have gotten buffed, right?
Yeah.
You want the shock, especially if you're forward to farm and push waves. Like, that's the biggest factor here. Because this Hex, the nice thing about it is it's actually 2 seconds level 1 now. This is one of the biggest changes of the hero, in all seriousness, that makes him a lot more viable. A value point in Hex is a 2-second stun compared to 1.3. That's huge on a hero that
Despite
in
the
some games,
mana cost being so heavily increased,
it's just
you
better.
think it's still worth?
Yeah,
Okay.
because you need to get arcane boots. You're gonna have 8 deaths to get there, but whatever. Like you get there, and then your value point's really high. So this hero, honestly, he is a lot better than he used to be.
Yeah, I mean, he's at 7 deaths, so he's definitely
right on track, man. Right on track. And you got the Midas on the Warlock to pick up some of the slack. Seb doesn't want any of this. He's sick and tired of this monkey business right now. Also went for the early shard on the Alk, so he's already chucking out the Berserk Potion. Really nice with the Slark for the attack speed, right? And even the regen.
50 attack speed, that's pretty hype. Basic Dispel.
Yeah, it's
like
the Dispel also.
Fatal Bonds.
Anything to get rid of Bonds this game. If you have the Slark and get rid of it, you maybe throw it on the Kunkka. There's 2 cores right off the bat. You have a swap for somebody else. I mean, you do have to deal with the Warlock this game. And it's going to be the Slark going in first.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Why do these guys blade mail? We're going to see another death for the Shaman. I mean, see, that's good Shaman play right there. Take those creeps with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, push that lane. Now he has to chase this wave. That's value. That's a value death right there. Track going to get caught out.
Yeah, or maybe baiting. BZM's going to be able to get a really nice torrent into wave, into boat now onto Dyrachyo, down to half health. MC on the other side. Yuragi captures him and gets yet another stat stolen away.
There's no mana on him. Resource is not there for Game and even try and turn that if they were there. Maybe just result in a mid tower. I mean, this Venge is still king of these skirmishes right now. Very difficult to fight the max wave right here, as Gaimin don't have a lot of consistent damage to pump in. It's kind of in the extended fights they're going to shine. Somebody gets flopped or there's a good initiation with Mode. It'd be tough to take those fights. Throw out this Midas Warlock. 404 build, by the way. I've not seen this in many points in Warlock's history.
Oh my god. You know, we've been playing Party Q with a lot lately. Flags.
He does go this build.
404, Rush Hand to Midas.
That's true. This is a
no healing ward, no utility. And Purge loses his mind every single time. And Slacks can look at this game and say, screw you, Purge. I'm just following the meta.
This is really one of those like graphs where you're at the top and the bottom of the curve. Genius or madness. Nobody knows. All I know is Ag Slark is up, and this is where it's going to start to inflict some damage as you're gone.
Big hit from BZM with the Wave of Terror. Tofu try and stay alive for as long as he can to help Ace get away. With the Brewmaster split, he will not. All the pandas get caught.
Level 1 split, man. Look at the XP on this Brew. You are feeling not being level 12 right now. That Midas did not get you there in time, and the greed is just not paying off for Gaimin as they continue to get routed on the map. And it's just fighting items coming in for, I almost said Nigma there because MC got to change that tag, my brother.
Yeah.
But OG, they're just racking up the pressure with the minus armor. If your Warcry's not there, you're going to melt. And Yuragi is collapsing your map right now. Another death for Dyrachyo. This Slark is absolutely out of control right now, 10-1.
I love the momentum he took from getting those the kills, but also the stats he has from that bottom fight straight to the top lane. Just anybody he catches is dead.
I mean, this ward has just paid off time and time again here for OG as they just keep going to one side of the jungle to the other, cutting off where the Sven wants to go, and it's caught Dyrachyo twice.
And now he can use all those stats to finish off Roshan with the Kitrak helping out, being able to...
Aegis Slark is where this lineup shines, right? Because you're pouring the buffs into him. You have Venge armor, you have the Vengeance or a buff up, you have the Berserk Potion, you have a lot of stuns you can throw in, you have Swap to bail him out. 2 lives on this guy when he can just run in. Very difficult for Gaming's lineup to combat him, because again, you want to take the long fight, but Slark punishes these lineups that want to take the long fight. It just turns it against you. He did take a point in Shadow Word here.
Surprised he didn't go stats.
Yeah, a little disappointed in Celery here, but I mean, what can you do? He's also not.
He's not rushing Refresher. Yeah, well, he is Fatal Bonding waves, but
yeah, I mean, you got to upheaval the waves. Then
he's also not
steal the farm,
buying the shard and sitting there spamming it over and over again and saying "Poop boys."
Well, we didn't have to bring that up. High-level Warlock gameplay here.
Uh-oh. Split in 4. gonna have to use it if he hopes to survive. The evasion is doing a lot of work for him, and his mana will stay up, but it's going to feel terrible having to use another split defensively.
He's still trying to get to Midas. This is just such a slow Midas, or Radiance buildup, right?
Yeah.
Like, when you go this Midas Radiance build on Brew, you want it really fast. That's the strength of it. You dominate the lane, get the Radiance up pretty quickly, and then all these fights are better. Your ult's stronger, you're farming the map. Here, it's just going to be mega delayed. Another initiation that should be pretty easy to chain.
Man, the combination of Kunkka plus Alchemist support is pretty nice. Like, the guarantee that you can get an unstable concoction on somebody after they're X'd.
Pretty decent synergy here, and it's just going to be utility all the way as the Lotus Orb's coming out for Seb. This game's out of control for Gaimin. And I'm not really sure how you pull it back in the short term, because...
They know Duracio's hiding away in the trees here. Seb spotted out, called out the reinforcements, and Duracio will fight for his life, but it won't last very long.
He's even tip. What is this tip for, man? This is why I hate Seb. Come on, man. This is dirty tip, bro. This is dirty. This is unnecessary tippage.
Yeah. Seb, does Seb ever tip you?
Yeah, I mean,
in a couple of games.
Come on, man. You know,
I was just asking you. I mean, you're the one who said you hated Seb. That was a little extreme.
Well, I'm saying philosophically, not actually hate
philosophically.
Just saying, you know, in a Dota game, it's so annoying to play. It's like, who tips like that? So BM.
Yeah, that's exactly the point.
I know, but
it's trying to get under your skin. I've got you.
Still trying to get this Radiance. I'm not going to let you. Still trying to get this Radiance, by the way. My God.
Yeah.
This is tough. This is not an item you want delayed this much, especially in a game.
Is he going to get it here? Is he going to die? Oh, he's going to die.
The evasion.
He's not going to complete that Radiance.
4 again.
Too many stuns. The Torrent Storm, if it lands again, might be able to finish him off. Oh,
wait, he didn't get it?
Into a Torrent Storm, and he dies.
I actually think he had an opportunity to cast it. I mean, he doesn't want to cast it, though, right? It's like, what is your fight if you just use it here?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Another Tormentor Steel as well. You already have the Shard up on the Slark, so you have a Depth Shroud save on top of everything for when this Sven goes in.
So they can get it to the Venge, or... Is that the only person who doesn't have... Oh, Razor. Razor also doesn't have the static link that pulls you. Man, with the what is it, Tidal Wave? And that shard on Razor? That could be pretty nasty.
I mean, this is a very powerful lineup. Give him an early game like this. They just run away with it. I mean, that's what Minus Armor does. It just gives you all the objectives here. You can run the map, and then the Slark had such a good laning phase. Never look back. Still searching for answers if you're gaming, and it's probably going to be this BKB on Duracio. You're going to have to take some fight with it, and you have to set the fight up in a way where you play around the Warlock spells, because that's really your best punish. Like, bait a clump, you bait a long fight, you survive, and you go to the other side of it with some upheaval and a Bonds. The Bonds, though, is probably getting dispelled, right? You have BKB on MC here. You don't really care if you get Bonds on the Venge. I mean, you're just going into Ags here for Kitrak. You might even have 2 lives at a certain point, and the Slark is guaranteed dispel. Lotus Orb for Seb is coming out soon.
Literally the only fights that have gone well for Game of Gladiators is when OG dove top, got upheaval for the full duration, and when they dove mid,
at like
got
9 minutes
for the full duration. It's like, that's it. Only 2 fights that have gone well for Game of Gladiators in this entire game. So, yeah, they're going to have to keep playing around the Warlock spells, hope for some sort of overextension from OG.
Where's this Radiance, man?
Well, where's the third item?
Okay, there it is.
Shadow Shaman.
That was right on cue, 25 minutes. Well, I mean, he's got the 10 deaths.
He's
We're right there. Okay, if we just get him, the shard.
He gets the shard, then that means...
in the pocket.
In these
10 deaths. This is right where you want to be. But this is it, man. I'm telling you, like 1 or 2 more, and you've gone too far. The game is on a knife's edge. You think I'm joking? Like, this is what happens in the Shaman games. You get the 10 deaths, but then you end the game 10-10. So this is the moment. Seize your moment. Did go the Force Staff, by the way, over the Blink or the Shard, which, you know, more defensive here, but you kind of need Force Staffs on this game inside. Accelerate, he thinks he's a carry, so you ain't getting it from him. but some of the long fight items are coming out. The Lotus Orb done, the Midas is paying off. You got the Radiance on the Brew, and you got your Ags on the Queen of Pain, so the fight goes very long. You get multiple spells off, your ults go to work. Things are coming together for Gaming right now. If they can make it happen. Bloodthorn on the Slark, though, that is absolutely terrifying here because you have the one Lotus and the one Force Staff to bail out the core that Yuragi goes on. Also, he's just mega fat. I mean,
he's huge.
Dear God. He's 11-1. He's got 10 of those.
Extra agility.
Might be the Shaman. We can't know, though.
Yeah, I mean, part of this game is just such a good laning phase. Where did that happen? Ward trapped. Can they do anything with that? The Sonic Wave, Fatal Bonds combo onto these heroes looks okay, but the damage, they haven't even managed to finish up this one support yet. Dyrachyo, he's looking to finish off Zeb, might be able to get him. Oh no, that's done. They separate a little bit. Now NC's going to start draining away the damage from Dyrachyo.
He's going to live.
He might die. Oh, the Depth Shroud is going to be able to keep him up, and he'll zap down Dyrachyo.
And Zeb is just in your face right now, also shackled.
Shadow Shaman, death number 11. It's coming, Avery.
Yo, this Bruto. This Brute kind of going ham.
Is he? I don't think so.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was. You know, I mean, you can only do so much. He was going ham. Well, these fights are just weird. I feel like Gaming need to play them a bit slower and kind of stay together, but that's a second fight in a row where Quinn just jumps super deep to try and finish off a support, and then he just gets bow comboed into oblivion and insta-dies. I don't know, the read is just a little off for Gaming right now in terms of what their cores want to do. It's desynchronized. Ideally, you want to also take a fight where you can get this Lotus Orb onto the Sven so that Link gets reflected and you just kill the Razor. That would be ideal. Yeah, very discoordinated, but that is also what this OG lineup can do to you, right? They run in from different angles. The Alex jumping somebody. The fight started with a Hex wards on Kittrack, which isn't really ideal because he doesn't care if he gets gone on.
Yeah.
And then your Slark coming in from a different angle and forcing it when you can't really go on him. So if these fights are very chaotic, OG are very happy.
Okay.
Another example where, I mean, you just can't go in like this.
There's that Force Staff, though, to save Quinn.
Yeah, but it's 10 stacks. Every time this happens, it's free Agi for Yuragi and just powers him up on the map. It's already level 22. That's a fast level 20, some extra stack. Effectiveness here. It's already got another item coming out, basically.
Well, that just leaves Roshan. 30 seconds till that's up. If Gaming Gladiators give that up, which is very likely, especially since now BKB, TB out, canceled by the swap, meaning OG have 65 seconds to work with. More than that, really, because with the BKB on cooldown for 75 seconds, there's no way Gaming Gladiators can fight.
Oh, that's Roche for sure if it spawns here. OG just won. They just won blood, man. No reason to give anything on this map right now when you have Yuragi in God mode. He'll just jump into 4. Yeah, where's your Hex now?
Lotus Orb. Oh, tried to go for the Torrent. That's not going to land.
Actually surprised the Shaman got out of there.
Force Staff have saved a lot of lives.
Pretty good item.
It feels like they're just sweeping back wave after wave, but OG is an ocean. They're big and deep. They've got 16,000 net worth lead over Gaming Gladiators, and it's about to go to Daytime Roshan, which OG obviously have a pretty clear advantage. Tier 2 up, and the outpost there.
And Yules for Quinn. That just feels bad. Like, I mean, he wants it because he wants to go in deep and kind of create some chaos and like stall out the fight, and he needs to live through the bow combo and these Slark pounces. It's the cheapest item you can get to do that outside of Force Staff, and you're not building Force Staff here. But you would really want just to go like more damage or BKB or something that's going to scale better. Because this Yule is not scaling this game. You're coming back down straight into a world of pain.
Do you think that literally the difference between Yules and BKB in his... he just needs the item faster? Because the difference gold-wise isn't that big.
He just needs it faster, and I mean, theoretically when you're Yules, the Slark can't hit you.
Sure.
There's a little upside. I mean, you can use it offensively too, but I
Axe
don't think
done for Kitrak. Double lives for this Venge, who's going to look for the swap into the bounce. Beautiful
he only
stuff.
had it.
That is too much control. Now, Duraccio can't even get a good initiation, immediately countered by the Depth Shroud, and dies in an instant. As MC comes swarming in with his BKB off the Razor. See Celery and Ace are both going to be hunted down, so it's just a little Shadow Shaman who survives.
That's something.
Well,
That'll be
don't need Roshan if you could just go high ground.
18-1 for this Slark. I mean, yeah, just way too easy of a game, right? Honestly, this has been the Yuragi show, but for me, it kind of goes back to this bench. I don't think this is a hero in the current meta that you can give this smooth of a game to, because that's just going to be it. I mean, Kitrak just won the lane so damn hard that this Slark just rolled the game over. And the thing that happens with these bench lineups is when you run the game over in the first 20 minutes, it's very hard to come back because this hero, you just don't have the damage against it. And it's pumping up the carry. So it's creating a carry differential. It's just really hard to surmount. I think it's a very tough position to put yourself in against this hero. And I mean, maybe one of the things about the Shaman pick that just backfired, like the second that double kill happened bottom, where the Shaman and the Brew go down to the Slark, this game is already, it's tough. Because you are on an uphill battle, and you're going to need one of your other lanes to win, and neither of those did tremendously well either. Like, the top lane went pretty damn well for OG because they had the Razor counter pick, and honestly, mid, they had some good plays on the Kunkka with some of the Shaman rotation, but Quinn just never got any momentum in this game. I don't know, very disconnected game from gaming, still searching for some form in this tournament, whereas for OG, I mean, they've got 2 Sebs.
They do. MC maybe picking up some pointers from Seb. Goes 7-3 and 11 on his Razor. Not too bad a performance, but of course, Yuragi shining here. 18-1 and 6. Gaming Gladiators really failing to get anything started here in this game 1. Maybe our panel has some pointers for them heading into game 2.
Well, if the last series they played is any indication, I don't know if they're going to learn any lessons about their carry picks, because against Spirit, they ran Gyrocopter first pick 2 times, and this time they changed to something else, maybe a Sven. This time, yet again, though, it fails to get off the ground, and OG take game into school.
Yeah, and in comparison to the previous series that we just watched with Shopify's Sven eventually inching out a win against the Slark, this time around, the Slark counterpick from OG is off to a really hot start, right? Yuragi absolutely obliterated in that safe lane, starts out with a double kill, and really just snowballed it from there. It almost felt like this game, the writing was on the wall 15 minutes in, and you would rarely say that against a team that has so good teamfight with Brewmaster and Warlock, but the types of heroes OG had were very good at not being congregated in one spot. Slark is slippery, jumping around the fight. You have the Venge swap. You have a tanky support and Alk. Just didn't seem like Gaiman had enough in the tank.
I don't know what the hell Avery was on about this game with the Shadow Shaman, because like he's like, you're not playing Shadow Shaman, right? If you're not 0-4 by 5 minutes, and at the end he's like, oh, this game was hard after Shadow Shaman died one spot lane there. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, that hero is still very hard to pull off. It does look that way. It has a big problem with dying and staying relevant in the fights, because it does have to stay very stationary to cast most of its spells, and the wards, like, Dota isn't a game anymore where you just like drop wards on the tower as 5, siege it, and then eventually go high ground like that. Teams are much smarter now. You are going to play the map more. You're going to get a gold advantage. Objectives don't matter as much. I think a lot of that has to do with how the map has been restructured. Yeah. There's a lot more map to be playing and a lot more to farm. Killing like a tower doesn't give you like this outpost control that allows you to choke the map out. I think Shaman loses a lot of value because of that.
I also thought that they would... So you picked the Shaman like so late in the draft, and you know your lane matchup, and they get stomped. Like, I thought there was more merit to the Shaman pick, because you should do better in lane. I feel they should. I don't think you should get destroyed there. Maybe you lose it slightly, because I guess Slark just owns Brew, unless you go Thunderclap, but I feel like that thing alone, like, usually we see Brewmasters, they go Vessel, they get to go Midas, they run around, and they're aggro. But he's a no boots Midas going into Radiance, like, all the timings are just off. In OG, you have all these heroes that just want to run across the map. Kitrak in the early game, he twin gates top, he changes the lane up there. They have Yuragi 10-minute diffuser running around the map. And just like classic OG style, they just dominate you on the whole map.
I guess one more thing to mention as well was we were talking about in the draft, the reason that they probably last picked the Shaman was that they were kind of starved for control in fights, like reliably easily being able to catch and start on your terms. If your game-winning support goes 1-11 or however much it was and dies and loses its lane really early on,
not that good.
It's kind of
wow.
It's one of those games where, let's say it went right bottom. Let's say they had a plan and it could have executed and maybe slightly won that lane. Shadow Shaman could have been the game-winning pick, right? But the hero is just extremely polarizing. If you have that bad of a start, it's hard to recover. I think Tofu did what he could, but the conditions were pretty bad.
Which makes it hard to enable your carry. So let's take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head and see how the carries fared in terms of damage dealt between Yuragi versus Dyrachyo.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty much the story
of the game.
Yeah. Because, like, there's a lot of small things that did happen. Like, shout out to Kidrak on his Venge and his rotations for shutting down Dyrachyo a bit. But it kind of went down to what I talked about with Sven. Like, if you have a bad laning stage and you feel like you can't farm on the map, there's not a lot you can do here. Where Slark is, like, the opposite type of hero. If you have a good laning stage and you can get on the map, you can really punish heroes like this. And Yuragi, he was all over the map killing heroes. Whereas Dyrachyo, he didn't know what to do. His team wasn't ready to fight, so he wasn't able to really participate or do much damage, where Yuragi's just killing everyone.
Yeah, I also think we can't really expect Dyrachyo to do more damage and with how the game went. I also think if we just look at the drafts, we said Sven does not like playing against heroes that you cannot burst. Razor is tanky. Venge can save the guy you go on. If Slark eventually gets shard, he will also save everyone. So there's like this whole unit going on where they can save each other, and your offlane is just getting destroyed.
A little asterisk on that, by the way. He did 8.8k damage. I think that was roughly the same as the other lowest players in his team. And it goes to show that despite, I think Dyrachyo actually had pretty good farm. He had like 315 CS.
He did kill those creeps.
But he couldn't convert his gold to impact because of the reasons you mentioned. How many fights in a row does he try to go in, depth shroud, swap, whatever it is, BKB runs out, he gets drained by Razor, fight's over. So it's just too hard.
And Dyrachyo has definitely been a player that has taken time to get comfortable with certain meta heroes. I know during the last Dream League, it was his Morphling that we were very skeptical about before Bale. And he didn't even like the Morphling that much. Eventually, he came to terms with it and became quite good at it. But at the beginning of a patch, we're having question marks about the Gyro, we're having question marks about the Sven. Give the boy time.
I will ask my carry player Fear. Do you think Sven and Gyro are hard to play?
No, they are not. They're very easy compared to Morph. Morph is a hero that is, you have to be more of a specialist for sure. I would say these games have been more not on him and more on his team, honestly. Like, you're first picking a carry, right? So you're naturally going to not have a good matchup in the game. But your team is supposed to have the later picks, and they're supposed to have the counter picks. They're supposed to make space for you to farm, and he just hasn't really had that. And a lot of that goes down to mid lane as well. Like, I didn't see Quinn have a lot of impact. Maybe Tofu, it generally helps Quinn more on different types of heroes. Whatever they're trying out right now, it's just like, it's not working.
Dota is a very big snowball game. Like, Quinn also, usually Quinn can play through other lanes that are doing better, but now his off lane's getting destroyed. His safe lane's like kind of and he was counter picked mid, I think, right? The Queen was picked before the Kunkka, so he's counter picked there. Like, suddenly everything is just, it's harder to do. Your game falls apart. I think you lost 3 times on first pick. Maybe you just go second pick, take a new game, and you're chilling.
There's some good pro tips that you guys have provided me with.
I love DHL pro tips.
Speak of the devil, Kazu, I've got just the thing for you. Because if you want to learn something a little bit more about Dota, how about we take a look at this DHL pro tip?
Roshan. Arguably the most important objective in Dota 2. In simpler times, there wasn't really much to Rosh. He dropped an Aegis that made you respawn once if you died, and that's about it. Then this happened. So let's talk about it. The Aegis of the Immortal lasts for 5 minutes, and Roshan respawns 8 to 10 minutes after you kill him. One thing though that not a lot of people realize is that the Aegis timer starts when you pick it up, not when Roshan dies. This means that you could technically have Aegis for almost 10 minutes straight, so long as you leave it on the ground for about 5 minutes. The entrance to Roshan's pit contains an invisible vision blocker. This means that you can actually stand inside the vision blocker, effectively putting you in a blind spot that can only be seen if you run directly on top of someone. On the second Roshan onward, he begins dropping Cheese. Cheese sells for 500 gold and instantly restores 2,500 health and 1,500 mana when used. Cheese is not currently affected by heal manipulation, meaning that something like an Eye of Scotty will not impact how much HP you gain when you consume it. It can also be combined with 3 greater healing lotuses, upgrading to become a block of cheese. When consumed, Block of Cheese grants the Scrumptious buff, giving you a permanent 500 pure damage barrier with 100 regen. However, this regen is disabled when receiving hero damage for 5 seconds, meaning that in combat it's essentially a 500 permanent health buff. From the third Roche onward, he drops a Refresher Shard if killed in the Dire Pit. Refresher Shard is essentially a consumable Refresher Orb, even sharing the same cooldown. When killed in the Radiant Pit, Roshan drops an Ag's Blessing. When consumed, this grants a hero their Aghanim Scepter upgrade and increases their net worth by 5,800. When it turns from day to night or vice versa, Roshan runs through the portal, knocking back and stunning anything that he runs into. Keep in mind though, if Roche is fighting when he starts running to the portal, there will be no swapping between the Refresher Shard and the Aghanim Blessing.
There was a whole lot of information provided in that video, but there was one note specifically that I want to quiz you guys on. Do you know how long the Aegis of the Immortal lasts? If you do, then you should go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips, and you'll have an opportunity to win a €200 Steam voucher. Stop typing it there. Don't type it there. Go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips, because I'm not going to give you money if you do it here. I will if you get it right, though. Potentially. It's a giveaway. And you got to be the first one there, and I know you're already the first one to our game number 2. It's going to be 6 minutes away, though, so stick around and we'll be back and close out the series.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Now I close my eyes and see your face. You look Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, we'll make the picture.
Well, put a hat on a dog and call me Santa. That sounds like a southern expression.
That sounds like something Saberlight would have said in an interview.
Well,
You know the famous saying?
Well, shut my mouth and paint me red. It's time for game number 2. Gaming Gladiators versus OG. Yes! Yes! Yes!
No.
One more time.
Someone's excited about it. Are you excited about it?
Woo! Much more than yes.
Are you excited?
Woo! Let's go! Game 2!
Much more than yes.
Much more than yes.
That's
I'm
what I
very
crave.
excited.
It's only a 2-day group stage, Kezu. You better be excited because otherwise teams will get eliminated and they'll feel very sad that you were not celebrating their
loss.
Yes. Game number 2. Will we see Gyrocopter go through?
No.
Will we see Sven go through?
Yes.
Will we
No.
see Templar Assassin go
Neither.
through?
Yes.
It's always been going through.
Will we
so
see
yes.
Brewmaster go through?
TA, yes.
Yes.
Brew, yes. Gyro, Sven, no.
You think both are going to get banned?
Yes.
Who's going to ban them? Gaming ban both?
I don't know.
We'll
see.
through.
NP will get through. I'm not impressed with NP.
Was he banned last game?
Surely, right?
There are too many bans.
I think if Gaiman are second pick, they could ban both. Because you have 4 bans as second pick,
Mm-hmm.
which is fine. And they lost with both these heroes, so I feel like they're like, we don't want to play against it, but we can't play it on ourselves.
Well, Gaiman has a big problem right now, and it's that if they give Sven or Gyro away and they lose to it,
They'll probably feel like, what the hell's going on?
they're in deep water, I think. So like they have to be able to beat these heroes that were like, okay, maybe they're not so good, maybe we overvalued them, but if they lose to some first pick Gyro or some first pick Sven, then it's pretty much a yikes. They're gonna have to really do their homework and figure out what's going on.
This was something that I remember being an issue for Spirit with Broodmother, is that Collapse just utterly refused to learn Broodmother, and they had to constantly ban it because they weren't able to play it. Eventually he did learn, but it took like 2 months. I don't think they have that kind of time.
I just think the nature of this problem is different. It's not that Duracho can't play the heroes, it's that I think they haven't correctly identified what conditions they need to meet to make the hero really good, right?
Okay.
So in the last game, they first picked the Sven, but Razor's in the pool and Slark is in, and they banned neither of them. They had a chance to at least ban one of them, right? They gave the Razor away. Slark gets like third or... I think he got 4th picked, right? The Slark?
But it's
3,
like,
4. Yeah,
is
I
it
think so.
unplay? Are these matchups unplayable? That's
maybe
the
it's
question, right?
that's the thing. Like maybe it's the combination of heroes he was up against that make it hard, and they're not used to it. You know, perhaps another factor could also be that Duracho, obviously, Gaming Gladiators, as most teams last patches would pick their carry really late, so they would give Duracho a really good matchup and a really good game. And I don't know if he's got a little bit too used to having favorable matchups, and now that they're stacking against him, he's maybe struggling a bit with adapting to that. I don't know. We can speculate all we want.
The last thing I'll say about the last game compared to this is that also when teams are first pick and it's always the same heroes being picked over and over, you as a second pick team, you get to theory craft always what you want and what could be good in the next game. Because you know, oh, if we leave this hero, they'll pick it. And you can like theory craft your lineup in your mind. And I think that some teams have just done their homework and they're beating it.
Do you have anecdotally after Bet Boom Dacha, Effie and Jenkins were saying that unanimously every single team prefers first pick right now, and the second pick team always takes Radiant. I don't know if that is because of the caliber of teams that were at that tournament versus this tournament, but as a spectator or analyst, do you think that you would have a preference one way or another?
It's hard for me to say because I haven't played too much Captain's Mode. But all I know is that 2 weeks...
Would you prefer to have more bans first?
No, I think overall I would prefer to have the first pick with this many bans. Because I think you make the pool more, scarce, and you get to like have your choice of which you think is like the most broken hero at the time. But I think for teams to know 100% what's the best pick order like a few weeks after it gets changed this much is impossible.
Sure, okay.
Yeah. And I think first pick is really nice because you get ban into pick into 2 more bans on first pick, right? Which is pretty nice because you get to really protect their first pick hero. Then you get that 18 pick hero as well, which is always nice to have. And I just haven't seen the value of these 24 picks yet. Like you can 24 pick whatever you want, but because each team has like 2 bans and every team is so smart at Dota right now, they know what's good against what they want or what they know what you need on your last pick. That they're going to ban the 2 best heroes, and the third one is never really that mind-blowing. Usually there's only like 1 or 2 that are like, this would be so good for them, but they're so obvious, they always get banned out.
Right.
Do you think teams are maybe making a mistake with saving a core for last, and you should rather get them while they're good before they get banned, and then you should last pick supports?
Maybe you have to, but like, what is the advantage of second pick then at that point?
Yeah, that's fair.
That 24 pick is supposed to be something really good. But I do really think here, like, you get 2 bans right now if you're first pick, right? So you do have that option of like, you ban and to pick your hero, and then you get 2 more bans for that hero. So whatever you first pick there, maybe that's why we see a lot of cores there, like the Sven and the Gyro, because you actually do get quite a few like bans for that hero.
I mean, overall, I think that out of this pool now, I mean, I think Earthshaker is really strong as a mid.
True.
But what I've seen is there's a few heroes that make it hard for him to play in the mid role. I think that's the hero's best role, is mid. You can also play it offlane and then you can play it 4. But I think there's heroes like, I think the strongest one I've seen is personally TA. I think mid TA makes it really hard for Earthshaker to play in the mid lane, because you can't really kill her. She pushes you out of lane. Later there's a lot of physical damage, which you don't have if you rush Ags and Blink, which is what you want to do. And they also already have Avenge. So I think that's something you should think about if you're gaming.
I would also say, from anecdotal experience, the matchup gets even worse in the offlane, I think. If you're playing offlane Shaker against TA safe lane, you have the exact same problem.
Yeah.
Like, TA just has refraction, you can never play offensively, she out-denies you, she controls the lane with her support, and if it comes down to a pulling scenario, you never really get the option to trade well when the lanes clash in the jungle or whatever, you just can't fight, so...
yeah, I'm a big TA fan of this match. Unfortunately, teams don't feel the same way. I mean, TA does have some really bad like carry matchups where you have like illusions and stuff, but like the hero has been super strong in the laning stage. It can farm really quickly. It gives you vision, which is something like a lot of heroes have like lost. Like Beastmaster, for example. Not a lot of good ways to get vision in Dota anymore.
I think that's really underrated, especially from a core role. Like, there's barely any carries in Dota that will give you like a vision aspect of the game.
Normally, you want vision as a carry. Like, you generally don't want to go in first unless you're like some brainless hero like Gyro or Medusa. But for most of the other carries, like, you want to have vision before you enter your hero into the fight.
Okay, that's the TA band.
I guess, so the idea of Grim against Venge, I like it in a way, or I don't know if that's the main reason, but if you soulbind the target you go on and he gets swapped out, he'll get insta-linked to the people, very likely he's getting swapped into. I know that there was a time where I saw these heroes quite a few times and someone mentioned it, I don't remember.
That depends if you swap the primary leash target or the secondary leash target.
No, let's say they're going on only one hero.
Okay.
And you just soulbind on the hero, who you know is going to get swapped out.
Yeah.
Now, the moment he gets swapped back into his team, he'll be bound to someone.
That makes sense, yeah.
But aren't you, like, safe then? Anyway, you just wait it out?
I don't know, man, just saying. I'm just throwing shit out here.
Soulbind does give vision, though, so I guess now you're giving vision of your backline.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could see it.
But yes, you're not leashed, technically, unless someone's next to you.
I don't see it as, like, a counter to Venge, but it's something.
And it's overall just a good hero, too, I think. Like, what I like that... like Valve or whoever's balancing right now did, Mr. Ice Frog, there's a lot of quality of life changes that make a lot of heroes better. Legion being able to cast Q in duel, you can detonate your Inkswell on your own with Grimstroke, like just a lot of these changes just make them so much easier and nicer to play.
True.
Do you think this Primal Beast is specifically an answer to Shaker? Like, is this a good matchup for Primal, or what's the reasoning behind picking that hero here?
I think it's like a soft flex.
Is it still a flex with call? Okay, yeah. So
I don't think it's like incredible against Shaker mid because he has like stuns to lock you down. But what's good is that if you go mid, you're tanky enough, which is nice to play against Shaker, I think. Like heroes at a low HP, when Shaker gets 6, he just blows you up. You can't really blow up a Primal. Bro.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of ways to like... I think when you play versus Shaker mid, there's 2 ways you want to deal with it. One is either you just harass him so much with a ranged hero that he can't come up to the wave.
Yeah.
Or you have to be able to just not get denied with every enchant totem. I think Primal, like with your W and Q, you can clear out the wave really quickly before he can deny you too much. And then, or if you go the other route, I'm not sure if many Primals are on the Uproar, but if you go that route, you do have like a lot of base damage yourself to kind of play with. And Primal in general is a very high base damage hero, so that makes a lot of sense on top of being tanky too.
How good is Quinn's Shaker compared to his trademark heroes?
he's been playing it more, so I think it's got to be up there. Maybe it's not like his Pango style, but being the best mid laner, playing one of the most broken heroes, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah,
He has played it recently.
How good do you have to be on Shaker? Because I'm told that you can just face roll and you automatically win the game on it.
I don't think it's that easy.
It's not that easy, but it's a pretty good hero. Faceless Void is, I think this is a very good, like, Time Walk is just something it's going to be very good in the lane against Caudle, and Time Dilation as well against these heroes is pretty incredible.
He did pick it versus Avenge, though, which is generally
not great.
The other way around, right?
Yeah.
Looks like a great Ember game for OG, doesn't it?
Great Wraith King game.
I mean, it is good overall, but your lane is going to suck.
How bad is that Shaker matchup? Because I'm just looking at, you have Caudle, you're playing against Void, who it's really nice to slide chains. You have really good evasion against getting away from Phoenix. You can get away from Grim. Is it too naive to think that he can pull this off? Are the downsides too severe? Or because I'm looking for a way to use this Caudle, right? I don't think there's any obvious partner for Caudle yet in this draft. You're not only picking him for Blinding Light. When you pick this hero, you want to use Chakra, right?
I mean, in theory, Primal could work. Maybe it's too long of. How long does Onslaught cooldown? Maybe it's too much of a theory craft here.
It will not put it close to being off cooldown, but it helps.
Yeah.
Overall, I just think the Ember matchup against Shaker is. I think you're just asking to get.
You don't want to do
lapped.
that mid. Yeah. I'm not even sure how the Primal one goes, but we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, at this point, you're not fully committed. I've seen some players in high-level pubs are starting to experiment with Beastmaster mid. I don't know if that's playable against Shaker. It sounds pretty bad, probably.
I mean, I think the biggest issue with Shaker is, like, one thing that, like, Ember really suffers from that Primal won't suffer from is, like, you use most of your enchant totems to get a CS advantage, right? Then once you're ahead in a CS advantage, you just start smacking the enemy hero.
Yeah.
And Ember's, like, low HP, so he's just going to get forced out of lane, where Primal, he's never going to be threatened by just getting hit over and over again. So he might still lose the CS, but he'll still get his levels, won't get forced out of the laning stage, and he'll probably get some runes and make something happen on the map.
And I suppose if Shaker is using Enchant Totem and going to whack you in the face as Primal, you can literally just turn around on him, right? Use all your spells and run at him.
Yeah.
And you probably can't even create enough distance guaranteed with a level 1 Fissure, because the stun is so short.
I mean, we'll have to see. Like, the way I like to talk about mid lane is, like, these guys are pretty goddamn good at mid lane, and they know way more than us.
Yeah.
So, like, they know these matchups. I wouldn't expect them to pick something that is going to be, like, a bad matchup. So he's going to show us how it's done, and then we got to analyze it afterwards, which is always pretty exciting to see new things. And there's been a lot of new things in this patch so far that we've got to see. Some have worked, some have not. This one, I have no idea. We'll see. And then the Faceless Void. This one is a very interesting pick for me because, like, yeah, now you're playing versus Beast. You're playing versus Avenge. And now you can last pick whatever carry you want. They banned some of the obvious ones, like PA is pretty hard to chrono because she's always invisible. Terrorblade generally doesn't really care too much. You have to swap.
And a classic Caudle combo, because I'm still with Send. I still don't really see the motivation behind why pick Caudle. What is Chakra Magic doing in this match lineup so far?
What is... Maybe it's about the Solar Bind.
Or the Blind?
Do they have that much magic damage? Oh, okay, now I have a theory. So, this perma Enrage Ursa build that has been popping off recently, what if you were to Chakra Magic the Earth Shock and give him even more?
Sure.
It's nasty if they get there.
So is that the viable build, or is it a meme build on Ursa? Octarine, and then sometimes you get the Yules, sometimes...
I would say the Yules is meme, but everything before that, it could be viable.
So Octarine Aghanims is... or Octarine Perma Enrage is a good build.
Yes. Oh. I think it's playable.
Okay.
I don't know what the best build on Ursa is right now, because most Ursa games that I have seen, they end at the laning stage, where you just can't farm on Ursa because, like, this hero doesn't really have comeback mechanics other than hitting the jungle up. Is he dire this game? Because that'll help a lot.
He's
dire.
Yeah.
So that helps a lot already if you have a bad lane, because you get that 7 HP regen in the jungle.
The Mighty Mines.
The Mighty Mines are very powerful.
A lot of
the
regen.
Mighty Ursa.
Last pick, Broodmother, an ace signature from patches earlier, but how viable is Brood these days?
It's definitely significantly worse than it used to be, right? A couple months back or even weeks back. It's got some severe nerfs. I guess the reason I went ooh when I saw it was I was like, you know, the Venge matchup, Venge is terrible against Brood. You just don't solve Brood at all. Sure, you can swap the if any other hero gets gone on against the Brood, but in terms of Brood's lane dynamics and what it does when it hits level 6, you don't solve it very well. I guess Caudle can deal with it somewhat, but I do think this is a game where Ace will be off to a very good start, unless Ursa can deal with him, but then you have the Fire Spirits to offset that, so
Yeah,
I think it's pretty good.
Just to answer a question about Caudle.
Tell me.
It's just Seb.
Seb
I couldn't explain why he played Alchemist last game, but
it's Seb. It's true.
just Seb.
Or why he played Wind Ranger at Stockholm. He just does Seb things.
True.
And now Mind Control is also doing Seb things.
I mean, you can push back the Grimstroke Inkswell in the lane, which helps a little bit too.
Yeah.
But I think for me, in terms of this game, this game's on BZM. Because he's also the answer to Brood. He's the one that will stop his game or not. And if they don't, I think Gaming will be off to a good start. If OG can do that, I like their chances.
Yeah, we just haven't seen enough of Primal versus Shaker mid. I'm just inclined to give Shaker the advantage in every melee versus melee matchup.
Should be a slight advantage, yeah.
So we'll see how Quinn fares in this one, and it would be pretty uncharacteristic for Gaimin to be 0-4 at the end of a day number 1, but perhaps that might be what we're looking at as we get ready for game number 2, the last game of the night with the PogChamp Pandas.
When's the last time Gaming Gladiators had a day that bad? Well, it might just happen here with a lineup from OG in this last game of the night. Beasts, Boars, and Bears. Avery, that is the crux of their lineup.
We'll see if it works out. We were actually just discussing that the zoo kind of fell off, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
I personally, my gut intuition says this patch is pretty rough for Western Europe.
Is that your intuition or is that your dream?
Well, sometimes things align. You know, stars align and you end up on OG. And so I think sometimes pieces just fall together. You also have to consider that Western Europe has been dominating for a while. Usually what happens in Dota is when you dominate, like, you get nerfed.
Yeah, Valve
it's inevitable.
will specifically usually nerf whatever team wins TI, their strategies that they did. To
Not even necessarily specifically. It can be like it doesn't have to be conscious by Valve. It's just you're winning. The stuff that's winning looks broken. It's going to get nerfed. So like, Western Europe's going to have to adjust a little bit. And I think one of the things that really hurt them was like Zoo falling off a bit, right? You had this period where the Brood, the Beast, the Visage, the Lycan were all meta, and that's just disgusting for some of these teams that generally dominated with those Aura builds and had some of these players like 33 or Ace that were just terrors on these heroes. I mean, a lot of those are just falling off right now. They're not completely out of it. They're still very viable, but, you know, is Brood a first pick? No, we're getting it last. So it's something that these teams are going to have to make up here and figure out as the meta develops right now, and maybe for some of these more skirmish-heavy spellcaster teams, they're just thriving. And here, Ace will go back to the tried and true Broodmother as he looks to put it to use. We'll see if this hero can perform well. I mean, honestly, on paper, it's not a free Brood game. Like, the matchup versus the Ursa is great. If you can get some lane domination going, you're going to be happy. But again, you are against the Venge. Very hard hero to lane dominate versus. And the Primal and the Beast, even the Caudle, all do pretty well versus you in the mid game. Like, OG has Spider Clear. They have BKB control for you. They have heroes that can catch and grab you with the Primal Beast. This is not a bad lineup versus Brood in that mid game as long as Ace doesn't get out of control.
Now, one of the nerfs that they did hit Broodmother with in 7.3.4 is that the lifesteal from creeps is reduced by 40%, which is a pretty big way on how Broodmother would win her lane, right? Like, you want to be able to trade with these heroes, but if you get low enough, then hitting creeps is good enough. Like, it was just a good source of regen for this hero a lot, especially in a matchup like this, which can be a little tough, the Ursa.
Laning has definitely been nerfed a bit. Honestly, though, I don't really care how my Brood does lane-wise. I care what it does for me in, like, the 10 to 20-minute mark.
Okay.
How fast does it escalate the game, and what items does it build that are great as time dilation? Is going to snag one for Doracio here. An early kill for the Faceless Void. Very nice pickup for him. Of course, Seb, you know, he's happy to pick up some solo XP here. There's no problem. I'll blinding light you and deny a creep. Get wrecked. You're also talking about this Coddle pick. I honestly think the Coddle was just his go-to matchup for the Grimstroke. We're going to see a lot more Grimstroke this meta. Coddle's one of those heroes that does very well versus him on the lane. Grimstroke has no sustain versus the Blast. The Faceless Void counteracts that, which is definitely nice here. One of the things that Game and F going for them. But the Blinding Light bounce versus Grim is just hella annoying at like all points in the game.
Sure, I could see that, yeah. Being able to push away the Inkswell target.
It's just one of those lanes you can shove in as the Coddle. The Grim has a hard time contesting those pulls on the side. Sometimes you just feed to a really strong offlaner. Coddle can play for like Triangle and Ancient stacks as well. Something else that Grim has a tough time contesting if he's low level because he can't kill you because you get Blinding Lighted on every Inkswell. It's one of those small game progression matchups that it's very favorable for Coddle if you play it really well. Something I would expect to see from Seb here. Maybe something that can get OG going into that mid game in a really good spot if they can create some stacks for the Battle Fury Ursa, some stacks for the Beastmaster, just get their cores really fat. And then even if the Brood has a good laning phase, like who cares, right?
Yeah.
And so far, his lane is not that one-sided.
I think it's a pretty nice hero for Primal Beast to be able to work with as well. Remember when we were the gas station lineup, right? When we had Crystal Maiden, Coddle, and Pugna all running around with like Storm Spirits and stuff. I feel like Coddle Primal Beast is one of those. Primal Beast is a hero who wants to stay out on the map and constantly be hunting heroes and making impact or pushing waves, and Coddle enables that.
I mean, it's also a hero that just wants mana.
Yeah, and lower cooldowns help. I mean, the cooldowns are already low, but
he is getting beat up mid, that's for sure. This Shaker matchup is not fun as it progresses. I mean, Shaker's very good versus hero until you have BKB on the Primal. It just decimates you. Too much interrupt for your spells. Look for the rune. Nah, not far enough.
In there.
It's just very hard. I don't think you could beat Shaker with a melee hero, honestly. I don't know what melee hero beats this hero mid.
Yeah, I don't think there is one.
It's not possible. I mean, the totem denies, too. You can always go for that. You really want to be a nerd about it. You know, Quinn
just did that. He's pretty nerdy.
Yeah, he's pretty damn nerdy, so.
I love the fact that I'm not a mid laner, so I don't really know a lot of matchups most of the time.
True.
And I love when I watch a lane, somebody like Quinn will immediately establish, this is how I'm going to win the lane. Right? He started off in Chant Totem. He just double smacked BZM immediately. He's like, I'm going to push you out of this lane. I know you're going to try and cut waves, so I'm just going to make you like give your life hell as soon as possible.
I mean, also, this lane isn't going that well for him. It's basically Primal favored at this point in terms of the net worth. The BZM just shoving waves in, not really playing versus Shaker. I mean, it's something you can always do with this hero, too. That's the thing about Primal. It's the reason we saw like LGD first picking the hero in the last patch. I mean, the hero can just clear waves from like level 4.
Yeah.
So he theoretically doesn't care about any matchup in the game. Even the Shaker that's a tough one, he can get through the lane for it. My concern isn't necessarily the lane, it's just, you know, what happens in these fights. Like, can Quinn match the Primal on the map? And so far, I mean, this game's looking a lot better for gaming. The lanes are going pretty well. His Faceless Void's having a great start. And the Brood is starting to power up. Top of the board for Ace here. And he has the boots. This is the part in the lane that becomes very tough for the Ursa to sustain here. Is it time to go to the Mighty Mines?
It's looking like it. Without an important lane, definitely. Yeah, rotation through the gate, but not good enough to save Seb. He's going to fall. The Boar's trying to chase through.
And this lane is just, it's backfired for the Keeper here. As the skirmish top also going to try and push out Yuragi. But he's not strong enough on his own. I think this Faceless Void really disrupted what they wanted to do with this Coddle matchup. It's one of the carries that not only dodges a lot of the damage Coddle can put out that abuses this Grimstroke matchup, but it's also a carry that has mobility, so you can't really blinding light the Inkswell that effectively. He just leaps back on top of you with it, and you insta-proc it. Yeah. I don't know. This matchup I do think is good on paper, but the Faceless Void pick really just messed with what Seb wanted to do here, and it's going to slow his game down for sure. Quinn gets a little pounding. There's trouble. Not too happy about that one, but of course, I mean, what can you do? His behavior score is probably too low to tip him back.
Do you think that actually applies in private games?
I don't know.
That'd be really funny if that was the case.
Probably the case. I mean, he just can't talk to his team. He's trying to type the Roche timer, doesn't go through.
Oh, BZM is committing here and does manage to get it, but will he die for this? It's looking like a big yes.
Yeah, DD
that
rune
can't
too.
be worth it, right?
I mean,
yeah, a support dying for Wisdom Rune, sure, but that is the
trade-off.
Your mid laner level 6.
You do deny a lot of XP from these supports, but also you give it back, and I mean they're pretty high level.
Yeah,
probably
he
not
gave
worth
486 experience.
it. Yeah, it's probably not worth it. If he gets a kill out of that with that DD, I can see it for sure. Well, it's going to slow his game down a bit and push him back to the bottom here. More space for Quinn as well. Still, I mean, Duracho's just sitting down here. It's generally not what you want with this Faceless Void Beast matchup. You want to kick him out. This lane's just not gone well enough for OG that they can accomplish that. You're going to have to play a bit more defensive, especially with Quinn lurking around. And Yuragi will eventually get kicked to the Mighty Mine, so time to start mining it up. Oh no, he's buying salve. That's so expensive, man.
He just does not want to give this Broodmother the lane.
I mean, you can understand why. It's not... The game's not going to get much better for you if you just give the Brood free time. It's just going to follow you, kick you out of the jungle, take your camps.
So you have to make a hold somewhere. Why not make it now?
Yeah, but...
I mean, the Primal Beast is going to make a rotation up there eventually,
Yeah,
right?
you can't hold it unless, as OG, you're willing to commit the Primal's time to this lane, which is an option. I mean, Primal's happy to do that.
Yeah.
At the same time, you want to commit the Primal bottom to start getting the Beast progression on the map in terms of taking the tower, kicking the Void out. So you had to choose between the two. They chose bottom here on OG. I think that's probably the more reliable and the better choice, honestly. I think going top is like a bait. I think your chances of making something happen there are pretty low versus the Brood, and kicking out this Void is pretty damn reliable.
That's what the portal's for.
Nice little echo.
Still
This
going
is
for Duracho
aggressive.
here, but that's not going to work. OG, BZM over-aggressive again with the Primal Beast. Just not working out for him.
Yeah, this is a very awkward game. He's trying to make some like weird moves solo, but he just doesn't have the damage on these cores. Something OG's gonna have to respect is the amount these two supports can turn stuff around on you. Like, Grim Phoenix is a nasty support duo when they get to combine with everybody in this game. Of course, you have great synergy with the cores between the Shaker and the Faceless Void going in, but this support duo is also just pretty good on their own. Like, you get a good soulbind out with some Phantoms going in, you get hit by the Phoenix Spirits, you are stuck. Can't do anything. I guess only Yuragi can power through it. He's getting beat down. He'll have to switch lanes, and Ace follows him right back. No space for the bear. It's going to be recovery time for OG in this game, which leads me to believe you better start stacking some Ancients and stacking them fast. And Seb, we're straight into that triangle, getting him up. Damn, is it going to be slow coming out of this early game, and that is going to be a lot of space for the Brood. This Brood is just massive.
How many spiders do you think it would take to bring down a bear? A grizzly bear?
What, in real life?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on the spider. Well, if a black willow bites it, it just dies.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's the most toxic spider in the world.
Yeah, but the bear's very big.
I mean, so?
Thinking about this.
I mean, it's gonna mess it up enough that it'll probably die, you know. How many normal spiders? Wow. Probably say like 2,000.
4,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators. I'm sorry, that's just all I could think about.
Great segue there. Quinn does not have his blink.
Okay, OG. You had such a great game one. They're still going to get this.
He got him.
Yeah, he did get the kill. That was a very awkward bit of synergy. OG really not clicking as well in this game, too, as they did in game one.
I mean, the Solar Bind is also nice for the Primal, right? You get some extra, like, magic amp, but
yeah,
Quinn actually getting that kill was pretty big because it allowed him to finish his blink, and he got some extra levels out of it. So he's not honestly too sad about that. Like, it's 4 heroes for him to finish his item and get some XP. I guess you take that, right?
Sure.
Big question for Gaiman is how much can they try and invade OG's side of the map so you can't make the recovery here? If you can steal the stacks, get control of the triangle, that's the biggest thing. And it pretty much comes down to where does Ace want to go? Or I guess where does Duracho want to go? So they're going to smoke this Midas Void into mid.
Jump onto him. Inkswell, it doesn't get the stun off. But He can't commit the Chronosphere for it. The swap is going to come out from Kitrak. That's going to save BCM's life, at least for now.
You have a blink up. Is Quinn going to go?
Oh, gets hit by the Wave of Terror. Not able to get the blink to go for the kill onto the Primal Beast. They can look for others, though. Dyrachyo will follow Quinn in. They'll catch the Coddle as well. Seb falls as OG struggling to find their second kill of the game.
And you saw Ace backstabbing that fight as well. So if these fights go long, though, they're going to bring the Brood in. And again, the Brood is the most terrifying hero on the map right now, so you have to dodge it a little bit if you're OG. You have to control these stacks right now. Centaur Stomp can only do so much for you. Quinn will just clean it up.
Bait a little bit. Oh, they couldn't catch Phoenix.
This is your triangle. It's getting invaded. Stacks going down. What are you going to do?
Ground and pound. MC going to be caught by the spiders now. Slowed down by the shark fight as well. They also have the egg to throw out. Kitrak tries to go for the swap.
Killed by the dragon.
Quinn jumps in the middle of it, and sure, they don't get the kill on MC, but he dies, and they get 2 other kills, BCM and Kitrak, and they'll claim that triangle, bringing Ace to fight. Absolutely no mercy from Gaming Gladiators in this game too.
This is exactly what you want with the lineup. Some early fight with your support levels going to work. I mean, the 304 build has paid off for Celery here. A great egg positioning. The only solace for OG is that MC died to neutrals, but that is not great when the stack gets stolen. However, that is...
okay, what?
That's some fuzzy wuzzy action right there. Is Dyrachyo, a Dyrachyo death here, gonna feed a big one into Yuragi's pocket. They need it. That's a breath of morale right there.
A breath of morale.
You were on your... It's some hopium, but like, I mean...
Sweet hit of
You're
hopium.
inhaling it right now. It tastes pretty good. If you're an OG fan. A couple more of those. Arcane Rune for BCM, who's still looking for Blade Mail, by the way, at 14 minutes here. God, this is a slow Primal game.
I feel like Primal games are like guaranteed usually for the first 20 minutes. Like, maybe you make some rotations, you fail to get some kills or something, but usually you're still able to get the farm.
So he just dies committing for a Lotus.
Yeah, it was very silly.
I mean... What is that like? Oh, I forgot the time walk!
I don't know what that was.
Well, he's dead again, so... I mean, that's another 800 gold kill.
OG have found a pressure point. Gonna keep on hitting it.
Well,
apparently that's Dyrachyo.
Yeah, that's the same. You're not gonna debate me with that one. I knew that was gonna be
let me show me the reaction on the second death, because
Quinn's looking. If they don't find anything here, though, this is a big win for OG. Like, they're gonna dodge the smoke.
They're gonna force it.
He's very deep, though.
Oh, he might get chain stunned here. BCM's gonna grab him, so they have to burst. Oh, they're not gonna get it. The silence comes through from the Grim Stroke, and the egg is gonna explode on top of BCM, who's silenced. Yeah, no escape for these heroes. Ace is gonna keep hunting for more. Inkswell on him will help him catch up to Seb. Quinn will deliver the final blow.
You just can't kill these bugs, these phantoms. With the Phoenix coming in on top, you just get stuck. You're just permanently silenced. And if your Ursa's not there in the fight, the egg is basically never going down. And the second the Brood connects, it's way too much
going for this kill on Quinn,
hey,
but they get it this time.
Man, Yuragi is finding the openings for OG right now. There's not much else going their way, but you cannot complain about this Ursa's impact. He has found basically 2.5 of the big 3 core kills in the last 5 minutes.
Battle Fury, he's getting active.
Yeah, he's doing it all. It's the only thing going right for OG right now. It's definitely not the fights, it's not the Brood, it's not their triangle, but the bear. He's coming in hot.
I just watched Hiragi stack for himself. He's like, fine, I'll do it myself, guys.
I mean,
I'll get the kills.
his supports
I'll make
aren't
the
alive,
moves.
so.
I'll stack for myself. I'll do everything.
Even got the rune. Blade Mail finally up. Didn't do much in that fight. At least it's something. All right, this is the question I've been asking. Like, is activating Blade Mail for the extra little damage when farming camps that worth it?
That was no damage because he had a shield rune.
That's right.
So, but they have a follow-up there. So, guess
yeah,
didn't matter. Doesn't matter how many shield runes you have.
Yeah, Seb is scratching the noggin on this one. This is a tough hole to get out of. I mean, you have the Locket Coddle. I mean, you have some heals. It is another Chrono down. Can you punish the Chrono being down with another Dyrachyo?
Okay, just keep hitting Dyrachyo. OG are just going to try and make Dyrachyo rage out of this game. Usually it's Quinn.
Well,
is under attack.
He can't do it anymore. You're afforded by your own team. I mean, these deaths are adding up, man. Like, you look at these net worths, it's an 8k gold lead, but you can get stretched on the map from the Beastmaster and the Coddle Primal push. Your pickoff is only as good as the Shaker can kill the cores and how well the Brood can connect to the fights. Like, this lineup is a little static by gaming. So if you can keep running them around the map, play around the Beast,
Radiant's middle tower
draw gaming away from each other and find the pickoffs, he's still got a lot going for you. I mean, this is a first pick bench. These are great goes from OG if they can keep capitalizing.
Oh, lost vision of them there for a second, but BCM's there on the other side. Oh, we got off the Phantom somehow between the grab. Didn't matter, though. He still had enough follow-up, and there was no rotation from Gaming Gladiators. I think they're probably going to make the call. Okay, guys, let's just stop going bottom.
And honestly, I like that Seb is just, oh my god, I like that MC. It's because the off-lane swap, man. I was unintentional. Sorry. I like that MC has stayed mainly in this bottom lane, especially around the OG vision, because this is a very easy game where, like, you know, he made that move top, he killed the Void, but outside of that, he's kind of played his own game. And I think this is a game where you really easily could have got sucked into some bad fights and just tried to join them because, like, oh, this game is getting out of control. I need to be there. Yeah. But honestly, you're just going to feed on top of that. And that's the thing that's been working well for OG is the Beastmaster pressure has drawn these cores back to a part of the map that they are not secure in and don't want to be in with everybody. And it's led to pickoffs on the map right now. And it's gotten this Beast to Helm of the Overlord pretty much. And that's a big timing for OG because you're still looking at an Ursa lineup that wants to do early Roshans. So that 8k gold lead has gone down to 6 off of these Void pickoffs. You finish your Ags on the Earth Spirit. This is time for Quinn to make his presence felt in this game and secure some big core kills or fights on this battle for Ursa to deny the Roshan comeback potential. This is a huge pickoff if they get it.
Can he get off the Enrage first? No, he's going to be Blink, Echo Slam, Chain Stun very easily.
That is exactly what they're looking for because that is 50 seconds on the sideline, which means this Helm of the Overlord that is coming out for MC. In fact, he just got it and he got a Golem, one of the better creeps you can get with it on this first go. You can't make the move with it now. And that Roshan is getting denied. And it might get denied to the point where Ace says, you know what? Why don't we just do it, boys?
Sure.
I got early Lincolns. Like, they can't swap me. They can't roar me. Yeah, this move top. Trying to
give it up no
pressure.
Space to operate with. Thanks to a laning ward they had. They know the heroes are up here. They're going to go for the picks. Catching Kitrak, but not doing enough. They have the Chronosphere that's going to be able to grab all 3, though. Plenty of follow-up here from Gaming Gladiators as they can keep it going with the Inkswell, stopping the grab there at BCM. And one by one, OG will lose their trio here in the top lane.
It's too greedy on the map. And Gaming get the punish. Fast move back to top, using the Shaker Ags for pretty much 4 kills in a row. The best you can hope for here. That Inkswell combination is deadly. It's going to push him towards a very fast BKB. Oh, the Golem. The Golem.
Ah, he got the deny in the tower and gets the Golem kill. Nope, it did not.
I mean, nobody,
good job.
Nobody
Good job,
takes MC's Golem.
Kill it himself.
May take his team. May take his carry player. May take his captain. Nobody takes his Golem.
That's a lot of Eye of Viziers I just saw.
Adam's not as bad as
one
it
for
used to be.
BZM.
I don't know why BZM wanted it, but I mean, it probably feels nice, but the lower mana capacity on the Primals, a little sad.
Yeah, but he's got a Coddle.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably figures that on me.
But you want to be Chakring this Ursa. That's the big combination in this game, honestly.
That's true.
This hero's really good with the Chakra magic. Double overpower, double clap. It's all good. And this Roche will eventually fall. This got delayed, man. Like the pick off on the triangle that led into the multi-kills top. It really just hurt this timing. I mean, imagine you had Aegis for that whole period with the Shaker Ags, right? That's a very different sequence. Game and not shying away from the fight, even with an Aegis. I think they'll be happy to take it if they can find a good opening. You just Inkswell this Shaker in. You know, he's almost 3,000 HP.
Echo Slam with the Inkswell, but they do have the swap to be able to bail out these heroes. Yuragi, meanwhile, goes for the back line. Couldn't quite finish off. Now it's going to be soulbound up. That is really bad for him. Quinn, he can keep jumping after this one. They have the supernova to protect. A nice force staff gets him away from Quinn, who's still trying to land on top of these heroes, but the Hawk is keeping him at bay. OG successfully gets some spells out of Game of Gladiators. Now jump back in for the kill. Man, to finish up the Grimshow. Oh, jump in from Quinn. Not enough to finish up BZM. Still get the 2 kills. Lose nothing for it. Call it a third triple kill for Yuragi. What a turn from OG.
Beautiful fight here, and no Chronosphere in sight. Dyrachyo unable to connect there. Was finishing up this Manta, but that'll get the BKB for BZM. Just a really nice jump from Yuragi to start that fight off. He instantly gets on both supports, zones them out of the fight, and the Shaker jump. I don't think you can just echo a core like that if you don't know where there's Vengeance. The swap just resets this entire fight, prevents the Shaker from bursting a core, and suddenly you're in a long duration engagement where the Brood is also getting rooted by these Hawks, man. These things add up over the course of a long fight like that. Multiple roots on these melee cores, really just shutting down the mobility here. And just perfectly kited. Second Ink Swell did nothing as well. And then you go back in. BZM has faith they're going to be able to clean it up. Chakra Magic, lower the cooldowns, and suddenly this lineup coming together when OG needed to during this Aegis period. Of course, you still have the Chronosphere on Dyrachyo, so you're not going to be able to create too much map pressure here. And the scaling from Gaimin is nothing to scoff at, as I think this OG lineup wanted to be in a better position at this point in the game. But hey, some glimmers of hope.
Yeah, you wanted the Ursa to be in a position at this point to be like solo hunting down the Void, right?
Sure, but honestly, given the start, the fact that Yuragi's here is quite impressive, right?
Yeah.
He's had a very, very good Ursa. Ursa's not a hero that often plays from behind that well, and he's done a pretty damn good job of it, and he just got a Tormentor for his team, so that's a Shard for the Venge. He finished Ags. This is an early Ags for the Ursa. That means he's a guaranteed ult in these fights no matter what you do to him if you're gaming, unless you get like the silence on him with the stun combination, which can happen. But in general, it should be pretty strong here. And it will be that perma enrage build with the Octarine. So if you get to the late game,
okay,
it's going to be annoying.
One thing about this build is it does seriously limit your burst potential as a hero. Right?
Yeah, your damage is a lot lower.
And I don't really feel like the other heroes on the side of OG will keep that damage up going later into the game.
I mean, you have Venge Beast though, right? You have a lot of damage buff here. Like, honestly, I think it's okay. I don't know if you need the straight-up extra physical from the Ursa. I think the way you win the fight if you're OG is the fight goes long. Like, the Brood Insatiable runs out, the Chrono maybe kills somebody, but somebody else gets swapped. This egg gets killed or runs out, and then you take the fight, and you're way stronger at that point. Bar some crazy time dilation.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Kitrak will not make it out of this spot alive, but he can get a little extra time with the swap.
I mean, he killed the Phantom.
True. Killed Grimstroke's wife.
Actually, he didn't kill the Phantom. It's his wife?
Yeah. Thought you were the lore master.
I don't think it's his wife, dude.
The Phantom is his wife.
Where does it say that? I don't see it anywhere there.
It literally calls it she and her, and his whole backstory is the fact that he slaughtered his village.
Yeah, but we don't know if he actually married her.
What?
That's what I'm saying. Did they engage in a pact of marriage ritual? It's just his most beloved. These are important factors.
It's the stupidest recovery I've heard in my life.
I mean, if you're
you got caught out not knowing your lore.
I mean, honestly, who gives a damn about lore? Nobody gives a crap about the lore.
I believed one of your first things you ever said when you started talking about lore was, wow, a lot of people like hearing about lore.
That's why I don't like it anymore. It's too into it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys need to complain about it more. There's that double stun thanks to the shard. Unfortunately, Kitrak once again.
Really
he's gonna go for the kill off the swap thanks to the Ursa Enrage. They might just, the Chronosphere. It ruins it.
They got baited,
you can enrage off and have all the status resistance you want, but when time is frozen, you don't do a damn thing. That is gonna be 4 down as MC has no way out of this either. They'll be able to run him all the way through. Okay, I mean, the fights were going okay for OG recently, but I felt like that was probably because Dyrachyo just wasn't there. Now we see Dyrachyo get into the fight, and it makes a big difference.
I don't know. I guess OG they just took the gamble that the Void wasn't there for the Chrono.
Yeah.
You get the egg kill, but that's a very big gamble. Like, you have to assume when this Phoenix is playing that aggressively, he has the Void, right? Otherwise, this is just insane. It is very close to, like, stunning him and just killing him here. It's an understandable play, but Tofu just knows the limits a little bit better. And, I mean, the second that Chrono's out, you're done. That is not a fight you will ever win with this lineup, especially when the Ursa ult is used pretty early here.
Yeah.
Butterfly timing for Ace is going to power him up into the man fight category, and yeah, gaming cruising right now, looking for that next Roshan to potentially just use it to go high ground here. And
So
their
you
scale
have-
is still very strong with the Faceless Void Phoenix.
Yeah. At least when it comes to himself, he has no control as the Ursa over the Faceless Void. Now he's got a Broodmother with Butterfly.
He
so
has
can't
mind
kill him.
control.
But I think he's just running out of heroes that he can hit.
Did you know that's his name, by the way?
MC?
Yeah, you know it stands for mind control. I don't know if you were around back then.
Thank you for that player lore.
Oh, you're welcome.
Great.
A little fun fact of the day for you.
Well, Ace is not afraid of being jumped on, but maybe he should be.
Okay, no Chrono here, so they know they can just commit.
BZM doesn't make it over the cliff to chase after the rest of Game of Gladiators.
Looks like Ace's mind got controlled. Step once more.
Yeah, you're not getting Quinn, not when he has an Illusion Rune and Shadow Blade.
Solar Bind is going to be nice versus the Shaker and the Void here. It's like decent control post the jumps. You just can't move.
Speaking of not moving, he's going to buy a shard on MC.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the networks here for the two other OG cores.
Oh, no.
What were you saying?
He's going to get the shard on the Beastmaster.
Right.
If he gets Chakra Magicked a couple times,
it's a lot of Hawks.
Can he get off 6 different Hawks?
If you have Octarine.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, guaranteed. That's
Is it
permanent.
possible for him to get up to like 8 Hawks?
Look at this little find.
That's a nice pickup. They'll deal with the Phantom, but ultimately there is too many things that can give control here. Yuragi is pretty much operating off of little hops to keep him alive.
You know what I like about that play, though?
Yeah, what's that?
I don't know if you noticed, but on the minimap, pink player, a la Seb.
Yeah.
He TP top.
Okay.
I think that tells you the mindset of Seb. We looked at that situation and went, oh, this guy's dead for sure.
Yeah.
He's a fucking goner.
Yeah.
What the hell is he doing there?
Yeah.
Seb looks at that and goes, you know what? I can make something of this. I can save him. I can make the OG magic happen.
But he couldn't.
That's why he canceled it. But for a second, that's how he thinks. He's always thinking about how he can make the most of any situation. You know, he never gives up on the play. That's your problem, Austin. You give up on the play, Austin. All right? You need to play like Seb. In fact, you need to cast like Seb. All right? That should be the next lesson for the
Wait,
tomorrow.
are you saying I should put on a French accent?
Cast like Seb. Never give up.
I'm not going to try and do a French accent because I think it would come off.
Oh yeah, it would end your career
extremely badly.
Yeah, that's not the one to do.
my understanding of living in Germany is the French are very protective of their language and their accent. So,
yeah, we'll leave that one where it is. As Dyrachyo finishes Satanic, and he is very tanky, he's very beefy. Also an interesting choice. Maybe just wanted a second Dispel here, but in terms of the Manta. But honestly, this doesn't strike me as a Satanic Void game.
What does it strike you as?
I thought the Butterfly, or just more damage, or I mean, you can also just go BKB, have guaranteed Chrono. Even Lincoln's might not have been too bad versus like swap roar initiations.
Yeah, the only way he dies, right, is he's getting pulverized or roared.
And he's not going to be the first in. Ace is going to be the first one in. Woo! Yeah, that's a Earthshaker damage right there.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, that's what that hero does. He makes you disappear. honestly, I don't think it really matters what items game even buy in this game, right? It's just about getting items and then how they take the team fight. And if they get their ults off, they're probably going to win the fight. Like Soulbind, Egg, Chrono, if they land, you're probably winning that engagement. But OG's lineup can't really deal with them right now. If for a very, very long time in this game, and they're just not getting items. It's very slow. I guess the next best item they're getting right now is the Hex for Seb, with like the Coddle cast range. That helps you start the fights, particularly with this swap. Swap into Hex is very strong.
He'd be stronger if he got an
Aghanim
Scepter, but Kitrak is not getting that anytime soon as he dies again.
And you lost this Aegis. So.
Yeah, lost second Roche.
This is a time to go high ground if you're gaming right here. Satanic helps you do that. You're a lot tankier. And that's part of the idea too. You put the Aegis on this Void with 2600 HP. He's a beast. All three cores for gaming having a pretty good time here as their supports not slacking either. A lot of utility between them. It's going to be an ult pop for this Ursa.
Look at Taraji.
I think Chrono in here.
You're really going for it. Trying to go for the Primal Roar, pops Manta, gets a little bit of disjoint. Quinn follows it up. Is this all going to be enough to kill Yuragi? It is. No response from OG.
Just has no help, no bailout.
Yeah, with the Vengeful Spirit dead, only just now coming back. Durantio's in pretty damn deep here. This is crazy. They've finished off life number 1. That Aegis is now down. Do they have the control? Actually, Yuragi doesn't care. He's going to go for the back line here with the Inkswell, but no!
But why?
Didn't get off the Enrage. A dieback for him. OG trying to jump in, but a big slam from Quinn will keep most of them back. The control is there onto the Primal Beast. They'll finish him off. Vengeful Spirit dies next. Okay, apparently diving tier 3s, tier 4s, it's fine.
I just have too many lives right here. They still have a cheese left. Yuragi just never got to that BKB. He was looking for it. He had a 3,200 gold before that fight and ends up dying twice without being able to do anything. Way too much control. I mean, Chakra Hawks doing what they can. They really messed that illusion up.
Doing a lot to an illusion.
Both these games pretty one-sided. Demon strike back and look like getting a win for the day. Or it's in near reach here. They can taste it. A taste that they are not familiar with. The taste of potential victory.
Victory. Yeah, they've really struggled with that.
They definitely have. Okay, there's some bashes there. Chill out, man.
And the swap back. Oh no, he had to use a defensive swap when they're closing in on the fountain. That doesn't feel great. No comeback potential.
I mean, they didn't call it yet, though. And that says something.
I feel like you're trying to say it's like the Seb thing, and
he just
there's
bought
the OG magic and stuff, but
time to make some magic happen.
Maybe the pessimist in me says they have the wrong reason.
That is the pessimist in you.
Oh, Quinn hopping away, still gets grabbed by the Pulverizer with the BKB from BZM, but his damage does not compare
back up
to the HP of some of these heroes. They actually jump back in for that one. And Quinn, they managed to finish up BZM, still turning around with a Fisher. Kind of blocks out Yuragi from getting back inside the fountain. He does manage to get there, though, with Durantio caught just outside of it, does die.
Nice.
And then A inside of the fountain will not live either. Okay. Gaming Gladiators had a little fun with it. It does mean OG will keep this game going.
See, you would have given up. But Seb, he has 12K behavior score. He never gives up. And this game is still going.
I don't...
And now you've overextended.
You know what? I'm just going to say...
Straight into their trap.
I'm going to bet Seb does not have 12K behavior score.
I mean...
because as many documentaries there are about Seb and his attitude on a team, his attitude in pubs doesn't quite match.
What really counts? Is it the behavior score? Is it the metaphorical behavior score?
You
know, and I think Seb has a 12K behavior score in all of our hearts.
That's true.
I think that's what counts. Actually, I don't even know if that's... He made a lot of enemies in his days. Yuragi's still looking for that next item, by the way. It has been 10 minutes. Picked up a casual Glove of Haste, but that is about it here. And the levels reflect the story for sure.
Yeah, leave it to Wisdomer. Who wants it? Who doesn't have 20 yet? Sound off. Actually, all of them have 20. In fact, they're closing in on 25 on their cores, so. They're gonna give it to Faceless Void. He'll finish it up, get the 25 talent.
Yeah, this is where the lack of damage, I mean, it hurts you, but let's be fair. And when you're down 30k, just about anything hurts you.
That's why you need the fountain.
I mean, that fountain did work. Not versus the egg, but versus everything else. Can you actually egg deeper than that? Can you egg behind the fountain?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Dire are scanning.
How deep can we go? It's the only question that remains here.
Radiant's bottom tower is
How
under
deep
attack.
can Gaming Gladiators go? Because
In
we
this
have
tournament.
Octarine on the Ursa. He may be able to live for a very long time, but can they kill anything? Another swap back, another attempt at a save. BZM looking to go back in, charges forward, looking for the back line. Celery almost dying. They will be able to grab him.
That's a pretty nice egg.
A Grim Stroke perhaps, but the A Chronosphere will definitely be the winner of the fight as Seb, he's going to be chased down by the Broodmother, and the Ursa will eventually get sight the
How's he on a cliff?
No longer able to enrage. How did he end up there?
I actually have no... What?
Huh.
I mean, he's having a giggle about it, so... Seb said something. Probably said, hey man, I told you to play like me, not Arteezy. But either way, OG will tap out of that game. Yeah, that was pretty one-sided. That Brood pick did him dirty, I think. I mean, his hero isn't as broken as he used to be, but you give him a start like that, Ace is going to run away with it. And I think the biggest thing about that game is, let's say the Brood doesn't have as good a start he has. Let's say even Ace is like 1,000 gold, 1,500 less. The thing about Ace is he knows how to make the connections, right? There's three things he did in that game. One, he went bottom to defend the tower against Yuragi leaving the lane, forced the matchup again, was very annoying for OG, stalled out the Beastmaster momentum. He connected to the mid lane gank that Dyrachyo was a part of. If Dyrachyo comes to that fight with a Midas Void, you need to make sure it works. Ace was there. They didn't need him, but he was there to make sure it capitalized. And he connected in that triangle gank, which is the one that really solidifies this game because you take away the ancient comeback potential from this Beastmaster, Coddle stacking, Ursa Battle Fury lineup. Those three moves really impressed me. Ace continues to shine and be the consistent player for this team when they need him to step up, especially when you're last picking an offlane hero. You need to kind of carry the game, right? You can't last pick an offlaner and do nothing with it. So
yeah,
pretty nice performance from him and Game and Strike Back. And it looked like they're maybe starting to find a little momentum in this tournament as they get a dub, but OG didn't look too bad in this series, honestly. And they're still going with the Venge, which honestly didn't look like there was anything wrong with the Venge this game. It's just, I mean, the Ursa gives and the Ursa takes. You know, what can you do?
Yeah, Venge Beastmaster as a combo, something we saw earlier today.
Very strong.
9 Pandas actually ran it, so we're probably going to see a lot more of that, but you are going to see a lot more of our panel. So we're going to head to them to close out the day.
We finished things off with the Gaming Gladiators, ending the day 1-3 with their one victory being now. But it's not all doom and gloom. Obviously, this team just fresh off their win from Bet Boom Dacha. And OG, things looking quite good with this version of the roster as they're ending their day 3-1, which is, I guess, whenever the DPC structure is dismantled, and OG is like, great, time to play Dota again.
Yeah, familiar territory. Yeah, I mean, all things considered, right? Obviously, this game was really hard for OG, but they're probably still pretty happy with their day overall. And, you can go back to this game and you can justify among yourselves, be like, all right, guys, we got brooded, It's like a 10th pick Brood. It clearly took over the game and made things really, really difficult. I was worried when I saw it come out. I was like, oh, this is a good pick for Gladiators. It was better than I thought it would be even. Like, that lane for Ace went so well, and they just snowballed the game. There was a couple of hiccups still from gaming. I wouldn't say this is like their peak performance, but they just had so much leeway because of the first 10 minutes that they were going to cruise this one home any day of the week.
I mean, gaming couldn't make it too obvious and lose 4 games on day 1, so they had to try in one of them. They don't want to get nerfed one more time, but no, I think like their lanes just went better. I think they did a good switch up, also going like choosing second pick overall and just giving themselves better lanes and kind of going from there. It was a very good Faceless Void game, because even with some pretty big mistakes, where he died a couple times.
Which we could forgive, of course.
Of course. They would never be unforgivable. He still played very well and obviously showed that it was a great pick, because I think Avery was mentioning it in the cast as well. The hero did a lot in this game, even if you can't like clearly see it. His lane is good with time walk, time dilation. And Chrono, don't really have to mention it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that, but I also feel in this particular game, he had a lot more space to make errors compared to the other games, right? So he did play a great game. I think the biggest thing is the fact that he did win his lane. He ended up getting that first blood, getting a really fast Midas timing. And of course, both his mid laner and his off lane were also winning their lanes here. So even if he had an oopsie death here and there, he got back into the game, had some really good chronospheres, still was very farmed. Very dominant game from Gaming Gladiators here.
So what we have expected from them as far as the entire year is concerned. And series losses against Spirit, like,
it happens.
We can forgive that.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, they are technically the team that won the most recent international. Well, how many non-European teams were at Bet Boom Dacha? There was North America. I guess there was EG for South America. So there was just China and Southeast Asia that were not at Bet Boom Dacha.
Yeah.
So then there you go. They're still looking good. And OG are finding footing with Kitrak as a support, Mind Control as an offlaner, and Seb, I guess, is now... He's been 4 position for most of his past 2 years of competitive Dota, actually.
Yeah, he's primarily been... I mean, I guess the most memorable tournament we saw him in was the major win, right?
Yeah.
But aside from that, it's generally... Yeah, he's generally been swapping in on that position, so obviously he's comfortable himself playing that role. I think he feels... There's just some players in the game that you just have a good connection with. I would not be surprised at all if Seb and Mind Control need very little practice together to be on the same page. They have super much experience. They've experience from playing the same tournaments, the same patches, the same high-stakes games.
The same grand finals.
Yeah, they've experienced beating each other. It's been a little bit one-sided overall, but, maybe Mind Control, finally I get to play with this guy, has been a thorn in my side for years. But yeah, I think you can tell they have a pretty good dynamic. This game was very hard, but they made with it what they could. And overall, I would say, like you two pointed out, the bottom lane, the whole thing that went wrong, I wouldn't say it was their synergy as players. I think there was a couple of individual mistakes we were pointing out backstage that probably Mind Control lost a couple of Hawks and Boars. That's what gave the first level 2. That's what gave the kill. Lanes of this nature are very snowbally. So,
other than that, sometimes you just get 10th pick broodmothered. Ace is a signature on that, and I believe we will have an interview, but not with Ace. We will have it with Quinn, actually. Quinn, welcome. You'll have to forgive me. I didn't watch too much of Bet Boom Dacha, so if I ask you some of the questions that you've already been fielding for the past week, apologize. But the first one that's most urgent. You cut your hair. What's going on? I thought the shoulder length thing was going to be, your signature.
Yeah, I don't know. Showers that just take 5 minutes, just trying to it's just so, I couldn't take it anymore. Showering takes forever, man. Holy crap. I actually could feel my life slipping away every time I can turn on the faucet. I just know 20 minutes are down the drain, so I figured I'd save some of my life and just lop it off.
Go through half a container of conditioner every single time you take a shower also. Just, you're a Dota player, you want efficiency. This is an efficient haircut.
Yeah, it was a waking nightmare. Anytime there's a slight gust of wind, someone breathes a little too hard, it's all in your face, you can't see anything. I don't know, just impractical, too impractical for me.
Well, other than that, how was your Bet Boom Dacha experience, and how was going back to Dota after nearly a month off after Riyadh?
It was nice. It's always fun to play LANs, play tournaments. It's good practice. Maybe a little too close to DreamLeague, as I think we're feeling today, a little lethargy that probably shouldn't be there due to, factors probably related to that. So maybe in the long run, not the best decision, but while there, it was a pretty fun event.
And how about during the month off, what did you do to relax and keep your mind off Dota? If it even was keeping your mind off Dota, because I definitely saw you commenting a lot about the behavior update and things like that. So were you actually not playing Dota? What was your deal?
Yeah, I didn't play Dota for a solid 3 weeks or so. I took a vacation and then I went and saw family and played a very scant amount of games during that period. The break is great. I'm hopeful with no DPC next year there will be more breaks. So yeah, it was nice. I needed it.
Yeah, welcome change of pace for you. Kazu, do you have any questions for Quinn?
I do. What up, Quinn now?
Hello.
So I think the general consensus right now is that first pick is better. Is that correct?
I'd say yesterday that was the case. I'd say today that is being challenged. Right now, I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. So there was a did you guys choose second pick in the last game, or did OG take first pick?
Both teams chose first pick. We chose first pick game 1, lost. They chose first pick game 2 and lost.
Would you have chosen second pick in game 2 if you had choice?
We chose Radiant. We had choice.
Okay. And then secondly, when you guys lose games, which it happens sometimes, surprisingly enough, or when you guys get challenged, who do you think steps up the most to talk about what needs to be changed or what can be better?
I think that varies based on who was screwed over the hardest.
Okay.
The people who are having the worst games are typically the people who are the most annoyed and then have the most to say because they're the one whose game is getting ruined. I think overall we all sort of chip in. I think today I did a decent amount of talking, and you know, I had to go do this interview pretty quick, but we'll go back and talk about our games after this interview and figure out what we did wrong. But yeah, I don't think it sort of ebbs and flows depending on who is the most mad or annoyed at how grief their games are getting.
So it's emotional based. Whoever will like help the most.
The short term, yeah, it's probably slightly emotional based. You know, you're more inclined to speak your mind whenever your mind is on fire.
Yeah, been there, done that. All right, that's all from me.
All right, kind of on that note of like post-game talks, your coach CY, like, what is his? What does he do the most for the team? Is it more analytical work, or does he help put fires out when there's like thing?
Can you re-ask that? I had laggy bears.
Oh, sure, no problem. Talking about like post-game and stuff, like your coach CY, what does he do the most for a team? Is it more analytical work, or does he help put like fires out when there's like conflict between players? What is his specialty for the team?
I think a lot of what CY does is being a facilitator. I think he like mixes or like helps people air their opinions. He wants people to talk to an outside party. He tries to keep things like clear whenever people get emotional. I think generally he's like a mediator, facilitator type, because we have plenty of people who are opinionated and like, are down to talk about Dota all day. And I think CY is really good at being a voice for people to talk to and someone who will like try to keep things on track if people are, you know, going in circles as discussions inevitably do, or, you know, some such.
All right, next questions would be, so TI is coming up. People are going to come to you with the poster with like the 120 whatever heroes on it. Which hero do you choose to sign?
Oh.
Lesh, I think. That was different at different times, but right now I think it's Lesh.
What did it used to be?
Probably Templar and maybe Ember at some point.
Okay.
I just like the pony, man. You just run at people and they die.
All right, so after in that last game, we saw you guys' camera shots when the picks came in, especially when the Brood last pick came in. You guys were all smiles. Was it just like how we got them, or was it like confidence? Because you guys had obviously had a rough day, right? 3 losses in a row, and then all the camera shots were just laughing and smiling when you got the Brood. Was that just the hero of that game?
I think someone made a "these nuts" joke, and that's what we were laughing about.
All right.
I don't actually think it had to do with the hero whatsoever. Somebody said "these wars" or something, and then that, you know, it spiraled. Yeah, I mean, the Brood pick is good. I think this draft is pretty rough for them. Yeah, no, we were not laughing at the heroes.
All right, so I guess a follow-up question to that then about the mood of the team or whatever. In a rough day, obviously, the 3 losses back-to-back, somebody cracks a joke, you guys are all laughs. Is there, like, a specific player in the team that's more of a stress reliever in that regard, that cracks the joke and get everybody back in a good mood when times are tough? Or is that also just a bit random, who's most emotional?
The emotional thing is definitely true. I think Tofu, I think Celery is the best at that. I think he's able to emotionally reset pretty well. Like, he'll just go, like, if he doesn't feel able to talk, he'll like step out for 10 minutes and come back. And I think whenever people are the most upset or most upset, like as a group, I think he tends to be the one able to like reset his emotions the quickest, or to counterbalance our like, you know, offset emotions.
All right, thank you.
As an enthusiast of Pango and Ember, Quinn, I'm wondering how many more nerfs will it take before people stop picking these heroes?
I mean, people stop picking Ember. This hero is garbage.
Finally, we hit it. This is the point that Ember is no longer pickable?
I mean, he's like maybe pickable, but like real late. He sucks. Pango, I don't know. They just won't nerf him in the ways that matter. They just like keep doing these, like throwing these like 0.01% like win rate nerfs at him. Like it's gonna do anything. Like they're trying to like, I don't know. They're trying to like bury this dude with like a toothpick. Like just scraping one piece of dirt in a time into this grave. Like it'll cover him eventually, guys. And by the time we're all like dead and the sun explodes, maybe Pango will be unpickable. But until they do a real nerf, this hero is gonna continue to be first pick. So Valve, please nerf this hero, please.
Oh, you want him nerfed also?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like Pango and all, but like, it's just being stupid, man. Like, Swashbuckle, Diffusal. Wow, my spells cost 3 mana. It's awesome. Let's make the Talon at 10 give 5 less range. That'll do something, right, guys?
Duly noted. I hope we're on that path also, because truth be told, I'm quite sick of the hero, but we'll see what happens. I would imagine that at TI we're going to see a lot of people picking it, though. But Quinn, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, and we'll hopefully see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Have
Love
a good
you.
one.
Catch you later.
Me too.
Can you reciprocate
Yeah,
it?
he did. I knew he would.
Of course he would. He's a sweet boy.
He is. He gives some of the best interviews, that's for sure. True. He's just real.
He keeps it real. Do you think his analysis on Pango is real? That
I was thinking, have you heard of the famous saying that Pango is going to get nerfed after the sun explodes?
No, this is a new one.
It's a pretty famous saying. Right here. I've heard that one plenty.
Quinn Callahan, the art of mid.
Yeah, I mean, he has a way with words, doesn't he? For good or bad. This time it was for good. So, good job.
Generally for
keep it clean,
entertainment.
keep it clean, keep it good.
Keep it PMA.
There you go. Keep it PMA. Classic Quinn quote.
Keep it cool, calm, and collected. And keep it here on twitch.tv/ESL_Dota2, unless you're watching on YouTube, which I think is another platform, because you're watching DreamLeague Season 21. And we have wrapped up day number 1 of the main stream, although I believe the Ember and Storm streams may still be going on, because there was a 70-minute game that OG played earlier. But as for right now, we can take a look at the standings as we wrap up day number 1 of the group stage. It's a 2.5-day-long group stage, and then some tiebreakers maybe on that third day. But for right now, this is where we stand. Group A, 9 pandas are topping the charts, and Group B, wow, okay, this is a resurgence from Eastern Europe, because I watched BetBoom Dacha's results, and the Eastern European teams got obliterated there. BetBoom got eliminated in groups of their own tournament, and now they're topping the charts.
They're on vacation.
They were on vacation. That is
You just need to not play your own tournaments. I think that's what you gotta do.
It's in Bali, right? Like all the C teams instantly got eliminated.
That is a good point, actually. Oh, I never heard of a
hometown.
home team disadvantage before.
We're too comfortable.
Get too cozy.
I mean, interestingly enough, right, in the cast, I think SVG was saying that this patch, this recent patches might be a pretty big nerf to Western Europe, right? And we're at least seeing now some other regions in this tournament are catching up. Obviously, top 3 placements currently for Eastern Europe, but also Shopify Rebellion starting off a day in 2nd place.
Rare.
I feel like that's not been common as of late. So perhaps this is a really good sign that this could be one of those hot streaks that they could get into that, it's been a while, but they're no strangers to winning. It's just been a long time.
Fine winning.
This could be...
not lose.
A fair point.
All right, if you mean literally getting first place, there's a long road
been a
for
while.
that, but... a top 4 placement is probably something that they've been wanting for a little bit. Obviously, they're not going to be satisfied with 4th, but sometimes you got to take baby steps when things aren't going.
I think Western Europe is washed up. That's all I learned from this.
So why is it? Is it just because playing cheesy Dota just isn't good anymore? So Western Europe isn't good anymore?
Ask Avery.
Yeah, I mean, he was alluding to the fact of this
They're not
movement.
feeding enough on roster.
I mean, Avery has said some dumb things today, so this might just be
He said a
another
lot
one,
of
right?
dumb things today, so
probably just
not the best person to reference.
add it to the pile.
Poor man isn't even here to defend himself, and he may have actually gone home.
He
So
would
he
have
doesn't
probably
even
made
know
it worse if he
that
was here and could have said something in his own defense. He would have doubled down on being dumb.
He does have a tendency to do that.
Double dumb.
You want double group
down.
stage days? Well, here's day number 2's schedule, as it will be tuning in for more BO2 action tomorrow here on the main stream. These are the 4 series that we will be covering. First 2. It's going to start off with Talon Esports taking off Team Liquid, another washed-up Western European team. So get them out of the pile right now.
They're losing anyway.
They're losing anyway.
Liquid just sucks at DreamLeague.
I know. Just put them out of their misery. After that, it's going to be BetBoom team going up against Gaiman Gladiators. And then on the evening shift, we're going to start things off with Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. And close things out with Team Spirit versus Quest Esports, who Quest has not gotten a chance to be on the mainstream yet. So I'm curious how they're doing with Dahak as their coach.
And all the left teams are winning tomorrow. You're welcome.
I could definitely
You're
see
welcome.
that happening.
Okay, I'm into it.
I guess worth keeping in mind about this, like you mentioned, the group stage being this short. Like if you just tuned in and you kind of missed most of the day, then tomorrow teams will be eliminated on day 2, right?
Yeah,
Realistically speaking,
yeah.
there's a really good chance that 2, maybe 3 teams could just be out by tomorrow. And a couple of them are on your screens right now. Talon and Liquid are both 0-4.
Yep.
So that first series is actually super important between the the bottom dogs in that group right now, because if anyone 2-0s that, they could survive, and whoever loses basically has to win out to even get a tie. So, a lot at stake for that first series.
And that's just the main stream, but we have 3 streams going on concurrently. So let's take a look at twitch.tv/ESL_Dota2 Ember. They will be starting off the day with Entity going up against Tundra Esports, a Western European showdown, followed by OG against Quest. And their second half of the day will start off with 9 Pandas against Tundra Esports, and closing things out with OG versus BetBoom Team. Fear, if you had to pick one series to keep your eyes on, which one?
Thompson.
Heckin' love Thompson.
So 1 or 3. He's in 2 of them.
Yeah, you have to pick one.
Oh, I mean, what's the other? Oh, I see. So I don't see Western Europe versus Western Europe. So 9 Pandas versus Tundra.
Okay, I'm into it. Kiyotaka v Thompson?
I mean, I think Kiyotaka's on like cloud 9 right now, to be honest with you, because like he won the 1v1 tournament, right? And I think
yeah, you're right.
Those things like do things to a man, right? Like it makes your ego like out of control. Like sure, you can win a tournament, but like how much did my team carry? How much was me? But when you win a 1v1 tournament, you're feeling really
back.
good. Yeah.
And this is coming from the champion of the Fistful of Tangos 1v1
I'm glad
tournament.
you mentioned that. Yes, I have won a 1v1 tournament before in my time.
You were really waiting for that one.
It does feel good. I didn't know you would remember that.
Of course I do. All of my panelists.
Stendern was in that tournament too, but he didn't win.
Were you really?
That's funny. I don't remember that tournament.
That is very funny.
He wasn't. That's
I actually did not remember until you said it that I played it too. that's so funny and sad. All right, let's move on.
Well, I'll refresh your memory on what's happening on ESL_Dota2 Storm, our third stream. They will start things off with 9 Pandas versus Shopify Rebellion, followed by Spirit taking on Evil Geniuses, then Entity versus Talon Esports, and lastly, Evil Geniuses versus Gaming Gladiators. Kazu, which series am I watching?
You didn't I?
First match, I'm pretty sure. First of all, I'm a 9 Pandas fanboy. I love how they play in draft.